his net worth whilst having impact on a mid push to take that tower, that crucial tower. He's also blocking the ancient cap with his creep. And on top of that, he's also like scouting and giving vision. He's controlling the Roche, which he knows the TA wants. This guy did so much with his helm.
He had tremendous impact. So did the team. Iron Wing crushing that game one. They are in the lower bracket and they do not seem phased by that at all. That performance was stellar. As Tigov said, they played like an upper bracket Iron Wing. Whereas Boom Boys, they are left struggling. They are now one game away from elimination here from the International. They have still got a chance though, because of course it is the best of three. One game down doesn't mean you're out. Let's see what's gonna happen next.
Iron Wing versus Boom Boys. Game 2.
We got ourselves a tiny bit of a repeat in the sense that Boom Boys for game number 2 will be on the Radiant side. Again, Iron Wing on the Dire side, but where Boom Boys was first pick in the previous game, this time around, it is Iron Wing that gets a first pick, and therefore Boom Boys get that overall last pick, so potentially they can utilize that last pick the same way Iron Wing did in game number 1 and setting someone up for tremendous success. We got a couple bans out already. First pick is coming in. Winter, what do you hope to see? We already cannot see the Largo coming out anymore.
I want to see Bounty Hunter, please. I'm sorry.
I don't know if that's going to happen on the side of Iron Wing.
That's fine. There's more series today.
There are more series.
At some point today. Don't worry.
I'm sure. I want to see a Bounty and a Spree Breaker chasing him.
Okay, all right.
Everybody can have dreams, Winter. I
if I
won't
was to
take
be-
it away from you.
We're still in the tournament, they'd be playing it. So.
Yeah, we got Lina. That's a lot more stable. In
Whoa.
no
Oh,
hesitation whatsoever.
This is Kiritich's best hero.
They have got some flex potential, right? Save and Kataomi both also play IO if required.
It's not a support hero in my opinion right now. The hero has to be a
EH
core.
just gasped somewhere a mile away.
It's not. You can play it as a support hero, but the hero just excels at a core role.
Yeah. No, again, I feel like at least within the openings, I think Boom Boys respected the ideas of Largo Coddle. They also were kind of, I think, happy to be on second pick now, because they feel like they got a bit figured out in regards to the first pick, the Largo. So kind of get the full mental reset coming into game 2, and then 2 heroes that have just been dominating in the games that we've been seeing, right? So you can't really fault either team picking them up. It's now how do you complement them? Like IO, you know the axe timing, the level timing that you're playing for. You need heroes to rally around you, play through you. And for Lina, it's about protection. Have that front line, have ways to initiate, kind of create that spacing so Lina can be that turret.
Yeah, again,
I'm dying now, band.
Again, the pairing. Last game we had the Largo pairing. This game we have the IO pairing. I think yesterday, when Saber was here, he also mentioned that whenever you have IO as a carry or mid, you want another core on the other lanes to be a good pairing. Like Slug was one of those pairings that we saw during the group stages, which worked really well.
The Slug was always good because it's been picked into an Ember response, right? In every game that I've seen so far, it's always been like, oh, we see Ember mid, I pick Slark, and now I's got a good time, so I don't mind the concept of Slark, but with Ember already banned out, maybe there's some other options in play. Maybe some like off-lane Night Stalker eventually down the line for Miro that you can also play on, where it's like this insane movement vision, but there's fun options available that we probably haven't seen yet at TI.
Oh yeah, I would love to see a Night Stalker. I really liked when WS played it in the group stage. I think he showed the strength. Even though they lost that game, I believe it was a little bit of a throw, and I think he showed the strength of a hero when a lot of people have written it off, especially since the change to Essence Distill that gives the vision of him and shares it. So I think that hero's great. I think it's really good against IO Wyvern, especially if Iron Wing want to look towards it. I don't know if 33 likes that hero. Oh no, he's played it, yeah. I do want to see Mirana picked again. Personally, throughout these games, I felt like the invisibility has been such a nightmare for everyone. This includes the bounty as well. But when you're playing so much invis, it feels like it makes the map so much harder to play for the team against it. And then we end up seeing teams carrying double gems like they'll steal, sometimes they steal them from the
Yeah.
enemy, sometimes they just buy a second one. You invest so much economy into gem, into sentries, that it just makes the game so much harder.
And on top of that, maybe also with the map being bigger, means you need more sentries, mean they're out of stock a lot. So yeah, you do have to risk it with those gems.
It kind of secures a rune for you. Every 2 minutes you have MLS for the runes. So it kind of, I feel like generally the team with the Mirana has control over the rune.
Ah, Winter!
Nice. Nice. Bounty, Lina, Darkseer.
I think this bounty is so good into IO. Because something I was thinking with the IO is how he farms the duo camp. But Bounty's going to be able to go and disrupt that so much because he can just block the camp with his body. And then again, like, force sentries onto the camp. But IO can't kill Bounty, right? Bounty's just going to run away. So he can be so annoying for IO.
Yeah. And also, like with the Darkseer, picking it into IO, you're kind of just doing a trade of farm. Both heroes will happily farm their lanes. There shouldn't be any kill threat on either side. Darkseer will get to go pipe to deal with the eventual kind of magic, kind of damage timing of IO. So I feel like they're going to be pretty happy with the pickup on Iron Wing. Still, I am looking towards Boom Boys being very comfortable. The Kiritich IO, GPK getting his puck with pretty much no lockdown for him at the moment. That is a major question that Iron Wing needs to answer. Especially if Lina does go towards mid, now you're looking towards Pure, or the position 5 being that lockdown. Often isn't the best answer to a mid puck.
Do you like it though? When we have IO, we talked about wanting another core pairing, and now your mid is going to be a puck, which feels a bit bad in my opinion.
The offlane can do it, right? The IO can twin gate and go towards an Axe or Slaughter. Or there's so many
bans, so no.
I mean, type hero. You know, any of these offlaners that are aggressive and move forwards on the map will be the IO pairing. But yeah, I'm looking towards Mira to kind of activate the eye in that way. And the classic hoodwink, what, 42% odd win rate? Again, saves on the team is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it just gives them like the setup, right? They were lacking stuns. Their Wyvern and IO, like Puck Pearl is not enough. So you need something else, and the pushback is the perfect spell to tie everything together. Whereas right now, I mean, if you're looking to find answers on carry against Puck, you want heroes that could either build Orchid or have some sort of silence against Puck. And I think like, okay, so they just go for the counter from the support role. They go for the Lion with the Hex. Not the most like a conventional hero on the position 5, but Whitemon does play this hero well.
You don't need to be careful on Iron Wing for the old classics of like the Lycans and the Beastmasters right now. Like when I look towards Bounty and Lion,
Lion, Lina, so many squishy heroes.
like everything just feels squishy. And like as much as it's not like the best partnership for an IO, I think it in itself will break the map enough that you can like tether the wolf. You can just do these annoying things. So I'm worried for the Zoo.
Can they
Iron Wing
preemptively pick a carry that would deal with those heroes right
For sure,
now?
yeah. It could be 2 bans elsewhere, pick a carry to deal with the Zoo, and then you kind of cover yourself against 4 heroes. That is an option, but that's currently in my mind for how Boom Boys can make this draft go from just annoying to potentially just game winning. But respecting the global play with the Underlord at the moment, of course with Puck, pretty much GPK other than the Lion, of course you can deal with that with Aeon Disc or Lincolns or whatever. You are just going to be jumping around the map and setting a lot of things up. So again, I can see the Underlord ban, respecting the relocate plus the Puck setup, and then a Fiend's Gate on top.
Yeah, they possibly want Tiny because they're banning the Underlord. Underlord has a percentage damage against Tiny. Very good later in the game. And Tiny is something that could preemptively protect them against the Zoo heroes.
Did you guys see how I missed these games? Did you see how BB utilized Legion in their games? Because I feel like she would be a nice pairing with the IO. They have the burst damage to complement her duel, and it's like a really, really strong save against Lion.
Yeah, so that was like 8 days ago against OG. So I don't know how much stock I can put into a Legion.
Yeah.
No disrespect.
It was against a Mirana. I think they picked the Legion into Mirana. Like, you have something good to dispel. Like a save and it's a pretty strong lane.
We'll see where they go with it. For now, it is Boom Boys assuming that Lina is going to go mid once again in the hands of BZM. So they're banning out some carry heroes that the Kez already mentioned banned. On the other side for Boom Boys, Piero is looking for his hero. And it's Templar Assassin that's the other carry that will get banned. Let's see what Pure wants to get for himself. Last game with the Chaos Knight, he got a hero that sealed the deal in favor of Iron Wing.
Yeah, the annoying thing is like because of the Winter Wyvern, They do go for the Doom. I mean, against like Io and Wyvern, even the puck, like Doom is like, you kind of want to see it because it just deals with them really nicely. But with the way that they're drafting, it didn't look like they're going to go for it. But of course, you can just play it in the carry role. So, yep, nice pickup.
And I would call it one of his signature heroes as well. Pure plays this frequently, and especially when it was still very actively in the meta, he was very active on playing the Doom.
And they did bring in some pretty decent control that we were looking for. Right after the puck pick, the Lion and Doom, they are like the big answers for it. So a lot of pressure though on these two players, because it is pretty much those two players to deal with GPK, but also you want them to deal with the IO as well. So they kind of need to have an exceptional game because they're going to be like having to bring the lockdown to pretty much everyone.
I think this also helps answer our question about like Lycan potentially, because when we saw Amar pick Doom as the counter to Lycan, the PL, sorry, because you can just buy this Radiance, you can buy the Shivas. It's like this hero covers a lot of bases for them.
Talk to me about the Centaur. Does it pair well with the IO? That's something that we wanted to come out of this offlane. It's a very different archetype than the Legion Commander, for example. It is a hero that's been very popular, especially when paired up with ranged carries, and the heritage on the IO can because they're a ranged carry.
It's more utility than, like, if you compare it to like Starter, it's obviously not the same, but they wanted something to disengage against the Doom. Like Centaur is always very, very nice against Doom. And Lion Doom, I feel like this is a lane where when you pair the Centaur with Wing, you have kill potential. So I can see Miro being really, really farmed, you know, just from the laning phase itself.
I mean, honestly, Boom Boys draft, if they get into the mid game, it will just be beautiful because like Iron Wing to kill someone is like during the Earth Spike, during the Hex, during the Doom, and then you're going to have like Relocate Sage and then Winter's Curse or Cold Embraces to get spacing, Stampede as well. Like there's so much kiting available that if Boom Boys can execute their team fight, they will just outplay Iron Wing with the limited ways that they have to kill heroes outside of them just fully snowballing the game.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a game 3 here.
I believe that Boom Boys has what it takes to force out a game 3, Rhea.
I think it's exciting. We got the bounty, we got the IO. I want to see mostly the interactions between them and how much Ari is going to be able to disrupt this game.
Yeah.
We're going to have a bunch of unkillable guys against a bunch of guys with a lot of damage. So it's going to be exciting.
It is going to be exciting. Elimination on the line does add that extra layer of pressure to all players in the booth, as I'm sure that Boom Boys are able to shake off that loss from game number 1. This is a fresh game. They went for a completely different game plan. And as you heard my panel, they are set up for success maybe a little bit more than what they normally are. And that is good news for Boom Boys. That is good news for Dota fans. As potentially that would mean that a game 3 is on the horizon. Let's see what's going to happen with this game. But first, some words from Coach Bull.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Bulk. So good to see you again. Very, very different coming out there from your first draft. It was more of a focused draft, you know, really getting down towers, getting down players, but this one more team fighty. Was this a big change just because of what you saw, or was this a change more for your team?
Ваш драфт на второй карте сильно поменялся по сравнению с первым. Тот был сконцентрирован на фокусе отдельных героев, а здесь намного больше АОЕ. Это адаптация к этому сопернику по ходу серии или в чем причина?
Мы просто набрали своих комфортных героев и хотим сыграть немного другую игру во второй карте.
We have picked our comfortable heroes and we want to play differently during the second map.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad to hear it. We have seen you guys do an absolutely fantastic season. You have had so many new fans come and support you. It's all on the line here. Elimination game. I want to hear it from you. Are we going to a game 3?
У вас был очень хороший сезон, вы приобрели много новых фанатов по ходу сезона. Что хочешь сказать? Добьемся ли мы того, что будет третья карта в этой серии?
Спасибо всем, кто нас поддерживает. И, это не может закончиться так, поэтому будет третья карта.
Thank you to everyone who supports us. It just can't end this way, so we should expect the third map to happen.
All right, it cannot end this way. I sure as hell hope that is true. Let's go into our game and find out.
Thank you so much, Flax. And yes, it cannot end this way. After everything that this team has been through, it would be a catastrophe them to drop down. Again, you think about this team last year for Boom Boys, they were playing with Pure, managed to get top 4, and now potentially going out in that 8th spot would be a big movement backwards from where this organization's been able to go to. Trent, what do you think about the drafts? Any thoughts or things come out immediately?
I mean, I think the thing that stands out the most is definitely the bounty hunter. You know, you had a winner asking for it on the panel. We saw it win every game yesterday on the main stage. And we know Ari can play it. You know, he has tried to play this before in the past, maybe when bounty wasn't seen as powerful. So I don't think it's any surprise to Boom Boys that Iron Wing are bringing this hero out today. I want to see what they have up against it, and if they're ready for this matchup versus the IO, because I think there is definitely an issue in terms of the body blocking and the warding of the camps. That is how you slow down this IO, and there's not much you can do against the bounty doing that. We saw at the very beginning of the game, they did this group up at the bottom tier 3, then they smoked and they moved out, trying to find where the smoke popped, probably trying to get a kill on this bounty, because we've seen them play very deep near the base to start the game to get these courier wards. They did pop their smoke near Ari's ward that he placed down there, but they didn't deward it. So that being said, you know, he hasn't sniped any couriers just yet. So far, so good.
You know, I'll say also coming into this tournament, I was not expecting to see 33 play a Dawn of Darkseer because while he has played that hero a lot, the hero has changed a lot too. And this type of move that he's making right now, going back to those 2 camps to farm them up while the bounty hunter stays in lane, this has been more the move that's been happening. And it's interesting seeing the bounty get played with Darkseer. In the other games, Devi was playing much more in the lane, finding kills when they were trying to pull waves. 33 has definitely transitioned much more to just hard farming on this hero.
Yeah, there's definitely a very GPM-focused way to play this duo, I think, where you focus a little more on getting the stacks and then using the Ion Shell on the Bounty Hunter to farm multiple camps at once. So I'll be curious to see if they set that up. That definitely is more of 33's MO,
yes,
to play it in that sort of a style instead. But, like, you know, farming the camps and running back to the base doesn't look like a great way to start the game as the Darkseer.
No, I mean, you get, you know, very, very farmed, but you get back to the other one. Devi was able to find multiple kills.
Yeah.
T mentioned that this is a more difficult lane to find kills on the IO in lane with the Wyvern, but it's not impossible, particularly if they get caught out of position. But see how that one plays out. And then, of course, up here top, the Centaur doing what we've seen Centaurs do a million times, playing together with Save. But it's against a Doom, which is a little bit different.
I mean, after farming those camps, like 3-3, sorry to keep going on Darkseer, but he's immediately back on the double stack and farming through it.
Yeah.
So he is going to take the top net worth here, just ignoring the lane completely, as you said. And if they try and contest like this, Kiritich, like, he doesn't have the damage yet on the spirits. I mean, for one, they're on cooldown. And you've got this 9 armor on Bounty Hunter. This hero is absurd at trading during the laning stage. It's actually ridiculous. So if you don't have spells to deal with him, he will just right-click you.
Right. No, it will be an issue. And that's going to be something to watch for, is like if they come and contest this at all, it gives a very free game.
Well, up top though.
Arrow, double edge down, dead. Whitemon draws first blood save, not able to do much to stop that. And does not get lucky with the bounces either. Very low, but not going to be able to find that kill.
I think in this game, the Doom is fulfilling a role that I think used to go to more like the Juggernauts and the Troll Warlords, where, you know, we know that Iron Wing just in general are a Doom, right?
Yes.
Like, they played on 3-3 all the time. Pure is no stranger to it as well. But he definitely helps carry some weaker support through the laning stage, and sometimes that's what line is. You know, he's not the best 5 overall. He likes to have a little more breathing room. So having something a little bit more reliable as your position 1 really helps when you need this lion pick to deal with the mid puck. Because GBK was going to have a completely free game if they just went for more, you know, stock standard.
This is the play that you can make once those waves are pushed underneath the tower. Ion Shell, the bounty, run in a bit. They're not taking too many other chances, though, it looks like.
And now they can just pull the wave, too, because he just used the Arctic Burn.
Yeah.
So they're just out of here.
Right. It gives a lot to the IO.
Yeah.
IO is having a free game. They're not trying to contest his farm, but it does sort of prioritize 33's farm, and he's going to get off to a good start.
And it should be that when he starts trying to go for the acceleration of the farm and the IO moves back in the jungle, that's where you're going to see the counter.
Right on low, not dead yet. Off the rotation in from Ari. Miero going to be found. Finally gets the hoof stomp off, but with the bounty hunter there, Katomi trying to save a life. It's not looking like it's going to be there, though. So they get another kill. Miero dropping. Pure, again, not lucky with those bounces. Don't know if it would have mattered anyways.
Wyvern not enough with the TP. Like he said, you know, they didn't block these camps. Very Alch-coded. You guys remember the past year, obviously. Alchemists were using these 2 camps constantly. IO very good at doing that as well, so we might see a block come out here. The Radiant already scanning to see if Bounty's coming back through the Twin Gate. because that's probably what they're theorizing he's going to be up to. Instead, Ari's in the mid lane trying to set up on this.
Radiant are scanning.
A wyvern's breath.
Got ya.
I fall in service to the realm.
Yeah, nah. Don't get ahead of yourself. Illusion.
And I mean, sort of set up, as you can see, the GPK dive onto BZM, seeing if they can bring him down. Stun, not going to connect. So they back out.
Yeah. Yeah, very well done there, predicting his movements. And 3-3, you know, he gets left alone down here. He's dragging the wave. He's starting to get very fat. Already has his Helm of the Iron Will, heading into the Helm Dominator. I think, you know, Lyric, I know you're very passionate about the Helm of Dominator on Darkseer.
I am.
This game, though, pretty good. Can you agree?
Yeah.
It's okay, this game?
I mean, okay, so if anybody doesn't know, I have strong opinions about everything, particularly Helm of the Dominator. I think that it's also going to be an interesting game to see if they go for a Crozier.
I knew you were going to say that next.
That's the other thing I want to see.
Of course.
There's so much healing on this Boom Boys lineup, so much potential for turnaround and counter initiation plays.
Yep, I mean, Heart Centaur, Io, Winter Wyvern, it gets pretty crazy this game.
They're going to need it because, again, this is a lineup that has a lot of damage from Iron Wing, but you got to break through that save potential that you've got. Cold Embrace, eventually the workhorse. You're thinking about those relocates. And obviously Doom is great, but if you can get somebody out of trouble, you need to make sure you're actually succeeding on finding those kills.
I think the two biggest wins strategy-wise on the laning stage for these two games, for me at least, like that you could have predicted and coming into this for Iron Wing, has been BZM in this mid lane. Because they're picking this Lina early, and he again has opened up a big gap over GPK, which you're not expecting. GPK is a lane winner. That's what he does.
Right.
And I was not theorizing that they would be able to get BZM any like really solid matchups, but they just go for the Lina. They're just like, hey man, if it's there, like that is our priority in this series. It's going to help us in a matchup that's not favorable for us with how we tend to play our lanes. And it's working out really well. Now he's trying to put that pressure on. And that, I think, is also where the Helm build comes into play, because then we're going to have this Boots of Travel Lina moving onto the Helm creep of the Darkseer with the Bounty Hunter roaming around. There's a lot of aggressive potential there.
Right, and there needs to be good reactions from Boom Boys that are not overreactions.
Yeah, that's the hard thing to do.
So they do have the Helm on the Io, 33 also pulling his over. You can see that separation between him and the Centaur. With Bounty chasing, this is where things get a little bit dicey. The Ion Shell gonna slowly whittle him down a bit here and just making him feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is the goal for the Bounty. You're not killing the Io, it is just trying to wreck his farm patterns, make like every little stun, every bit of slow means you don't get to this camp for a stack. You don't clear it before the respawn, right? Like those add up very, very quickly in these top tier carries because this is their life. All they want to do is hear that little clink clink gold noise, right?
True enough.
Radiant's bottom tower be under attack.
And in the meantime, you're getting a triple stack on Ancients for this Darkseer. Double shells the creeps, can back away, feel very comfortable with how this is going. Boom Boys, they're gonna need to disrupt this farming eventually. At some point, this cannot allow to just stand.
And don't forget, you know, quick wit here, he's got 2 Ironwood nuts on Darkseer. So when he gets those 2 permanent primary attributes, that is plus 2 attack speed.
So strong.
Lyrical.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable innate coming out here from the Darkseer. Too powerful.
A 2K gold lead. And I mean, it's not often that you see Doom as the lowest of your cores farming, and it's not like Doom is having a bad game. But Kiritich gonna have to be the difference maker, going towards this Aghanim Scepter, also picking up Lotuses. As we're getting close to this 10-minute mark, can GPK find himself a rune? Oh, don't jaunt there. Save nearby. It's gonna be an Invis. Good bushwhack. On to both. Ari running in though with this Bounty Hunter, trying to slow down, find the kill on the save, and will indeed get it.
Oh, it's painful.
And now a relocate. Kiritich coming in with this creep, finding Ari for the moment. They're gonna Laguna Blade the creep. Not sure about that one.
teach you to hunt dragons.
Tommy back with them, so they cannot find that kill on the Wyvern.
Yeah, 3-3 trying to kind of punish a bit here with Whitemon. Now they're going to move into GPK. Does he really get caught here?
The Hex, they find him. Everybody joins in, and the puck down. This TP is not, oh no, save. This is not what you want to have happen. 33, they're just chasing them down.
That's such a preemptive tip.
Oh, he was so ready for that, and save is gone.
What?
Oh, man.
All right, Whitemon must just be a ghost. I thought they saw Whitemon. Maybe they didn't. I feel like the way they just played, they did not see the way Whitemon maneuvered in there. That's my only explanation.
Be under attack.
But I mean, they definitely saw by the time safety didn't. I don't know, because right now 3-3's farming their ancient stack.
Yeah, this
just
is
so
really
you know.
bad. This is really bad for Boom Boys.
This is a triple stack that he is taking away from them right now.
Yeah, this is quite bad. GPK comes in, and he can't really punish. Oh, man, there's nothing there. Lose so much net worth. Now 6,000 net worth on this Darkseer, who's had a hell of a game.
And Ari just keeping him tracked up here as he plays on this side of the map. They haven't blocked Centaur's camps quite yet. I imagine that's probably what he's doing right now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, very frustrating. BK. Oh, that was a fat.
The normal. That's crazy. He's like, I'm not dying, so I need a way to get new TPs.
I guess so.
It's the only solution. Yeah, I mean, all right. I will be honest.
Is this too much?
This is a little crazy. Like, they can go all in on him and definitely kill him now, because he's not that, like, survivable on HP.
No, it's such an expensive purchase on a Darkseer of all heroes.
But they are going to TP in with the Lina, and they're going to be able to play fast. That's the other thing about this. So if it pays off, it's amazing, but there is a chance it doesn't pay off. Coil down, catch, but GPK going to get back and away.
Have to curse the Helm creep to try and keep Kadomi alive right now.
A wise decision. It was going to kill him otherwise.
Tower be under attack.
Okay.
Under attack.
I'm of the opinion he's gone too far.
I think he might have cooked a little bit too much, too.
I mean, if he just keeps accelerating, maybe it's not going to matter, but it feels like there were more impactful items, but we'll have to watch, right? It all comes down to how he utilizes this map movement to his advantage. Maybe he's trying to keep up with the global potential of the IO. Wants to always be able to respond, and they just want to make sure they're always outnumbering, because we've seen a lot of success from the Nature's Prophet. Maybe this is that same idea of, like, we don't want to be in a game where they just have more heroes all the time. But it's created this instance where they have a 5K lead, but stats-wise and, like, fight-wise,
yes,
they have to get in the correct position using these items to actually have a lead. Because you do not, you're not any tankier from the boots if you're stunned up.
No, he has 1,500 HP, and, you're getting closer towards Kiritich. I mean, Kiritich is going to be level 12 now, but when he gets that 15 talent, that's where this can really start to amp up, and that's going to be the timing that Boom Boys want to try and fight. At that point, I'm imagining 33 is going to be able to have his pipe already online.
Yeah, the pipe's going to be absolutely wonderful this game, obviously. There's a ton of magic damage coming here from the Radiant. I feel like the ability to slow down the farm of the IO has not been, like, fully realized in this game, which I think is very good news for Boom Boys, because I don't think they have the best, like, IO game this game. There's none of these crazy combos that we've seen. I wouldn't say that the Centaur is okay. I think it's another game where the Centaur cart doesn't feel great, to me at least, until, like, really late, when the IO becomes some insane, like, level 25 beast. So I'm not imagining that comes out very early either. Puck, same situation. It's a bit of a slow burn for the Tricore here of Boom Boys, since their Puck didn't get off to any sort of a ripping start.
Right. And I guess that the thing about this, too, that will be a little bit interesting to watch is like,
Be under attack.
how do Iron Wing want to play this? Because they don't really have like great objective takers necessarily. Like Lina can be, but it's not a right-click Lina. And then it's like Doom is your other core. So are you trying to pressure towers, or are you just trying to accelerate your farm with kills?
Yeah, and like, I mean, he's about to have his Radiance on the Doom, which obviously
Yes.
makes him quite formidable, but he's probably just going to use that to farm into his Blink, I imagine. I mean, he might join for Tormentor, or he might walk into a Roche or something, but I don't think this Radiance is going to change the state of the game that much.
Yeah, they're just playing the map is what it feels like, you know, trying to just farm up everything that they possibly can, wait for their item timings or wait for the moment when they want to battle, and then they can run in there and do it. Time will tell. Save Ari finds him, and I mean, again, these kills very, very easy.
Yeah, the bounty has not been succeeding quite as much as they would hope so far. They've had a lot of good sentries on their side of the map. In that case, I think he just caught the Vanish is what it looked like, and was able to instantly dust. And he's also going to have an Essence Distiller now, and just like 3 gold for save. So that is a big problem for the bounty hunter. See how he likes it, being tracked up and watch as he tries to escape. Does have a Tumbler's Toy, that's going to help now. And of course, the greedy one.
The completed pipe is also being flown out right now. So what they decide to do with this, pipe, Radiance, couple big things online, and then for the Lina, you're sitting there with the Force Staff good to go. A wraparound coming through the portal. They'd be able to find it,
I see some pings here from Boom Boys as well as Iron Wing, so I think Boom Boys are in the know. Of course, that didn't save GPK last time. I feel like he also knew what was happening last time when he died.
Backing away. Spirits, do they chase it? Save is...
There's definitely turnaround potential with the Essence Distiller. It could give him the vision to fight this. Kataomi coming in first, has that curse ready. Grouped up between the Doom and the Lion, and they're way in behind. Save, gonna pop the smoke.
Yep, they jump for him, gonna get an easy bring down. So they'll take out the Hoodwink, but that keeps the rest of the cores alive. The problem is you are playing against a bounty hunter, right? So the track gold matters.
Yeah, and that's something they've been lacking a bit this game. Obviously, only 6 kills so far. They would love to rack up a few more. The ball's a bit of an issue, you know?
Yari.
If he happens to run into them or something, and oh, revenge.
Yeah, they're ready.
Oh, buddy, you're running out of places to run to.
There is nowhere left to go. So the Stomp comes out, and now Kiritich comes in for the finish on this IO. And completed Aghanim Scepter, working towards a BKB, almost level 15. They're hitting their timings on Boom Boys. How strong is it going to be, though?
Yeah, that is definitely the big question. And it's going to be coming into, again, this Blink Dagger on Pure, so he's going to be trying to remove someone from these engagements. So even when they do catch back up, this Doom is going to be crucial.
Just camping a ward right now, waiting for anybody to step into this area and save.
Same spot.
Jump in, GPK, silence onto 2. Now the coil connects onto the Lion.
The Doom, a Pure.
Hoodwink, he's in trouble. Pure low, Pure gone.
Fight him on
BZM gotta run out of there before things get even worse. Slowed down by the Croaker, chasing in with Kiritich. He finds him with the Sun. 33 is there, but does he really have enough? GPK suddenly alone, has to jaunt away. And is going to go for the jump. Good bushwhack save, but there it is! The Winter's Curse comes out and now taking down the Bounty Hunter.
Oh, that was cute. The Splinter Blast as well to finish the kill. Very nice from Kataomi, well played. And GBK narrowly escaping there with the jaunt into the Blink. And they were trying to control the space. Iron Wing, they felt like this is the formation they play. You saw at the end of last game, they're so good at setting these like perfect little formations when they have their ideas, but sometimes they get locked into those ideas, like this formation to push the tier 2 in last game, and they kept doing it after the Aegis. And in this case, they're holding this area of the jungle. And it starts out kind of okay, but it just wasn't quite perfect enough. You got a little bit outplayed, and now you've lost all this space. And every time you get pushed back on your side of the map, it just means that you're further and further away from helping out your bounty hunter to keep accelerating these kills. So if the waves are going to start pushing out now for Boom Boys, you're really going to need these boots of travel, I guess, to make your way to Ari if he's playing real deep.
Well, and I didn't want to bring it all the way back to there, but I will say, if you're leading by like 4K and you have 2 boots of travels, in the fights, are you really leading by 4K?
You got to run.
Not really.
Only if you're running.
Yes, exactly. And these heroes were very susceptible getting blown up. And again, you think about that Doom. You think of this as a big, strong, burly hero. Only 1,700 HP with the Radiance.
Oh, TP out from Kataomi. Save, gonna get caught again here, though.
That's genuine.
So Iron Wing get a little bit of retribution for themselves. Boom Boys finding some openings for themselves, but it is by no means out of the woods. This is still an incredibly strong Iron Wing team that has a tremendous amount of push potential. pcgam shows it there for a moment, force out the glyph, back away on GPK.
And you saw Pure pivoting there. He bought the blink, instantly sold it, and is instead going towards that BKB. So it feels like that's the better option here because, probably because they can't afford 2 boots of travel on a blink dagger right now, stats-wise. We need a little bit of tankability on someone here. Like, we got to make sure that this pipe is actually useful.
The Darkseer went blink too. Yeah, so not a lot of stats on these heroes. They're still very susceptible to Kiritich, who has 2,500 HP just about.
Yeah. I mean, this is the complete, we are trying to outplay you item build.
Yes.
Like, that's what they're saying. We think we will play these fights better. We will be in a better position. We will get a better jump, which in theory you should be because you have this bounty hunter, but they're playing it really nicely on the side of Boom Boys. I'd like to see even more Observer Sentry combos if they could, because I feel like Iron Wing are constantly just like forcing this because they have to. Because they have these boots of travel, you can kind of guarantee that this bounty hunter is going to be roaming pretty deep.
Smoke up from GPK and Save. And heading into this area, they're walking directly towards the pit where a high priority target is up on the high ground. And it looks like they're getting close to finding him. Oh, but a good blink away. Darkseer gets out of trouble.
Blink here from Whitemon. He's hit some pretty big stuns before in the past.
But no, 33, playing it safe, sends out his creep, not going to get found.
All right, so he gets pushed back to his side. They are under an Ob Sentry combo here as well, so they're going to see them moving out of there. I don't think they saw the placement of the Observer wards, but good chance they get dewarded here if Ari brings in some sentries. For now, things quieting down a little bit. No Tormentor taken, no Roche taken by the 23-minute mark.
Elimination match. Playing this one safe. And Puck, I mean, very safe. Next item queued up is the Aeon Disc. Yeah.
That is the battle mode for sure.
Ari?
Just to me, that's like, I just got to get over the hump, and then we're going to be okay.
Arrow finds him. Big hit with the heart out. It's a long duration stun and Bounty dead. Now looking for more. The good winners. Curse connects, but a back wall even better from 33. Kiritich is already BKB'd, but not going to be able to get out of this one. The cold embrace will not save you. Pure on the mark. They find and kill the Wyvern. That is the fight they're waiting for on Iron Wing. And Miro realizes it's not going to work. Has to cancel the TP. The stomp is there, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this. They got the Lina moving in also at Iron Wing. Sensing some weakness. Move in. Find 3 kills.
GBK did get a pickup onto the line at the very least. Get them a little bit there, but I mean, they needed that blink play from 3-3 desperately. Well played by him, making use of this itemization here. Now they're trying to find something onto the puck down bottom. Gets out though, GPK. And now save.
The bushwhack.
Only gets one.
They don't really have enough damage here.
Enough.
Yeah, BZM is going to live through it. And Essence Distiller, but like, I mean, just these right clicks, feeling desperate to get anything. It's not going to work. Iron Wing take the tier 2 tower. It's 10-10, but it's a 6,000 gold lead.
I can really appreciate that, though. The use of the Boots of Travel to immediately move down here, almost open an opportunity onto GPK and get this tower. This is what they needed with the itemization they've gone for. And now, after the BKB, Pure has this Blink Dagger, and Kiritich, man. These fights get a little hard. He's not this massive IO that you need to be to really dominate the game, specifically against the Doom. Now, that being said, you know, there was a Necrophos game last night. I was really worried for Nigma. Like, going late as a Necrophos versus Doom, it's a hard game to play. They managed to win that one.
Yeah.
So Doom is definitely not the end-all be-all to these like big healing-centric heroes. I think IO less countered as well than the Necrophos, you could say. But they are already into an objective now. That Aeon Disc ready here for GPK. So 5-1-1, having a very nice game here on this puck. And with the Aeon Disc, we're expecting that he wants to be pretty aggressive getting in there to make sure there's no good jump plays from this Blink Dagger on Pure.
And this is a very cool move, trying to get this done. And they're going to finish off the Aegis right as Roche leaves. So Iron Wing might have been getting set up down bottom for that Roche take potential.
Yes, they started circling.
This signals a little bit of a win for the Boom Boys. Mainly just taking that Aegis away from Iron Wing.
It's going to be a really hard time of the game to play, though, for Boom Boys, because you have to be considering that you are going to get out-pushed constantly because of these double boots of travels that are here on the side of Iron Wing. So anyone who goes out to push a lane by themselves, like, it kind of just has to be safe, honestly. I mean, the Wyvern can go into it too, but it's quite a bit slower. Kiritish is being focused down here by BZM. It shouldn't be lethal or anything, but it's definitely a little fearful. You know, your Aegis hero just being bullied a bit here, seemingly with nothing you can do about it.
And trying to get into Mjolnir is going to be the next ask for the Boom Boys. Still very tanky, but also you're starting to build up that HP on the side of Iron Wing. You have BZM finishing the Satanic. The BKBs are done now too.
Yeah, a bit of like a mixed build sort of, right? Like the Kaya, Hurricane Pike, Satanic, but just sees that the damage runs out, which is the case for Boom Boys. I was this weird sort of consistent damage. It's just the balls flowing out there until you get to the mega late game where you have this Daedalus and like the multi-hitting and everything.
Illusion.
For Centaur, deciding that it is now time to go into that Aghanim Scepter. So Miero has that next on the mind for himself.
Be under attack.
Imagine it's going to be a little while before they're able to get it.
Sometimes the workhorse is also just for yourself in a lot of ways, you know? Like, it's not this incredible, like, Drow or Muerta or someone to save and then, like, play aggressive with it. Yeah, it was still fine. The puck is still fine, but the ability for you to also just keep moving with the additional workhorse in those fights can often just be the big difference maker anyway.
Kiritich moving in, but they're bringing in numbers now. Lots of Blink Daggers on Iron Wing. Can chase this if they want.
Give his guard for vision.
They're thinking about it. 33 opening up. Fine save. Now the silence. Not bad. Coil out. Big damage. He needs to get something off. 33 in trouble. 33 low. 33 dead.
One.
And still chasing. Finding the kill onto Whitemon. Pure now. His BKB is wearing out. Katomi is right there. Relocate the chase down. They've got Pure in their sights and back and forth. The pendulum swings. Boom Boys.
Hibernate.
Something about like 27 minutes in the game, they really come online, these guys. And they start to figure stuff out. Beautiful stuff here, and showing again, like, Darkseer, you know? Most 17k Darkseers, a little tankier.
Yep.
Like, that's just the reality of it. But he just barely wasn't able to get out of that, a little bit of min-maxing, perhaps, thinking like, they don't have that much damage on Boom Boys, but if they link it together like that, if there's no save coming out from your line in time, will get punished.
Well, it's why Dota is such a like beautifully balanced game too, right? Because like you have all these items, you've got Shivas, you got Blink Dagger, you got these things to try and help your team with the pipe, and it's everything to try and make the rest of your squad stronger. But then he's becoming a little bit more vulnerable and weak as a hero. And so it definitely, like, when you go out there and you're that front foot forward, Boom Boys able to take advantage and destroy him. And going in for the Hex next.
That relocate is ready to go here now. 40-second cooldown with the level 20 talent. Very frightening.
Oh, yeah.
Don't mind if
So you must be very cautious that, you know, it's kind of flipped the script a little bit now, right? This idea of, you know, how much do you want to separate on Iron Wing with all these boots of travel? Are you going to be a little bit more linked together than you want to be? Very quick pause. Katomi already ready to go here.
All right, let's take a breath, everybody. This is...
Yeah, take a little stretch here, folks. And stand up. Twist it around a bit here. Do your squats.
I mean, the panel said that they thought this was going to be going to a game 3. Now, that said, when this turnaround happened in the last game, immediately afterwards, Iron Wing took an amazing fight and started to blow everything
they just
up.
ended it.
Yes.
It was just dunzo at that.
But that was CK. You know, that's a different dynamic than Doom. And yeah, look at the swing back, man.
It is how it's feeling right now, and some big talent still coming up here pretty soon. Level 20 for Puck and Centaur. Almost achieved.
Be under attack.
What do we have on Whitemon? He's got Blink, he's got Glimmer, and he's going for the Aether Lens, so a lot of pressure on him in these fights for sure.
Okay, this is a nice little move for them. Whitemon, please don't die to this. Glimmer Cape, yeah, he's out of there.
Oh, they miss out on Ari. They get him with a dust. So Tormentor, but, you know, Ari kind of scouting him out, making sure that his team was going to get it safely, which they did. But they will lose not only just the Bounty Hunter, but their Tier 2 in the bottom lane. And Tier 2 also facing some pressure. Means they're not going to get the outpost. The map control really moving heavily into Boom Boy's favor at the moment.
Radiant's top tower.
There is an Iron Shelled Croaker doing its best to hit the Radiant tier 2. Not quite the same effect.
Fire.
33 now having a Centaur for himself. There's obviously some big potential there for getting a big vacuum into a hoof stomp from the Centaur, and because obviously the Doom also has one eaten, the team fight potential out of this lineup could be pretty nuts if they can find people grouped together, but Boom Boys have been doing a good job of keeping things separated.
There's an interesting moment that could happen though with like Lina moving in towards this Daedalus. She's only 100 gold away. Io only has 20 armor, which sounds like a lot, but you know, Darkseer wall gets me, like Io hits decently hard. Get the illusion out. It's helping. Sure. Get the puck illusion. Anybody to help beating into this Io a little bit. Plus, of course, if there's a Doom, it's already hard enough just to play the fight without any sort of healing or regen coming out.
I mean, that's where Katomi is going to need to be quick on the fingers, definitely with either a Winter's Curse or a Cold Embrace. And, you know, the big be-all, end-all in this is going to be the Doom as well, right?
Yep.
If Pure is able to find that good target, things could start to look a lot better. But yeah, Daedalus done. Strong right-click damage out from Iron Wing. And if you blow up the Io, the fight is really hard for Boom Boys to take after that.
Yeah. There's also an issue where this is a game where if you're just looking at like 4 of the Boom Boys heroes, I think that the Doom Ags looks pretty good. But versus the Stampede, it's a liability.
Yes.
Because then, you know, obviously the Stampede can just escape multiple people away from your Doom, and then, you know, it just ends. So the targeting of the IO can be better. That being said, you can also just use the Ags and still hit the IO, and it's also pretty good.
Right.
He likes to play with his buddies.
Although he's just going straight for the heart on Pure.
Yes,
Pure
yes he is.
The right click.
No, he just wants to be a little stronger, a little healthier. Value and percent-based damage, you know, as this tournament. Hearts all over the place. So heroes like Winter Wyvern are getting a big boost because of that. You've heard many people talk about.
Now, last game, if we remember, it was these deep wards placed down by Whitemon, by Ari, to set up for a winning battle. There is a deep ward placed over by the off-lane camps. What's that?
He was going to go for a BKB, but 3-3 switched.
Oh, he did it.
Here.
Dude, this is what I've been talking about. I've been waiting for these guys to pick up the Crozier.
It's a pretty incredible Crozier game.
Well, because also, look, he was at like, what, maybe 2,000, 1,800 HP. Now he's up to 2,500. This item with the pipe, I feel like, is so nice in this game because it reduces all of that healing that they're playing around. The Centaur, everything. Gives him that tank ability, gives him what he needs to survive.
And we'll see if that can be the difference maker here for them. Speaking of healing, that Satanic now out for Kiritich. So hitting for a solid 240 or so.
Yeah.
With a Satanic, that's a lot of health. The Doom is very, very valuable this game. And because he was a carry, as you can see, he doesn't even have the shard yet on this Doom. No Midas required, no shard. He is now considering it just so he can get some better abilities, perhaps. Lincoln Sphere now done for the puck as well. They understand the mission.
You know, the other thing too is as everybody's been getting these essence distillers, it means there's less, you know, spirit vessels. There's less anti-healing. We saw this in the Liquid games the other day with the Largo Io. No spirit vessels, no Croziers picked up. They had a lineup where it was tough to do it on anyways. But the value of having this against the saves, I think, is going to be interesting to watch.
And I think Boom Boys are just playing for this like mega late IO.
Yes.
You know? Now, I mean, I'll be curious to see what happens with the talent. We've seen a lot of the relocate ones, but we have the tether.
Oh, do they know? Kiritich, he's just off to the side. Whitemon.
Oh, follow the courier.
Wrapping around.
The Wyvern will be a great get.
They're going to find one. Jumps on the GPK. That's not good enough there to the side.
What a card.
Perfectly fine and nothing coming out. TP's away on the Doom. And 33 dead.
Disaster from Iron Wing. They go deep with the smoke. Miro, look how stone cold he is. He's not even smiling. He just single-handedly saved his IO from being exploded. And he's like, yep, day's work.
Well, part of that too was they went on 2 different targets. Like one half of the fight was going up the hill. The other half saw the IO and a little zigged when they should have zagged, and it all fell apart.
Yeah, Ari's got a Blink Dagger and an empty slot. He's going to try and make this play. He is desperate right now. He's above the pit.
Ari does not want to have to play.
Oh, the dust is out. He's caught.
No, they got him. Ari goes down. And Boom Boys, another Aegis in hand for Kiritich.
Roshan, run!
So 34 minutes in, Boom Boys have come up with the answers.
Relocate. Down for the wisdom. Easy.
Oh yeah.
Level 24, it's coming.
He's gonna be so strong, man.
Please take the tethered ally. Just,
You think so?
yeah, get the puck. Come on.
Oh, the puck would be interesting.
Right? He's got Parasma.
Hey.
You know, he's got 2,500 gold. GBK's just waiting to see which talent he takes. He's
Yeah.
like, hey, bud, come on. Like, let's have a little bit of fun here.
I mean, so a quick commentary too. You're talking about Miero not cracking the smile, not doing anything after he gets that big save on Kiritich. It speaks to the pressure in this game, right? Like
Yeah.
this team on the verge of elimination. Boom Boys, they started to bring back game number 1, and it kind of faltered a bit. It's not inconceivable. Like, Dota is a game where everything can shift so rapidly if they're for a second off their guard.
Yeah, especially against a team like Iron Wing.
Yes.
Yeah, and they still, you know, we talked about these tools a lot. The Blink Daggers, the Boots of Travel. Those tools are the kind of things that change games like this, where it's just one quick play and suddenly they're back on your side of the map. You lose a couple heroes, they're pressuring your tower. You think, oh, I can shovel this wave. You lose a third hero, and suddenly the game has just completely lost all the momentum you had built up in it.
Like, if you're at home watching these teams and saying, why are you doing that? It's like, it feels different in this arena, I'll say that.
The spaghetti Dota comes out in full force at TI. As we saw last night, I mean, those were some of the most spaghetti and glorious games I've ever seen. I think Malady put it well when he said, we played really poorly in that game, but luckily they played worse. That's kind of how we felt. It's just like, you know, obviously their worst is so far superior to our best, but they can feel that pressure. It makes them create more mistakes every single game than usual.
Well, we see another one of these items getting out now as well. Going to be the Eye of Scotty. You've seen that health restoration again. More ways to try and stop Boom Boys. And the question is, do they have enough tools now to deal with this?
It's interesting though, because I mean, BZM, he has no eggs.
Right.
He has no BKB. He is fully dependent on the Satanic to survive in these engagements. So the Stampede is a big point of pressure for him. And also, like, you know, just a curse, like just a bushwhack in the back line. The smallest little maneuver could wreck him, even a coil.
Right, he took it. He took it.
The tethered ally?
He did. He got it.
Do we get the eggs? Oh, he's going Octarine on the puck? Brother, GPK. My sir, I'm going to need you to change that item quick buy.
We just want to see cool stuff. They want to win. He's letting the creep, the range creep, be the extra ones, but they jump and they find him.
At Aeon Dispel.
Okay, fine.
Bit of a waste on a curse. I think panic there.
A little bit.
Not necessary.
Cart drops 2.
Time to bag it up.
Are we seeing the spaghetti? Kiritich, he gets stunned right on the edge. Coil now onto 2, breaks the coil, backs away.
The coil gets them out. They can't chase after it. They don't have good options versus it because of the lack of BKBs.
Go in right now?
No, you leave.
Yeah, this is...
You bag it up. You got 2 minutes on the Aegis. Like, you're going to Satanic back up, reset, take a breath. But Iron Wing, I think, could chase. I think they're going to smoke. Yeah, instant smoke. They're coming out here. Doom, blink and 1.
They're looking, they're thinking. Kiritich.
All right, he's ready for the blink. Can they find the center in behind? Does he blink past the IO? No.
Teleporting away immediately. Now trying to control. Do they have enough there to keep him alive? There it is, the save. Pure drops the Doom on the Centaur. Not sure if that one's going to be good enough. We'll see. Katomi being chased by 33. They're going to find him down, but Kiritich surviving, but not long enough.
BZM's just in.
That's 1 life dead. 2 supports gone, 1 from each team. Kiritich kind of isolated. Miro pops that one now, and that's going to be a teleport back to the tier 2 tower as they decide no more chase. Miro going to TP away as well.
Gonna get out?
He does.
An instant TP down bottom here from 3-3. He just wants to keep this pressure going.
Okay.
Can he find something here, though? Or is he just going to farm his way backwards?
No, I mean, that's... Oh, Aegis down. That will make you think for a second.
I mean, the time was running a little low anyway, so not the biggest loss. I think the fact they get out after is certainly a large win here. But you could actually instantly see the value that would have been in the relocate cast delay. He would have gotten out there.
Yeah.
If he had taken the other talent.
Right.
And they might have kept that Aegis alive. And it will be the Octarine core here. So dreams shattered for a little bit.
I mean, we're getting to the point where he's going to get nags, surely. This is that feel to me, at least, of this game. I mean, obviously things could turn around quickly and they could run it down, but it has had the cadence this game of big fight, take a little objective, back out.
This feels so much later than 39 minutes.
Yes.
Like looking at the itemization of these heroes, like we have so many heroes that are just so stocked up on items right now. And it feels like one of those super tense late games. We got level 25s all over the place here. Oh, hey, he did the... Oh, wait, I think... Did they fix the Lena thing? Oh, well, I don't know.
Well, they do
Surely
have
they
the
fixed it.
Waning Rift 25 on the puck now, too. Extra distance out for it. So more maneuverability, bigger AoEs out from the puck. A late game wraps picked up for Ari.
Yeah, he's had that cute for a very long time. I mean, it gives him a little bit of more survivability when he's moving around the other side of the map. Might just be enough movement speed to get him out. Slight barrier. I mean, he already has the blink. I feel like would be the other item. Maybe a Force Staff could have been a choice instead for a similar idea and something to help his allies, I think.
I mean, my guess is also he's going to be going for that 15 damage taken in Shadow Walk talent as well. So if you're sort of doubling down on damage reduction, it makes sense to get a little passive one along the way.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's just, it's hard to play this hero this game. Like, your team, they played in the doldrums for, like, the last 15 minutes or so, and Bounty Hunter is very bad in that state of the game, unless you're sniping a bunch of couriers, which Ari hasn't been able to do. Now he is trying it. Oh, he's got to be, that was a very greedy track, but he gets back to his team.
And Bushwhack finds him. Lena in trouble. Broken, stomped out, no BKB anything. So they're going to back this out, and now the vacuum wall. Crozier for follow-up, not looking amazing for Iron Wing as of yet. Do they try and go for more? In fact, yeah, Pure needs to back out. He's in a lot of trouble there.
Still holding his BKB, though. Good read that he gets out on that.
Bold move, and able to be surged away. But this is what I mean. These like little engagements where they don't want to fully commit, because you go all the way in, you're either winning or you're losing, and they're not confident they're winning.
No, apparently not. The team is. They are very tanky across the board here. So hard to get that final bit of damage. And BCM finally thinking like, you know, I need something defensive here. I think when it looked like Boom Boys were going to be pressuring into the base, he was thinking about just getting the Yasha Kaya to just sort of like round out his build. But now he's like, okay, we got some time, a little bit of breathing room.
Dire's structures be fortified.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Dire's middle barracks be under attack. Wanna play? Dire's bottom tower be under attack.
Haste!
Holy shit! Dire's bottom tower will be under attack. Dire's couriers been rather thoroughly keelhauled. No chains can hold me.
Like 21-ish minutes had the same formula. Laning stage, Iron Wing does well. And then there's that one fight where the items are online for Boom Boys and they take a fight and the game is almost back to even again.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things that I noticed from when Boom Boys stabilized the game in the mid is that they had way better vision control. We saw that they were the only team with a gem for quite some time, and they had perfectly warded and sentryed their jungle entrances on top and bottom. So we saw the map go from Iron Wing playing behind their tier 2s and crushing their side of the map to a completely even split where Boom Boys do actually now have way more farming room and space, and you see the other cores that are not just Kiritich actually start to catch up and then have the net worth to take these fights evenly.
I mean, it's always the repercussion of like beating an aggressive team when they're at your tier 2. When you get that kill, you get the fresh air to then break back onto the map, right? So I think once you overcome that initial hurdle, an early gem pickup, you'll always be able to have that vision advantage if you can win that fight, which clearly Boom Boys are finding the fights to win.
Yeah, Winter, if you were on the side of Boom Boys, how much effort would you put in the laning stage and them being able to finally maybe not even win the laning stage, but at least play it even?
I think the laning phase is not really as important as before. I think as long as you have a playable laning phase, you could lose the lane 60-40, it's fine, 70-30 in some cases, but as long as you have the lineup that can allow you to play the macro game, the map, like in this instance, I don't think they're going to get the IO because IO just makes everything so easy, but they need to try to focus on that. If they have a draft that can play the map, have good team fight, I think that's going to be a good recipe against Iron Wing, because Iron Wing has clearly shown that team fighting, initiating, that is their problem in the game right now.
Seems fixable because we know that all 10 players that will soon be ready to take the stage, all 10 players are capable of winning these games, are capable of having that synergy, the coordination, the communication, and it just depends on which one of these two teams will play that little bit better on the main stage of the International. So this might be a good time to just inform people at home that these two teams, of course, are no stranger to one another. The last 5 series, they played against each other. it was Boom Boys that took 4 out of those 5 series, and a lot of those series were 2-0. So maybe there's also a little bit of a stylistic issue that Iron Wing has when competing against Boom Boys, because those later stages, even in the first game that they won, it was that one fight, the slip up. It was a very unique situation where the Chaos Knight was able to completely sabotage Miero's game on the Largo that allowed them their victory here. Would you say, Tigo, that going into game 3, you have a team that you feel like from the 2 games you've watched so far would have that little bit of an edge going into this?
I think if you look at the overall polish of the 2 teams, I think Boom Boys just look like the more complete team. They are the ones that are making the changes, understanding kind of the dynamics of the best of 3. And I think for Iron Wing so far, it's like they've won because of like a draft and the CK, and they're making way more mistakes across the entire series. Even in the game 1 win, they were making these little mistakes that even offered Boom Boys to potentially win that one as well. So I think as an overall team, Boom Boys are just looking to be better. But with the caliber of players that Iron Wings have, it just takes one conversation, one idea, one concept, BZM to step up a little bit more from the mid lane, and we will just see a game 3 go their way. Like, this is not just a definitive answer of one team is better than the other, but overall, Boom Boys just looks a little bit more ready for at least game 3.
Yeah, I know that you really wanted to see the Bounty Hunter, Winter. We just saw the scoreline of Ari. Of course, he played the laning stage well enough, but he's 0-11-4. Do you feel like he delivered the type of Bounty Hunter you wanted to see? I know the game is not as black and white as we just saw the stats to be, so that's maybe a little bit mean to throw the stats in over there, but overall, he did suffer a little bit.
It doesn't fit, I think, 33's playstyle. I don't think they're going to go for it again. I do feel like the hero is definitely very, very strong, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to be a hero that's comfortable for Iron Wing here. And I think you have one game left. If you lose the game, it's over. They're going to go back to what's comfortable, probably the hook wing, probably some support that can set up for them. So it's going to allow Neta to play his usual greedy style without needing for him to initiate for his team.
We've seen this position before from the team, right? Like, normally when you're a low bracket about to be eliminated, we're going to see Invoker and Centaurs or Dooms and Hoodwinks. Like, we're going to see all the classics, the Kez. Like, this will probably look like the draft of Iron Wing, but when you are in this position, often leaning to that will be your kind of saving grace. Didn't work in the upper bracket though, but maybe in the low bracket, it's a different beast.
Yeah, I don't know, Ray. I keep coming back to Doom with you. and we did see it. Okay, it wasn't 33 playing the Doom, though, in that second game. It was the man on your screen. It was Pure playing the Doom, but maybe that's just a trap. Is the hero a trap?
I don't want to say the hero's a trap. I just think they need to find their win condition and then treat it more preciously. Because I don't really think they knew what they wanted to do in fights. They just had the bounty hunter running around with track and then a bunch of like nuking spellcasters, and they're like, okay, Doom, you go Doom someone, but they don't know like who they're meant to focus and find. They're not like placing the wards or using the bounty to like, hey, this is our #1 target, let's blow them up. They don't seem to know how to like translate the winning lanes into objectives or like proper map control, like how to hold spaces. I think that's the main problem more than the draft, to be honest. Is just not really having an idea.
I also feel like when you look at the player camera of Pure, right? When you look at all his previous events, like when they're in good form and they're doing well, like he's always just got that smile on his face, the love of the game. But right now, like you can feel the frustration on him. Like he's sitting there, like he's annoyed with his previous game, maybe even the previous playoff games, the group stage. Like there feels a little bit of frustration within the team, and that is something that you can't just fix instantly. And I feel like if he can overcome that in this next game, that's when they can, start clicking together as a team. But right now, based on just the general vibe of what Pure's given, I am just a little worried for them. Just a little bit.
He needs a speech, Tigo.
He does, yes. Are you going to give it?
No, I was going to ask you to do so.
Okay. All right, Pure. You are playing with the finest British Dota player to ever exist, a.k.a. Ari. You should not let down my British fellow mate. Like you, yeah, I can't do
really
this. Yeah. Back to you, Shiva.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hope that they had a good talking, because one thing that is clear is that from the series that we've seen, they are not playing the best Dota that we've seen them play even this tournament. So we know they can do better. We know both of these teams are gonna be disappointed at the end of the day if they get eliminated in this spot, because both teams have had so many tournament podium finishes. this season. And ending on a top 8, you might as well end up last. Like that's the teams are just not going to be happy with that. So let's see who comes out on top. It's only one game to stand in between elimination or advancement. Let's see what's going to happen.
Iron Wing versus Boom Boys. Game 3.
For the third game in a row, Boom Boys will be on the Radiant side and Iron Wing will be Dire side. So the teams definitely both prefer that. It is Iron Wing that gets their hands on first pick once again, just like previous game. And that means Boom Boys gets second pick. And they were very happy with that last time around. They managed to get the IO in that position of the draft. Overall last pick for Boom Boys. Then as well with this upcoming game number 3. And we're all going to find out how the adaptations will be made. Iron Wing in that previous game, they went for the Lina as the first pick for them. Let's see if Boom Boys leave that in the pool. So far, their bans are exactly the same, but we already see Iron Wing adapting. We have still got their Ember banned out. This time, the man of the match, the MVP from previous game, playing the puck, has that hero removed from the pool together with the Lina, leaving 2 heroes in that they banned previously, the Slardar and the Bane.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what Boom Boys go for next. In the previous game, it was Largo and Keeper of the Light that they removed this stage, but I feel like it's an entirely different ball game and they will use some bonus time to think about what's coming next because Iron Wing seems to be looking to surprise them.
I honestly like the Lina ban. I feel like BZM right now, it's like you played 2 Lina games. Sure, you've won 1, lost 1, but it's like the draft has forced you to be a first phase mid pick. You are a player that likes to go for the Invokers, the Storms, a little bit more of a playmaker, and you're forced onto a farming mid laner that has to outplay. It's like, sure, you got it in 1 game, but you're not going to get it consistently. So get rid of that, give BZM a bit more life to the draft, and then just respect GPK immensely.
Give him Invoker. First phase Invoker BZM. That's what I want.
I think that might be one of the heroes that they might be considering banning.
Oh,
because I think one thing that was clear in that previous game for Boom Boys that they went for comfort in that game too. And it worked out so well for them. And I'm sure that on elimination game, as Winter said, that you're going to go for comfort in a potential elimination game. And Invoker is just 1000% comfort.
Yeah, the caveat to that is the only hero I'll accept from BZM first phase right now, because of the puck ban, is 8 picking Invoker. That is the only one. Everything else, please give him some room to breathe in the draft.
Him first picking Invoker is something that
is a classic.
I would be happy
I
with.
feel like Invoker is like a 9 pick hero. Like 8 pick, it can be risky because there are some heroes that can totally ruin your game. I think Slada is a hero that it makes life very, very difficult for Invoker because of 2 reasons. One, the track, from the corrosive haze, and number 2, in the laning phase, he just kills the Forge Spirit. So I think this is one of the hardest matchups in the game for Invoker. At 9 pick, you can see the first pick and then you decide your Invoker. So I think it's easier to pick Invoker at 9 compared to overall first pick.
They have not gone for the Invoker and they have gone for the IO. And for the second pick we see coming out here overall, it is Boom Boys that now get to show what they consider is the best pick against IO. And I think that's a unique situation, as we have talked about Boom Boys being the best IO team. So surely Kirtish know what is also the worst to play against.
Well, maybe they understand the need to block the damn camps. I would like to see that. I mean, the bounty hunter, right? I wouldn't even mind seeing that here.
I think Elk is very similar to Io. Io is basically like Elk. Whenever you're playing against a hero that jungles that quickly, you just need somebody to go into the jungle, infiltrate the area, and put vision or just block the camps, or at the very least, steal XP.
Yeah.
I mean, right now they're answering it with the Winter Wyvern. Of course, prolonging the fight against Io, trying to eat through a BKB charge or a Satanic usage, right? With the Cold Embrace, even then the Winter's Curse just to kind of open up, because Io naturally invites a lot of kind of clunky, kind of clumpy style fighting. So I can see why Boom Boys want to go for the Winter Wyvern. Katomi has done an exceptional job on the hero. He's been, throughout his entire career, he's like the Winter Wyvern guy. Like, he started as Tree, he moved to Winter Wyvern. Like, he's just like the guy to go to. And I don't mind it, but I want to see other ways to now utilize what Winter Wyvern does. Because like, you need damage now, you need more pickoff, you need a lot of things to help Wyvern. within the game.
I think something I genuinely love about the Wyvern pick is when we watched last game, Wyvern was so good with just disengagement. I think Iron Wing, especially, we noted that their initiations were so messy and quite poor. If that is a weak point of the team right now, Wyvern is fantastic because when they do finally get that good jump or they do maybe get a slight advantage, this Wyvern lets them just peel back with the curse and just reset into a better position.
They go for the Slaughter and Storm. Nice plan from Iron Wing. Of course, already mentioned that Slaughter is an important hero for Boom Boys.
Yeah.
No matter if it's Invoker matchup or not, they still probably look towards it. But they have pretty much said, GPK, you are not going to play this game free. Every single ban is towards you, boss. We respect you immensely. We want to try and eliminate you. And we're going to do it through the bans and also hopefully the gameplay.
But his Snapfire is still in the pool. He's so good at Snapfire.
Yeah, you'd like competitive
you
players
do.
nowadays have more than 3.5 heroes to win the international.
Yeah,
all right, so
they're hard.
I don't think GPK is too concerned, but Iron Wing is trying their best to ban him out.
Yeah, the threat is definitely clear.
Okay.
As we will see the return of the Largo. With this, of course, they also deny Iron Wing from having that combination of both Io and Largo.
Hopefully they have a better combination with Largo. The first game was Largo and DK that did not look good at all.
Yeah.
They need something that can use the magic damage.
I love this because I think it's going to be so fun to see the comparison between game 1 and 3, knowing that CK is something that Iron Wing may be looking towards now and how you want to deal with it. I think the draft is already better against the hero as a core, but
I mean, you have Wyvern. That kind of already discourages the CK a lot.
they left it in the game. Like, Iron Wing chose to leave his hero in the game now, and they know that they're playing into Wyvern. It's like, do they still pick the CK? Do they still rate it that highly? Do they have to find another option to deal with Largo? So many people are banning Largo because they have no answer. Iron Wing have provided us with one. Can they provide us with one?
Undying's good against Largo, like in the game. Like in the lane, the decay, and then in the game, you slow him, then you have the tombstone. He can't hit the tombstone. So I would say Undying is a pretty good answer against Largo.
Yeah, it's just really nice once you kind of just get on top of him, right? Like, if Largo's dictating the fight and you're already in kind of the snowball kind of moment of the game, no.
You overwhelm him with the damage amp from your flash column.
No, I really enjoy the concept of Undying against Largo. And then you put like Io together with it. Like, even if it's Undying support or core, no matter what, Io's going to enjoy tethering this Undying. Because like, he's the front line for you to then start, you know, throwing your Ags balls around and just going crazy.
And now they need like some catch. Because you have Io and Undying, you have two heroes that have no stuns, no catch. So you want heroes that can solve that problem.
And Lion definitely solves that problem.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we just seen it kind of, again, on different teams that we saw the heroes in play, but Lion Io in the same team, it is very simple. Lion hunts the map like Ari loves to do, big map playing position 4. He will find a guy, he will say, please relocate onto me, you get a kill, and then you disengage, reset. So, yep, very kind of clean looking lineup of strong lanes into pickoff.
It's their setup as well. The pause for having the catch so that they don't have to rely on like or the off lane or the mid hero to be so much of the catch. And Rubik pick. Why is Rubik the choice here?
Think about just the layers of sustainability, right? You got the lift to lift people back to with the shard, you got the Largo, then the Wyvern. Like, everything is about invite the initiation onto one guy, and whoever you jump on, there'll be 1, 2, or 3 people to save that guy in a different style.
And maybe with that, they also make sure that Iron Wing is not going for the Underlord, which would be a great global pair up with the Io.
Yes, could have easily been a
The support duo just feels very lackluster. Rubik and Wyvern. It's very greedy for the start of the game. Because usually with Wyvern, you want someone else that has damage because Wyvern lacks damage, and someone else that has initiation. Usually you see Wyvern with like maybe like a Willow. Like, it feels more like a balanced duo. But with Rubik, they both kind of do the same thing. They sit behind, they want someone else to go in, and then they cast their spells.
Again, it's the type of lineup where if I close my eyes and it's 20 minutes an even game, I'll like the concept. Sure, the journey there could be a bit turbulent, but I think Iron Wing have been turbulent enough that they've invited Boom Boys to get to this position. So maybe Boom Boys are just a little bit too comfortable. Like, yeah, it's fine. We always make this little mini comeback in the first 20 minutes, so we can be a little greedy with our support.
We'll just lose the laning stage. It's all good.
We'll recover, right, guys?
Also, we know that GPK is still lacking a hero, and sorry, Rhea, but his Snapfire is out now too. You gotta.
I mean, both teams potentially here need mid, right? So we're just gonna ban. So like, there's gonna be no mids left. Tanking's gone.
Okay, so GPK's got what, like a Pango? Is that still?
Pango
is in the pool. Void Spirit is in the pool.
Oh boy.
I know people don't like Void Spirit, but somehow the players do sometimes seem to still go for that regardless.
I mean, which one works best with Lago? That's the question. Like, what would Lago want? I feel like Lago likes like Lash type of hero, like a lot of burst, spell damage. Maybe with Void Spirit, still alright.
What do you think about Slock? You have a lost pick.
For who, sorry?
Honestly, either team kind of looks nice. Better with Io though, in my opinion.
I'd rather see Pure play the carry Io, so therefore BZM picks up a comfort mid hero. I don't think he needs to play the Slark.
Yeah, but why not? There's nothing else.
I mean, if you're in this position and there's no mid laners,
Yeah.
we have to start talking about heroes like, you know, OD, you know?
Oh no.
Not Shaker, that's fine. You can't pick it into Rubik though.
Yeah, but if there's ever, I mean, if you're banned out, then the meta dictates that the bad heroes have to become good because they're now the only ones available, right?
You know what a hero was when we saw yesterday?
Yeah.
It was a sniper. We knew the Pango ban was coming. Yesterday we saw a sniper coming out. I think this is really cool. Now, one thing to keep in mind, it's Boom Boys that get the overall last pick. So Iron Wing has to play some 5-head Dota 2 in terms of the drafting here to figure out what they want to pick, what the counter to that is, and then what the counter to that would be and pick that one instead.
The main
They
thing
can't get countered.
But Iron Wing have banned out pretty much every single gap closer that's very good in the meta. Therefore, if BZM wants to play the Arc Warden like he's already played, or he wants to play some silly OD that I keep suggesting for no reason, like if he wants to play like any silly hero, he can because the gap closers are gone. Like he can be greedy. You have a Tide in one lane, you have an Io in another. Like BZM now has the freedom, unlike the last 2 games of Lena, to actually pick whatever he wants. Like his draft is so clean that he kind of has freedom to go, pick me this hero, I will win you this game.
Do you think there's any possibility that Pure just plays a different carry? Like we just put Io mid? 'Cause you still have a double camp to farm. Like there's still silly heroes like Lone Druid in the pool, right? And then you can play some carry that's gonna synergize really nicely with your Io.
Oh, well, they respect that option because they ban out the TA.
Yeah, I can't remember if I've ever seen BZM play IO. If it does happen, then it's kind of cool to see it in a Game 3 lower bracket elimination. To kind of just go, you know what, TI meta, let's try it. But I still would rather see BZM take the pick here and just let Pure just play the IO.
I think even like an aggressive hero like Death Prophet could be good this game. Like you have the IO to tether you and you have Tide, but Tombstone, you take the map. Because if you look at like the Boom Boys lineup, it's slow. You have Rubik and Lago, Wyvern. It's gonna take. And this is like the similar archetype. It's very similar archetype. They're gonna ball around the DK to take powers and take the map.
IO DK is also a good combo. You know, that's not bad. It's solid.
Don't try and hype up the DK sheet.
Yeah, I know.
In all of time, DK has always been like...
I know.
Just vanilla.
It's a Timber game. This must be a Timber game, man. This has to be a Timber game. I know Timber is like not exactly like a mid hero.
No, the Viper. Oh,
okay.
We got
the break.
Okay. I mean, is that considered an exciting hero? No. Does it work?
It can
Yes,
be.
it can be.
Yeah.
It can be.
I mean, it's a nice hero here. I think it does a lot of things to deal with the Tide, the DK. You have the break. It's gonna cause a lot of problems.
We needed 2 more bans total, like 1 for each team, and then these 2 would have been banned, and then now we would have got the spicy mid matchup.
Don't leak the draft pattern for next season, Jesus. But no, I mean, Boom Boys, they reacted quite nicely with the Viper pick. To me, it's still a little volatile. I think mid Viper, it can win. It should win the lane. It can create tempo to play around. But it just takes one bad fight, you know, itemization from the Tide Hunter, like a Yules or something, to eat through that break duration. And now suddenly the Viper loses its value, and Iron Wing just kind of get online. You know the inevitable IO timings in play here. I think Boom Boys, they got a lot more pressure on them to now do well in the laning phase. Rather than just play for a comeback, they have to play to win their lanes and to hold the game down.
Their supports don't really compare. I feel like they're gonna lose the 3v3. Like Undying Lion with the DK is gonna give them the edge in like maybe getting a couple of kills. I think you only need to be able to find one kill in the early game on the Viper. Like teams have already been known to do like some crazy, after the rune spawns, you smoke and then you kill the Viper one time and then it totally upsets the balance of the lane. So they have to be very careful and anticipate moves like this. And even in the rune fights, the Undying and Lion, I would say that they will have the upper hand against the Rubik and the Winter Wyvern.
Rhea, what are you going to look for in this game at number 3? What are you going to look out for?
I mean, I want to know what Boom Boy's idea is. To me, the heroes have no way to properly start a fight. They have no real way to take towers. Like your Iron Wing, they have great initiation, great bust, great way to take tower DK. It has it all. So what does Boom Boys play?
I mean, Boomers also need to show really good BKB discipline in this game. I feel like if at any point, if Keratic wastes his BKB, then suddenly all the slows, the stuns, the damage amps will just break him apart. So he's had a pretty decent series so far, but this game is like he has to have a perfect game.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen because game number 3, maybe everything is a little different with the pressure placed on the players as we are ready to find out which team will advance in the lower bracket and which team will be sent home. We're heading over to Trent and Lyrical for game 3.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Man, the panel there, it was like the opposite of game number 1. They were excited about the early picks. This one, they're like, man, those last picks suck.
I mean, that's what happens when the bans come out. Very targeted against two mids for sure in this one. I love the face-to-face of the two mids. Like their expression just getting sadder and sadder as it continued through as more and more of their favorite heroes were banned. But this is where the best picks come out. You got to dig deep into your tool bag here and find a tool you haven't taken out in a while, like the GPK Viper.
Speaking of a tool, Viper, God, I hate that hero. It's so annoying to play against. It's also one of those that like can just, it feels either bad for the opponents or bad for you because you can't do anything. You don't want BZM and GPK to have to play them, but it was what was left. And you know what? Maybe there's going to be some magic happening here. Maybe we'll see some of those early boots of travel, some Aghanim Scepters, people jumping around. There's a chance to have a dream. Also, I thought it was very funny. Ray was like, they're not good at taking towers. They're not good at fighting. They're not good at initiating. But besides that, it's great for Boom Boy.
You know, they can read the mini map. That is what they can do, you know?
Excited.
You gotta find your talents where they are. And, well, I mean, the big question, is what's gonna happen to Whiteball?
Well, that was not great for them. I will say that. He did not manage to get the gold from the Observer Award, and he gave over first blood. It's Katomi that takes it, though, so at least it didn't go to GPK.
Really hoping for a positive there. Ari will walk through the same spot. He's actually going to kill the...
Observer Award, and he gave over first blood. It's Katomi that takes it, though, so at least it didn't go to GPK.
Really hoping for a positive there, Haz. Ari will walk through the same spot. He's actually going to kill the mid-courier.
He's coming back. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, they're cooking. Never mind. Oh, take down GPK.
The Ceaseless Dirge, I tell you.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's not
just,
Ceaseless yet. It's literally just because it's the 30 seconds. But for the whole game, Ceaseless Dirge does that to you. Just the fact that we're, you know, less than a minute into the game. It's like he's ceaseless, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, a kill onto GPK, feeling a little bit bad about that one. And then DK grabs the wave and pulls it all the way over here. Is going to get a deny and take out the Observer Ward for the Dire as well. But this is a nice way to sort of mess with the DK, or with the Viper.
They've made a decision of like we took the DK. This is a hero who can do quite a few things in the laning stage against many opponents. You know, he gets pretty tanky. He's got Breathe Fire. He can also recover in the game with a Shard and a Blink Dagger. So, but then you get the Viper and you're like, okay, we got Alpha.
Yeah.
We really don't want to get him sent down to the Abyss like we did to Miro in game number 1. So hoping to give him a bit of a match here as BZM just kites the creeps around the towers. Katomi in 3-3, duke it out in the bottom lane. 3-3 on this Tidehunter. The classic triple gauntlets to start with a little ring of regen just to boost up the health a little bit.
Who says that jungling is dead in modern Dota? 33 is bringing it there. What you want to see.
I mean, definitely what they did last game with the Darkseer and the Bounty Hunter. Lots of Ari just sitting on the wave here. And game number 1, Moon Meander, the coach, he brought up and he said, we are the Largo understanders. We're the best Largo team. We have the counter. I think they might consider themselves perhaps one of the better Kez teams as well with how much they pick it for Pure. You would think they must have a very good understanding of this hero. So I'm looking forward to see what sort of counters they have here other than just this Tidehunter to maybe survive through the lane.
Well, yeah, that's going to be the thing to watch for. And if they actually do have a good answer right here for the Largo in this game, because the secret tech was the CK with Whitemon playing on the Ringmaster. This time around, Pure is playing the IO, is going to be paired with the Undying. As you can see, finding a double decay there. Very nice mess with these heroes. But it's not the same level of just demolishing that we saw. Like, IO is obviously winning this lane, but it's not.
Boom, boys. Pure does back up and get the Lotus very nice on this hero, obviously. But does instantly consume it, so no help for his friends on that. And Save still just pushing him back, so yeah, he's going to need a salve brought in here from... Ran them over. And I hope it has to deal with the camps. We brought it up a lot in game 1. Didn't happen. Punishing the IO under your tower would be great.
A good glyph there, but not good enough. They take down Pure.
Yeah, I feel like he used that Lotus really early, like had to use it in the pool there, and then still dives the tower with just a Fairy Fire. Very aggressive attempts here. Maybe just feeling it from game number 2. Or 1, I suppose. Just time's flying here, bud.
I mean, it's one of those things where you are now in an interesting position. Iron Wing, they make game number 1 look good, but it wasn't like completely clean, right? There was a moment where it felt like it was starting to shift into Boom Boy's favor. Then in game number 2, they get out to another super hot start, and then Boom Boys pull it back and eventually take the lead. There's some questions. What is it going to be like with Nerves on this big main stage? You know, I was looking at it and I'd sort of forgotten that Ari has not played a game on the main stage of TI up until this point. The only other time he made it to TI was in 2023, where he didn't make it to this high level. How's he going to be able to perform on this stage?
There's a lot of pressure on him for sure in this game as the Lion, already getting a few stacks up, which is great to help out the IO, obviously. And Tidehunter, a hero who is okay being alone, so he's taking advantage of that by trying to make this move up top, wrapping behind Save. Rubik fairly vulnerable. They have a tether. Oh, they don't have a tether yet. He was almost level 4.
Yeah.
They kind of need the tether here.
I mean, they also have Wyvern in the area. So Save is going to spot Whitemon there. The turn, the stun. Miero might be able to walk out of this, but actually now turning to hit, they're going to take down the Tombstone. And Whitemon in a little bit far, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange, with the Tombstone also going the way of Boom Boys.
Yeah, IO's not necessarily wanting to take the tether this early here, so it kind of delays the attempt on the gank there. Since he can't just rotate over, they have to wait for the wave to actually push in. That ends up costing them a life there, so. In the meantime, though, I mean, 3-3, still totally happy down bottom. He is farming away. That being said, it is trading for a free farm Kez. BZM has been doing great mid on this Dragon Knight, constantly pulling the waves back. You're not having this Viper just like pull away. In fact, he's actually ahead of him in terms of net worth. So that is a big concern, I would say, for the Boom Boys. Because you do not want a Viper losing its lane. And then again, this problem of, you know, what can I do to give our team some action on the map? As the like, buy an Atos, brother. Like, I don't know. That's what your options go to.
I mean, and I think that's going to be an ulti out now onto Dragon Knight. Save ready to pull him back in, and this is what you were hoping to see more of. Obviously, that gank early helped, but when you get level 6 GPK, he finds the double kill, and that's more what you want to see out of the Viper.
Yeah, you can be really happy that you got your wins in the lane and everything, but you gotta know when to take the L, and then it is now. The 6 is there on the Viper. You don't get to return here as the Dragon Knight, so we're gonna see some stacks probably for both the Dragon Knight and the IO. Gonna have to be shared up. Tide also a big stack hero.
Is trying to bully back 33 off the wave, with Lion moving in, realizes that's not going to happen. So Ari gets the wisdom stolen from him. That can't actually feel good, as he is only level 3 on the Lion.
Yeah, it's all right. Save just picked it up on the other side as well. But yeah, you're right. That ain't great. To be getting it and being not even level 4.
Yeah.
Like, well, he's doing a lot of running around, you know, stacking up for his team. I mean, they have so many stack farmers, and I think that's an issue here for Boom Boys is what are they going to do when Iron Wing retreat back to farm these stacks?
Right.
Because Tide wants stacks, DK wants stacks, IO wants stacks.
Going up top, maybe? Save? No, they can't do anything there. Miero's been playing with relatively low HP on this Largo as he works towards a Soul Ring, but they haven't really been able to punish and make any substantial move. Now, turning into the Tombstone, they go and they just try and hit it. Will be able to take it out. So Katomi gets it. BZM realizes it's not looking that great because Kiritich shows up and Miero has a lick to pull him back in. Finds Whitemon, gets the kill.
Nice, level 7 for Kiritich. He picks that one up here. GBK was even wrapping on the other side, and now he is after the stacks. This is a great use of the Viper. Let's go in here and take their stacks. I can't chase you, but the camps aren't going to run away.
Yeah.
And I know they're dependent on it. Kiritich, he's back. He's checking these camps at the top of the map. He's like, do they make stacks here? Should I be like echo slashing through this? Should I be trying to farm something? So they have this on the mind as 3-3 pulls the camp into the small camp here just to farm it himself, and Kiritich forced to pull it off the tower. Soul Ring done for 3-3, and yeah, so many interesting questions here for Boom Boys and how they want to try and push this advantage a little further.
There are more stacks being built for 33 over at the Ancients. Kiritich stops that one from happening. And they're just battling over these couple of creeps. I mean, this really encapsulates how both of these teams played this game, right? Like, there's no interaction with each other really at all, but they're like, who's going to come in and get... I mean, but that also speaks to what this game is going to look like. Nobody's getting completely skunked in the laning stage. Nobody is getting wiped out here. And that tells us that it's likely there's going to be some type of a breakdown of how the battles go, right? How are the mid-game team fights going to work out? And that's going to depend upon items, positioning, when teams feel like they're stronger than others. GPK definitely feeling like the strongest here on the map right now.
Yeah, hopefully he can use that to bully, because that's what you got to do as a Viper. Make your presence known in the early game when you're at your peak. Just threaten to Viper strike anyone that walks too near.
Am I standing straight?
Illusion Rune taken by Miero, and GPK walks forward to take out that Observer Ward. BZM, they thought about it.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower.
Decide not to go.
I mean, Save is closing in on level 6 as well. That's where Rubik's can have a big change in their game as he cracks into it now. Can you get a farming spell? Can you get a good ganking spell like this Earth Spike is always fantastic here as he moves in trying to find something, but can't quite get it. Omi actually smoked up behind. Gonna pass it over to Save. So Save kind of shows mid, dives a little deep, joins the smoke of Omi, and we're going up top.
What can they do here? They have a TP on Viper if he wants to show up.
And they have Steel on Tombstone if Whitemon drops it.
Looking, catching, the bully continues, and yeah, they've got the Tombstone immediately, saving it for now. So they're gonna have Tombstone if a fight breaks out, but they don't even need it.
Nice.
This is good from Boom Boys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they'll often cover it with the ulti on the Undying, but, you know, maybe just didn't want to let it rip there instead. And even ulti obviously doesn't feel that bad to get as the Rubik.
And finding him, GPK pops the Ravage, but he's dead. Cannot get away. But that, I mean, that also tells you the mentality. Like, they're not thinking about a fight at all right now on Iron Wing. That was a Ravage to make sure that he could go farm more.
Yep.
Because they're not anticipating fighting. And Boom Boys, you can see they're coming online right now.
I mean, it's so funny because Viper obviously a bit of a slightly dead hero right now, but this DK and this Tide, they can't play the game they want to at this stage of the game because you know where they're going to be. It is not a mystery where these two heroes want to farm, and GBK doesn't need a catch item if he's just going to walk in with a Mage Slayer because they can't contest him. You know, they're not going to have the damage to fight him, but it is still the clock. It is the timer of this IO. What can you get done? You know, and they haven't really disrupted IO's farm that much. I will say, I feel like this is kind of similar to Boom Boy's game on the IO itself, where he was still able to get quite a bit done. He's still pretty high up on the last hits at the moment, the net worth. But they've gained a lot for themselves.
Right. Well, and they're going to take out this stack right here.
Omi's in there. He stole some of it.
Oh, he did. He's taken a little bit away from him.
And so much XP, right?
Oh, yeah. Using the winner's curse with bringing over some more heroes. They get the break, and now he's in trouble and going to go down again. Stolen Earth Spike.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, Save is going to have a good game if they're not careful. So, I mean, look, there's a couple of things that still look good for Iron Wing. Like on its face, the way that Boom Boys is playing so far forward, it's solid, but
I'm concerned.
I am very concerned as well. The one thing I'll say is there isn't like a natural pipe builder on Boom Boys, and the magic damage when it eventually comes out from IO is going to be a lot.
That's true, but it is this like slow, consistent damage all the time, which versus the Largo. You know, if you don't also have heal reduction, isn't going to be that effective. That being said, they have a DK, and unfortunately, you know, it's hard to get into a Scotty build these days, and Shiva's Guard doesn't work, so maybe a Tide Crozier could be good. Yeah, the heal reduction's a little hard to come by, actually, in this Iron Wing draft.
Oh, let's see what they decide to go for. Oh, IO Crozier. Now we're talking. There's no way that's good.
Or we'll find something, don't worry, surely.
Dare to dream.
That's right.
Well, yeah, I mean, Iron Wing, okay, they're going to go now with the Lion and the DK. You've got the Blink Dagger reveal here on one. Finger of Death, obviously, can really make or break these situations. Ideal target would be Kez. We'll see if they decide to take the Wyvern if they run into him.
Yeah, Kez very far back. Scans coming out from both teams right now, trying to figure out what their opponents are up to. And Tide is going to show.
Irritate shows as well. BZM, he breaks. Oh, he gets the stun off, but it's not enough. The TPs came in immediately. And now Tide pops the Ravage. This is not going to work. This is not good at all. Boom Boys. They kill 33 again.
I mean, GBK is just too happy to answer the call. If you want to start a fight, he's going to be there. They're getting Whitemon on the side of the map as well. He tried to get out. Not going to happen. I mean, the good news is that BZM retreats back to the Wisdom Shrine and gets that. That's the only positive that's going to come out of that engagement is Save. Very happy to start spamming the voice lines once again, as he's having a fantastic performance on this Rubik so far. A hero that we've seen plenty of heroes struggle with when they try and bring it out. These players, like, they love playing Rubik, obviously, but you got to be so tight on your steals.
Has been, at least so far. But this is the question for Iron Wing, is how do they respond to this adversity? They're now down 4K gold at 15 minutes. They've been waiting for this timing with IO. He's almost at the Aghanim Scepter, still 4 levels away from finishing off that level 15 talent. That's obviously the timing that they're waiting for, but how much are they going to lose in the lead up to it?
And on top of that, I mean, you mentioned they don't have a good pipe builder, which is true, but we've got the Mage Slayer done on the Kez. We got the Mage Slayer done on the Viper, so they're finding other ways to deal with this overwhelming magic damage that's going to be coming out here from Iron Wing. And you're seeing the kind of sad items coming out. Like the Yules on the Tide, that's a sad item. That's not a feel-good item on Tide Hunter. You don't want to be doing that.
I mean, it's very good in this instance. It's exactly what he needs, but the fact that he needs it doesn't feel good.
No, it's if you can wrap your head around that one, you've figured out Dota.
That's right. 12-2. I mean, I feel like at this stage, you've also got to start thinking about, like, as Boom Boys, do you want to go into the Roche?
I mean, they do have an amplified damage rune on GBK. It's a little early for my liking, you know.
Yeah.
I'd rather just keep bullying Pure while he doesn't do anything.
That's fair.
But this is where the catch comes into play. They don't have the Stolen Earth Spike anymore. Saves wrapping behind, but the TP.
Oh, man, that was really close. Oh, just barely getting out of there.
Denying beeps. Accurate. Good. And look at Whitemon way in behind here. He's going to just try decaying the wave from the fog. This is what they're reduced to right now. Hiding at the top Lotus Pool, spamming out decays. They are just playing off the map right now, trying to delay everything that they can.
Be under attack.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of good things happening right now for them. And I mean, at least the gold lead is staying steady. You know, the farming is good. If they can continue to delay and keep this net worth lead sort of stagnant, then they've got something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doomering a little bit. Like, they've actually done a pretty good job so far. Like, Pure escaping there is big because now he gets this relocate play.
Yes, and this one is nice. They move in, find the kill on Miro. Can they find any more after the fact? Pure relocate wearing out soon. They break and tether away. So that is the type of thing that we need to be seeing from Iron Wing.
Yeah. And a lot of that comes just from how Whitemon was playing. Up there, like, pushing out the wave. They had a ward in the lane from Ari as well, trying to control this space. So they punished Miro a little bit on this Largo. Is a slower hero who really wants to be farming up, and again, lowest net worth of the cores. The hero's struggling so far here today in the series. Not getting into any sort of a dominant position. Kataomi is going for the Blink Dagger, so he's going to be their first real good way to jump into a fight. Not the best hero to start the fight. He likes to see a fight develop a little bit more when Kataomi's playing this Winter Wyvern, but just getting something forced and trying to lock Ironwing into a fight might be enough, because they just, you know, they have overwhelming potential to just win these engagements in a fair fight for Boom Boys. I like the Force Staff too.
18 minutes, 3,000 gold lead, and going to be going into the BKB for Kiritich. The Boom Boys getting these items and then likely going to be playing together around a map. Ironwing very clearly just wanting to play around the Aghanim Scepter for IO, relocate plays, some pickoffs here and there.
Yeah, and this is a game where you're seeing Ari starting to fall behind this Lion, right? Lion is not good in a game like this. You're not good at pushing out waves. He's just trying to Earth Spike for the Flag Bearer. Yeah, he's just gone. No chance to play.
I mean, are they gonna? Well, is there? I mean, they're sort of around this area with the Lion and the DK, and now it kind of falls apart. Ari is gonna get jumped upon, and Kiritich is gonna take him out in just a moment. It's happened so quickly.
Yeah, the two supports trying to do something down here. Meanwhile, 3-3 getting walked down in the mid lane. GBK just chucking the Viper Strike on him, reducing him to half health.
I mean, that's the thing that's weird, right? Like, you see that move come down. They were bringing in Whitemon, Ari. They're trying to make a kill happen, and it just didn't really function that well. You can see Dota Plus is saying we're just at 50-50. Even though it's a substantial lead right now for Boom Boys, this one's not going to be decided immediately.
To me, it's because there's a burden on Boom Boys still to pressure forward here, but they have the tools for it, right?
Yes.
Like, they have this Spirit Vessel with many charges on save. So if they try and fight them with the DK or with the IO or with, I mean, Tide obviously got the Dispel of the Blubber, so that's nice. But, oh, sorry, we can call it Kraken again now, my bad.
There we go.
Of the Kraken. that is, you know, that is the item you need to just kill this IO and DK. They got nothing.
Well, the only thing that they need to do is find those targets, get them into a fight, and Ironwing is going to continue to dodge whenever they're at all possible to do so.
Yeah, they're a very frustrating team to play up against. They're definitely one of the best teams in the world at doing this, at both reading the map and doing this, as we call it, ghost pushing, where it seems like waves are just disappearing. You're not getting the full vision of where they are. You're not getting this this pressure that you're expecting from what you feel like is control over the map, as we see a IO relocate into the mid here.
Yeah, knows that they were tormenting, so can come on now forward and pressure this. And get some damage there onto the building. Backs it away. Ari gonna take a long walk, try and steal a shrine, I guess. Yeah, the call comes out, he's heading that direction.
Yeah, that's nice.
Largo's over in that area too, and the TP over from Rubik.
I mean, this could be great news for Save if he manages to get a steal from this.
Well, they also are bringing in
the Sentry.
The Wyvern. Oh, just walks into range and now they see him. Yeah, he got it again.
Oh, that's
Found
so
and killed.
good. They're both going to be level 12 now.
Yeah, that's nice.
Not quite for Kataomi, sadly. He's a little behind. Gem picked up. Okay. Boom Boys are done, folks. They are picking up the gem on the Winter Wyvern. They're going to make their way to Roche. They have a stolen Earth Spike. They want to take over this game. They got 5 Spirit Vessel charges ready on save. He is ready to play some Dota. He wants to fight. They throw the Viper Strike on a very low mana IO.
No Man's Land tries to go for the tether to get away, but he's still being brought very, very low. And Kiritich right on him, finds him. You were waiting and farming all this time, and just nothing.
I love that BKB usage. I love that just to like guarantee this kill, you know? Yeah, he didn't end up needing it, right? He could have got it without it, but if there's backup, if there's something else there, suddenly the IO escapes and this Roche doesn't feel as good, but they are hitting the timings they want. That being said, the burden is still here. I strongly believe that Boom Boys still have a difficult road to follow here, and that is the strength of the Ironwing draft. But currently they are on track. And just, they're so annoying, dude. Yules into Ag Scepter on this Tide.
A little bit of a jump from BZM and then the back away. And now the Winter's Curse. Oh, this could go really bad, but there's no BKB on Kiritich. Keep that in mind. Goes for the Finger of Death onto the Wyvern. Kiritich low, but not solo. Ravage out, just barely able to connect. The big stun coming out from Save, though. That's what they needed. And Kiritich, he will live through it. Finally, they bring in the IO. Pure trying to do what he can. Good Yule Scepter lift up to stop the chase, but it's not looking like enough. Pure comes back in just to die, and 33 in trouble. Iron Wing, farm all this for what?
Save my goat, dude. The stun into the Soul Rift heal gets a gush at the end there as well. He's chucking out Spirit Vessel charges everywhere. The heals of the Largo, because they go into this fight without the IO, right? Like, he's dead for quite a while before they can relocate Pure into this engagement. He was pumping out the damage on that Rubik, second only to the Viper in that fight.
Easy.
Like, Save was a beast in that one.
Doing ravages of his own, and
they were close, right? Like, they almost had something, but just,
I mean,
it didn't fully connect.
This is a really tough way right now with 4 kills. Iron Wing on the verge of being eliminated unless they can pull something together here. This is not the way you want your TI appearances to end.
Well, it's funny because they just picked up the Kiritich gets a little aggressive here, but they don't have
There's
the
no
damage.
follow-up. Nobody's here.
There's nothing. They just got the eggs on Tide, which to me is like, okay, we're full rat mode, right? Like, we are just pushing waves, we are not engaging, and then they go for this fight, maybe thinking that someone had already left and they would immediately split and pressure out. Like, it reeks of desperation a little bit there, and rightfully as it should, I suppose. BKB up here on Pure, will it save him?
Oh, he can't afford to go in there right now, or rather go down. But yeah, the BKB is maybe going to be enough to make people a little bit less hesitant, but Save. Wait, they jump in and kill him though. Okay, Save gone.
Okay.
GPK is doing a lot of damage. 7 seconds to get away. Miero tries to chase. How much can GPK do? Needs a few more hits, but Pure manages to get out of there. He's still burning down though. The damage, Pure. Oh, heal. Surviving has to pop the BKB.
Okay, that doesn't feel good. Move it down towards 3-3, but yeah, they just got to back it up right now.
What a scary Viper.
All that for a Rubik kill. You lose your DK. Not how they drew it up here. And Miro nearly into a BKB just as the recipe to go here on the Largo. So give him some staying power in these fights. Help out his team. You know, if he pops BKB before the Ravage, then he can help heal up everybody. Get some clutch dispels out as well. And very good Lotus game as well if he wants to go into that after. Like, he already has the shard here. We haven't talked about it either, but the combination of the Croak, right? Like, not a typical one in the Viper, but works great. Anything amplified by Spell Amp is going to get the bonuses from Croak Genius, and Viper obviously has plenty of damage that gets amped. So this is a totally doable combo.
I will also say, as much as both of these teams are known for their like clean gameplay and making sure that they're not overextending, this is TI main stage, it's an elimination game. This 10,000 gold lead that they have right now on Boom Boys can be undone in a second with bad positioning.
It really can.
With a bad, you know, just putting one hero forward when they shouldn't have. Boom Boys have to be clutch, they have to be clean to close this one out.
Right now, playing very aggressive here. BZM on the tower with 3-3.
The wraparound comes. Ari spots them. Hex onto the Viper, but there's no follow-up. There's nobody there to help. BZM starts to hit onto Save. The save is there. They go for the Cold Embrace Winter Curse combo. Pure lives through it. Whitemon is gone, but that's one support each out of there. Katomi in trouble from BZM. Two more hits, but Miero is there. The Frog keeps him alive. Tries to get out. Not gonna happen. Pure TP. Can you do it? Oh, just barely. Dying in the fountain damn near, but will manage to survive.
And the Region of the Well coming in clutch on that one. We still have Ari actually in here with that catapult, as he's still lurking around where this fight happened. Has a TP out if he needs it. All right, 2 supports for a support and a core. Still ends up being relatively even on the gold and the XP. Nothing too crazy overall here, and that will be the end of this Aegis, expiring in 20 seconds here.
Man. Yeah, that could have been another one of those moments.
The focus on to Save, they really want to take him out of this fight.
Yes.
He has become a very large problem here for the side of Iron Wing, so focus him down.
Ari on this ward. heading up. Kiritich on the hunt. Does he pass through? Does he have an inkling as to where that lion might be? I think so. Hex is out, throws the Earth Spike, Tumblr's Toy, and a Blink TP.
At the same time, they were chasing 3-3 up top, but they don't quite find him. He gets into the tree line and TP's out. A couple of Iron Wing heroes escaping out of this one. And GPK losing a bit of his luster as the game goes later. You know, he's obviously still very high in the net worth, but this ability to just Viper strike someone and almost guarantee that they're dead is starting to wane here.
And worth noting that the Iron Wing reset that they've been able to do. I mean, you're going to lose Whitemon. He's going to have to go for the Tombstone. Fortunately, you can't TP out while you're in the Tombstone.
Oh, next patch, you think? Or no?
Probably not.
That might be a little unbearable.
He is going to be back again with that Ceaseless Dirge. But yeah, like the fact that, you know, you get this big lead, you've still got your greedy enchantments, you're still farming up all the lanes. They're not out of this one yet. But I would definitely rather be playing the game from Boomboy's position right now.
We did see what happens as the game goes later with this IO, though.
Yes.
It does become completely absurd. And even though DK has become this hero that's not known for his right click, still a good pairing.
Up in Kiritich. Do they have enough to burst him? He's low, he's low, he's gone. That's what we're talking about. That move right there can lose you TI, get you out of this tournament. That's all it takes.
Yeah, nice maneuver in there. The chain stun there from the line always going to be powerful, and that's the gem.
Stun. Chasing for more, finds the follow-up, BZM. Oh, Iron Wing.
I mean, your lead just got cut in half.
Boomboys are
happens real quick, dude.
See that floor coming up at you. It's not what you want to see. 24-9.
Be under attack.
Boomboys have looked their best when they are fully grouped up, right? When they're pushing an objective, when they know that there's something to gain if they just all move together. In this case, they're getting a little pulled apart, again, because of this push that's coming out from Iron Wing. They're still smoking their way back through. They will not find the Largo. The Pure might run into Muro here, but shouldn't be able to deal with them. Yeah, I'll just DKBT.
This is a scary moment right now. I mean, again...
And look at BZM's build here, right? Like, he sees where the game is going, and he wants to help his IO. He wants to become a powerful force to play with this hero and not just go down the beaten path of every single DK this game, or this entire tournament, going like, blink into Shivas, you know?
Kiritich, he's waiting for him. Ooh, reveals.
I mean, it was hard to get that last kill. They had everybody there.
That's true.
I don't think you really want to force this right now as Iron Wing.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, they needed the Ravage, and that is going to be one of the big limiters for this, is the cooldown on Ravage for 33. Obviously, positioning is immensely important.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get his shard here soon, too. He's currently sitting on 3K gold, trying to figure out what he wants to do. Bit of a
33.
tough call for the Tide.
Again, as this game slows down, this IO becomes stronger and stronger. I mean, so too will the Kez, but like T was talking about right before we came into this game, that BKB timing, it's a limited window where you're able to fight.
Yeah. And you actually feel like this really strong force who can like lead the fight. Then it kind of feels like you're like the second jump in. You don't really want to be the focal point of any engagement as a Kez later on.
Iron Wing, take down Tormentor. Ari gets the shard.
He did so much off of this Kez kill. I feel like you could really just go back and watch a replay of this and just think like, what happened after that Kez died, right? Like they rotate in. They're able to just like clean up some of the space. They get the gem, they get some D wards down, they push out their waves, they make their way to the Tormentor, all grouped up. And that's 8K now gone from right when they jumped that Kez.
A little bit of daylight and they'll run through it. Trying to work their way out of this pit they found themselves in.
Nero is also in a bit of an ugly spot here on this Largo, where he's halfway towards his Aghanim Scepter. He's not going in towards the Lotus. He wanted to go for something a little bit larger here, but it's you know, at this point in the game, there's gonna be some big engagements where he might just be sitting with a point booster in his inventory.
33 having this Crozier almost completed. So now one of the other big things that we've seen be effective for the Boomboys is healing up after the fact. Now this one right now, could be the game decider. Less than 1,000 gold just about separating these two squads. GPK trying to take down Roche. It has already roared. There's an amp damage bottom, but 33 ready to walk into this. Are they going to come and contest?
Don't forget about Save, though. He's waiting for this Ravage if they go in.
Do they know what's going to happen? Stun already out onto Miero and Aegis on Kiritich. They get it. They get out.
Too many cancels on the blink from 3-3. They're throwing those frogs up there from Miero. They find where the tide is and they lock him down.
Amp damage down bottom. You can see the Crozier.
That should help.
Gonna be strong, but it only works if you can get on top of people.
Yeah, BZM's also nearby here, but he's gonna get out. And Kiritich really trying to find somebody here.
That Roche felt necessary for Boom Boys, based upon the way that the game was starting to swing.
Yeah, it was trailing. It was not feeling good, and still they're coming in here on Iron Wing. They want to find them separated, maybe greedily farming with this Aegis, maybe seeing some of these items, right? Thinking like, hey, they want their Largo to get towards Ags before they want to push or fight or something, but they actually haven't separated.
So what does the good fight look like for Iron Wing right now? Is it anybody separated? Is it particular heroes? Or
I mean,
on the other side?
Look at their scan right now. This is what they think is happening. They think that someone's down here trying to finish their items and they're not grouped up. And I think that is the read, as you're saying. Like, Boom Boys are worried about being found out like that. So they are playing quite a bit tighter. Save does show up at this top tower, though.
And immediately they kill him. Kiritich runs in. Might go here on to BZM. Spots him. Echo Slash. Silence. Looking for the slowdown. The stun is there.
This is a lot. Yeah.
And forcing out the BKB. TP away.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. No, that ain't it. That feels pretty bad right now because now that Aegis is just nothing. Right? Like, he doesn't want to come and engage with no BKB for a minute and a half. That's half the Aegis. He might be forced to, honestly, because the rest of his team is pretty ready here, but BZM reveals the full Mjolnir, just puts it all together. Now, you know, in that time frame, we've got the Aghanim Scepter finished here for Miero, so he's quite a bit tankier, but Akez still can't go into this engagement without his BKB. And like, does this Largo Ags even change that much for him? I feel like it lets him farm and split push a little bit faster, and it'll feel great if he gets a Catalyst.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it's looking like at the moment.
They need that for sure. And obviously, being able to throw the Crooked Genius onto the Viper, that is something that can make all the difference in the world. Like, it's percentage-based damage. It's good stuff, but I don't know. Scary. Scary.
Under attack.
And this is, again, it comes back to this idea of just like the pressure that was here for Boom Boys to keep going. The burden that you have in this draft is very heavy. You must keep pushing on the map. You must keep getting objectives. And they stalled out. And they itemized to create this stall on Iron Wing, and they have succeeded. They have done this so many times against so many teams. And I'm sure it never gets less frustrating to play against.
Frustration. All it takes is a moment. Mess up. Now they scan, they hit, they find Whitemon, but he's hexed. Gets inside the tombstone. Living for the moment. Now in trouble. Kiritich, you went in far. The Radiant scanned, but they still get him.
Yeah, BKB is back up here. Teammates are coming. They're not even going to try and do something after. A lot of respect here from Iron Wing. Just going to let him go down bottom. 3-3 is chasing after GPK a little bit here. Kind of bluffing, like, no, they're here. They'll be right here. And, well, here they come.
So the team moving in. GPK, Ari goes for the back line. There's no save for GPK. He's got to run.
But now his teammates are here.
Can they chase down Pure? Can they do anything at all? BKB already popped from Kiritich. He's in. On to Pure, and now turns on to BZM, and now trying to run in, but he's pushed away. The Ravage to turn it. Miero, it's not meant to be.
3-3, the
GPK, but wait a minute. No, hold on. They take down Pure.
It's not enough.
GPK comes in for the close, and now the chase on to 33. So just when you think with Miero dead that's starting to look good, he gets the blink out. Save, not able to put the exclamation point on the kill there. Wow.
Man, they needed that kill desperately on that IO.
Yes.
The Crozier came out during the Kez ulti. That was Kiritich's big play, right? It was like to get off the Raptor dance, heal up a little bit, and then keep going that fight. But then the Crozier happens, it's like, oh, I'm not healing very much right now, am I?
Had to jump away from that one with the grappling hook. But you can see, back and forth we go. I mean, this is what you want out of a game 3.
Oh, yeah. It was looking problematic there, especially with that last play. Losing the IO on this path to level 25 maybe opens up one last window here for Boom Boys to actually force something decent for them, but I am concerned with a Mjolnir, Dragon Knight, and an IO about to hit 25. How are they going to fight this?
I mean, that's going to be the thing to watch for. Like, Viper, no longer universal with his little ability there. But you do still have an incredible amount of right-click damage coming out from him. And I kind of wonder how strong the Croak of Genius Viper combo will be.
Yeah, it is good. I think it's, I mean, Kataomi, though, the weight upon him on this, like, he could just win this game with a curse. Likewise, you know, maybe a stolen Ravage here. It's very hard to get, though, as you already saw. Like, Save's trying, but he's just getting hit with the Kraken Shell. Big Tide buffs.
Oh, and Largo did not get it. Did not get the Catalyst. Instead, the Enchanter's Bauble.
Oh, game 3, he says. I be bobbling. Okay. All right, so basically, if he gets the bauble, I guess not necessarily says he thinks it's going late.
Well, he didn't have an option for it. I checked. Like, he didn't have an option for Conjurer's Catalyst.
Oh, no, but I just mean compared to other items.
I see.
But yeah, exactly. And likewise, though, the Tidehunter did get the Catalyst. So throwing out the, I mean, these waves are just going to explode. All right, Shadowblade finished up for the Dragon Knight. New avenue into the engagements here for BZM. Satanic done for GDK. He is really going in for the identity of the tower in this game. Very limited mobility. He's a very hard-hitting and tanky slug, but a slug nonetheless.
Yeah, that is going to be the problem. I mean, the Hurricane Pike is nice at least. Kiritich, I mean, again, like, you've got these jumps that can happen from Lion, which hypothetically sound good in the late game, but, like, is Io really going to be able to kill Kiritich in the duration of a Lion disable? Probably not.
I feel like you just need a Swift Blink. Like, I just think you need a Blink sometimes.
Oh, for the
like,
Viper.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like, you know, bring back TC Dota. the Blink Viper gamer himself.
Ari trying to run will make his way out under the cover of that Glimmer Cape. EZM, in the meantime, is in pretty deep here. He is a little surrounded. GK, they find him. He didn't get it off in time, and Whitemon tries to salvage it. Not gonna happen. Just gonna end up dead as well. 2 down. Boom Boys find their target. 33. He's Crozierin, but the winner's curse. They've got him caught again. The rest of the squad coming in, but I don't think they're going to be able to help him.
They're on to Ari, too.
In fact, they've got him. Ari under fire with Miero chasing. Wait, 33 got out?
He made the space.
Oh!
Ari in the stun. He's looking for a blink.
He's trying to get out of there. Let him escape. It's not going to happen. They find and they kill the Lion, but he got his Tidehunter out of dodge.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. He definitely saved him on that one. And Pure takes advantage of this. He's pushing the bottom tower right now with a creep.
And that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it forces out the glyph. They're constantly doing these counter plays across the map with the relocate. It's very frustrating. That's, you know, the talent at 20 and the level 25 with the -2 seconds. He is just everywhere right now. It does mean you don't have to worry about this attacking the tethered target with the DK at the very least.
Well, Trent, I will say, I'm wondering, we've seen a lot of these games with some split push, some rat Dota coming out. Can you imagine? Is there a way, is there a possibility?
A Stygian DK IO hitting the base?
I don't know.
I tell you, it'll be very fast.
See what they end up going for.
He gets level 30 or something on this IO, and we get into that stage, it's gonna be really hard to deal with. Of course, they do have the best solution. Yeah. You know, they picked it first after the IO. It is the Winter Wyvern.
Well, the other problem, they're going to need to deal with this pressure coming into the base. The creep already very low. Stun out from Ari.
I'm trying to sneak a bit here on the top with the invis, but there is a sentry down.
Building falling. They don't have great answers to this. They tried to take down that banner, but the banner still stands.
Kataomi way back on the Wyvern.
33 broken. Stun. 33 in trouble. 33 dead. And now Kiritich jumps onto the DK. There is no buyback on 33. No buyback on DK. Why did he go in right there? Oh, no. Oh, the crumble, the crumble. Pure, he relocated nowhere. What is happening? They're dying. He's trying to get out of there. The save for the moment, the tombstone, but he's into the fountain. That doesn't mean you're safe, sir. They're chasing in. They're going down. Yes, they do. They take him down. Boom Boys say enough. We are done with this main stage game. We're going to end this now.
Nowhere is safe.
No buybacks, no answer. We're thinking about 15 minutes down the line.
They've just bought a Deso. This game is over.
This game, GG is called. Boom Boys knock out Iron Wing.
A haymaker to the face.
They just sit GPK up there. You can run from the Viper, but you can't hide. You go in your base. I will come for your buildings. They won't move away from me. Give me the croak. I will do the rest. That telekinesis plus the break from the Viper blew up 3-3. The fight was over.
They destroyed that one. That was nuts. And again, one of these moments where like it was looking sort of like maybe you had a way back into this for Iron Wing. Things were swinging back that direction, and oh God, it's gotta hurt. I mean, get knocked out like that this moment for 33 on the main stage.
I mean, that's high ground defense, Tidehunter. You're thinking like, okay, I'm gonna gush these waves. All right, I'm gonna come in with this Ravage. He's calculating. He's thinking about all the possibilities. He's got Krellas. Their saves all abound, but
somewhere, but it is proving to be a potential very active early game for this first game of the best of 3. This active early game is probably gonna be very exciting. Definitely gonna be very exciting. You know what's also very exciting? It's an interview with Coach Blitz.
Absolutely, extremely exciting to have a legend like Blitz here with us today. Sir, it's not the first time Liquid has gone up against Falcons. Many times before. In fact, one of the longest standing rivalries out there. What's it like to play against this team again?
It's incredibly humbling. I believe that this is the first time that me and one of AUI's teams have ever met on the main stage. I think this is the first time. A lot of people don't know this, but AUI is a person that I've known the longest in Dota. This is 20 years now that I've known this guy. And so to look to my right and see him in this position, it's really emotional for me, and it's like one of the coolest full circle moments of my Dota career. You know, I don't think we have a lot left in us, and so being able to do it one time at least, it's you know, have a good cry backstage, and it's awesome. It really is.
Well, it's good to hear that if you're going to go against anybody, you're going against a good friend and someone that's been around for a long time. Let's talk a little bit about that draft then and your guys' plan. Now, the panel has been talking a lot about this Spirit Breaker hero potentially being this counter to the Bounty Hunter. We're seeing this pseudo-global strat with Prophets and Wisps and all this. Is that kind of the plan against the Spirit Breaker? Is it specifically against Bounty, or did you have something else in mind?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you see the Bounty hero, you have to kind of address it. We took the Lina because it's a high-value hero, and then after that, you know, in Dota, as soon as you see a hero, you want to address it because it's going to be a support. You know, there's no core Bounty Hunter shenanigans, so it's kind of easy to one-to-one it. You know, I credits to them because they didn't really play it, and I think both our teams got our ass beat by it, so they're just like, we're going to YOLO run it. And I respect that because we have not played Breaker a single time. So both teams are kind of just saying, you know what, it's TI, let's throw caution to the wind, have a bit of a good time, and trust our players to be able to execute.
I trust we're going to have a hell of a series. Thank you so much, Blitz. We're so excited to see how this one goes, and we'll check it out with our casters.
Thank you so much, Sir Action Slacks. We are here, lower bracket international play. That means elimination on the line. Falcons versus Liquid. One of these teams is going home.
Yeah.
I don't know if a lot of people would have expected that coming in.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you're one of the people out there who still has a flawless bracket, congratulations. I think you're in the top 1% already with these few series being played. I personally was not expecting either of the. Oh, actually, excuse me. I was expecting Liquid here. I did pick Yandex, but I did not pick Falcons to lose yesterday. But here we are. And only one of these teams will make even the top 6. And of course, keep in mind, there's TI winners on both sides. There's recent TI winners on both sides, as a matter of fact, the previous 2 champions.
That's right.
So this is a battle of who fluked the least.
Would
Shannon.
you have guessed that they've never met on stage before? That sounds crazy, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming he means specifically TI main event.
Right.
Falcons versus Liquid. I can believe that.
It's more AUI.
Oh, AUI coach team. Yeah, that's true, actually.
That seems really hard to believe, but he would know better than anybody. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting storyline, I suppose, as we get into the early stages of the game. Let's talk about the lineups. Spirit Breaker early pick, Cinder. Talk to me about this cow.
I love this hero. I personally think it's been a little bit undervalued. It's not a hero I was expecting to see a lot, but I think it does have some games that it can be cool. And obviously against Bounty Hunter, you're inspired to try to run this. It's a historical classic counter. You see Bounty anywhere on a sentry, you can charge him across the map. You can keep track of him, no pun intended, and actually kill him at his own game. And also, in this meta, where a lot of the carries are ranged, you have this option that you're seeing Liquid exploit in this draft, where you pick Spirit Breaker, Lina as the first 2, and they could be, the Spirit Breaker could have been 4 or 5, the Lina could have been 2 or 1, so mid or safe lane. And they end up effectively doing a 180 at the very end, putting Mickey on the carry Lina to give Nisha a very nice last pick for the game as well. I think this is a beautiful draft from Liquid. I definitely favor them in this individual game. Also because Razor is a big question mark for me. Like, this hero we have barely seen. It has definitely fallen off a cliff. Mickey will be on the receiving end of said Razor, though.
Nice caster curse.
Actually, will
Mickey dies.
find a kill.
Tofu will get dropped by Snake King in the meantime in this top lane.
Both lanes going well to start for the Falcons.
Well, that answers your question about Razor, I guess. I mean, I'm more surprised we haven't seen Razor against, I mean, maybe it's not good anymore, against the Lone Druid, which we've been seeing constantly. That used to be an old counter at least.
Yeah, I think that lane is still really tough now. That's what's surprising for this. Amar picked it blind, too. They had only seen the Lina, and the Lina could have gone mid, so he knew none of his matchups. Or he knew a Spirit Breaker who he wasn't necessarily even laning against. It was like, we'll play Razor. If there's a team to do it, it would be Falcons. They are the Razor team of all time, playing it on all 3 core positions across countless patches.
Up Skeeter, Sunstrike's coming. He will drop inside of the Pit of Malice. And that is the scary part of the Underlord Rubik combination. Actually, I think the win rate with these two is not particularly good, but you can see the combo is excellent. Being able to telekinesis back in to basically ensure a second route. Fox able to TP back, and obviously will be able to charge at any point. I mean, how early do you want to roam, if at all? I mean, I'm guessing you do on the cow.
That's the downside in this game, is that I think it's very hard to leave Lina alone. This hero is super fragile when it comes to playing in the safe lane if you leave your support away from her, because she's just prone to being dove in the tower. And she's playing into Bounty Hunter plus a hero with high damage. He never really knows where Bounty is, can just get stunned and then into a static link. So I think Boxy is kind of pinned down a little bit in that sense, which is I think the biggest flaw of Liquid's draft here is it's not great for Spirit Breaker to have to play like that. Maybe when Lina starts semi-jungling, you can try to pivot away from that, but yeah, so far so good for Falcons still, in spite of that one death up top onto Skeeter. Still looking great on the core net worths. All their lanes are working out just fine.
Yeah, Malrine 19 and 7 in the mid lane with Nisha on his Invoker at 15 and 5.
Yep.
And what type of build are we expecting to see from the Invoker? Is there any variation these days? Because it feels like it's usually the heavy egg sort.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer. I think Nisha's just going to stick to the standard here. I don't think there's any reason to deviate too much. It has been a little bit surprising to me, actually, to see just how one-dimensional Invoker play has become. This hero historically has always had different modes between Wex and Exort as the 2 primary ways of playing, but in this tournament, I genuinely believe every single game that I have seen Invoker, it has been playing Exort with Meteor Hammer, I think every time. And obviously, it's... Oh, hang on, Mickey.
Okay, getting gone on. It's a lot of damage from Amar right now.
I think the Invoker build is kind of a consequence of, at least in part, the bigger map. You need to be able to farm efficiently, and with the Meteor Hammer, you're farming stacks in the jungle. You still have tower pressure, and of course, you are going to go for your shard to kill waves without even showing your hero.
Snake can do a lot of damage here. We didn't even mention that he's playing his signature hero.
He is the best 5 Mirana.
I mean, people are playing Mirana these days a little bit more often, but even when this hero is completely out of the meta, you can expect him to still pick Mirana at some point during a tournament. So all of that experience over the years definitely going to be paying off.
He must have been super happy when this hero got Celestial Quiver, because I think that was what the hero was really lacking to keep up with a lot of the other heroes' buffs over time. Was Mirana's laning was just too weak. She had so little damage. Now that is compensated for, see Snake King run it when it's appropriate.
Yeah, well, Crit is now getting charged. Malrine will secure the first power rune of the game. It's a damage, as Boxy will successfully charge and then back away. Wasn't really any kill threat quite yet. Only a level 3 Spirit Breaker, in fact. Does have the Dust, though, as we're going to see the Tornado into Fade Bolt. So Tofu making his way over here, which means it's a 1v1 in the top lane at the moment. Sven versus Underlord, which...
They're just going to farm.
Yeah.
So, not too interesting.
No
bottom lane, though. This could be another attempt onto Mickey in the tower. They have creeps coming in and a siege wave.
Yep, charge is coming.
This puts charge on cooldown as well.
Dire structures.
Yep,
the Platinum Field barely ticks Mickey. The stun coming out from Crit under the tree line will show himself. Gonna reset now as Amar still chilling in the south.
Here comes Malrine, though.
Oh, absolutely. Static Link is there with the fissure to follow. Mickey dead again. Second death of the game. Oh, a good attempt on the Malrine ult. The damage is what matters there as Amar is able to secure the double kill. Sunstrike not going to be there. Was looking for the potential. Does he have after? Yeah, I was going to say he's looking for the stun, but was out of range, but damage was all he needed.
And there's definitely something to be said about comfort, right? Like, there's a couple of things happening in this game already. Amar gets to play, I'm sure you would agree, one of his at least top 5 heroes of all time. It's hard to pick.
Yeah. Skeeter, double root, Sunstrike does hit, so Skeeter
nice.
Down and out. Ace will be very happy with that because Falcons were starting to pull away a bit with this 2K net worth lead.
Yeah, but that was what I was going to say about this bottom lane is that you have Amar on extreme comfort, and then at the same time, I feel like Mickey Lina is not a hero-player combination that I know he can play it. It's not that, but that is not in his like absolute elite wheelhouse, and this definitely seems like an afterthought that they put him on it. So you combine the fact that he's playing that, Amar is on his Razor, and you're laning into Bounty Hunter, with Boxy playing in the safe lane as well, which is also a little bit unusual for the Liquid side. So there's a lot of like individual elements out of the ordinary for them, and it can compound sometimes. I think on paper, this bottom lane doesn't go this badly.
Tornado with the Meteor on top of Malrine, but he has the haste, so he can run around. It's the fissure. Snake King not going to do too much. Did have to TP, though.
Amar's game is insane, actually. He's doubling up Mickey at 8 minutes.
Oh, that's
Is
dirty.
this for real?
Wow.
He's 4,600. Lina's 2,400.
Let me look at that Dota Plus.
I mean, this genuinely just can't. Yeah, by the way, here's ability if you.
Wow.
I don't know about that, but
it hasn't been wrong yet since we've asked. And
your sample size is 1 game.
No, it's been 2 now.
Hey, the other game it was bugged and said 100% from the beginning.
And it was correct.
It was right.
That's right. Don't question these things.
Yep, okay.
Brit's going to get a courier kill. Another benefit of having the Bounty Hunter. Of course, we've seen it time and time again in this tournament.
Yeah, I do think it did deliver its stuff to Boxy, though, so it does have a dust. But yeah, crit being super annoying.
I mean, what else? I'm not saying it hasn't worked yet, as we're going to see the Spirit Breaker with the Laguna Blade. Amar is there with the Plasma Field and the Static Link. Attempting to TP is the Lina. Not going to happen. Mickey dead. Looks like the Spirit Breaker does successfully TP out, but still the bigger kill going the way of Falcons.
I would actually love to see a replay of that. I think Boxy survived by like 1 frame because the arrow just narrowly hit Lina before she died.
Amar goes through the Fiend's Gate and greets Ace as a result, using his own spell against him. He's getting charged from pretty far away as Ace kind of resigned to his death now. Plasma Field will finish the job.
This is such a rare thing to see happen.
And meanwhile, really Falcons keeping the pressure on in this mid lane. Yeah, this is high action for sure. What we love to see.
4K.
And I feel like a lot of this is set up just by the fact that they have the Bounty Hunter, which it's interesting because at the beginning of this tournament, have a look at the replay here. The Fiend's Gate was
arrows coming here. It just hit him. He was going to die to the Razor, right?
Yeah,
and then the arrow goes on Spirit Breaker.
Right.
So close call, but I mean, they still got the primary prize there.
Oh, this is some good leeching, although they do spot on Boxy with the Sentry.
Oh, that's
it's
a fortunate
bash as
bash.
well. A second bash. All right. Needs all the luck he can get to kill Crit, apparently, who has been owning this game, really. Like I was saying, the Bounty Hunter, it wasn't really a hero on anybody's radar at the beginning of this tournament. Now we're starting to see a huge resurgence.
Yeah, it's like...
And what are the... what kind of counters do you think people will come up with? Because Spirit Breaker is obviously supposed to be the counter of this game. So far, not working, but of course, we're not at the level 6s yet for Boxy. Oh, I say that, he just hits level 6 now. Does he not skill his ult at 6?
I would say, historically, there's like 3 ways Bounty Hunter, whenever he's been in the, let's say, the active pool, if you will, where he's a big part of a tournament. There's been 3 ways of mostly approaching this hero. One is the Spirit Breaker style, where you have 1 or 2 designated Bounty Hunter killers that just have extremely good ways of hunting him down. The other one is to play heavy 5-man, so Bounty Hunter can't skirmish and get track kills.
Yeah.
But Dota has changed a lot since then, so I don't really consider that a counter per se. And the third one is just deathballing, right? Which I would say you could say overlaps a little bit with the second one, but you could play team fight without having push.
Shadow.
But no teams are heavy pushing and winning in 25 minutes either, right? So there's a lot of conditions that are good for Bounty.
The downside of having Moonlight Shadow in this game is they're already going to have so much vision for the bounty hunter. You might not get full value. Mickey continuing to get hounded by crit, though. He's leeching this XP, getting closer and closer to that level 6. And, I mean, he is the lowest level in the game right now, but he's been the MVP, I would argue, as well. As Mallory now has...
nice.
Okay, the Sunstrike just clipped Snaking. Nicely done. Right on the tail of the mount. But yeah, Blink Dagger is revealed already from Mallory.
Back paw, but I guess that's enough to kill...
Yeah, what's the hitboxes on Mirana's mount? I don't know.
That should help.
Was very close to being a miss, but doesn't matter. It's full damage no matter where you hit, unlike with an AWP.
That's true.
That would have been a leg shot in CS. That would not have killed.
Original CS leg shot still killed.
Did they actually?
The OGs out there, shout out to you guys.
That's why you were good at that.
I just hit them in the toes every time. And this tier 1 tower actually taking pretty heavy damage from Liquid. It can be denied, though, now from Falcons if they choose. But Malrine in the cover of the smoke crit. He's going to be taken out first, but it will be a trade, it seems, so support for support. Even Amar making his way over. Not really getting too much out of it, though.
Yeah, curious to see his build this game. Like I said, offlane Razor, this might be... If it has been picked before in this tournament, I want to say it's been once.
So far, it's casual Yasha into eventual BKB.
Yeah, pretty standard for him.
God Strength pop, so some farm for Skeeter in the enemy triangle.
Stealing away a double stack from... Most likely, Nisha was going to take that one.
It really needs to hit level 6 here. This is... a little bit too active, maybe.
It's fine. He's done his job.
Absolutely.
So
he's going to hit this 14-minute mark. Wisdoms will be up soon. It looks like, based on positioning, that it'll just be trades on each respective side. Meteor Hammer online for Nisha with the Boots of Travel, so he's farming quite well. But still, you can see the separation with the Razor and the Sven for Falcons.
I mean, the vast majority of this lead is the bottom lane, right? That's what's so surprising to me, is that Amar is 3K ahead of the Lina still. When I said I liked Liquid's lineup a lot this game, it was obviously under the condition that the lanes go according to expectation, and I'm sure they would agree themselves that this bottom lane has just been a miss this game. Maybe it is just a lot harder than you would think, because they obviously chose it too, right? That's what's worth remembering. They knew this was coming. They knew it was going to be Bounty Razor offlane when they saw the draft.
Oh, Skeeter is actually running right into Liquid's potential gank here. Smoke, do they have vision?
Oh, doesn't look like it.
No.
That would have been a big find.
Soon, Nisha shows up. Yeah, a little bit too far away now. Very close call, actually. Smoke's still active, but they won't get much out of it.
Probably worried about initiating on the Sven here with the amount of damage that they have. The kill will be so slow that if there's any backup nearby, combined with tier 1 TPs.
Skeeter's going for a Blink Dagger, which will align with the BKB on Amar. And
they have the same net worth.
Yeah, it's absurd. And Malrine about to finish his Boots of Travel. So they're going to be aligning some pretty juicy items for Falcons. And with the track online, you'd expect them to look for some fights here pretty soon. And for Liquid, what do we have coming? The big story is Mickey just off to an abysmal start.
Yeah.
That's Brown Boots Maelstrom.
I think his hero will just struggle to get involved until he gets Pike. There's just way too many pitfalls. You get caught by any of the stuns, you just die. You're playing without saves until Rubik has Shard, which it looks like is not on the early menu for Tofu. He's going for an Essence Distiller first. Yeah, not much to rely on in that regard.
At the very least, Ace is farming quite well. He's getting close to the Aghanim Scepter, so he'll have that global presence.
Also, a fun little detail here. If you look at Boxy's inventory on the Spirit Breaker, I haven't seen this much this tournament, running double Raindrop. This was actually changed in the most recent patch, that if you have 2 Raindrops in your inventory, they proc 1 at a time. Used to always proc both at once. Crit will die here. A little bit of Nisha combo. So when I heard about that, I was like, there's actually a handful of heroes that could be useful on. It's really cheap mana regen plus the spell block. You have the inventory slots for it, and you don't want to do a Sage Mask build-up, which Spirit Breaker doesn't really. Kind of cool to see it here.
Yeah, that seems pretty strong.
I mean, there's some questions about whether it was intended behavior. I think it wasn't even documented in the changelog, if I'm not mistaken, that they suddenly
So it could be a bug, is what you're saying.
It could be.
Okay.
That they don't share.
They spot Amar. The Ags is now online for Underlord. As Crit might be the one spotted, takes a full plasma field. Amar very close to the BKB, so definitely doesn't want to fight quite yet. As Skeeter and Snake are going to use Moonlight Shadow. Nice tornado though from Nisha, and there's the Fiend's Gate onto Skeeter. Will have to scurry away. The arrow does hit the Invoker, but the action comes in from Liquid. Look at the damage right on top of that spin. Absolute punishment as Liquid finally getting something going for themselves.
How did Nisha actually see them there? He reacted instantaneously to that blink stun Sven. I thought the vision advantage was in Falcon's favor there.
He's still a young kid. He's still 25. That's a youngster.
Turned out he's only 25.
You were shocked. Like, I thought he was 40 years old. My goodness.
I was like, I thought Nisha played in 2014. I was like, I did the math. He would have been 13.
He started in diapers, didn't you know?
Apparently he played.
True prodigy.
Apparently he played his first pro games in like 2017, 2018. So the more you know. Nice play from Liquid, though, setting that up. That was a huge counterplay. It's about half the lead for Falcons gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, but they will have these items coming in pretty shortly.
Yeah, Amar's BKB is complete. He's now going to go for the Manta into Lincoln's. So pretty standard Amar build once again. Wondered if he was going to consider Sanjay and Yasha here, but probably thinks the Manta just has too much value against Pit of Malice in particular.
Yeah. For sure. Lincoln's is interesting. Is that mainly just for the Spirit Breaker?
It's also just a feels-good item on Razor. A lot of the time, this hero is just about stick on a target and make the enemy team waste as much as possible on you. But yeah, against Spirit Breaker, it's a double whammy against Lina as well.
Cold Snap into the Tornado with the Meteor, but here's a counteraction from Malrina coming to get the Echo Slam onto Nisha, but will run away shortly after. Starts out as a 1-for-1. Sunstrike does hit Amar to the BKB. Boxy, the Bash God, helps get the double kill for Mickey, who desperately needed something to go his way to get back into this game. And just like that, he's 4th in net worth after being the bottom of the cores not too long ago.
Boxy's high rolling this game. There's been a couple of crucial bashes in the right moment. That one, I would say, straight up necessary for that kill, but Mickey...
Not over yet. That is a track kill onto Mickey. He thought he could get away with just getting a kill or two here and there. But back down to the bottom of the net worth of the cores, just like that, with one death. That's how close it is right now.
At the very least, Nisha is catching up in a big way here. 4-0-5 on the Invoker, almost top net worth now. And how many games have we seen Nisha on this hero just destroy late game? There's a handful of heroes where I think Liquid feel very confident going late, even if their other cores aren't doing too hot. I think Invoker, I think Puck, Ember, you know, Storm occasionally. Nisha can just take over games. And they'll find an opening on Skater, no BKB yet.
Ace, using the Fiend's Gate to get a little bit of extra move speed here onto Skeeter. We'll get the kill. Was not truly global, but a kill is a kill, and it's a big one again for Liquid. I mean, in terms of pacing, which team is happier right now, would you say? Let's get into the late game discussion here,
I would say, considering what happened in the last few minutes, I think Liquid should be feeling really good about this.
Boxy, you say that.
Not about this.
The typical caster
the game state is good. That kill is largely inconsequential. He got the Arcane Rune. It's honestly quite fine. Taking that away from Malrine. But yeah, just getting a breather, because this was one of those games where things could have gone out of hand real fast. Like, you're down 5k out of the laning stage against Bounty Hunter. We've seen a game like Vision yesterday, game 3, the game just felt over real fast. And Liquid have more than a fighting chance here. Connecting on crit, it's going to steal Shadow Walk. That's going to be another stun.
Absolutely,
Speaking of
but
stuns.
Yeah, Malrine jumps right back in onto Toph. There's going to be a track kill as Amara comes in as well. It'll be a trade of supports yet again, but Mickey in a lot of trouble versus this Razor. No chance at all. Double kill for Amar, and Nisha taking quite a bit of damage in turn. Looks like he'll be able to walk away. And something we didn't really talk about, and the panel brought it up briefly, but on paper, this is an insane Rubik game, as it looks like the Tormentor will go the way of Falcons.
It is, but it also requires net worth. And the way Liquid plays.
Oh, Fiend's Gate after the fact. They've already gotten the Tormentor. The charge comes in from Boxy with the Firestorm to follow. Another Pit of Malice right on top of this Sven as Nisha's there with the Deafening Blast and the Meteor. It's enough to take him out. Nisha now another Tornado, keeping the Earthshaker at bay. Boxy desperately trying to get through the Fiend's Gate, and he does successfully keep the attempt. Malrine, the Echo Slam, the last moment to cancel it out, beats him into oblivion. Tofu steals the Echo Slam. No kill to come from it, but he will get away safely, it seems, as Falcons are a little bit too low. As the charge is continuing on, but a little bit too far away to connect.
That was really, really close to
And
be
Rubik
great
makes
for
these
Liquid.
fights hilarious. Such an awesome hero.
That's what I'm saying. If Tofu gets the net worth, this could get very interesting, but the way Liquid usually plays, Tofu doesn't necessarily take so much space, and in this game, he kind of has to. His 4 is a Spirit Breaker. He's not going to farm much, and there's just too much value in getting items on Rubik here. Fissure is a semi-reliable steal. Track is great to have. Even if you have the Shard, Shadow Walk, I assume would be pretty nice too.
Yeah, for sure. That's like a ranged stun for Lina, effectively.
I do believe you steal both abilities when you steal Shadow Walk from Bounty. I'm not positive.
What do you mean by both? Oh, right.
Maybe you have to...
I think you would.
I think maybe you have to steal when he casts Friendly Shadow specifically. I actually don't know that for a fact. But, I mean, there's other great steals. Moonlight Shadow, Stormhammer is amazing.
Plasma Field.
Plasma Field's decent, but yeah, you mostly want stuns. So your Lina and Invoker can just stand and deliver with all of their massive output.
Well, if you steal Plasma Field, you can just farm.
That's true.
Then you can get your items you've been talking about.
Pretty good.
And Amar working on the Lincoln Sphere that we talked about. Malrine on Earthshaker has the Blink Kaya with the Boots of Travel. Looks like he'll finish off the Yasha.
Yasha, yeah. Feels good item on this hero.
And what do you buy after that on Earthshaker?
I think you buy a BKB this game. You want to have the...
All right, give me a better answer after that then.
You want Refresher, I'm sure.
Hell yeah.
Octarine is also very good.
Okay.
If you go BKB, there is a world where you could consider Aghanims, because this is going to be a game with a lot of movement. He is queuing up BKB now, so I think that's going to be telling after this.
Malrine going to be found immediately. Fiend's Gate again. Arrow to try to give him some space. Not going to hit though. Is Tofu in the midst of all of this as Ace gets another Pit of Malice onto 2 heroes. Skeeter and his God Strength. They find Nisha all alone. Double kill for Amar. Ace desperately trying to get through his Fiend's Gate again. He regrets his decisions. Stun locks are there. Liquid lose 3. Falcons nada. And this could be Roche.
Is real bad for Liquid. A bad place to fight, outnumbered, and you lose the Roche immediately after. And this is going to start eclipsing a 5-digit gold lead now
Radiant's middle
for the Falcons side. All 3 top cores on their team. Not often we see Shaker in this position. Like we've had the hero picked a couple of times as a core, but he tends to not really get to shine. But Malrine on these melee mids, man. There's a lot of M's.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Gonna pick up a haste rune now. And they're also gonna take the mid tower. And this was largely on Liquid's initiative. That's what makes that extra bad. It wasn't like they were getting jumped. They were trying to go on Malrine, and the counterplay was just immediate out of Falcons. Make a recipe away from BKB. A pipe dream to get to have impact in this game. It's been very quiet from him. I say that he's 5-5, which I think is actually kind of impressive given how much he's been run over.
He definitely made a
but
bit of
obviously
a comeback.
not the carry scoreline you're looking for, regardless.
It's funny when I think of Amar, I think of Mars, obviously, but that hero obviously doesn't exist since he even Amar's not picking up.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think Crystallis and Amar are the only 2 people that reliably will pick Razor, regardless of meta, which is pretty cool to see. I mean, old school Razor was kind of just an anti-carry. I mean, it still is to a degree, but you don't have to play this position 1, which Amar has shown time and time again. Well, I guess it depends on your perspective. If he's actually playing position 1 from the off lane.
What position is he in this game, really?
I mean, that's why he's such a great person to have on fantasy. You know, plays position 1 or plays position 3 as 1.
Yeah, but you pick them as a pairing. So in those games, you have Skitter.
Oh, yeah.
And when Amar is playing 1, Skitter is playing 3. You don't get both ones.
That's
If you could
unfortunate.
pick individual carry and individual offlane, and they didn't have to be from the same team, I think Amar would be a really high value pick, and then you pick a carry from another team.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, it's one of the very unique things about Falcons that they have a carry that can play very selfless, but there's also been games, this tournament's a great example of it, where Skater has just hard carried on a hero like Terrorblade. They can have it both ways, and a lot of teams don't really have that luxury, so pretty cool. And
They've
this
been
game
leaning on that a little bit more lately too, I would say.
Yeah.
Amar plays more traditional than we're used to seeing. He will show off his Manta here, pressuring the tier 2 tower.
Be under attack.
Aegis for 3 minutes. Crit is found. Essence Distiller, Dust, and Meteor. Nice meatball to consume for you.
There's always something funny about when they die from the
swabbies.
Just the immediate connection of the meteor.
Radiant's top tower.
Gonna lose the tower though. Amar will use the space, finish this off.
Top tower has fallen.
Looking for a pike next to go with his other utility items. Makes a ton of sense here. I think his job in this game is just ruin Lina. If he can mess up every fight for Mickey, Falcons are just gonna win the game. Like, I think it's actually that simple. So he's gonna buy all the items that give him mobility and tankiness, and then he's just gonna run at the Lina, link her. If she wants to pike away, he's gonna pike on top of her, and yeah, just ruin her fight.
Yeah, well, the Hurricane Pike is supposed to do something about that.
Yeah, but when you have the pike and she has the pike, who does it first?
Very true.
Who does it better? And even if she does break the static link, maybe her position is just pretty compromised then, right? Like or at least she definitely gets away from the fight a lot.
From Falcon.
Dire's bottom tower be under attack.
Might be the one they open up on. Fissure to block him off with the God Strength initiation. Arrow does hit. Easy kill.
That is an interesting BKB from Skater. Just wanted to see if it still works. It does.
Right. Well, they're going to get the Echo Summon on a Boxy. He's going to get to the other side of the wall, but it doesn't matter. Amar is there, as well as Skeeter's last right click. So they find the 2. As Tofu spotted on the other side of the map. Falcons are so aggressive. The arrow will be dodged. And use the Yules. So actually, that was an offensive Yules. Still tracked up, so still have the vision. Oh, Mickey, he comes in to try to help, apparently. Nisha's there, though, as well. They're going to try to fight this out 2 versus 5, potentially. They kill off the bounty. No, I say that. The Lotus saves him. Crit is still wanting to die, apparently. Gets off the track, and now Malrine jumps in, destroys Nisha. Double kill for Snay. And Mickey, the last remaining member, attempting to TP out, and he will.
Okay, well.
But heavy, heavy casualties from Liquid.
Help a friend syndrome there. Could have just cut Tofu. Instead, you also lose your Invoker.
And now it's
you had to PQD your Lina. You lose your mid tower, which you probably could have defended with Invoker. This is just bad, going worse and worse for Liquid. A very one-sided affair. And I think yesterday, also a rather disappointing showing from Liquid. Obviously, the game 1 felt like one they should have taken the win in against Yandex. Game 2, they kind of got rolled. Doesn't seem like they've made the right adjustments, at least heading into game 1 today. Would be a huge shame for them to, you play the group stage, you go 4-1, go to the main event, lose 4 games in a row? Yeah. And that's it?
Radiant's
We've seen it before, though. Even with different formats.
Yeah.
And
Not a lot of people would have expected it, though.
I mean, it's an old adage. We bring it up all the time. The more you lose, the more you learn, Cinderin. You just get by barely.
Well, they've lost 3 in a row if this one is a loss, so it's time to learn and learn quick.
They have the time, though.
And most importantly, what's the win expectancy here? All right, 6%.
Go to plus, huh?
Believe in Liquid to win 1 in 20 times here.
I mean, I wouldn't say this is 100% for sure.
No, it's not. You can, late game Invoker with Underlord. Lina on the high ground defending. Stuff can happen.
As we always say, high ground is very difficult.
The thing that does not inspire a lot of confidence in me is I feel like the way in which Liquid are losing fights is a little bit worrisome. I think they're just not on their A game with their decision making primarily. The spellcasting is fine, but they're just selecting fights that I would argue they just shouldn't take. Oh,
they spot Nisha. Echo Slam right on top of him. Nowhere to go. Complete stun lock. Snaking, just racking up the kills on this support. Mirana has 7. He's leading everybody. He's tied with Amar with kills in this game. And on the other side, again, if somebody dies on one side, just expect to die on the other. And Skeeter just brings Ace to an end. Falcons just dominating this game number 1. And they're not done yet. Moonlight Shadow still active. They get the Yule's initiation. Arrow is going to be tanked by the Cow, but he's just going to get beat down by the Sven. As 2 last remaining members of Liquid will barely get back to base. They had to expend a BKB for Mickey as well. And this is likely to be some building. Despite there not being an Aegis, Falcons still keeping it extremely aggressive. I mean, are you a little bit surprised by that? Because they're notorious for just chilling with the lead.
I think...
Is it specifically this lineup?
If you have a bounty hunter in your team, he's going to make you look for kills. He will coordinate moves.
So that's what they've been missing all this time, huh?
Just needed crit on the bounty.
I mean, I feel like this hero in general is going to start getting maybe first phase banned. I don't know how you feel.
I think so too. The responses that we've seen just haven't really worked very well. So
this is your favorite shard in the game, right, for Nisha?
Very cool. Just walk through the creep wave and it dies. A lot of fans of that Ghost Walk out there.
I think there are. I would enjoy this myself. Amar, Lincoln's going to be popped into the charge, into the runaway.
Yeah, I mean, they can't really chase him down. They don't know where anyone else is.
They will smoke, though. I mean, they have to try something.
This is a Hail Mary. If this fails, I think they're just going to tap out. So better find the right target. Well, they'll find Crit.
Crit is a target. Sven is another inside of the Pit of Malice. He has the damage rune, though. Laguna Blade comes out. It's going to be at the call. Already the Cow is dead. Mickey drops as well. The buyback instantly from Mickey to try to come back into this fight. Ace completely isolated now. Nowhere to go. They get the track at the last moment. It will be reflected, but it matters not. Just kill after kill, and they're all... Ooh, okay, nice fissure from Malrine.
God, there's something most satisfying about that innate, the slugger. Yeah, when you kill people with fissure and just send them packing. Oh, man.
Skeeter will get a shard from the Tormentor.
1K gold per minute lead for Falcons. I was going to say they don't lose these. Nobody loses these, as a matter of fact.
Let's see if that's true. Dota Plus win probability on the screen, please. Let's make sure that that is accurate information.
It's 98-2, Shannon.
2?
Yeah.
Okay. It's possible then.
It's the Invoker. Invoker hits a wombo combo factor, or Mickey gets to play the game factor as well. Still been a tall order for him to really get into fights at all. I believe we have a listen in with one of the teams from the previous fight.
My iron makes
Yeah, good luck.
It's true though. They have to fight in their own vision, and they have to survive the first 3 seconds, which has not been the case so far.
Falcons have had the upper hand.
I mean, this is pro level though. This is the type of communication you're going to have in moments like these. Obviously, Liquid know that they're in big trouble, but you have to look for the one win condition that you have, which is borderline impossible to obtain. But that is exactly what Tofu was saying. There is we need to play under vision. We need to survive the BKBs. Because if they do that, all of a sudden, Underlord, Invoker, and Lina's net worth becomes really powerful. But while BKBs are running, they don't stand a chance. Like, they just can't kill a single hero. Look at Amar's inventory. 4,000 HP Satanic Manta Lincolns. He went away from the Pike idea and just beefed up even further. And now he's going for his classic Refresher.
Beef back on the menu, Skeeter.
Another track kill.
Get a nice burger out of that. Tofu. With a very soothing voice, I might add.
Yep.
A nice person to have on your team. Always very positive, even in games like this where you guys are struggling big time. Amar spots Mickey. Just wanted to let
Wait,
him
my
know,
item
hey,
isn't bugged?
I was here the whole time,
Why is my item not bugged so I can jump over the wall? It was a cute attempt.
Is that still the shard?
He genuinely might have never tried to do that before.
Oh, that's sad. They got rid of that shard, huh? The walk the dog shard?
Yeah.
That was fun.
But yeah, I don't blame you for not remembering the Shard of Razor, because we barely see the hero. It's been a while. It's always cool on the main stage when a team just runs, you know, some of their vintage stuff.
Oh, Fiend's Gate. Are they actually going to try to go
There
for
is
this?
literally no shot.
Go through it, Amar. I dare you. Go through it.
Faking it. He's faking the gate.
Yeah, that was just a scouting thing, I suppose, and it'll be a free Roche for Falcons in the end. I'll take the Aegis into the Fiend's Gate. I don't know where it is. Actually would have been not too bad.
Oh, not again.
Echo Slam.
Oh, there's the shard.
Oh.
Okay.
Tofu keeping Mickey out of harm's way.
Well, keeping him out of death's way, I guess.
Cheater.
Oh, he has the harpoon.
He does. Nisha is going to get storm hammered, but pops the BKB TP, the Nightfall. Shout out to Gork. The OG of that, apparently. I learned that today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He called it the Nightfall.
Yeah. Gotta give credit where credit is due, you know?
I did not know that.
Aghanim Scepter for Snake King now. He is so farmed. My goodness. He has Solar Crest, Drums, Force Staff, and now a full Ags.
The prize is mine.
What would you, when you were playing, which was a decade ago at this point, you saw somebody's farm like this on a position 4 or 5. What would you think?
It didn't exist. You couldn't farm like that. So
you'd be cheating back then, right?
It's like it's an interesting comparison because I mean, the amount of items that Snake King has now is what you would have on a carry.
Yeah.
Roughly. In terms of raw net worth, 16,000 net worth at 37 minutes would be, I would say, probably an average carry game 10 years ago, or at least an average off-lane game. So his farm is just... A lot has changed. It's a different game. But if somebody was super farmed in a support position is in your team, I mean, what's not to love? Just feel super confident. You're like, okay, we have 4 cores.
Right.
Right.
And if you go farther back in time as a support, you buy Divine Rapier, you die, give it to your teammate. That was an actually old strat. Moonlight Shadow from Falcons, 3 minutes on the Aegis. They would love to get a pickoff into the eventual push as Snake King's gonna get initiated on by Boxy. Finally, they get the jump this time. Laguna Blade, it's still not quite enough. Finally, the right clicks come through, but Underlord is the trade. Oh boy. So even when the trades come through, not in favor of Liquid. Well, I say that. Who has higher net worth? They're about the same, which is crazy.
Tornado, that was really important.
LSA onto 2 here, but Mallory with the counter initiation with the Echoes. I'm right on top of the Lina. Is it enough damage? Another one comes out. He's dead. Does have buyback if he wants to expend it here. And he will do exactly that. Mallory and company now chasing Nisha. Pops the Shiva Zamar. Thinking twice about it. Still has that Aegis, though. And Skeeter, his God Strength has run out. Charge onto 2 from Boxy. Gonna get a Stormhammer for his efforts into the Harpoon as well. Getting slowed quite a bit. We'll get to the other side, though, as a static link will not link for too long for Amar. Not super strong at the moment.
Man,
like Falcons reset.
Malrine is such a treat to watch on Shaker. It's just a beast. 4-0 and 18 so far. Been in 22 of the 30 kills. Perfect chaining of stuns there. Didn't give them a chance to protect Mickey whatsoever. And I believe that was the refresher reveal.
Yeah.
I don't know if Liquid even saw that he picked it up until this point, but...
They know now.
Now they know.
One would hope.
And also now with the level 25 talent, lower cooldown enchant totem, down to 3.5. He buys Octarine at sub 3.
Then Ags becomes real good.
Yep.
In theory.
I mean, even without it, it's still really, really nice. Just have such a low cooldown on chain stunning. And it travels 2 onto Skitter.
They're still keeping up the 1K per minute lead.
Yeah.
That is absurd.
This is very rare. Even in stomps for this tournament, this is rare.
This is a stomp with a bounty. We haven't seen a stomp with a bounty yet. This is what it looks like, apparently. Because usually it's relatively close or even bounties behind at the start.
I think yesterday, game 3 with Vision was also, but they didn't get to this point. Like, the game was over at 30, but they also didn't have as much GPM lead as there is now, even in that game. So, that's pretty crazy. Oh, I'm just trying to think of what the saving grace is here for Liquid, like what you can possibly buy to solve the problem.
Might be game 2 is the saving grace.
You have to buy damage. Like, I think the biggest problem here is that you, on one hand, you just get chain stunned to death, but on the other, if you get a good initiation, do you even have what it takes to kill a 4.4k HP Sven or Razor? I suppose if you chain stun them and hit everything, then maybe, but there's a Blink 4-staff Bounty Hunter that's always going to be able to offer some help. Mirana has Leap 4-staff.
I mean, we did see a nice comeback today with Boom Boys. Obviously, it was not a 42k deficit, mind you.
Yeah.
It did involve taking Roche, even though they were behind, which I thought was an excellent play. and then they took a fight with it, and they ended up winning, and that ended up snowballing them to the eventual game victory and series victory. But yeah, 43K is a different story, I would say.
Sure. Doing Invoker things. Currently sitting at 3 levels below the enemy position 5.
Yeah, we can talk about the 25 talents.
Snake King on the Mirana is same level as the enemy carry.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's getting up there. That's why I brought up the talents. I want to see what his 25.
I'm going to take him multi-shot every day.
Yeah, it is the one we see every single time.
It is so good.
I bet it's like a 9. It's got to be like
rather thoroughly
98% of games.
Yeah,
probably. God strength. Okay, double tap on the token.
Well,
goodbye. Mickey gets to the other side of the wall. The
and another
trouble. Beanscape's going to try to slow them a bit. Nice deafening blast onto a couple of heroes. Sunstrike will miss. Crit on the enemy base will blink out. I mean, it's still kind of annoying to go high ground against this Underlord.
Yep. And they do not have their Aegis now.
You have Roche Banner, though.
Yep.
And I mean, at this point, it's 2 minutes from when Roche could spawn. You probably wait for the next Roche.
Allies
and then you have double banner. Then you can take at least 2 sets of barracks without too much worry, I would think. Nisha, they know he's here.
No.
Vision, though.
Amars is here to farm.
Radiant's courier.
You're not going to hit this time.
Yeah, so effectively, Liquid have, I want to say, oh, nice. Tofu actually drew it. This is the part of the map that we control, is what he drew on the minimap. Yeah, about 10% of the map is probably under Liquid's control right now.
I think Boxy's circling the lower side. It's like, what about this?
What if we took this next 3%? Then we would have 13%. And Tofu's like, yeah, guys, if we want to come back in this game, I think we need more than 10% of the map. And it all starts with Vision. And hopefully for them not dying on Nisha. All right, he'll be okay. He can be TP out. The Gork.
Yeah, we can start calling it the Gork, I guess. Sure, why not? It's the travel now for Amar. I'm not sure where else you go with this hero. I feel like... And it's only 43 minutes in.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ags, I suppose.
Swift Blink is generally very good. You could maybe swap that for Refresher. So like ult, refresh, ult, blink in.
I mean, I would expect Refresher to... I mean, they're going to get Refresher Shard with this next Roche, and I would expect Skeeter to probably take that.
Yeah.
Because the downside of Sven is maybe you get a support kill with God's Strength, and then you get pushed out, and then it just runs out, and you can't really do much.
That's the multi-shot arrow now for Snake King.
Yeah,
so
this is...
You can fish for stuns on heroes. You could also just farm the entire map because your arrows all do Starstorm.
We need to do a tier list of 25 talent. This has to be top 5.
It's so good.
Would you say just right off the bat it's top 5?
It's really, really good. Because when you get to this point in the late game, a lot of the time what ends up deciding games when Mirana hits 25 is do you find that big arrow. And it just, you get so much vision, you get so much damage, and you have a dead Spirit Break. Oh, yeah, maybe not.
Echo Slamma Jamma, not happening. Malrine's stuck.
Never mind.
Nobody saw it. Just everybody watching the International right now. No big deal.
Great bait from Boxy there. That's one Echo Slam down.
That's just another form of taunt from Malrine. He's like, it's 48K lead, guys.
I don't even need this.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's too bad you can't tip yourself. I think he would have there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just the way for the rush. So 20 seconds away from that.
Didn't see it on the camera shot there. The admin in the Falcons booth was looking at his watch. A little bit like...
This is their standard now.
Yeah.
Usually it's when they get to like 5K lead early on. They slow it down and they just expand their lead slowly. But this one, they had to get 40K first and then halt the brakes. You know, like, wait a second. This isn't the Falcons' way. We got to get multiple Roches.
Oh, pardon me, it was in the Liquid booth. Well, that changes everything.
Oh, okay. Alreen. Cover of Moonlight Shadow. The blink from Red. Nisha's going to show himself. He's going to get Plasma Field with the Static Link as well. That Fissure stunning too. Still getting Static Link though, as Nisha just getting everything drained from him. Mika will have to pop the BKB. Now it's a 50k lead for Falcons. Malrine.
Well, that was riveting, says Snaking. Let me go to the jungle with my sacred arrow.
Yeah. Yes.
It's time for...
I mean, that could have been the end of the game, but Malrine didn't have Echo Slam, as we all saw why that was.
Gentlemen, let us acquire more wealth.
Yes. Delicious treats from Roche.
I need a 7th car, another automobile.
This one will come with a second life. That's a pretty damn good seatbelt.
That's something you can't buy.
The Dire has slain.
No, tell the billionaires that.
Well, I haven't found a way yet, as far as I'm concerned.
We'll see. I'm sure there's something. They freeze themselves sometimes.
Occasionally.
Occasionally they freeze themselves.
We're just leaving the goodies in the pit now, huh? Oh, okay, we're sending out a courier.
Ah.
No space for it. Just these pesky cheeses and banners.
Yeah, double banner's pretty nice.
The Squire will carry this.
Yeah, there's the Echo. Malrine uses Refresher, stun locked for days. Nisha dead for 80.
That's without buyback.
Indeed.
And that is 70 nice minutes for snaking.
Do you think Falcons go back to farming now? Is that the play?
Think or hope.
Do you think they want to get to a 100k net worth lead? Is that the play?
This team likes setting records, doesn't it?
It's true. Roche banner place. It looks like they want to push. As a result, Pit of Malice covers the entire screen at this point. Peter just waiting on the outskirts. BKB from Mickey wants to kill off the Roche banner. Will do so. They have another one, though. If they want to use it here, that is. Skeeter, God Strength jumps in onto Mickey with the harpoon.
Yeah.
Pit of Malice. Nice telekinesis save him, though. Just put that work to the building.
Arrow hit.
They want to go for Ace. 40 at half health from that arrow. Fortification still online, trying to buy some time for Invoker to come back. 30 seconds. They put the Roche banner again. There's a jump from Skeeter yet again with the plasma field to follow. Ace getting drained. Lotus Orb's going to apply, but will drop to the deck. Does have buyback this time. It's going to be one lane for sure. As the lead expands to 57k. Falcons. You want to wait for the next Roche? You only have 3 minutes on this Aegis. Maybe the next Roche is a little safer.
I was about to say you'd love to see it, but do you?
At them just waiting for somebody to farm this up in the top lane.
It is, we are approaching that point when Snaking is actually overtaking the enemy carry. So that would be pretty funny. He's only 1,000 now behind Mickey on this Mirana. He's about to finish a Wind Waker.
I mean, I understand it from his perspective. He's a support. He loves these late game situations. You actually get to play true late game Dota as a carry.
He used to play
Beyond this pops, but Malrine jumps in with the boots of travel. They're able to kill off the bounty hunter, but now he's going to get completely decimated. Gets off the force step to the other side, but a nice fissure blocking him in. And Mickey stuck in a horrific spot. Doing a lot of damage to Sven. Skeeter actually will fall, so that's life number 1. Needed the Aegis after all. Malrine with a 3-man enchant totem will beat Lina to death. And now Nisha will bite the dust as well. They do have buybacks onto a couple of these cores, but Liquid still losing this fight. It's a 62k network league now for Falcons.
I think you could argue that Liquid played that better, but they can't beat the numbers.
No, big numbers will prevail.
You're fighting an uphill battle.
They're jumping again. Lina, telekinesis with the force F back into the fountain. Skeeter not confident enough to go into the fountain. They need a 100k network lead to do just that. Skeeter getting bashed out into the trees. Going to be stuck inside the ice wall. Able to get the force F away, though. As Falcons resetting. Realizing they can't handle this. Wait for Roche number 10 at this point. Foxy. All right, they get an arrow onto Lina.
All right, here comes Amar.
They do realize they can hit buildings at this point, which is shocking development because they won TI last year. You'd think they would have known this already. Nisha gonna get the Hex. All right, now the damage is coming for the Earthshaker. LSA is gonna hit as well. Mickey trying to do some damage, but the network lead just still so far away, and they will not even get this second set of barracks, it seems. Falcons will run away with their 65k network lead, by the way.
That is a great hold from Liquid. I just had to check the win probability here.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Currently sitting at 100-0.
Really?
That is a rare sight. I will say that. That is a very rare sight.
That's awesome.
We have reached a point. Dota Plus has officially lost all faith.
Dota
which
Plus
would make the comeback the most legendary in TI history.
I would love to see it.
If Liquid somehow find a way to win this game. That will be unbelievable.
Dota Plus is looking at its watch right now. That's the equivalent.
Now, obviously, this is rounded. I think I have never seen a single pro game being pulled back from 100-0. I have played one singular pub game where it happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have
You
one.
had to look at the replay
and I
for that, I'm
actually,
guessing?
I was like, this is unbelievable. I went and checked it.
Who threw that game?
We won, and it was 100-0. I was like, there is no way.
That's
right?
1 in a million right there.
That's
then.
super
More than
rare.
that, probably.
Well, that's not really how percentages work. But.
That's right, Cinderin. It's gone on this game has gone on so long that Sven actually has an ag, something we rarely get to see. The treat, the Superman, is available.
Toggleable Stormhammer.
He has eaten a moon shard as well. That came before the ags, apparently.
Yeah. I kind of do miss this being a part of the hero's build, but it's very hard to make it not broken and still be good. So, in the way that this works, it's just a hard thing to figure out. Oh, snaking, there he is. He's ahead of... He wants to end the game ahead of Mickey.
Yeah, good.
70,000.
They're not quite at 100K, though, so you can have to wait for this Roche, I think.
Don't walk forward, young man.
Not so young anymore. Well, compared to us, everyone
One of the older
young.
players in the lobby, but his experience is the best teacher, so he will not walk 2 steps to the right inside his own base. Tofu has yet to draw which part of the map they control now.
I think it's just the fountain at this point.
It's smaller now than before. They will go for another Hail Mary smoke, find
How many Hail Marys do you
nothing.
get in a game?
Yeah.
I feel like we've gotten quite a few.
Yeah. Falcons are just waiting for anybody to lose position. If Ace were to cast a Firestorm here, they backed off.
Great timing on the Firestorm. Incredible play from Ace.
Perfect play. Arrows will find their mark. Another wave killed by snaking. 340 CS. If you have this guy in your fantasy this game.
That's true, actually.
Well, I guess it depends what banners you have on him as a support. I don't... Can support banners even get creep score? They can't, right? Maybe they can.
I thought everybody can get the same. You're actually looking at that. That's the sad part about it.
They don't... Supports don't have a red banner, and the creep score is red, right?
Oh, I see.
I think they can't get CS.
You are the fantasy expert.
Oh, I am definitely not.
I mean, I didn't say you're good at it. You're the expert. That's like your co-cast.
Okay. Well...
Keep up the good work.
0 for 2.
72. All right, what's the over-under here, Cinder? 100K. Are we going to get there?
Under.
Yeah.
Because they would require Liquid to get team wiped and buy back all their heroes, and they don't have the buybacks.
Ah,
well, I suppose if they goes late enough, they'll have their buybacks again. Oh, Boxy.
Boxy.
That's a gem.
And
shit.
Okay. 73K lead now. Yep. He does have the buyback. Malrine gets the stun onto Nisha. Telekinesis save with the Pillar Mouse coming out as well. Laguna Blade doing absolutely nothing. Malrine pops the BKB. The jump in though from the Sven. Can they delete this Mickey Lena once and for all? No more telekinesis save this time. Amara gets some good damage out. The cow is dead. Absolutely no way to get back in the game. Refreshers pop now. 2 dead for Liquid without buyback. 77K net worth lead. Hey, Roach might be up in 5 seconds though, Falcons. Let's take it easy here.
Torment.
Play a little discipline. Tormentor's up. Gonna get some extra gold there. Yep. Still creeps available to kill in the jungle.
And if we wait until 60 minutes, we'll get the tier 5.
Oh, God, everybody needs a tier 5 items. Absolutely. Goodness gracious. Might be on the menu after all. Nisha has to pop his BKB.
Be under attack.
And try to hold this 3 versus 5. Might have to give up some buildings.
Crit is literally standing on top of their heroes.
Forgot how to move his hero. Understandable in such a very lengthy game. Second set of barracks goes the way of Falcons. And I do believe this is going to be Megas. I know this is a bold statement.
Yep.
But I do think it's going to happen, Cinderin. Mickey up pretty far, gets fissured, gets arrowed. Amar is there with the right click. Skeeter still going for the buildings. There's the Superman, but instantly canceled by the tornado. No buybacks, though, as Mickey has to stand his ground with the Laguna Blade on the right clicks. Amar right on top with a static click, and now they delete Mickey, finally putting him to an end. No buyback for him. 2 versus 5. Falcons. Is this enough of an advantage to finish the game, or do you want to go for Roche because he's up in 35 seconds? It looks like the tier 4s are on the menu, though. as Falcons should surely be able to take game one of this best of three with an 85K net worth lead. My goodness, just an absolute shellacking that never ended. Mallory wants one more kill for the road. Nisha in the tree line, storm hammered. Ancient exposed, killed off as well. 89K. Can we get to 90 at least before this game ends?
Am I hearing 90?
Let's get this. Echo Sam comes out. It's stolen from Tofu. Huge play from here. The GGs come out. 89K net worth lead. It's about to end. It does not reach 90. Falcons take game number one. Very close call overall. Honestly, I had fun though. This was a fun game number one.
I mean, I think they enjoyed themselves too. And
wait, you mean Falcons?
Yeah, probably one team enjoyed themselves. Probably. Liquid.
I mean, they probably had one of the biggest lead I've ever seen.
The Ancient, the whole point of Dota 2. No. We want to build this net worth lead. We want to impress Winter. They are fully back in form if they are able to replicate this again, because my gosh, this was a scary performance from Falcons in game one.
They did it with the bounty hunter that they stole from yesterday's games. They did it in a very solid way. I think, Rhea, this was the type of Falcons you'd love to see. This was their own style, and they crushed with it.
Yeah, I really loved the support play this game. I think the Bounty and the Mirana both did such an excellent job, both with their gameplay and their itemization. We talked in the panel about getting a Yules instead of the Mirana. Actually, it was the Bounty picking that up, and Mirana got 4-star. I know Winter was so happy to point that item out to being so good. But honestly, I feel like on both teams, this game was a game of 4-stars. Every single fight, it's like we're seeing people be repositioned non-stop into getting saved. I think it was way more impactful for Falcons in the early game because it meant that Liquid were never able to cinch out the kills when people got repositioned.
Yeah, and also, I mean, this game, Crit was just an absolute pinata. I think Liquid, they weren't seeing much in this game other than trying to just smack Crit as much as possible. 7 deaths to his name. A lot of the highlights was a Spirit Breaker charge into an Underlord and oh wow, we then finally killed Crit. But on the other side of the screen, you've got Skidder getting kills, Marine jumping around, never dying in the game, Amar, 12, 1, and 15. So as much as Crit did tank a lot of that aggression, that was only the aggression that we ever really saw from Liquid, because the rest of the show was Falcons just running throughout the entire map, being so efficient with their farm and how they just kind of closed it out and just took every objective and what they wanted to do on their terms.
Yeah, I think you can make a case for any player to be the MVP of this game for Falcons, especially because the game went as long as it did. Winter, who would you go for in this situation? And would it be Amar?
I think it has to be either Skitter or Maureen. I think they are the ones that I think set out a lot of very, very crucial plays, especially with the dagger. They were able to make a lot of space, but of course, in the early game, the Bounty Hunter Crit, he did a lot of work. He secured the lane, and everything just felt it was very, very straightforward. And this Mirana plus Bounty Hunter duo, I think it's probably my favorite duo right now. It has to be the strongest duo, in my opinion, with Bounty Hunter. We've seen Bounty plus Wyvern, but it didn't really feel like it's as strong as the Bounty plus Mirana.
It was an incredibly strong showing, and I'm sure we're going to see it addressed later on in, of course, the second game we're going to see. We've seen a lot of Mirana already throughout the international group stage and main event. Whether we're going to see that again, we don't know yet. But one thing that we will see right about now is their action slacks.
观众朋友们，大家好！现在我们就在场馆内呢，在我们身后的话也是找到了一群粉丝，我们跟 Slug 一起要跟他们来玩一些 Dota 2的游戏。Hello, that is right, my friends. We're going to play a little game in the crowd. Welcome, everyone. We're in the crowd here, and we found some folks that do not speak Chinese, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Let's fight. 0.
Fantastic. Now, in China, they have some very specific cool nicknames for some heroes, and we gathered some fans here. All right? The contest is, they will say a name of a Chinese Dota hero, a nickname. You have to guess what it is. If you get it right, you both get a delicious prize. All right? Are you ready?
没错，所以我们这次的话就是会让我们的粉丝来教我们的这个外国朋友怎么来说我们中文英雄的名字。如果他们猜对了这个昵称的话，他们都会得到奖品。
Okay. 我听得懂。Here we go. Are you ready for the first hero?
准备好了吗？
蓝猫。
Oh.
It's a 蓝猫。
蓝猫。What? No cheating here. All right. Well, first guess.
Sven.
Sven.
是 Sven 吗？
No, not Sven.
All right. What is it actually? What does it mean in English?
The meaning in English is blue cat.
Blue?
Blue cat.
Lirana.
No. All right. You are allowed now to do charades. You can charades and act it out for them. Good luck.
来，
Please.
给我们演绎一下蓝猫是怎么样的。
Oh. Oh. All right. Any thought?
I don't recognize who that
Again. Can you do it again? Do it again. Do it again. Okay. See. Oh, come on. He's got a hat. Oh, you know? Oh.
Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit, I had to say, man. Well done. Okay, your next contestant, please.
我们下一位来，我们下一位走到我们的中间啊。
Oh.
He bring his own ages, man.
Thank you. Thank you. The only Chinese agents will be given out.
Okay. Answer. The very sad down.
Okay, okay. Who was it? It is very sad. Who is he guessing?
我们来出题。
OK，大屁股。
大屁股。
Okay. Any guesses?
Knight.
Nick's assassin.
是4叶刺客吗？
No. What's the English?
Big booty.
Big booty? Big booty?
Big booty, we both have it.
All right, big booty.
Queen of Pain. Biggest booty?
Biggest booty.
Queen of Pain.
是痛苦女王吗
？No.
Okay. Act it out. Hold the ages. What the?
要不要再试一个？要不要再试一个不一样的
What the? Good luck with this big booty. Okay, what do we have?
Luna.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was it?
Underlord.
Lord, I give you the pity one. All right, good try. I give you a pity one. Okay, last one.
Last one.
Pick one
最
more.
后一位来到我的身
All
边。
right, this is a group effort, both of you. Okay, let's go. Last one. Fast. We gotta go.
来，直接给我一个名字。虎王。太简单了，换一个。
奶绿。
奶绿。
I really don't know.
Act it out.
Act it out. 表演一下。
What? There we go. Congratulations. Thank you guys so much. Hope you guys have fun. And back to you guys on the pitch.
I do love. They got two options to choose: big booty and you have to Queen of Pain. Oh, that was a good one. By the way, I also got big booty next to me. It's a big Largo, actually.
Chill. Oh, no, sorry. Anyway, go back.
You got small booties.
How dare you speak of me like that? I do have quite nice sized booties in front of me.
And if you want to get yourself big booty or small booty, you can get yourself to the secret shop to get your own Largos. Or, for example, Ray, what you got there?
I got a big ol', you said it's baby Roshan. Baby Roshan.
It's a small booty.
Small Roshan. Roshan of reasonable size. Carryable size. You can take him everywhere. To the park, to the movies.
Wait, do you think that I can't take this one everywhere?
It's quite a size. I have a confession. I actually have. I may have bought that wonderful plushie, this one, and that one, and I don't have any space in my suitcase. So if
donations are open.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to help me get a new suitcase in China and I need to buy a ticket, would love the assistance.
Or you can get yourself.
Okay. There we go.
All right, we have got a great series on our hands, of course, that we're going to continue talking about. As Liquid and Falcons, there was one thing in particular that I think already showed us how this game would end. The writing was on the wall, Winter, when we looked at that game, and around minute 9, something awkward happened.
Yeah.
I'm saying awkward.
It's very sad. It's very sad. And our main character, Big Booty, he was involved in some gank that he kind of set up for himself. He was trying to help, Mickey got ganked in the bot lane. He placed the Underlord ultimate trying to help. I think he's dead. And then he didn't realize Arma came looking for him and he dies also. This is basically the story of the early game. They just had so bad of a start. Both the side lanes just got, especially Lina, just got demolished, and there was no way for you to come back. And when you pick Lina on the safe lane, that hero does not like losing her lane at all. You cannot come back from a bad start, with that hero.
Yeah, we can take a look at the Lina versus Razor, because that was very much the story of the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and coming into the series, we wanted to see Amar have that presence to kind of step up into the game. And of course, here he's already got the Asher BKB. And for Mickey, 4-4-1 scoreline, having Maelstrom and Force stuff, at 20 minutes into the game, you want to look at your Lina, you want to see BKB, you want to see the Pike, maybe even the Crystals. You want to see actual items to play around, because you've built an entire lineup where Lina needs to stand in the middle, protected by everyone to do the damage. And I think Falcons did such an exceptional job just chasing down this Lina, shutting down them up so quickly. And because of Razor having that BKB, you see ranged here, you lock onto them, they will die pretty much every time. They have to TP out. So yeah, just an exceptional draft and really great gameplay from Falcons, putting Mickey into just a really awkward position that we don't often see him in.
Yeah, and I think that BKB that we saw on Amar, Rhea, that's just the beginning of it for Amar.
Yeah, I really liked his item build this game, because we often see him try and be the carry. And I mean, in a way, his item build did let him be a carry, but he's not out here trying to do all the damage by, Daedalus or whatever. This guy went a very nice build that simply allowed him to sustain in fights and live, so he can get off his ult for longer periods of time and get more links so that Mickey just simply cannot play. This guy had a Lincoln's, obviously playing as Barra. He had a Satanic, and he had a Refresher. So when he's applying his Eye of the Storm in these fights, it's reducing the armor of all of the enemies around him, allowing his Sven to chunk and do even more damage, including crits, track, damage amplify on top of that. They're able to do so much just by having this Razor in the middle of it, and he's just surviving and surviving because he has a BKB, he has a Manta, he has a Lincoln's, he has a Satanic. How do you kill this guy? You can't. It's impossible.
You ban that guy.
I mean, how often have we seen Razor banned? Very rarely. It is soon time to see what's coming our way in the second game. These two teams both are known for taking series long, not just within the game that we just saw, but also within the series. Going to a game number 3 is in their MO, both if they're winning and if they're losing. So I would not be surprised to see that happening. It is, with this one, Team Liquid with their backs against the wall in this lower bracket, because I don't know if I need to remind you, but it is lower bracket here between these two titans of teams. Team Liquid and Falcons with a 1-up for the defending champions, Team Falcons, and Team Liquid now looking to scramble to get that W on the board in game number 2. And as we nearing the draft for this one, Tiga, what would you like to see different? Because so much fell apart with that laning stage that I don't know how much you can look at the draft and say, you know what, that's where we should have done better.
I feel like, at least for Falcons, because they have so many specialist heroes and that have been forgotten about or not touched recently, it now kind of reminds Liquid, because in the first phase, they banned Tree, Earth Spirit, Husker, There's the Centaur ban, which again, it's like, it's hit or miss personally for me. So if you want to utilize hindsight in this scenario, maybe you replace that Centaur ban if the pick order is the same, and then you respect a bounty or a raise or something if you really care that much. So I think the first 3 bans are fine, just the Centaur. But yeah, don't allow Falcons into this ultimate comfort, because when you look at these heroes, this is kind of what Falcons really wants to play if the meta enables it. And the meta hasn't really said these heroes are very good up until the point where it's like, nope, we need to survive. They're going to work.
I mean, the other problem is like having the Rubik and SB. It just feels like they don't have a position 5 hero, because both supports, they kind of want farm. They want to be greedy. They want to be on the position 4 row, so you get a little bit more farm XP. And I just didn't really like the setup, you know, as much as what Falcon had. It was day and night. The Bounty Hunter Mirana is like up there, and then the Rubik Spirit Breaker is kind of like down, you know.
Well, he bashed the Razor mid lane that time and got
yeah.
Like,
oh, shit. He did so much that game.
Sorry, what percentage chance do you think they have to win TI right now, Liquid?
17%.
Exactly. That's the only answer.
There was only one answer to get there. One thing we didn't talk too much about is the man on our screen and his counterpart with the mid lane. We had the overall last pick going the way of Liquid, so it was Invoker that was picked into the Earthshaker. We knew it was coming, and yet this Earthshaker never died, Freya. Never.
That's because he's just the best. He's the best Earthshaker in the world. I love seeing Malrine on these heroes like Shaker or Sand King when he can make plays by like he got a blink at 11 minutes. When he can do that and he can be around the map and enable everyone else, he gains his farm like on the way, like he'll farm on the way, kill someone, farm back. He's so efficient and good with it. I think it also comes from how good the supports are, right? Because we've seen other teams where the mid will just end up walking around the map and kind of flailing because the supports aren't setting up enough. But you have this super strong duo in Mirana, Bounty Hunter, and then it just means that anywhere Malrine goes, you have like a Svensson, you have your Mirana follow-up, you have like a Razor to do damage, you have everything. I think Malrine was perfectly enabled in the draft.
It definitely did seem that way from the way game 1 played itself out. And I'm sure that Team Liquid has something in mind to come back in this game number 2. There's a lot of effort that needs to be put in this draft, though, because they need to start off well. They need to set themselves up for success, starting from the lanes already, as that's where it all went wrong in game 1. But let's see what is coming our way.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 2.
The second game, we're going to have Falcons on the Radiant side. We swapped that around. Team Liquid will therefore be Dire's side, and Team Liquid will be the team with first pick. Falcons overall last pick. And we got maybe a couple of changes coming out. One hero in particular might be missing in terms of bans, because Team Liquid does have the possibility to pick up the Ember if they really want to. But it's not just that, because it's been a little while since
wait a
this
minute.
hero make it through.
Wait a minute.
It is
Oh
the
my
Earth
god.
Yep.
This hero is back.
Oh.
Do you want to play Ember against that? Or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best answer, because you kind of stop him from moving around in the team fights. You build Mage Slayer. But then again, you know, I think ES just gets to a point where he doesn't really care. He's going to get there, you know.
Right. And there's a couple ways to try and navigate Earth for it. It's you need to have early ways that when he rotates, you have the damage to kill him. Don't allow him to spread the magnetize over a long duration. Like catch him, kill him, stop him from using his ultimate. Or you just need to have really tanky heroes with their spells.
You know, sounds like a job for Doom.
All right, can we?
What was the win rate on Doom? You want to remind me on that one? But yeah, tankiness to survive or just kill him.
Can we take a small step back in the sense that this Earth Spirit, I mean, we talk about it a lot and we see it banned almost every single time. What is the short version of why this hero is banned every single time?
Quick map play. You get to lane into pretty much most matchups. You don't really care what you play into. Even some of the harder matchups you can play, because you can kill off the range creep. You rotate nicely. You can buy Vessel. You can buy Shivas. You can buy like pretty much whatever items you want to continue fighting into the map. And Magnetize does so much damage. The talents also feel really nice. So your damage scales throughout the game. Your map presence is there. You can TP rotate quickly. Like everything you want in a hero, Earthspirit has from the mid lane.
He's so hard to kill because he has so much strength gain per level. I don't know why the hero is so tanky.
Yeah. He also is like so good for mid lane because he doesn't even have to skill roll anymore. You can just skill your kick and pull, and you're able to just clear waves and farm efficiently. And then on top of that, his innate means that he gets extra damage depending on how many rocks he hasn't used. So in mid lane, where you don't even need to use your rocks, you can just kick creeps into other creeps, for example. It's like he just is dealing so much more damage than he should be doing.
One day he'll get nerfed into a point where he actually goes back to support again. But maybe this is the TI. This is the TI that send him back to the role he was started on. Well, technically he didn't start on that because it was kind of broken on the release. But anyways.
We got a nice start for the draft for Team Falcons as well. The Lina and the Centaur are a classic duo and have had quite success this international.
Yeah, very stable foundation for the draft here. I don't know if the Lina is going to be a flex for them because I probably don't want Skitter to play this hero because it doesn't really fit the MO, which we discussed briefly in the first game, where Skitter needs to be the dagger hero. He needs to be the frontline hero. Do you think it might be a support? Do you think there's a chance that it could be a support? Or I remember Falcons did it a long time ago on Crit.
Sure, but I also could just see, like, I mean, there's so much flexibility with it that fundamentally, if it is cores, no matter what, Centaur will protect Lina core, done against the Earth Spirit. I prefer that to be the case. I don't really want to see Centaur to go to support and then everything goes around in different directions. But Liquid, they want the pace to be increased immensely this game. They now pick up 2 supports that don't just play just chilling, waiting for things. They're sort of Rubik waiting for things to happen. It's not a Spirit Breaker chasing into the map. It's now a Tusk and a Hoodwink together, getting kills, making moves, and that's exactly what Earth Spirit wants. So the pacing will be very different to game 1. Falcons, they need to be ready for this amount of damage in both the lanes and the early rotations.
Yeah. Something like Undying is still in the pool if they want to just try and focus on bringing lanes back to neutral, because right now it looks like Liquid is just going to go for murder after murder after murder.
And you kind of need supports that can match up against Tusk, like Wyvern with the Embrace against the tag team, or something like a Dark Willow to dodge the tag team, or the Wind Ranger. And I think heroes like this that provide you with stability in the lane, they need to pick their supports right now and ensure that the last pick would be easy. Because if they pick supports that are too greedy, then the laning phase could be a question mark, then it could create a lot of problems when you're trying to pick your overall last pick. So the 2 picks here, 16, 17 on Falcons is very, very important.
The Enchantress already has started.
This is the strongest support in the early game. Bane as well, like very, very strong. Probably is Creed gonna be playing the Enchantress here.
They very much went for the we want to survive as much as possible, right? You've gone for 2 lane dominating supports in their own ways. And that alone is like, okay, if we can win the first 8, that'll buy us time to get to 20. And by 20, we feel like we'll have a draft that will outscale Liquid. But it's now a lot of emphasis on both I was about to combine Snaking and Crit into one name there. But anyway, Crit and Snaking to kind of fill their roles.
I'm also kind of like a fan of how the way they play the Edge, where you max the impetus early and you don't get heal and you just be a damage dealer.
You're one of those type of supports, I see.
Oh, wow.
You don't... I mean, I'm a fan of the enchant and heal, and you just get the creeps, you just body, and then when Ursa rolls in, you just press heal, and it's like you just don't care anymore. It's like, all right, great, I'm doing my job. But I can see the damage. I think if you just put some Tusk to half HP, there's no fight to be had, right?
There's the big booty. I don't think I've ever said booty this many times on panel.
No, I mean, what a name for a hero, by the way. Especially at TI as well, Shiva. Come on.
And he's not even, you know, from old Dota 1, right? He's
No, he is from Dota 1. The name is based on his, if you remember his old Dota 1 model, he actually has a very big bottom.
Very big bottom.
That explains it. That explains it. Thank you for that.
Okay, this is probably Ace's best hero. The Underlord, he knows this hero inside out. It gives them a lot of global presence. You can connect to the Tusk. It's just a very, very strong lane with Hoodwink. I'm expecting the Underlord to go with the Hoodwink and the Tusk will be on the 5. The position 5 with the range carry here to round everything up, you know, for Liquid.
What is a good range carry here though? Because with Lina, I feel like she outranges a lot of heroes. And with Centaur, I'm worried about the ability to get on top of someone.
But you have the ES, so I think you just need a draft that works, that makes sense in the lane, and you're you're gonna be fine. I think ES is gonna be your true win condition. Like even like a Nature's Prophet, it's still in the pool. It should be fine with the Tusk. Anything that's strong in the lane.
I mean, it's the Prophet, the Wind Rangers, the Lunas, like the super kind of generic range core that will do their role in the early game. And then you can just join the Earth Spirit, like Winter's already mentioning, join the Underlord with Axe timing. Like, you don't want a carry that like is out of sync with Underlord and Earth Spirit.
Yeah. The benefit about having the MP is you have a way to wake up the sleep, you know, from Bane. I think Bane really hates playing to MP.
We saw Nature's Prophet banned by Falcons in game 1. So it is on their radar. They might still ban it out. I feel like at this point as well, I kind of have to ask, like, is Lone Druid just ignored in this series? Like, is he dead? Is he done? We saw him be so impactful yesterday.
At the moment, it's ignored, but also could be a consideration for Liquid potentially, just because you see the kind of supports. The Lone Druid can always hunt them, and you are going to farm quite nicely in lane, so it is a potential pickup for Liquid as well.
They have a really nice 4 as well. So like whilst Lone Druid is farming up all those items, I think the rest of them can play really nicely together. I think Lone Druid Bear has insane kill potential on lane if you bring Tusk as well. I mean, it would be so nice.
The final pick for Liquid.
Yeah, the decision here is about how greedy they think they can go, you know, here. Can we go for the Lone Druid or do we want something more team-based like a Luna? Like, or the Win, you know, Win is like a very team-based hero. This is a little bit, I would say, like a strange one because Centaur is considered a very hard counter to win. But Liquid feels like we don't really care about that. All we need here is a hero that can play with the team because the benefit of having a Win as a carry is the rune fights are going to be very favorable for you. You can just come over, shoot a power shot. Usually it's going to end up with your team winning the small little fight there. So that's going to give them a lot of early game aggression, and Falcons have to decide as well, on their part, how greedy can they get? What type of Skeeter hero he's going to be able to get his hands on here to stabilize the game and let the Lina farm. Like, what melee heroes are available here?
Tiny?
Unless you want to go back for the King, that he's played quite a bit off.
I think it's okay. I think it's pretty decent.
I feel like at this point, he has a lot of options that he could go for. He has deep pockets.
Yeah, if Ursa wasn't so bad of a hero, Ursa would be good here.
Until they pick, no.
First, and now the Life Stealer doesn't have the infest to work with. Skeeter just has to try and right-click his way out of it. Not gonna happen, though. Big kill for Liquid. I'm gonna turn this around onto Amar, gets bashed up. Cogs coming out from Crit to try to buy some space, but Amar looks completely dead. Although Mickey changing targets again. Amar getting a kill in the meantime as the double kill comes out from Ace. Eventually they do find Crit, and in the end it's a 3 for 3.
3 for 3 plus 1, if you will. Yes.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that.
That's fine. All good. In essence, it was pretty much a draw, so...
Both going in Liquid's favor, it seemed.
Yeah, what was the big kill there? Why would they get so much more? Nobody was on a streak, right? Just a little bit surprised to see it be that much better for them. But yeah, I mean, if this Burrow Strike hits, this kill is way faster, and your position is probably better. On the flip side, though, Boxy came in to help and actually ended up dying. But the really big thing here is Rage has already been used before he gets chronoed, so then they get to chain it with the Hoodwink stun. And take Skeeter down, no infest, as you mentioned. You get to go for the chase here. A little bit scrappy. And yeah, this TP out from Crit not going to work with Bushwhack being off cooldown.
The fact that Mickey was the one to survive all of that, pretty big. Nisha's like, no, apparently.
Shaking his head, I died to him even when he can't hit his spells.
But your team won the fight.
Yeah. The team game. Speaking of Nisha, he's about to finish Aghanim's Scepter. 700 to go. Multi-purpose item this game. Obviously, the offensive part with Flame Cloak is great, but also the magic resist against Sand King, and Crystal Maiden is more than welcome for him here. You saw how he died in that last engagement. With Flame Cloak, he would have survived. Sure.
Did Malrine have Ags in that last fight?
Yeah. That's why it was lethal. Otherwise, I don't think that.
Another infest bomb. Doesn't look like a connection will be, unless they go to the south. That's where Ace is living right now. They will not redirect for the time being. See the smoke from Liquid going the opposite direction. Technically the same direction, but they're running away. As Amar, he's going to be the one spot. Oh, nice BKB just in time. He gets the plasma field off as well. Mickey does have Chronosphere. Nisha taking a ton of damage to the static link. Here comes the Chrono. The epicenter is right on top of Mickey. It has the time lock enough to kill him off. So first death for Falcons. Boxy with the...
Well, they just ran out of juice, essentially. They had a full link they couldn't use. Their biggest ability in their lineup right now, the Epi, did nothing. And Lifestealer just doesn't really feel like he can do all that much so far. Needs an additional item before Skeeter really starts hitting like anything. They also tried to chase down the Lina afterwards with a Burrow Strike. Completely, or just chasing after.
Oh, they're going to have another chance to kill off Nisha. He's stun locked for the time being.
Flame Cloak in action.
Absolutely. Very tanky as a result. And will live. Falcons missing a little bit of damage in these engagements would have made a world of difference, and because of that, Liquid now with a 5k lead.
Yeah, true. As the observer is pointing out, didn't even go for the tankiness talent on 15. Lina can take Fiery Soul Magic Resist per stack as well. So if you have 7 stacks, that's another 35%. Pretty crazy. Might have been worth considering this game versus 110 Light Strike array damage, but I mean, they're both incredible 15 talent. Obviously, 110 damage is not 110 damage on Lina. It's 110 plus 64% from the slow burn.
Will she get a catalyst?
Oh, you know it.
Who's the best hero in the game for that neutral?
Something that was extremely broken. What was it? Lina is definitely up there. Very good,
but not the best.
No, I'm trying to think. There's one that's insane. I mean, it's pretty crazy with Quap Ags.
Oh, yeah.
For example. I would say it's also really good on Snapfire. Invoker, obviously. There's a lot of good carries.
Just keep naming heroes?
Yeah, I can.
Very soothing here.
You want to hear another one?
Sure.
Right, Jakiro is a hero. Dude, occasionally.
I don't really miss him, if I'm being honest. There was a period of time I was picked every single game.
Be under attack.
Kofu, though, I will mention, has had an outstanding game number 3 thus far. His pushback. Pretty much.
This just seems like a really good pick for Liquid. You saw...
They're actually going to go for the lifesteal. They get the stun lock. It is the kill onto Skeeter. Just a casual LSA, and that's enough.
And another one.
Now that is a Crystal Maiden.
Unless...
Very fearsome Crystal Maiden. It is a wolf after all. Malrine shows himself with the shield rune. Mickey showing up, though, looking for the bash on the freezing field. They'll get the bushwhack instead, as now Nisha taking some damage, but he gets thrown up there right on top of Amar, and this is disastrous for Falcons. 3 for nothing as the hoof stomp just barely misses.
They're just too fragmented. They're losing their way in this game. Liquid are playing tight together. They're getting all the spell combos that they want. Falcons kind of just going one by one there. Lifestealer is already dead. Top Sanking kind of just blinks in, hoping for a good fight. Maiden is the one to get caught first, and then Amar. Obviously, the bane of his existence on these super strong Razor-type heroes is just getting BKB locked down. And Chrono, you're dealing with Chrono, you're dealing with Stampede. It's difficult if you don't have an item advantage or someone else who's super farmed to rely on, and that was probably what they were hoping for the Lifestealer, but Skeeter just doesn't have very much to work with.
They went for a lot of Infest Bombs. We're going to see the nice double Burrow Strike with the Infest Bomb. And it looks like 2 kills going the way of Falcons, desperately needed.
That was a very unexpected hit for them. And nice for Skeeter to get both last hits there. Gonna unlock the Manta for him. Still not all that much in the way of offense.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit very hard.
I mean, 28 minutes in the game, and Faceless Void's top net worth. Not good news for the other team.
Double damage.
Lifestealer, I think, has to have the lead at this point of the game to put up any kind of a fight.
Or at least be tied.
I feel like a lot of this has to do with their gank. They've been trying to get him really active with the Infest Spawns, and a lot of them, until now, have come up empty.
Yep.
But he's basically an item behind.
You're going to see Mickey farm really, really fast now that he has this trio of items complete. Going to work on a Scotty next. This is actually not necessary to buy to unlock Refresher on Void when you're going Ags. A lot of the time when you play the Mjolnir build, you will see Voids by Scotty because they need the mana to get Refresher so they can get double Chrono. Ags does, however, give you enough mana, so he's just getting it regardless. There was obviously some other options you could have considered here as, not getting out.
Cancellation, Skeeter. Yeah, they get the Frostbite again, and Skeeter's not going to find the actual last hit. He'll go to Snake King, but kill is a kill, and that is a killing spree ended for Nisha. And into a Tormentor as well.
Okay. It's starting to look like things were going too well for Liquid. I guess we can't have that in a game 3. Already had 2 stomps. Falcon saying not a third one.
This has got to be the worst shard in the entire game. Genuinely, I think it's actual bottom. What do you think?
Yeah.
That is, it just increases his net worth mostly.
Actually, yeah. I think this needs some love, or it needs to just work differently entirely. I don't think I've ever seen anyone buy this shard on Lifesteal. So what it does, you do damage when you come out of Infest, out of a creep.
Which is never happening.
Which in this game, you're going to infest your allies almost always. And then you do a percentage of that creep's damage around yourself. Which makes it, depending on what creep you infest, that's not really that great. It can be
in a later stage.
Decent amount of damage if you infest one of the strong creeps, but you're not going to pay 1,400 gold for this on a hero that desperately needs to itemize for damage.
Only time you would generally buy it is if you have 7 slots with the consumed Ags. You have Shard, you have Moon Shard, you have Buyback.
And you've given Shard to all your teammates.
That's right. Loxy find himself a little snack in CM.
Make them work for it a little bit. Stampede.
Okay.
Yeah, you were pretty chill.
What's that? Nisha looked like he needed it in mid, actually. He was getting jumped by Malrine and crit.
Infest again.
Ooh, this one would be a big connection. Crit, flying vision.
It gets the hook shot. Out comes the Lifestealer. Nisha has to try and stand his ground.
Bro, he didn't
okay. Mickey coming in, gets the time dilation and the Chronosphere only onto 1. They find the Clockwork. Can they get the bash? They don't even need it. The Bushwhack is there, and the kill onto Lifestealer is there.
Wait, did he have cooldown or what?
I don't see how. Maybe we can get a replay of that one.
Okay, I don't know if he thinks you can get Light Strike Array off between Battery Assault ticks, so he didn't want to waste his rage. Or he was trying to time it perfectly on a Light Strike Array cast or whatever to get maximum value, but whatever it is, that was a total disaster. That Lina kill is 100% guaranteed if he rages. He probably dies after because of the massive rotation. And now it was just 2 for nothing. Big damage onto Amar.
Casual damage for Nisha. He's like, I got more where that came from. Up the TP onto the tree line. 7k lead for Liquid. 30 seconds on the Aegis. Yeah, that was a big moment.
That's actually a bit hard to get over that. That's really rough to watch.
Do your best, Cinderin.
Yeah. All right, I'm good.
MKB looks to be next for Mickey. As the Aegis will expire naturally. Also a good amount of outer towers for Falcon. As a Basher now picked up from, both Skeeter and Malrine have one. Wait, Skeeter wasn't actually finished with his. Oh man, I was looking at him a while ago. His farm is not ideal.
And yet he's topping his team.
Feels very low. Back inside of a teammate. Making
them out.
Frostbite. They have the vision. Burrow Strike hits. That'll be a dead squirrel. Eventually.
You were expecting Sandy Claus.
Yeah, when Faceless Void is this far ahead of the field, I want to say anecdotally the hero wins like 4 out of 5 games at least.
Yeah, when you
when
get
the gap is this big and it's good matchups, then yeah. This is
get Refresher. This is maybe maybe there's a better one. He's got to be top Refresher buyers in the game.
Among carries, this is the carry that suffered the least from not being able to refresh BKB, because you don't need the second BKB nearly as much when the entire enemy team is stunned. I think the hero that probably suffered the absolute most from that change might have been Sven, because it's so important to get the second BKB so you can keep going. But yeah, on Void, I would agree. Refresher is still S tier in his build, and he will be getting it at some point.
Do you go the backtrack chance for 25 on him?
Yeah. I don't think the Chrono AoE is necessary here. Sometimes it even grieves your team.
I mean, how much do they even have to dump in the Chrono Spear? I haven't really talked about that aspect too much.
Sharpshooter, Lina spells. It's a good amount. Viper can hit.
No wombo combo, though.
No, not.
Which is what we love to see.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Winter was suggesting Elder Titan as a combo pick. That obviously would have been it, or Ancient Apparition. But
the ET games we've seen have been...
It was not
very bad.
Yeah.
But it does make a little more sense with the Void, though. Crit. He's infested. Nisha. Okay, round number 2. Hook shot. Does pop the rage this time, and will use it to get out of the cogs. And now Crit getting gone on. Uh-oh, Boxy actually finds a hoof stomp onto the lifesteal. He's going to attempt to TP out, but he gets bushwhacked again. Just punishment after punishment. These lifestealer bombs have not worked out well at all.
Desperate from Falcon's
actually
side.
gets bushwhacked again. Tofu setting up a potential kill. Boxy gonna force out the BKB. So Amar, Scurry back to base. They haven't gotten the tier 2 yet in that bot lane.
I mean, they might just continue here. Mickey cracks 25. He didn't use Chrono on the Razor there. Probably would have got the kill, but is saving it for a more important upcoming moment. Seems very likely to just be able to push here. I wonder if Boxy's going to change his build. He's queuing up BKB right now in the center. I was looking for a potential axe on him. He's playing 4 Centaur. He's rich. He's got Blink, Glimmer already. If he gets an axe, he can just save whoever gets infest bombed, and then you can feel very comfortable on the Void.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'll take the tower and be happy with that for now. Back out. And Liquid have to know that this is in a very good spot now.
Be under attack.
Yep, Roche is up, so you can finish this Scotty on the Faceless Void. I wonder if Shard is on the table for Ace, because that's when they actually get some really good high ground potential in terms of taking buildings.
I would like to see him buy it next.
Could just kill the Tormentor when it comes back online, I suppose, and hope for the best.
Yeah, what are they missing? Do they have any shards except Void? No. So it's
he wouldn't be. Wait, is it a 50-50?
Oh, no, Viper can't even get it.
Yeah,
no,
he can't get it.
He's Centaur or Hoodwink, yeah.
Mar has a heart, by the way, on Razor. He'll be tough to take down.
A little bit worrying to see him buy this item, though, knowing his normal build. Because I have damage concerns for Falcons going down the stretch here. This Lifestealer is not where it needs to be able to match up. So if Razor doesn't hit very hard, I think you're effectively just not really going to win a team fight at this point unless you hit a massive epicenter. Marine does have an Abyssal. This looks weird if you haven't played Dota for a while.
Yeah.
But the way it works with the Ags, with the Stingers, you can still get some value out of this. Also might see Daedalus later. Thank you for that too.
All right, well, Falcons know this is happening. If it wasn't the Rocket Flare, it was the Belch from Roche, and they're going to go for an Infest play. This is a huge moment in this game 3.
This has to work.
Yes.
It just has to work.
You can see Nisha and Tofu are on the outskirts of this fight as Mickey basically soloing Roche. Amar, he's going to be spotted by Nisha. Malrine will have vision up here. Nisha's going to pop the smoke. Going to use his terrain walk now. Go for Dagon, apparently. Nisha is going to be spotted, gets off the LSA, just trying to delay as much as possible as Roche is still being taken. Getting relatively low. Amar's going to go for the static link, but the Stampede immediately counteracts it. As Frick gets one inside his cogs, they're just going to blow him up easily. Malrine infested still, looking for an opening. Out comes Skeeter, not doing that much damage. All of it's mitigated as Mickey gets the Chronosphere now. Do they have the damage on top of it? Mickey focusing on the Sand King. BKB was still there, gets the Burrow Sniper, still falls in the end. Skeeter trying to kill off Nisha, but again, the high ground potential going to favor of Lina again, as Amar with a BKB attempting to TP is successful, but triple kill for Nisha. They kill 4 onto Falcon's side, and now they can clean up Roche relatively easily.
All the angles were covered. It was super hard for Falcons to find any good initiation. They break it up nicely with the Stampede to start. Lina cancels Sand King's Blink Dagger. So Falcons just couldn't get into that fight, and now they might even Amar. There's no connection here. Nobody can get there in time. I'm tracking his movement. I say that. Actually, Nisha is cutting all the way around
the
with
Hex. Dagon, LSA to follow into the hoof stomp. So many stuns for days. Amar dead, 80 seconds. And now it's all opened up for Liquid. They have this second life. They have Roche Banner. This should be buildings.
Middle tower be under attack.
Ace not even needing Shard here.
Has fallen.
As the Dagons will continue to rain on Nisha.
Radiant's middle barracks be under attack.
At the moment we said this wasn't going to be a stomp, it's been completely one-sided ever since. Every single engagement has been a resounding Liquid victory. And that's 2 full lanes. You still have Aegis, you have Chrono in 30 seconds, you have decent resources on your heroes.
He gets Conjurer's
Of course.
Why not?
Yeah. Takes the cast range variant.
That's
Loses
2 lanes.
14% max mana, so he only has 3,000.
And Mickey, with that second life, hasn't even hit full form yet. Still has a full item to go. Consume Ags to get number 2. Not sure if you ever get
Dagon 5.
Right?
That was fast.
Yeah, that was. That's what happens when you're up 25k, it seems. Malrine in the sideline. You're going to use Roche Banner. Ace has the Shard now. Grid looking for an opening. Will have to blink away. Mickey forcing out the Burrow Strike. Very scary Faceless Void right now. Hook Stomp going to miss. There's the backtrack, Mickey. The reverse Time Walk, rather. Forcing out the Rage already. And now the Infest into a baby creep. It's a good thing he has that Shard, so he can do an extra 50 damage when he pops out. Building starting to go down pretty slowly. They have 2 siege units as well with the Roche Banner as cover. Skeeter, he's backstabbing. He's trying to get back to his base, poor guy. He let that creep go.
Scouting.
Where's this epicenter? They get the range barracks. Only 1 to go for the Megas. And Amar trying to take out this Roche Banner. The creep also trying to, as Skeeter pops out. Mickey with the Time Walk. Malrine still looking for an opening on that epicenter. Needs a perfect one here if they're going to stay alive in this game number 3. They get the hook stomp though. Now the damage comes out onto the life.
My poison claims its victim.
Second life on the Faceless Void. Another bushwhack for the road as Mar takes a tumble, and there's the Chrono onto 2. They get the kill onto Malrine. No buyback to come now. It's a bash, but again, Nisha has the Eon Disc. They're just going to call it GG. Falcons have been eliminated from TI. Liquid move on.
Dire victory.
Just the better team overall today. Pretty clear in this third game. It looked quite even at times, but when we got to that later portion of the mid
which means that you would have gotten all the placings from 1 to 13. So many internationals, so much history. I gotta ask, does playing the international in front of a crowd like this still mean something to you?
我要告诉你一个坏的消息啊！如果你刚才输掉这场比赛的话，你就能够收集的 TI 历史上第1名到最后13名的一个全制霸了。我想问一下，在这么多年 TI 之后啊，你在这样的舞台面对这样的观众去打我们国际邀请赛的比赛，还会在心态上有什么不一样吗？
Yeah, for sure. Like having crowd here is like a different game. Even energy is nice, and it's like nice to see who you're playing for. And yeah, I didn't get all the medals for the placements, but I cannot complain.
确实，每年在国际邀请赛，在观众面前打比赛都会有不一样的能量。非常感谢大家。然后我确实也比较可惜吧，没有拿到这个全排名制霸的一个成就。但是我觉得这并不重要，我们还要接下来继续努力。
I do have one more. I'm sorry. They said I had to end it, but I've been waiting for this time for years, and this is the most ripped I've ever seen you. Can I please just get one fight? Please, please. The audience wants it so bad. I'm begging you. I'm begging boy. All right.
感谢倪长，我们把剩下的时间回到我们的分析。
What? I didn't.
We got like half a flex. No! So you need to win again to get the full flex. You know, we got to tease the audience. We can't give them everything after one interview.
Oh my
Why
goodness.
not?
That's all.
Oh.
What a showing in this game as well. We talked about that draft after it was done. Did Liquid sacrifice too much to get for their draft integrity? And it turned out into that they sacrificed just the right amount in this game.
Yeah, just the right amount, but there were times in the game where we were worried for them. When we were looking at the game, it felt like they were not really in control. Like Falcons they were in control. Like at the start of the game, they had a couple of really, really nice fights. They were taking control of the map. They were doing really well. But a couple of slip-ups just made the game, I don't want to say close to impossible, because you're playing against a Faceless Void. You know that Lifesteal can't really fight against a Faceless Void in the late game, and every small little mistake you make is just going to compound.
I mean, that's literally the story of this game. Like, in a single game, your entire tournament life is on the line. When you look towards Liquid, it doesn't matter how many mistakes you make, right? Like, Viper can just Viper strike the Lifesteal. Now he can't really do much. And then you got Chrono, you got Stampede to disengage, you got Nisha going 10, 5, and 17, buying Dagon on Alina, just getting kills left and right. Like, the Falcons, like, every spell has to connect, and unfortunately it just wasn't really working out. The initiation from the clock to the Sand King, where people were on the map, it wasn't always on the same page as you see here in this highlight reel, where, you know, Liquid, you know, they were able to, you know, do much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did hit most of them.
Yeah, it was an awkward fight I probably watched today, actually.
Yeah.
This was real symphony of skills.
Yeah, no,
really was.
Yeah, we'll see it on YouTube later tonight, but it was a great fight, guys. Probably the best fight of TI.
No, it was definitely unique, and I think it's a fight that shows the pressure that goes into a game like this, right? With elimination on the line, both teams maybe a little bit shaky in their position.
Yeah, I think this is why I love the Faceless Void. It's a hero where it will win when you reach a certain point in the game. And I don't think a lot of teams are able to keep the composure needed to overcome that, right? It's like all Liquid needs to do is just not feed, and they win. And with Falcons, they hit this timer of Jagger on Malrine, and they start playing like we saw top. They do that little like TP rotation. When Liquid start going on them, they get a good trade, but they're not able to get enough. When you have Blink, you want to kill everyone.
Yeah.
And they were not, they were going like even or less. It's just not enough.
It was a really rough game for Team Falcons as they hereby take their leave from the international. The defending champions are no more, and they were so close to playing their 800 games on stage or together with the five of them. Stuck at 799 now. And for some final words, we're heading over to Crit.
Yeah, thanks indeed. I am here with Crit from Falcons. Crit, tough break on going out there. We're all sorry to see you guys go out. It's not usual that you see Falcons against Liquid in a lower bracket elimination game like this. Does that speak to the standard and the difficulty this year?
在败者组 Team Falcons 对战 Team Liquid 其实是很罕见的，这种重量级的对战是不是能证明今年的比赛特别的激烈？
Yeah, I think it's very obvious that all 8 teams that were in the playoffs were able to beat each other, and we had 2 close series, and we were fortunate to lose out. But at the end of the day, we just didn't really hit our best, and yeah, that's what it took for this tournament. That was your 799th game together as a 5. Talk to me about what it's been like playing with these guys, how fantastic it's been, and what a great group of lads they are.
对，说明了这淘汰赛的8支队伍都是实力非常接近的，谁都有机会打败谁。最后我们没有打到自己最好的状态，也就这样了。但是也是打了2场很激烈的比赛。
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 years. It's a long time. A lot of memories. We had mixed results, but at the end of the day, we accomplished what we wanted last year. We were hoping to defend it this year, and it was a very hard tournament for us. I think everyone tried their best, and sometimes it just doesn't. It's not meant to be. So unfortunate, but we'll move on, and I'm sure everyone's gonna be able to watch us again in the next few tournaments, and there will be another TI next year.
这支队伍一起打了鸡排99场比赛，是非常了不起的一个成就。然后想问一下 Crit， 就是有什么可以跟我们分享的？其实我们一起打了3年多，是非常之久的。然后我们去年也达到了自己想要的目标，很可惜今年没有达到自己想要的卫冕冠军。但是呢，我相信在未来的几个比赛里，还是能看到我们的身影。然后明年还有 TI。
And final thought, Crit. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans, especially here in Shanghai, that have been supporting you guys and cheering for you guys, not just at this TI, but throughout the season?
最后感想，有没有什么想对现场或者家里的粉丝说？不只是支持了这个 TI， 也是过往历届支持你们的粉丝。
Yeah, I mean, it's always special. Last time I was here in 2019, it was also special. For me, this is probably the last TI. I'm happy to do it here. It's always amazing to be in China, but fans all around the world always cheering. It's a special thing to be at TI, and I'm gonna miss it. It's been a lot of TIs at this point, and yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure watching you as well, Crit. Thank you.
上一次进来打 TI 上海已经是2019年了，也非常荣幸能回到上海打这一届的 TI。很可惜，这可能是我最后的一届 TI 了。非常荣幸可以站在这个舞台上，也感谢大家的支持。
I think the pleasure has been all ours. This was Crit's 10th international, and he said that there probably is not another one for him in store. A lot of weight with those words, Rhea.
I don't want to lose a player like Crit in the scene. I wish I could watch him at every TI to come. I think he's a wonderful 4. I think he brings a lot of... I don't know. He's like... For how cool and calm he is as a person, I think he's so expressive with how he plays Dota. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, it's just like the idea of like what Falcons and Crit has been able to achieve, right? Since their inception back in like 2024, it's like they dominated the scene then. They of course won last TI. This year maybe didn't go their way, but it's like they are the most decorated 5-man stack. They played the most games as a 5-man stack for Dota history. Like what they've done in 3 years will be on our minds for like the rest of Dota, right? Like they have done so much within such a short span, and that is testament to the experience of Crit, what he's been able to achieve, and all the other players, right? So if Crit isn't to play next TI and it's going to be a different Falcons roster, they've done a great job. So again, props to all of them.
And he's changed the game so much with like position for like what can you do on your role. I think he was one of the few players that started like maybe with Jerax to get the roaming position for and what can you do in the game. I think it was really amazing all those years watching his gameplay and gonna miss it.
A lasting impact from a Crit, and of course a lasting impact here from this iteration potentially of Team Falcons. But eliminations are part of the game. Team Liquid is the team that moves forward, and we'll see them again in the lower bracket. But take a deep breath. You can rest assured eliminations are done for the day. That is a heavy heart that we had here this morning. But now it is time for upper brackets to make some great Dota coming your way. We're going to have Team Spirit and Vision on the stage very, very soon. This was only the first half of the day. Yes, it was a long one. Only halfway. There's much more to come. Natty and her team will take you through that second half of the day. And to get you started on Vision versus Spirit, we're going to hear some words from Yutoro and Laurel.
Start group stage was good, and we lost 2 games. We playing okay. We a bit, not struggling. We have some problems with picks, also with how we play. Not only drafts, how we play, but make decision in games. So we guys, go chill.
The first game was against Extreme. It was quite easy. We just won 2-0. No problem about it. Then we played against Aurora, I would say. And also games was pretty easy, pretty easy drafts, pretty easy to play. Then we met Liquid. Against them, a bit harder games. We won 2-1. They're a good team, I would say. And we messed up some drafts.
Then we play against Team Vision, and it happens we don't understand power of some heroes. We play good. After this game, we realized a lot. I would say we lost them 0-2. Then we play against Nigma. Also, we have maybe not our best strategies. We just feel not tired, just playing better. This day I cannot say much.
And we played against Team Resilience the next day. It was pretty easy games, but we made a lot of mistakes, I would say, at games and second game. And we crashed out. The second game was, and we lost this map. After that, we played third game. It was pretty chill, pretty easy game, like the first one, and we just won them.
We're happy that we go to playoffs and we can play on arena stage with viewers. It's always different between group stage and playoffs. Everyone plays different. It's real game begins, I guess. Always, viewers and people who cheering for you or hate, I don't know. It's always good just to be there and play against the best teams and beat them. It's sad when you lose, but it is what it is. You just think about happy way. You come, you need to show your best. That's all. And it's always great to play on stage.
The ATI for me, the best tournament of the year for sure. Way more ahead of other ones, any tournament ESL, Wallachia, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Depending of the TI, because it's the biggest tournament. You feel it by every part of tournament, stage, group stage. You see the faces of your opponents. They're nervous, unreal. You can watch the pressure of the games. Every game is cinematic. Absolute cinema, every game, and you just like to play in this scenery, and you like to play against these opponents. So I would say just the best tournament of the year. And we didn't play it 2 years in a row at the playoff. So we finally came back.
Day 2 of TI-15 main stage continues. We've had the heartbreak of a double elimination there with saying goodbye to both Falcons and Ironwing. But we move on to greener pastures, much more enjoyable things. We're looking towards the upper bracket. And joining me for this one is none other than Insania, Effie, and Quinn themselves. Effie, how are you feeling for day number 2?
I'm feeling good. A little bit sad, of course, when teams are eliminated, especially ones with veteran players such as Falcons. It's always a little bit bittersweet, but it's time to root out who's the best from the best, and I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, I think that's also what makes this tournament mean so much is people do get knocked out. You see the loss, that's when you see how much it matters to them whenever they lose and they come back next year. And I don't know, the storylines build and build. So I think that's part of what makes this tournament so incredibly special.
Yeah, and it is the one event of the year that no matter what team you play for, everybody at the back of their minds think like, if I win this year, what does it mean? Because I could actually be winning TI. This could be the one. And yeah, it means so much, and that's why the heartbreak also, like, as a viewer, you can feel it.
Yeah, we see it. It's easy to stand up there when you're winning to celebrate what it is to be at a TI, but it's another level when it doesn't necessarily go your way. But that's the hardship of being in the lower bracket for those teams that are down there. If you're in the upper bracket, though, you're feeling a little bit better. You're just off the edge of being able to make it to a top 3. I mean, that is where these two teams that are coming up are sitting for themselves now.
Team Spirit!
They've talked about how long it has been for this roster since making it to the main stage of an international, how much it means to them, how close they are to be able to seeing success again in an org that has already lifted the Aegis twice. Their confidence is through the roof at the moment, but so is their opponent when it comes to Vision.
Team Vision!
4-0 in groups, coming in as the heavy favorites when we look towards our main stage. I would say, though, they have a formidable opponent up ahead against themselves here, and we're hoping that their ideas, their playstyle, and what brings these players to the forefront of our minds stays true, because that's the one thing in Sania that Vision are going to need is you don't want to end up playing Spirit's game. You want to be playing your own game.
No, absolutely. I think the really cool thing about Vision is they have such a defining position for player. He will play unexpected heroes. We saw him play Pudge yesterday. And by doing that, you're always making your opponents play your style. You're playing your game. So that is one of Vision's biggest strengths.
Yeah, there's it's such a young, sort of like new, crazy roster. Like none of these players, if you go back 2 years, a lot of people watching Pro Dota wouldn't even know who they are. And to go from complete obscurity to the best team in the world that quickly is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen something quite like it before. And they are so individually talented on all of their players. And they've got such a match in Spirit. Like I couldn't be more excited for this.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about how scary Vision have looked recently in the last few months, we have to talk about Puppy joining as a coach and what he's done for the team, because he joined earlier on in the season in January. It was kind of growing pains. It happens with players alongside coaches too. And they didn't do so well for a couple of tournaments, but everything started to click. And this team has talked time and time again about how much Puppy has done for them, how he's helped them in drafts, how he's helped them shape Dota. And if we look at the screen right now, we've got the coach comparison where both Puppy and Miposhka, two legends in Sania, it's their first time attending TI as a coach.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually, considering like both these guys have been around for so long. This is the first time they appear head-to-head as coaches. I'm sure they played each other at TI 10 when Spirit had that miracle run, and they obviously won that series. And yeah. I know from Matu how much that hurt to lose to them. So I'm sure Puppy, for him, this is like, finally he gets his rematch against Spirit.
Yeah, what a crazy TI history when you look at Miposhka. I mean, when you look at both of them, Puppy's so consistent for so long. And Miposhka, not really at a lot of the TIs, gets 1/7 early on in the TI history. And then first 13th first. Like, what is this? What is this record?
I remember all the way back when we ended up seeing Secret come second in the Singapore TI. We're like, the next one's Puppies. This is it. He's going to come first. And he ended up not qualifying as a player. But if you wanted to alter the story a little bit, we could just change it. The next TI he attends is his first. This is the first one he's attended since that second place that he got with Secret as a player. And it feels like he's on trajectory. He's on track. That's what I was saying. Yep. He just needed to make it to TI, which he hadn't been able to do for the last 3 years.
I mean, it was like what? He was like 5th, 6th, and then 4th, then 3rd, then 2nd, and then... I mean, he has a good shot. Like, the team could not be any better coming into this.
I feel like the biggest part about what is giving Vision that little bit of extra oomph outside of the ideas, outside of the respect that they have for Puppy as a coach here, is the way that Satanic plays, who he is as a player as well, and the fact that they've been able to take a relatively new player that's had a little bit of fostering Quinn, but ultimately still build him into what they need and what they want from a character.
Yeah, I think he's the single biggest talent of any player in the last year. Is crazy. People talk about this guy like he's God, and it's because he is an absolute prodigy. And it's also very funny for this matchup, specifically his team history, starting on Yellow Submarine, which is essentially Spirit's foster team, where they try to find players and they're playing and then be sub in for Spirit sometimes, which eventually happens. Yatoro takes a break, he stands in for Spirit, and he sort of gets nurtured and grows up a lot on that team before eventually going to Vision. And so I think for a lot of the CIS scene, but for Satanic specifically, I think he looked up to Yatoro a lot. There's a lot of sort of rivalry and connection between these players because everyone looks up to Yatoro. You could see it in his play style and how much he farms in the I'm going to carry the game, I am Lee Sin Al-Gaib play style. I think you can see that huge connection between the two.
He's baby Yatoro, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the only way to put it.
He for sure is baby Yatoro. I mean, you can tell that he watched all of the Yatoro replays, and his playstyle was whatever Yatoro was doing in pubs, Satanic was copying. And when he got asked to fill in for Yatoro when Yatoro was on his break, I can imagine he was over the moon about it. But now he's at a position where it's a disservice to him to call him baby Yatoro. He's not baby Yatoro. He's Satanic. And honestly, he's been looking even better than his #1 inspiration.
That's the goal for any player, is to make a name for yourself. And Satanic is going to do that for himself. Hopefully it's with lifting an Aegis for this TI, but I have no doubt there's so much longevity in his career. I think one of the funniest things is how easily these two teams also play into it. I mean, the voice lines that come out for every TI, you have your team packs. There's one coming out from Spirit about essentially the king referencing Yatoro, and Vision come out with one that's referencing the prince. Do you think that's still on the level of a little bit of disservice there, or you're like, yeah, I love it, this is the fan service I signed up for?
I mean, they're just having fun with it. There's so much respect between these two teams and these two players, and I think it's anyone's goal to beat their inspiration and be better in every way. You know, when they talk about the student surpassing the teacher, that is definitely something that Satanic is taking pride in, but ultimately there's no disrespect there.
I also feel like both these two carries going into any other series except matching up against each other are going to say, I'm the best carry in this lobby, and there's no doubt about it. And
Would you even argue that?
I mean, I think there's different playstyles and stuff, but I think a lot of people would feel this way. Like, watching these two players, they will have the carry differential on their side. But specifically this matchup, like Yatoro versus Satanic, I don't know who I would like rather have on my team. Maybe Yatoro at TI specifically. I think he tends to shine here. He's had a few more TI appearances, and obviously he's won 2 of them. So he knows what this tournament is all about.
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting dynamic is if you look at the entirety of the year, Satanic was absolutely the better carry. I don't think that's even a question, but TI is TI. Yatoro, when you think of him on the stage, you think of Bald Toro shaving his head, coming out and annihilating me. I know what that's like firsthand. Yeah, exactly. I remember it very well. It's seared into my memory. And I think him on TI stage is seared into a lot of people's memories. He's taken a lot of names and scythed a lot of doors. So I agree. When it comes to TI, I kind of have to lean toward Yatoro.
It was shown yesterday, right? We look at their groups. They were going up against Vision in groups, looking to be that 4-0 team for themselves. They lose that series. They could have still gone through 4-1. They lose that series. They have to go into elimination. They lose game 1. And you're wondering, is this Spirit going to crumble before we even see them get to main stage? They rock up yesterday. Iron Wing, it's like they'd never even heard of those players before. That's how phenomenal they looked.
Yeah, Spirit are energized by the crowd like no team I've ever seen. Every single player feeds off of it, and especially Collapse and Yatoro. Like, they've talked in their vlogs so many times about how whenever the crowd is cheering with them, they feel like they're stronger. And if there are ever cheers against them, that makes them even stronger. And you have to be a vibes player at TI. It's a different tournament. It's a different beast. The stakes are different, regardless of how much of you've competed throughout the year. And they've got experience like no other when it comes to this.
Yeah, I think people also talk a lot about ramping up. At a TI, you play the group stage and you improve to main stage and you improve throughout the bracket. And I think Spirit is the poster child for this. There is this feeling when this team is improving and marching through the bracket that they're going from good to great to unstoppable by the end of the tournament. And so when you're in the middle of the bracket like this, you need to stop them now, because when they get to the end, if you let them keep rolling, you cannot do anything about it.
So, no, you go insane.
I also think the Spirit is just a completely different beast than any of the Spirits that we've seen in the past. Like, when we think of Spirit, we think of this team that kind of likes to play defensive, set up a lot of baits, like kind of play around Yatoro and rely on him a lot. I find that this new iteration of Spirit, they play around their supports a lot more, and the supports are a lot more enabled to make moves and play a much more active role.
The last time we saw these two teams come up against each other, it wasn't necessarily a fair fight. Vision had a lot of good ideas, but is it going to work a second time around when it comes to the TI main stage?
Team Spirit versus Team Vision. Game 1.
A win here for either of these teams means top 3 secured, and for Spirit, that would be an amazing accomplishment to be able to get back to. After winning TI in Seattle, we hadn't seen them on the main stage. They definitely fell below a lot of expectations, and now I do wonder, is the team that lost in group stages in a matchup going to come into this with an upper hand when it comes to a draft?
Yeah, so much has changed. The meta has shifted a lot. We talked about the break between the group stage and the main stage, and I think that comes into effect a lot here. You can see that by the Bounty Hunter first ban. That would not have even been in the game and anyone's thoughts in the group stage, but now this hero has risen to, I don't know, it just doesn't lose anymore, apparently. So the draft has definitely changed, so we'll have to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that in the group stages, when Spirit lost to Team Vision, they lost twice to Earth Spirit. And they had this idea that they could beat it. I think in the series today, we're not going to see it be given away to either team. There's no idea of, oh, we're just going to let it through and play against it. I think that's a big takeaway for Team Spirit. On top of that, I think Lone Druid will be very contested in the series, where maybe other teams lost faith in him after his statistics in group stage, because he's been owning on the main stage.
Yatoro had an absolute pop-off on Lone Druid the other day, so for sure a hero for them to consider. I want to go back to the Bounty Hunter, because I think this hero being so popular actually hurts Vision, because it fits their playstyle. We talked about 9 Class coming into today, and he is a very unique player that likes to play unique heroes, and the reason that is so successful is because people don't really know how to play against it. He's a lot more comfortable playing that position than anybody else going up against it. But now one of his favorite heroes is becoming a popular hero. Everybody's going to play it. And it's getting banned out immediately in the first stage. So I think Spirit kind of has a little bit of an edge in that regard.
On that note, I do want to say that it was really funny, because at EWC, we saw a different version of 9 Class where every single game he was Hoodwink or Dark Willow. He was playing very standard heroes. And when we asked about it, he basically said, well, Peppy told me to play regular Dota. We've been playing regular Dota. It's working. If there's an interesting hero I can throw every now and then, I will. But it seems like they have shifted their playstyle more towards laning together as a 3 and 4 instead of him just running around.
I would say even though they can play that way, it kind of favors Spirit, because now you're not sucked into playing this weird Vision game that, they want to set up and make you feel uncomfortable. And we talked about it when we see Falcons play, you don't want to play their game. And I think getting him on a Hoodwink or a Willow is already a win in that regard.
Yeah, this Ember, I'm so curious to see how you respond to it. We've seen Ember become a first phase pick so often in metas, and the question becomes, what hero do you want to crush him in lane with? Because there are options, but a lot of these teams aren't super comfortable with, stuff like the Huskar, the Necrophos. It's not generally how you want to play, these mid players want to play. Doom as a response is, honestly, I would say not that much of a response at all. I think it's kind of just a hero that you're picking, and the heroes have interactions, but there's both positive and negative on both sides.
I do wonder about this Doom, because conceptually, Doom is an anti-carry hero, right? There are very little carries that like to play against him, and the ones that aren't in meta the same way, outside of Lone Druid. I think Vision might be trying to bait out a Lone Druid, and they've prepared a strategy against it.
I think another thing for this Doom is that he has kind of this like end game win the game build right now with the Shiva's Guard and Ags. And we have two really, teams that like to play for the end game. And having that edge in the end game, like you have Satanic versus Yatoro, but it's also about how the surrounding cast comes together to enable these players and prevent the other guy from succeeding. So Doom kind of puts you on a timer in a sense where if he gets to that end game point, you're going to be the stronger player.
Yeah, there's the Nature's Prophet we've seen so many times. It's just good. We haven't really seen anything that felt like it countered it enough. His first phase banned it a lot of games. Nigma put it to great effect yesterday. So I don't see anything particularly wrong with this. One thing I do think that the Doom is interesting is sometimes whenever a hero's mid his first pick, it may seem like you want to just respond with the same hero in lane. You want to just counterpick them. But some heroes like the Monkey King, the Huskar, Necro, those heroes have counters in other lanes. And so you respond with other lanes to then get that gotcha counterpick a little bit later once you see more information and you can make a more educated decision about which one of the counters is better against the supporting cast.
So which archetype of hero do you see fit into that from the mid lane? Like, let's say double supports come out now. Do Vision show a third core, or do they just go for their supports?
I think Vision probably is waiting till the end. But I'm not entirely sure. Like, I think when you have got the Nature's Prophet on your team, you don't want double turret. We've talked about that before. You don't want these double ranged hitter guys. So something like a Necrophos or a Huskar gets a little bit worse. And you start looking at something more like a Monkey King or this melee dude who snowballs the lane, and you can get the moves rolling and let Satanic farm and connect.
When we saw the Slark the other day, that can happen. But I think because of the lack of Wisp for both these teams, it's probably, a little bit lower on the priority.
Yeah, they didn't ban it either, so I think, you mentioned them potentially baiting the Lone Druid and saying we have answers for it. I think there may be a bit of that for both teams, saying we've got, there's heroes in the pool that are definitely contested and both teams are thinking about, and they're sort of moving around in a circle, looking at those heroes, looking at each other, seeing who will make the first sort of more committal move to something first.
I would say both these heroes, like both Nature's Prophet and Doom, kind of enables that playstyle that you like to play against a Lone Druid. If they are fast at connecting to the safe lane, they can overwhelm like the guy on the safe lane that wants to just sit there and defend his tower. He doesn't really like when fast rotations can happen on him. So I think Spirit probably considering that here and decided to go for two supports. I think Hoodwink has looked extremely solid throughout this tournament. To me, it is one of the most stable position 4 heroes. It seems like the spells always have high impact, and Undying is one of those 5s that's just like, it's going to be stable, it's going to secure its lane, it creates a lot of issues, and opens up for a lot of potential pairings down the line.
She's a nice hero versus Nature's Prophet as well, because when he early teleports on her, she scurries out of Sprout. You look at Undying as well. If he gets teleported on early, he can live a little bit longer with a Decay, drop a Tombstone, maybe turn the tides there.
Yeah, it's smart picks, and they have great early game synergy with Ember. So even if he gets counterpicked, there's potential that you bring 3 heroes and you just fight them back. Especially with Rubik, which is a hero that traditionally is not super strong on the early fights because he has 1 spell that does damage. His other 2 spells don't do anything early, and so it's a little bit of a slower support, wants a little bit more time. And there's potential to abuse that for Spirit because their supports have got plenty of spells that all do stuff early on.
I do think an aspect of the Slark counterpick to Ember does come out. This is trending up. Honestly, it's been a lot of fun to watch, so I'll never root against this.
We were curious that if the lack of IO was going to be enough of a deterrent that you're like, actually, we don't really feel comfortable that it will make it through the mid game out of mid lane that well. But no one's saying here it's definitely going to be okay in Vision's eyes.
I think it's related to the 2 supports. So if you think about how Slark dies, it's if you can find an instant Hex or an instant silence on him. But he's going up against Hoodwink, which has a slow-moving projectile that he can react to, and then Undying that has essentially no spells that prevent Slark from playing his game.
I was wondering why the crowd was cheering so loud, and then I realized it's a Yotaro Terrorblade. Like, if you've ever seen this Yotaro army back and forth, there has always been this hero at the center of it, and we know how much the Chinese crowd loves Yotaro based off of their little romance between Ame and Yotaro.
Yeah, it's something worth cheering for, and I think it's a really cool TB game in a lot of ways. If you look at Vision's heroes, there's not that much teamfight, there's not that much AoE. It's a lot of sort of more greedy, selfish heroes who hit one guy, and now suddenly there's a wall of illusions, there's a tombstone, there's a lot of stuff in the fight, and it's hard to deal with that. And so if TB reaches a critical mass where he's got enough items to stand his ground and just hit, it's not easy for Vision to actually run into that illusion. The illusions, they can kind of just shred you.
Yeah, exactly. I think TB considered for a long time to be one of the best heroes against Doom because you're not reliant on the single hero to press a bunch of spells in the fight. He's going to enter the fight with a bunch of illusions and he'll do the damage. Same thing goes for Nature's Prophet. Both these heroes kind of struggle against TB. And now that you see the mid Slark that has essentially no spells either, it's a pretty good game to have illusions.
And the nerf to Satanic, the item, not the player, he's not nerfed. But the nerf to it, adding 10 extra seconds to the cooldown, is going to be quite significant against Terrorblade because a lot of late game Nature's Prophet is around playing with your Satanic in a way where it's more valuable than the BKB even. And if the downtime is a lot lower on it, then TB is just going to have freer fights.
Yeah, it's very true. My one question for Spirit is, they knew this Lark was coming, and we've seen a lot of teams so scared of this matchup that they just dodge. It's a very scary lane and a very scary game matchup. Laurel is one of the best mid players at taking a bad matchup and still playing the game very well. It's put him and Malrine up there at the top. But this lane is particularly bad, and it doesn't get better as time passes. So I'm curious to see if Laurel has crafted some way to counterplay it, some new strategy, an item build, something. Because if you just play it straight up, you can have zero impact.
You know, I've seen Team Spirit do things for Laurel when he's put in Ember versus Huskar matchups where they bring all 5 heroes to the mid lane, do a late smoke, and try to kill the enemy mid laner. I've seen that happen a couple of times.
Even early carry rotations as well, coming out from Yutoro if he's on a hero like that.
There's even the potential to dual lane for the first minute or two. I mean, we don't really think about it in terms of laning against the mid Slark, but if we think about it as a Huskar replacement, strategies do exist to make it easier.
It's just, it's a little bit tough. I think Laurel, generally speaking, I don't think of, like, when I think of Malrine, I think he, like, has these, like, wave dragging things. He has a lot of these, like, weird ways of making his lanes fine. We even saw it in the previous game when he played the Sand King against Lina. He, like, pulls the waves into the camps. I don't really think of Laurel in the same way. Would you say he kind of fits that style, or is it more of what Mira said?
No, I agree in that I think he kind of just tanks it.
Yeah.
I think he tanks it really well. He doesn't feed. It's one of the biggest things. It's very hard to kill this guy. He's low CS and he's low net worth, but he's not dead. And he plays for that moment where you overstep. You're like, I'm going to kill this guy. And then you don't. And you go too deep and you die. I've fallen victim to that before. And he's tantalizing and he baits you in. And I think that's Laurel's skill set. And I agree. He doesn't really do the wave dragging, the farming so much.
Yeah.
Well, it's one last ban for Vision. Primal Beast was the other one, and I mean, it could make sense for their, what Spirit want for their last pick there, but it's just a hero that has somewhat been overlooked this TI. You go back 12 months, and this hero had way more success, way more flavor towards him too.
Man, it's also a Collapse Classic, right? It's like it's his guy. I feel like when Primal Beast was first released into Dota and the hero was absolutely busted, he was playing it in every single pub and he was spamming voice lines and just laughing at you as he's running at you and like XDing himself because his hero was so stupidly strong. And so he definitely loves it. I find it interesting here. We have a kind of like conceptually thinking about these teams. I think looking at Spirit's heroes, you can very much easily tell this is Yatoro that needs to 1 versus 9.
Yep.
This TB is everything. Everything else is just there to enable the Terrorblade to deal damage. Whereas Team Vision has a bit more of a balanced draft where like there's a Doom that can cause an issue, there's the Prophet that can cause an issue, and there's a Spark that can cause an issue.
I was thinking about this Night Stalker coming up because he has played it before in this tournament and it's looked good. And the aspect of Vision that's hard to play into right now is ironically their Vision. These puns are coming out by accident, by the way. I'm really not intending them, but they're playing with the Slark D words and Nature's Prophet ability to instantly connect on it. When you're playing with a Night Stalker, because of his ulti, you can find the Doom before he initiates. You can find the Prophet in the tree lines, and most importantly, you have the crippling fear for the Slark. It's probably Slark's biggest counter in Dota when Night Stalker gets a blink and there's no save on his team up until Rubik gets shard. So it's a cool idea.
What on earth? An Ogre last pick here for the side of Vision. 0 picks, 0 bets. This hero was completely uncontested until this moment here.
Dupalis likes this hero. He's played it in pubs. It pairs well with Nature's Prophet, gives you the extra attack speed, and maybe can bridge the difference in carries. TB's got all the illusions. Well, Titanic's got the extra attack speed, and maybe that makes a little bit of a difference.
I think this is a puppy flavor because it was played a couple of times at EWC and it was with a Nature's Prophet or a range carry, and it just feels like Puppy used to love this hero back in the day. He used to always play it on secret when nobody wanted to, and it's just kind of naturally transitioned to his new team.
I also find it interesting because Ogre can actually go for more than one hero. right? The cooldown of Bloodlust is so short that you can keep it on multiple heroes, and you get the multicast eventually, which makes like the entire team stronger. And I feel like that again goes to like the concept of Vision they're trying to accomplish, which is multiple answers for Yasoro. Whereas on the other side, I feel like Spirit, they just have a lot of tools that are going to enable Terrorblade to hit. They have the Tombstone, they have the Vision, they have all these things that are going to help them find these auto attacks and find the damage in the fight.
Yeah, I love this idea. I think it's so true, and it's like at the core of how Spirit drafts every game. You look at their heroes, they maybe don't make too much sense together until you put the TB in the picture. And oh, now I see the whole picture and it makes sense. The Night Stalker and the Ember and the Hoodwink, all these stuns, like you said, I fully agree. And it's why I love watching Spirit play, because they're drafting for the entirety of everything, how it all fits around Yatoro and not like individual stars.
I do want to know a little bit more insane of this Ogre, the item progression, how it plays as a 5, because for it to not necessarily be looked at by any other team and then come out now, it's just like, where did your vision go for how you see an Ogre have impact?
And a Midas Octarine Sword.
Are you being legit with me right now? Or are you trolling everyone's pubs for the next month?
Yes.
All right, well, look, I'm not sure if I can fully trust you on that one, Insane. If there anything else here, you're fully in the camp of what Spirit have done for themselves, or that last twist was enough for you to be swayed to Vision?
I think there's still the issue of the Slark counterpick to Ember mid, and a lot of this game will be dictated around how well Spirit deal with this, and if they can weather the pressure that it's going to bring. If they can, their draft is fantastic here.
Yeah, fully agree. I'm worried for Slark. Slark Ember is a scary, scary matchup, so that's where I'm looking. But if Spirit on main stage, it's game 1, I got to put my faith in Bald Yatoro.
He's not even bold yet. You can't do that.
He will be.
Oh, if he makes it to the finals. We haven't even looked towards that. By the way, I know you guys were reacting to the crowd reacting. That's because Zhao 8 is casting over on the Chinese stream. If any of you guys wanted to open that one up, maybe have a dual stream going on, you're more than welcome to. But we're going to go from one legend to another. It's Tsunami standing by with Miposhka.
That's right. Standing by with Team Spirits and Miposhka. Miposhka, you spent quite a time in that booth before coming out. I'm wondering, how has your coaching style changed from your 5-position style when you're in the booth? Draft ends, you're telling your teammates, this is how we should play the game. Are you giving them more instructions since you're not playing with them now?
Definitely, yes. I mean, for draft stage, not changed much, because like I previously did a lot of in the spare. Preparation and something like that. But now I'm trying to teach my supports, because I played a lot on that position. So always trying to help them, trying to help like how you should put vision.
Kill all them filthy landlubbers!
Yeah, it seems that way. How well have your supports taken your lessons? Because you're doing very well in this tournament right now.
So,
how are they understanding your lessons?
I would say slowly, but they do it. They're doing it anyway.
And then how about the lesson of Slark versus Ember Spirit? How are you feeling about that matchup?
I mean, we'll see. We played once that matchup, and after that game, Lars said I would never play anymore on Slark against Ember, because this hero is doing nothing after the lane stage. But we'll see how it will go from enemies' view. So I mean, I believe in our draft anyway.
All right, let's see if the belief pays out. Miposhka, good luck in game number 1.
Hearing from a legend of the game, it does provoke the question, what does it take to become a legend? There's no doubt about Spirit's status as one of the greatest teams of all time, but to achieve that status, they did so by trampling over the gods of their time, beating players like Puppey and Faith Beyond to claim the Aegis. Same path now lies in front of Team Vision. To stay on the high road, they have to beat Yatoro and collapse.
A lot of rings in this series here, and a lot more potentially come for the young squad of Vision trying to seek their own. It's a tough team to play against on the main stage when the pressure's on, when you know these guys are going to clutch it up. And to me, these two teams, it's such a mirror match in some ways because they are both defined so much from that one position carry role. Spirit loves playing around Yatoro. He is your win condition. He is what's going to define how this game goes down past that 30, 40, 50 minute mark. And I think the same can be said for Vision. This is a team built around the young gun in Satanic. You need him to pop off. You need him to have a good time. When Satanic is ahead of his opponent carry at 10 minutes, you win the game 3 out of 4 times. Straight up. And the flip side, when Yatoro is behind at 10 minutes on the enemy carry, Spirit only managed to win that game 35%. So you're looking at these two carries going up against each other, and if the net worth gap starts to open up around that 10 to 15 minute mark when Vision want to explode the map, take the game over, especially between a Furion and a Terrorblade, this could be a very one-sided series. Spirit need to find a way to equalize that advantage, control the map, and not fall behind. I think Vision have been the faster team so far this event, and they're proposing a lot of tempo here between the Furion and the Slark mid with an Ogre to back it up. Extra bloodlust, some extra attack speed, extra movement speed, it all comes together.
It does kind of link back to Satanic's entrance onto the scene, right? Like, he shows up when Yatoro wants to take this break. He plays for Team Spirit, right? And Team Spirit went from the slow kind of 4 protect 1 sort of team. Uh-oh, collapse. That is looking like your first blood. Satanic, beautiful body blocking there with the treants to collect a kill on a former teammate.
That is a big gold injection for a hero that was already free farming. It's just so scary to give Vision this kind of start on their safe lane. They're already dominating this lane. That's the downside of the Night Stalker pick. He's just not that strong early on. You really have to get to this first nighttime period. It's a hero you're going to have to rotate into. And the issue is the Ember, he has the toughest matchup mid, already just having to walk the base. This lane stage is already incredibly rough for Spirit. And it comes down to who is going to salvage that. The Terrorblade? Like, does this have to be some crazy Yatoro game where he's the one making the moves, making something crazy happen? This is not the easiest hero to do it on because you have to commit metas to get through the lane yourself.
Yeah, we heard a lot of theory crafting from the panel about how they're going to get out of this Ember Spirit versus Slark matchup. And so far, Team Spirit have not hit us with any of those wrinkles. So maybe their plan is a little bit later on, but so far, it's going to be Team Vision running away with the lanes. They're going to win that safe lane. They're absolutely going to dominate the mid lane matchup. And it looks like the off lane matchup is going to go pretty damn well for Notice as well.
It's fine. He might die up here to some Tombstone plus meta drop. That's your one concern on this lane. Otherwise, you're free farming up here. And with a Rubik, that always feels super nice. A classic Team Secret support too. Don't help me bring in his little flair here with the Rubik Ogre. I can't count how many times he played this with the Apsor on that Rubik.
Oh, no one comes so close to drawing the aggro. Yatoro gets overwhelmed here. He does manage to pop his wand, stay alive. 9 class is now going to be the one in trouble, trying to deal with the Tombstone. Both of them are solo. They collect on the kill on 9 class, staying in front of Notice. Can they get this second kill? Through low on mana, will not have the decay to finish him off.
Early raindrop boot stick for Yatoro gets him out of trouble there. The reflection really hurts while you're trying to kill that Tombstone. That's going to be the toughest lane for Vision, and honestly, they're still pulling a little bit ahead there. As you mentioned, these other 2 lanes are where the damage can really be done. Laurel just forced into the jungle super early. No one having a free time mid.
What'd you make of what Moposhka said about Laurel in this matchup? That, like, yeah, okay, Slark dominates the lanes, but, you know, going into the mid game, what is this hero really doing for you?
I can kind of understand what he said, especially if they had scrims versus it and it went better. I don't think the mid Slark, without the IO at least, snowballs incredibly hard. Okay. However, I will say Vision, they're a peculiar team with it because they've played so much with the 9 class Slark. Yeah. They're familiar at how to control the map, get the proper D wards, utilize the Vision. It can do a lot of damage here. I think no one's going to be very comfortable playing this hero, and it's not necessarily the worst Slark game outside of that Night Stalker. I think it's pretty obnoxious for the supports. There's not a lot of direct control. The Terrorblade matchup is a little frustrating sometimes with the later Depth Shroud, and you can't really get some big ultimate off. You go in, you try and Sunder, someone gets Depth Shrouded, he ults, it gets a little weird.
Yeah.
There are some interactions that are annoying, so I don't think this is a game where the Slark is going to have muted impact. And if anything, I think Spirit are more dependent on Laurel able to make moves.
Oh, ward's coming in. They really set this one up, trying to get the D ward on the ward, barely outside of that. Rue is already rotated over to try and help Laurel, but yeah, Vision just throw everything they have in this mid lane. They do not want to let Laurel get to this level 6. Fortunately, a high ground tombstone is going to be whatever is Vision. Just walk outside of the AoE. No real punish coming here from Team Spirit. And that means a whole lot of damage on this mid tower so early on to the game. I mean, just keep the heroes here. Laurel can't do anything about it.
Catapult stayed alive. You're not able to lane. Tower's just gone to Bloodlust Furion. Spirit read that move, and it still worked for Vision. That's a little concerning. Your only real turnaround on these aggressive Furion ports is Collapse matching that, keeping in, just running the Furion down.
He is doing a really good job of taking this tower early.
Yeah, he got a lot of damage with the catapult, too. Under attack. Vision, I think, a little late to defend that on. Especially if you're going to TP the Slark down here in the end. It feels like a little bit of a wasted port.
Unless they can actually convince Team Spirit to fight into them, but of course, Nighttime Vision of Collapse should read most of this situation.
I also think this Slark going bottom is freedom for Laurel. Like, yes, please give me some time to CS mid without getting my regen drained.
Yeah.
Notice he does have Doom available. You got to be careful up here. Don't want to linger too long with this Terrorblade. Give up that free kill.
Speaking of free kills, Ogre is very oftentimes a free kill. Takes a little while to get him sometimes because he's a big tanky boy, but extra bit of golden experience for Collapse. And for me, I feel like that's so much rides on Collapse being able to deal with this Slark. Like if he can have a good enough lane, transition that into a mid game where he's shutting down the Slark, get a Blink Dagger, AoE silence on him. Those can be some pretty easy kills.
I think the Night Stalker's absolutely the X factor. How much is Collapse going to be able to do in controlling some of these night times, keeping a presence on the map, not letting no one just play a free Slark game, control room, with the D-ward. Can he match some of the Furion rotations? There's a lot of potential there. You just have to pick your moments really well. At least you get a tower down here. We'll take it. Nice little extra gold injection for him.
Yeah, I like that Collapse took the last hit too. For a second there, I thought Yotaro was going to walk in and take it, but you need this gold on Night Stalker.
You have to make this Night Stalker as strong as possible, as fast as possible. He's your best ticket into the early game team fighting that you know is coming to you at a pretty fast pace right now. I like this wave drag top. Going to stall up this tower push considerably.
Yeah, it might die for it, but it's going to force a lot of heroes from Vision to try and catch him. He's actually stays ahead of them.
They're TPing the Night Stalker.
Yeah, they want to fight with these heroes behind tower like this. Dark Ascension ready to go.
You got to find something off this rotation. Don't want to move Collapse without getting at least a support kill out of it.
Do you think it's okay if it just means Collapse holds this tower?
Have you seen someone bleed out?
I think the tower was going to get held no matter what with both supports coming up here like that.
Okay.
I think it's a little sad for the Night Stalker. Good defense from Spirit. Not overly sad about the overall exchange. Collapse, he just wants to get more out of these nighttime. I mean, that's the nature of the hero. You're always looking for as much as you can during these 5-minute windows.
2,000 net worth lead as the laning phase kind of breaks down Team Vision. Get the lead that is about expected, right?
Taking fire.
Yes, we're approaching that 10-minute mark, and it is the Furion ahead of the Terrorblade. So Vision have to be pretty confident with the early game advantage they've accrued here, as long as you don't give up some big 4 kills.
Oh, look at all those bounties. They got one apiece.
Nice even exchange. Remains. Very friendly rune battle, you know?
And we're back to daytime. So, Vision, they ran over the first 5 minutes. Had to take a bit of a break with the Night Stalker threatening them. But now I feel like it's back on again.
I honestly think this Spirit was not that bad for Spirit. There weren't too many extra Furion rotations. They defended top tower. The Embers were covering a little bit, and you didn't give up any just extra bad kills with the support, which means this support duo for Vision is not that they're super low level, but they could have been a lot higher level. And it's actually the Undying who's the highest level support in the game. That's pretty nice here. You don't have this Rubik ult online, nowhere close to it. The Ogre levels don't really matter. You have 3 points in Bloodlust. That's all he's contributing. You can keep playing around this top tower. Might be able to stabilize this early game. That is a very fast defusal, though.
Super scary. Any hero that gets caught alone by this Slark.
It is daytime. You're a little weaker on this Slark running around. And Spirit, they're continuing to dodge him. Laurel just pulling waves. Does not want to go anywhere near no one. First item ghost up their house. That sounds like a little
Or pulling again. This time he'll be punished for it, but
does have
he gets a number of those creeps killed. Delays this push a lot. They still haven't taken that safe lane tower.
They've been really annoying on that top tier 1. Of course, last hit to Satanic off the Wrath of Nature. There's where the tip is coming through.
Yeah, of course.
Classic. Give me that gold.
Do you think these Furions like click their ultimate straight up on the hero when they're at 100?
No, it's if he's really low, yes. Usually it's 1 or 2 units away. Finally, this tower will go down. You could have committed your Dark Ascension to again try and defend it even further, but I think you bought enough time here. You're okay conceding it. Using that Dark Ascension for either a turnaround play or defending some power into the Ember or something like this. It's going to be a defensive game for Spirit
enough already.
Until you're ready to just play through Collapse with his strength. He does have a blink. Really farm. The game state.
I do feel like it's one of those weird things that... Oh! Not me. That evasion's so obnoxious, man. It'll cost him a few extra seconds, and Collapse does TP away successfully there. I do feel like can they make moves with Night Stalker? Because it's kind of like making moves with a Tidehunter, right? Like, oh, we've got Ravage, guys. Let's go use it. Okay.
It's not as
you make a move, you use that Ravage. Well, guess what? That Ravage is now on cooldown, and Vision could just run you over.
I think the turnaround play is a lot more reliable for Spirit. You kind of know Vision are going to go into you, particularly the Slark with the Furion backup. You can bait him in a little bit, TP him with Night Stalker Blink on the back line. That's where the fight's going to look good for Collapse with this early Blink Dagger. It's very hard to just force the issue yourself, though. So Vision do have to be careful overextending deep into enemy territory.
Who's going to tank another gank?
This is that type of fight.
Around to kind of help him out. They burst down the Undying so quickly, and Tombstone's easily dealt with. Yeah, Team Spirit not actually going to fight this. It would be all up to Collapse if he wants to make that call, and he did not have TP.
Dyer's middle tower
the base there. Right. That's 20 seconds later. I think Spirit would take that engagement. Otherwise, it's going to write it off. At least for the Ember, who did commit for first item Ghost Scepter, by the way. Extremely defensive itemization here. It does save you against a lot of this damage early. It's just always one of those things, okay, you survive, but what are you survived for if you're just some Ghost Scepter Ember? Are you actually doing anything after you get out of the Sword count? So you have to build in some more damage here. Looking for no one. There's that blink.
Got him on that AoE silence. They've got plenty of disables to follow through, so an easy pickoff.
Big kill.
On no one, and they use it at a period of time where there's going to be not that big of a daytime window.
Still half the duration here. Might be able to find an extra support. Oh, he's in the vicinity. He's going to meta for this. Yeah, that's another kill. 2 kills off that Dark Ascension, and you got the big one in the Sark. And
even going into the triangle here, take this stack.
Very smooth connection here from Collapse. As we mentioned, like 30 seconds till nighttime. It's a pretty small window for Vision to abuse.
Radiant
try and steal the Ancients. This is a little greedy.
They absolutely should try and stop this, though. Nice. Good. Okay, they have a Tombstone out, and they're going to be walking into that one. Doom already used out on Yatoro. He needs some help here. Notice also needs some help. They're actually doing a good amount. Doom already dead. Satanic coming through with the follow. He should just be able to clean most of this up. Team Spirit on the retreat, trying to get as many heroes out, and they will get 3 of them out. So in the end, definitely okay for Vision, but if you put together everything, like the stacks that were stolen, feels kind of even.
Not the worst gold exchange. I just don't like Spirit losing Yatoro there. I think you're okay losing almost anybody else other than Terrorblade. He's too important for how you're going to scale in this game.
It's magic.
It's nighttime, though.
Rubik.
Lab's continuing to do work here. He is really holding this game together with some clutch kills.
Yes.
Satanic, he was the biggest beneficiary of that fight. 5-0 start for this Furion on 150 CS. I've seen this before. Austin, he's almost 3,000 ahead of the enemy carry. There's a limit to how much you can give this man before he just runs away with it.
It really is the perfect way to watch the Satanic versus Yatoro showdown.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yatoro just trying to hold the game going. Satanic with his aggression of farming every single bit of the map while also being a part of these kills. Rubik is going to die in the mid lane. Satanic. Here comes no one as well. Can he hit a pounce to get a kill here? Nah, both these heroes are way too mobile.
Coach was right. The Slark is useless. He can't find the connections right now. Spirit are honestly playing really well around him. They're kind of initiating all these skirmishes away from where the Slark is. And maybe if you're no one, you're going to have to position yourself a little more aggressive on the map, but he's worried about this early Blink Night Stalker.
Yeah.
If Collapse finds him, just Blink Silence, the Slark's dead. So no one's trying to find this balance of being involved in the fights, being on the front line, the thing you want to do with Slark, and at the same time, you're afraid to give Collapse the jump. Once more, they're going to try and backstab this tower. No one, he shows this is dangerous.
Gonna be no one. Caught inside the silence. Can he get out of the AoE? He was almost there, but no. Locked down and killed. The TP coming in from Team Vision. Still want to fight this out, but it's just Notice scaring back Team Spirit, preventing them from going for more kills and maybe objectives. He does complete out a Radiance on Notice, so as rough the game as no one is having these last few minutes, Notice is climbing the net worth chart.
Oh, they're incredibly farmed. The net worth is not going poorly for Vision. You can feel the impact of this Night Stalker, though. Collapse is controlling the game right now. And that's buying a lot of time for his other two cores. It's not that he's pulling ahead, it's this Ember is all of a sudden having a fine game. This Terrorblade is getting to punish a tower mid. This is all a product of the Night Stalker finding the clutch pickoff.
Vision want to fight on this tower. They smoke up. No one TP's in.
You don't have any hard initiation, though. No blink on the Doom. Kind of just got to run in.
The information. They see these heroes coming in on the left-hand side. Almost got him inside the silence. No one pounces away just in the nick of time. Team Spirit, do they keep this going here? Toss back, easy kill onto the Rubik, but up into the high ground. Are they willing to chase up there?
Oh, he is.
Collapse is willing to go up there, scouts it out, sees no heroes. They've already gone back behind their tier 2s. A really fast flip of who's controlling the map. It went Vision for the first, 5-6 minutes, and now it's Team Spirit taking most of it. But as you said, both teams are experienced enough to keep the losses. They're losing some heroes, they're losing some map, but they're still keeping the economy relatively even.
Oh, but it's
Satanic dies. That would be a massive blow.
If he goes
He's trying to get to his BKB. This is the time for Team Spirit to kill him. He needs the hoodwink here.
He does a lot of damage.
Fighting back though. Collapse just going to hold this ground. TP goes out. They stop it with a bushwhack. Now a follow through with a sharpshooter. Collapse making sure he doesn't die.
He's so strong.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. He gets one kill when it shouldn't have happened. Almost got a second one, which would have been the improbable. Ultimately impossible for Satanic to stay alive though.
You gotta respect this kid. You really gotta respect him. He does a lot of damage. He almost triple killed him there. That was extremely dangerous for Spirit. I do not think they're gonna make that mistake again. Yeah, you're strong in the Night Stalker if people are running away from you. If they just stand there and fight you, you're a Blink Dagger. You don't really have any extra stats.
Yeah, Satanic had no fear whatsoever. He saw the Night Stalker and said, okay, I see what's going on here.
That was a terrifying situation. However, they do get the big Furion kill. It's going to slow down his progression, help the Terrorblade close that gap. This has been a very interesting game so far, and I still feel like Spirit are controlling it a little bit more, while Vision are extracting a little more out of the map. Bloodlust is definitely going to do that. You're concerned about some BKB timings here, though. You have no BKB control in this Team Spirit lineup, and you can potentially have 3 cores that have BKBs and Bloodlust just sitting there. Are you going to be able to run into them and actually kill people?
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of steroids they've got in their line.
It's tough. That's when this game becomes tough. I also think these early fights have been difficult because you don't have a true initiator in this Vision lineup. It comes down to Blink Doom later, maybe Slark Ags, or the Slark having BKB so he can just confidently run in. You have not been at that point yet. Well, you are doomed.
Gets caught. Notice blinks forward, hits him with the stun and a Doom.
He actually had a 3x streak, huh? A little extra gold. Still in the way of the Doombringer. And there's that Blink Dagger. So the fights become a lot easier. You can send this Doom in first. You're going to have BKB on the Slark soon. Those are 2 points of attack to play behind here if you're Satanic looking for an opening. But we're trying to get a little mid with some extra meta duration. Tombstone save is going to be huge in this game as well. Just being able to buy time on the target that gets doomed. stall out some of the Fury on right clicks. This spell has been super impactful as DI. Spirit play really well around it. So already online, something you have to keep in mind. And also bail heroes out of the Slark control if some of your utility is down. Trying to wade through this daytime. You have a Dark Ascension available. Level 2 now for Collab. However, I think he needs BKB to really stick in the fight. You go in the fight, you get Ogre stunned, Rubik lifted into the Furion damage. You're getting melted.
Dire's bottom tower.
It is Vision. I feel like Tormentor's got to be pretty important. They've got great heroes on the side of Team Spirit. Of course, they already bought their shard on the Undying, but I also feel like Vision, like if 9 class can complete a Force Staff, but also get the shard from the Tormentor, they would have additional way to be able to help no one get out of that crippling fear. That would kind of even things out when it comes to the saves being on both sides.
Yeah, there's some nice extra shards for Vision in terms of those saves. On the flip side, Spirit have already bought 4 of them. Kind of
what? They bought 4 of them?
Yeah, there's only one left to grab, and it's that Hoodwink Boomerang.
Yeah, I mean, all the Night Stalkers are doing it. It helps their farm. I guess everybody else kind of makes sense. Shield Rune.
Oh, that is a dangerous jump.
Yeah, collapse. Yeah, I don't know if that you just saw that power rune and thought I have to get to that or what, but that was not a good start for a fight.
Just didn't expect them all to be there right at the start. What can Vision get off that? A lot of time with the Night Stalker off the map. It is during the daytime, he's a little less valuable. However, I feel like every time you lose a core in this game, you're going to lose 1 or 2k net worth advantage as Furion just cleans up the map. Maybe they can just do Roche, some of the extra single target triggers from the Bloodlust. Midas is online for the Ogre, by the way, so Ducalis, he sometimes goes the Midas, sometimes goes more utility. This time he's going to opt for the Midas to just scale a bit better.
How did he make that decision in your head?
I honestly think it's one of the more difficult ones to make. I think it's about your read of when you're going to try and end this game. If you're going high ground around 30 to 35, you don't want the Midas. I think this game is going to go to a 40, 50-minute period. The Midas is better. Okay. It's really just about how well this game's flowing, how much of a lead we've built up. Are you going to just run this over and be able to end it before any of this scale comes online? I think here he made the correct read. I don't think you're snowballing this game enough to just say, hey, I'm going to buy 4 staff and we're just going to go higher on the clean. This Midas will pay off. It always does.
4,000 net worth lead for Team Vision, or an even kill score of 11-11. We are approaching this next nighttime. They do have Dark Ascension up on Team Spirit, so we might see them do kind of similar what they did last time, which was try and connect for a play around this 24-minute marker. Pop Dark Ascension. That goes seamlessly into the next nighttime. The Collapse is going to have to park Dark Ascension here defensively. Not what he wanted whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Quiet's magic.
He'll take the creeps, try and make the best of the bad situation there.
We'll flow into that 25-minute nighttime period. You're just going up extra damage to the fight.
Me gittering away from no one here in the trees.
Never refuse gold given.
Trying to figure out some D-ward situation here.
Honestly, I'm impressed with how much Laurel is found in this game. I think Spirit did get out of this Ember Slark matchup pretty well. I don't think that's been the issue here. Just a question of can you win a team fight? The team fight still looks difficult.
No one catches him. Force Staff. Me gets away just before the pounce lands. Nicely done. Another support in some trouble. Though Yotaro is actually here, and it's going to force a fast TP away from the Furion. There, the save.
Oh, that bushwhack.
What a beautiful bushwhack. Locked down 2. Rue marches forward a little bit too far forward. No one turns around and kills him with his ultimate and gets out. He still has BKB. Not too much he's afraid of. In fact, he's even going to stand here. See Team Spirit stumble a little bit too far forward.
Does hit nighttime. Just a little too deep to push. There were still BKBs available for the 2 frontliners on Vision. Satanic did not like what he found on the other end of that teleport. Instantly pulled the Nightfall. He was out of there.
Speaking of BKBs, Collapse is about to be done with his, and he's already see his queue up of items, Nullifier and a Basher. No surprise there. Anything to keep these heroes locked in crippling fear for as long as possible.
Gets scanned down here. Vision really gonna try and make a play. That's a hard play to connect on.
Drop the ward. I wonder if Collapse saw the ward being dropped. Certainly saw the heroes coming in.
A nice dodge here. Continuing to close this gap between the Terrorblade and the Furion. I mean, both farm extremely fast. It's going to be Butterfly for Satanic. It's going to be Butterfly for Yatoro. One of them is going to reign supreme here.
Invisibility.
Do either one of them go MKB to deal with the other, or is it just both carries are going to try and kill
it would be
else on the enemy?
I think it would be quite hilarious. They both went Butterfly, saw it, and both went MKB. So I think it's a much stronger item on Terrorblade than Furion on average. I'd be pretty surprised if Satanic ends up with MKB this game. He might. If he thinks he can just TP and BKB, bring this Terrorblade down quickly. Bloodlust does give some extra value to some of these proc items. Sure. That's a consideration.
Right now, he's queued up his namesake in Satanic. Blast in the top lane. Still have his off lane tier 1 tower. Looks like he's even going to try and set up for, see if there's a support down here for the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe even take the Wisdom Shrine, or at least force Vision to defend. Slipping up the side.
They're smoking to him.
Those are emptied out.
He's trying to anchor a position that Spirit can go to here and get a really nice backstab on the fight. Just catch Vision off guard. It might work out here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good with this smoke happening. Collapse ready to pop the Dark Ascension. He instantly jumps onto the Rubik. Wants to go to the supports first. Same goes with the rest of the team after Jakalas. Both supports. Well, the Sharpshooter doesn't land, but they got both of them anyway.
That's very fast. And you could see Vision. Attack came from multiple angles. They just weren't sure what this fight was looking like. Just kind of bailed on it. Way too chaotic. Way too hard to get a read there.
Still caught no one.
Yeah.
His team is going to be pretty far away to get here, and the BKB has to be used. BKB exchange between Collapse and no one.
Gonna continue to scout. Ascension's out. However, you have that 5-on-3.
Yatoro's already teleporting back to the triangle. He wants to just farm.
Not night. Silence.
Try and clear through these camps before the next minute spawns. Be as efficient as possible. There's the butterfly. More butterfly.
Pretty nice timing here for Satanic. He's not as far ahead as I thought he might be, given the early game. Once more speaks to Spirit's ability to limit the damage being done.
help.
The fact they're up kills in this game is kind of astounding to me.
Bottom tower be under attack.
All right, so Vision, they weren't able to snowball the game quite the way they probably wanted to, but there's nothing wrong with their scale.
No. You absolutely get to play a game of Dota. Especially if you can find openings like that.
Beautiful pick off. Satanic, not even required. Just so well executed by
Let
Vision.
the Ogre beat him down.
Yeah.
That's going to be Roshan.
Straight to Roche. No defending for Team Spirit. Getting a kill like that during nighttime, doing Roche off it, that's going to be a massive win for Vision context of the game.
Oh, what a sick smoke. Just straight into the Terrorblade right by the Roche pit. Spirit, they steal these, though. They can test them.
But he doesn't have Dark Ascension. If he had the full flying vision, maybe he could pull that off.
And not me, not going to go for the play.
Radiant's
Satanic going to try and find the squirrel. It's going to be a difficult catch.
Under attack.
Time for Team Spirit to rad, especially as we go into another daytime. Vision, this feels like a moment where they're going to take a lot of objectives. They could start taking tier 2s in my head.
For sure. I think the only thing they're really missing for me is some of those extra saves between the
rune of regeneration.
Rubik shard. However, if they're snowballing and they're playing aggressive, you don't need him here by any means.
Yeah, if you're balled up, it's not like Team Spirit have big team fight that really punishes you, right? They've got, what, an AoE Void, an AoE Silence, Tombstone.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. If you have Depth Shroud and the Telekinesis, you can throw the Slark out of the Night Stalker range. You can Depth Shroud someone the Night Stalker goes on. It becomes a lot more difficult to latch on to some of these squishy heroes and just bring them down to get a numbers advantage.
Yep.
That's the reason I like it here. However, like you said, if you are just grouped and you're kind of forcing objectives, you can protect your backline just through close vicinity. You're not worried about clumping into anything in this game. There's no clump abuse in this Spirit lineup.
Move the Ember Spirit over here.
They're going to smoke. They're going to try and fight into this Aegis.
Yeah.
This is really difficult with the extra life on the Furion. You really have to find a good angle. Butterfly done for Yatoro, though. He says, I want to get something done with my timing.
Might find a good angle to get the Lark. Well, it's just the Ogre.
You don't want this Ogre. You don't want to commit the Night Stalker jump on him.
Well, if they don't have to,
they can poke him down.
Not too bad.
A boat from the blue.
Very, very smartly played. Do not want to jump in with Night Stalker until you find the target you're looking for.
Dire's middle tower.
So they relieve some of this aggression for, about a minute with the Ogre dying and then coming back out of the map without having to use Dark Ascension. They can pull it off again. They might just weather through this daytime without too much lost. It's still Vision that's going to be gaining an advantage through this.
For sure.
Between the Aegis and Furion being Furion, they've got a 7,000 net worth lead now.
I would say Yatoro's fairly comfortable right now scaling, other than this Doom, which it's just a skill-based thing. You can find the connection on the Terrorblade. It's a very one-sided matchup. If you can set up illusions, kind of enter the fight, it's not an easy jump for notice, then this Terrorblade's difficult to deal with right now.
Well, it's 9 class and the Dark Ascension for that kill.
He's done.
They're snowballing support pickoffs again to try and get through this period of time.
And he didn't go MKB on the Furion.
Hey.
He's got to commit for the ability to just bring Yatoro down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they get the Doom on him. He can't sunder. Furion then delivers the damage to kill that life.
Tombstone save is the one wild card there.
Yes, right? They can really hold out for a long time against Doom.
Captured in the flame.
Oh, the jump
Got the initiation with the stomp there. A nice huge bushwhack. Is that going to be enough to save him?
No.
Panic teleports in. He goes straight for Yatoro with his MKB. Yatoro, he's dying. He's taking a lot of damage.
So is
Can't really
Satanic.
thunder anything, but oh, well. They actually do manage to get the Ember Spirit. Satanic got low. They'll run down Rue as well. Managed to get 2 off that one. Not too bad for Vision.
Tombstone stalled a long time. You're just coming out into a world of pain. No way to really turn that fight.
Dire's middle tower.
Toro definitely felt that MKB beating into him there. You have the serrated ship as well. We have some extra True Strike on top of that MKB. A really nice roll here for Satanic.
Look how fast he attacks with his Bloodlust.
Has fallen.
That's scary.
That's that Ogre power. It skews these carry matchups.
Gonna keep the aggression going. Vision, they've done this a number of times. One of the teams that have closed out some of the fastest games here at TI. The question was, are they just that good, or is it part of their style?
Well, I could have been invisible.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Dire structures. Be
A minute left on this Aegis.
For now.
Not gonna risk the high ground push with it expiring.
Yeah, he got the glyph out of him. That's good enough.
Oh,
Maybe
Yatoro.
Yatoro. Where do you go from here? He doesn't have TP. He's kind of stuck. He has to make a Sunder play and kill Satanic. It's his only option. And he might just be able to take away the Aegis, but no one will clean up the rest of the life.
Another costly death. He's died twice on this bottom lane. Some of the deep wards for Vision really paying off, scouting the sides of the map.
Yeah, Decalis had that deep ward earlier on the right-hand side, and I assume that's what spotted Yatoro making his way down there. I can't believe he was out there without TP, though.
That was a really weird situation to be in. If Aegis expired, you can absolutely still go high ground, though. No way this Terrorblade has buybacks. You're not worried about that.
Yeah,
30 seconds
easily
here.
a tier 3, maybe a lane.
Slark might not have done a lot in this game. He might not have to do a lot at this rate.
Managed to get the hoodwink. Nice. Force staff forward. Or maybe that was actually, unfortunately, not me using his force staff on himself.
Was trying to get out of there.
Way into Team Vision. And with 10 seconds to spare, they've got a full lane of barracks and out. Hitting a tier 2 now. Satanic is just picking up speed, going faster and faster.
All of a sudden, he's 8,000 ahead of that Terrorblade. Blink and you'll miss it. You just can't afford bad deaths against the squad. They're playing too well right now, too efficient. They understand their win condition. They understand the game plan. They're not just going to go back to their side of the map and chill for 10 minutes. Let you recover. Nighttime will strike once more.
Now this is one of those night times where you're just desperately trying to claw back some net worth.
You have to
instead of putting your stamp on the game.
Have to get something here. You're very close to some big items too. It's going to be Ags for Laurel. We'll finish it here in 20 gold. You're close kind of to that Scotty for Yatoro. He's an ultimate orb away. I don't know if you can really wait for that. And you do have that nullifier on the Night Stalker. So this is as good as it gets for Spirit for a long while until that next Roshan spawn. They would love to take a fight right here. find a nice angle, bring down supports, assassinate this backline, and then rally around the Terrorblade.
Can they do a fight without Yatoro? Can Yatoro just farm his ultimate orb and the 4 just go hunting for heroes?
It's getting difficult.
Yeah, Vision aren't really splitting up too much, not giving too many chances. They're going to spot no one here. Instant slide, jump away. Power Rune will fly underplayed, by no one now with regen.
Full Hex on that Ogre, by the way. This might just absolutely paid off in this game. Get multi-shot on that.
Link Scythe the Vice, he's huge. Rue playing around this ward. Collapse actually going to go for this kill onto no one, but the BKB makes it simple. He'll try and deal with Jakalis with a bounce around there of the Aghanim Scepter. He'll get back. Notice chasing after Yatoro. Threw the Lincolns out on Yatoro. They're trying to work their way through it, but he's up to the high ground now. Bushwhack to hold back Satanic. Team Spirit, if they can just get out with a kill on Jakalis, it's not the worst, but they're actually kind of kiting Satanic.
They want to use the meta
Still
Ascension.
thinking they can fight this one with the Dark Ascension, the high ground.
No BKB on the Slark.
Bought a 9 class. Telekinesis is himself out of there.
Disengage is too good. Able to assassinate one support. That's all you get there.
That really can't be good enough for Team Spirit.
No, running into control issues. This Night Stalker was good for the first half of the game. Once the BKBs came out, it's a way different story. You also have the shards up on the Rubik and the Slark, so now you have the Depth Shroud plus the throw. It becomes way easier to disengage from this zone of control the Night Stalker's proposing.
Yeah, they have such single target focus, right? Nullifier on Night Stalker, who's right-clicking people down, Terrorblade, swinging on one hero. These single target saves are going to be amazing. Psychic Headband puts himself inside the Tombstone. They're farming a Tombstone inside of the base here. Team Spirit can do very little to stop it.
Very ult dependent. No meta, no Ascension. You don't have the damage to take that fight.
They do finally get to that Scotty, and it's still nighttime vision. This would be very bold. They could just wait until daytime, but...
This Furion is peaking right now. He's 25. He has the Flare's Boda. His damage is out of control.
But if they lose this fight, it could be Team Spirit getting an Aegis off of it.
What can Spirit do here? Meta in 15. They forced him in.
Forced him in, trying to hit the Bushwhack. He activates the BKB in time. It costs not me, almost his life. Still trying to kill him here. He's trying to sharpshooter his way out of here, but no.
Collapse.
Nowhere to go. Collapse in some trouble. Fire blasted down. An easy kill. Pop through the Lincolns of Laurel. He's forced away. They're going to have to buy back for this one. They might be able to fight it, though. Satanic turns, stands his ground up against Yatoro, but the Bushwhack Telekinesis trying to get him away, but no, he dies all the same. Now it's up to Team Spirit. They got to get as many kills out of this as possible. They stop no one. They get him as well. How much more? A TP away from Jakalis? Not in time. Collapse, unable to get the Void out. That'll be just 2 cores. They lost a lane of barracks. They have to get Roshan for this.
Triple buyback plus a lane. A brutal economic blow. You don't lose Yatoro. That's the silver lining. You're going to TP bottom, try and fix the map, and you're absolutely right. You have to play for the Roshan here.
The sad part for them is it's not going to be up another 40 seconds.
Yeah,
there will kind of be a window if they really play to it.
I think you have to. I think you will have to park someone in here and man up for it.
Despair as Team Spirit go into the pit and find Roshan has not spawned yet.
That's a rough
There is
spawn.
still hope that they can get it. But it's
Collapse.
put them in an awkward
Got Hex.
position. Collapse. Getting caught by the Scythe of Vice. He's in, and whoa, Tombstone save. Could he possibly get out of here? Out of the Tombstone, he's going to be so low. It only takes so much for Vision to take him out. They're trying to push these heroes back, and he'll just hold inside the Tombstone. They can't.
They might get something more.
It's out now. Collapse. He's playing with them. He's toying with them, but he got Doom. The Doom is out. They'll get the Rubik for it. This kind of snowballed some kills now. Now Team Spirit do have a larger window to take this Roshan. It's up now.
Do you have the confidence to do it without Night Stalker for 90 seconds? That's the dieback there. He did tank the Doom. And honestly, it's kind of worth it in some ways, because now you can take this fight without Doom available. I think you have to man up here. You have to take the opportunities when they're presented.
Oh man, Roshan's trying to get to the other side. Do they have to disable this?
I don't know if they do.
Oh, it's going to be really weird. He's bum rushing out of the way. They're going to buy back Vision.
It's a disaster.
This is an opportunity. If they can take it out, Roshan just throwing hero after hero. The Thunder being used by Yatoro. Meanwhile,
Oh my God.
He just keeps on rampaging through these heroes. Roche trying to get away from Satanic. Yatoro's back to base. Vision will take the Roche.
That could not have gone worse for Spirit. They did not have enough time to do it as Roche just annihilated them in the river.
They were seconds away. If they could have just done it 5 seconds faster, they could have killed it even as Roshan was out the base, but instead Vision had the extra life on Furion, something that wasn't even necessary. And Aegis was a thread, a prayer for Spirit to have some sort of hold in this game against the extra life of Furion. It's gotta be over. I don't know how they can take this.
They're gonna get Megas here. Damn, damage for the Slark was just the cherry on top. We saw no one laughing all the way to the bank.
Watching Laurel throw himself after Roshan time and time again. Knows that they needed that extra life. It's Megas, it's Vision hitting tier 4s. It's a buyback from Laurel and a desperate hold, trying to make the initiation onto the Furion. Got him on the bushwhack, no real follow through. Laurel, he jumps to the back line, spotting to cause, but he can't stick around, not against the sight of Vice. He has to play his distance. He's gonna make a run for it, try and cut some waves. He gets hit by his stomp, break through Lincoln, see if they can get the sight.
On his own.
Fire blast on him, and now he's dead. Doom guarantees it.
It's too far, too deep. These heroes are too slippery. Just can't align the control and the damage. That's been the problem for Spirit all game. Without an Ember for 100 up against Megas. Metas was popped here. Vision, you can just wait out meta.
Yeah,
go back in.
They just hold this. They'll have plenty of time with the Ember Spirit still down a 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 if you include the Aegis.
They'll have to respect the Terrorblade. Yatoro is having some very free fights, being able to sit in the back and just bring these heroes down quickly.
Double pounce in, trying to catch Navi. Force Staff gets Yatoro out of danger.
Meta down for 65 seconds here.
Yeah, what is a melee Terrorblade able to do here against the range of the Furion? See it there. Sprout forces Yatoro into a Manta. Telekinesis tossed back in, and he's controlled. Gets off asunder. It doesn't matter, though. They can just fight right through all of it because Satanic stands there and swings on his former mentor. He goes down, and that is too easy for Vision. They'll finish off the rest of these Team Spirit heroes without a carry. They don't have the damage to stop Satanic. GG is called. Team Spirit will go down. Vision, a dominant Game 1 victory. No surprises there.
Team looks almost unbeatable right now. When they're behind, they recover. When they're ahead, they snowball.
Yeah, I think it's an incredibly impressive performance from Laurel because his position is super hard, and we saw what we talked about. He didn't die. He's holding on. He catches up really well. His net worth is totally respectable, even in a situation where he's playing an impossible lane. I think it's a great show of resilience and the magic Spirit has, but I don't know. This Vision team is they're just on fire right now.
Yeah, in a way, the Doom pick to me was the really genius aspect of how Vision played it with the opening in the draft. I think you alluded to it a bit, Quinn, about how they're going to set up for something even later on, and then the Doom kind of looked like the backup plan. They had the Slark up their pocket. They were going to shut him down later on. They didn't want them to pre-address the Slark in the earlier picks. And even if Laurel managed to recover it, that was where Doom existed. So many fights, even though Slark was being handled by the Night Stalker, Doom was dooming the Ember. And what can you do after that? Even if you try to recover, it's very hard to take those fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fire draft, obviously, like, it played out into their favor, but I think this game is a lot closer than people think it is. I think Spirit, it's not a lot of things that needed to go different for them to actually win this game. I feel like we mentioned it already, but the way they recovered Ember's game with, like, some really clutch moves, because I don't think it's just Laurel. It's something to do as a unit, and they're really good at helping him find his footing back into the game. And in this game in particular, I think it was when you saw the Slark TP down to the bottom lane, they opened up the mid tower, it ends up actually favoring Laurel, I think, this whole rotation that they do there. And it's because of Collapse's pressure. And they're just, I think Spirit are really good at finding these key moments. And unfortunately, the game breaks for them when I think Yatoro gets smoked on and they lose the first Roshan. I think that really is the key moment that closed the game for Vision. But if you're playing a game like this, it feels really close.
No, 100%. Collapse is a special shout out to him because I think he played incredible this game. I think one of the only players in the world that could play the way he did, buying Blink first, finding so many kills, and still having solid net worth, making space for Laurel, making space for the rest of his team to farm and catch up. Like, Yatoro had no pressure on him for such a huge portion of this game. It was honestly an incredible performance that ends up not working out, but I still have hope for them for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I look at Vision, everything that they were able to do for themselves, and it is hard to pick a player or a hero that stood out just that little bit above because they were all doing everything they needed to do. This Slark is supposed to win lane, it does it. This Nature's Prophet is supposed to be able to either get on the back line, shut down whatever Yutoro wants to do, and Satanic played that beautifully. The supports are the ones where I always like to draw my attention a little bit more, Mira, because normally they do make or break, but in this game, it felt like they were kind of just there, almost in a way that we could have seen Vision succeed with a multitude or a plethora of different heroes for themselves.
Yeah. Vision are so good at enabling Satanic within their drafts and their support picks and creating situations where he's at least 3k net worth ahead of anyone else in the game very early on. And even if situations happen in the game, like when Collapse got his Blink Dagger and started to find kills, even if this happens and they lose a little bit of grip on the game, they still have their carry 3k net worth ahead of anyone else. And it gives them that security and that failsafe where when the games slow down, it feels comfortable for them always. And Vision are looking really scary because of that. They've consistently picked Nature's Prophet. Teams have tried to counter Nature's Prophet, and he still wins with it.
We're going to talk about those later portions of the game in a little bit, but for now we wanted to look more towards what that earlier part entailed for Vision and how they were able to find a lead and a success for themselves in those lanes. The person walking us through that is Purge.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, these drafts have been very instrumental, not just in this series, but lots of other ones. We saw the Slark versus Ember matchup earlier in the Liquid series yesterday, actually. But let's take a look at the laning stage. It wasn't just that matchup. It was also this cool Ogre pick. Last pick Ogre. Not very often your support gets to pick last, but what he's doing for his team is he's giving Bloodlust to the best player in the world, Satanic. And that extra attack speed and that extra movement speed allows him to bully the crap out of his opponents. And it also allows them to potentially get first blood here. They do a nice sprout into a fire blast with some right-click rundowns. That's how they got the first kill. And then as the lane continues, it's the same kind of story. The Night Stalker's getting hit like 6 times every time he might have one opportunity to get a last hit. So he gets bullied out of the lane, and generally really good starting farm for Satanic. But again, Team Spirit did do a good job stabilizing. But Slark is the guy that we need to talk about. He's the little fish in the room, basically. There's some small changes to the hero that you might not be up to date at, but he's got a new ability, his third one here. It basically steals regen from his opponents and gives it to himself. And his old passive is actually right here. It's near an innate. So he just gets this for free. So his melee trades are disgusting. So when you lane him against a hero like Ember Spirit, you're basically putting your regen down to 0 whenever Slark hits you. And that's going to make a bad outcome for you in your game. Take a look at this. 0 HP regen per second as he gets hit by Slark. So he basically can't lane in this matchup here, which makes his CS very, very bad. And even at the 6-minute mark, they're ready to pressure. The net worths right now are already looking kind of bad, and them diving under this tower, killing the Undying, backing and taking the tier 1. They got what they wanted out of this early game. They would have loved to have more kills, certainly, but this is basically the hero matchups that we need to be looking for in further matchups if there is an Ember Spirit that shows up, because it will get you off to a really bad early start.
Thank you so much, Pudge. We've spoken multiple times about the theory behind a Slark coming up against an Ember, and whilst it did happen in groups, seeing it here in the main stage get picked the way it did, they're trying to close out their second phase in the draft, be able to protect it as much as they can with the remaining bans they do, but at the end of the day, it felt like they didn't even really necessarily have to do that. I would love to see Spirit focus up a bit more on lanes, because Mira, we do see that Night Stalker struggle up against the Nature's Prophet, but later on, what was it, around the 14-15 minute mark, still have so much impact. So we could see the ideas behind what Miposhka was talking about, what the teams wanted for themselves.
Yeah, it did look like a really rough lane for Collapse, but what that hero was able to achieve in that game definitely justified the pick. I really think the big issue here and the big story of the game, like we mentioned, was the Ember versus Slark mid. That's truly where all of the issues were created. That's what changed the gameplay, and that's what forced Night Stalker to have to overperform. In situations like that, you don't really want to be in there, but it just happens. The Slark mid as a counter to Ember is kind of a new thing that's going on, and teams are going to have to adjust to it in real time. But, you know, as we can see here, this team fight, I think, happened after Collapse's pickoffs, but the game kind of looked like it was Visions all along.
Yeah, it's tough. It's just it's a hard game. And they fought back very well. I think this Vision team, part of what makes them so strong is those early moves. You saw Purge talk about it in the video, but the fact that they're a team that consistently makes these. You see some teams, they make a move once every few games. They open a tower. Vision, every game, they're making a move, combining cores, opening towers. That's a sort of a really basic concept that was everyone sort of agreed upon at some point years ago, that you combine cores sometime in the first 10 minutes, and that allows you to like make the heroes that are strong actually, be in the same place. You can open a tower and start opening up the map. And they have crystallize that, and they do it every game. They do it so consistently. I think that's one of the things that they do better than everyone else that allows them to have such good positions, to Satanic be so farmed every game. It's not wizardry. They've got a formula going that works really well.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. I mean, this concept in Dota has existed that you kind of always want to play where you're strong, and as supports, it's especially important that you want to move to the areas of the map where you have strong cores. And but they're doing that excellently. And then when you add another core to an area, that area suddenly becomes like your fortress, and nothing can enter it. And that's what we see here. Like they have Nature's Prophet winning his lane, connecting to Slark winning his lane, and opening up the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, these collapse moves, again, were very valuable, especially the early kills on Slark to get Laurel back into the game. But when the Ember came back into the game, there was still the threat of Doom that I touched upon a little bit earlier. There were a few fights that were taken, but if Ember is getting doomed, it doesn't really matter if Slark's getting blinked on, because at some point, the game's going to stabilize, Slark's going to go farm a BKB, and they're content to let Doom devour creeps, let Nature's Prophet hit whatever, and wait for an opportunity to take a fight.
Yeah, you can see it in Ember's itemization. He goes Ghost Scepter first, into Kaya, into Lincoln Sphere.
How many games could you say you've done that build, or you feel like people...
0.
Okay.
And I've played like 3,000 Ember games.
I just want to put context out there as to why you're talking about that, because that is a thing that people are not looking towards at all.
Yeah, you're just buying incredibly weird items, and it makes you not only uncomfortable, but also weaker. And you just, I don't know, you're missing those normal timings you have. It makes you have to play off of the moment and not so much off of the bank of knowledge you've acquired over playing so many officials on those heroes and other heroes. You're just put in an uncomfortable position. And that is a way of countering heroes that is not easy to create, but when you do, like owning both paths of their itemization. Ember wants a BKB, or he wants just the Ghost Scepter, but now he needs both, and he needs a Lincoln's too, and you can't buy them all. You can't buy 4 defensive items. It's not how Dota works, right? You need something that allows you to build damage, and so I think it's a great point, and part of why this game looks so intolerable. If there's no Doom and just a Slark, well, Ember buys a Ghost Scepter, and these fights look very different.
It's the double whammy from Vision doing so much for themselves. And we saw in that clip as well, it was this lead or this comeback, whatever you want to coin it for Spirit, it was surmounting for themselves. The ball was really rolling, but Vision wanted to nip it in the bud. They go, we're going to smoke up, and the only target we're looking for at this point is Yatoro. We want that Terrorblade, and they find him. It's really hard in Stadia these days to praise enough how well a successful smoke can go, because more often than not, supports are aware of it. Supports are in positions to be the ones to sacrifice themselves for it. So Vision getting it, is this like a big brain 100% on them, or also a little bit too, we could have seen Spirit be slightly more aware of it, and we're hoping they're going to be more critically thinking when it comes to a game 2.
I mean, I think that kind of move, you have to credit Vision for it. It's essentially what's happening is Roche is there, and they're smoking towards the triangle, which is close to Roshan, and looking for any sort of kill that will allow them to get Roche, and they happen to find the most important target, which is Yatoro. When he dies, there's just absolutely no way that Roshan is getting contested. And for me, I think prior to that moment, everything we've said about like Ember being countered, his item build being weird, all this stuff is true. But I think up until that moment, Spirit had a realistic chance of winning the game, because I feel like their heroes were finally coming online. But when they get that move, they kind of solidified that like the game is now ours, and you have to let us like dominate the map for the next 5 minutes with the Aegis.
Yeah, it's just tough. And I think when I look at Spirit in those cams, I find it interesting to look at them between games when they're in the hallway about to come out on stage again. Like, how is the vibe? How do they look? And when I look at them, they look kind of tense. They look a little tight. I don't know. To me, they're not talking that much. Little mutterings here and there. And I've been there when you're about to go back out on stage and things feel kind of tight. You lost the last game. You didn't play super well. And so I'm looking straight at the gate. How does the draft go? How does the beginning of the lanes go? Because when I look at them, it didn't look ultra inspiring, if I'm being honest, between games.
Yeah, I mean, to add to your point, Insania, about how it could have been close up until TV got smoked on, I think that's something that Vision really have to be praised for, because if one smoke on your carry at one point of the game is why you lost, then there are issues within your draft, because while Vision do a similar thing in building up Satanic to be the end-all and be-all for them, there's still backup plans. There's still Doom, who is a secondary carry who's scaling. There's still a Slark that's playing with an Ogre with Bloodlust. It's not that if Nature's Prophet dies, you don't have a means to fight back. So potentially incorporating, more of a fail-safe into Team Spirit's draft could be better in this game too.
I just feel like that's not Spirit, though. You know what I mean? I feel like they are that team. They will go all in on Yatoro, and he has delivered for them in the past. And I think that is like one of the, sometimes it's plays to their strengths, and sometimes it's to their detriment, like in this game, right? Where it is all in on Yatoro, and he has to do it. And if he doesn't, then there just isn't any plan B.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you can't win with just Yatoro versus Team Vision. You need Laurel as well, and you need to enable him within your drafts.
I think if you're essentially giving 2 lanes to the advantage of Vision and you go the only lane that matters is Yatoro's, that's where the issue arises. If you're like, okay, 1 lane is going to have an issue, you could walk away with it. I feel like that very much falls into the multitude of formulas Spirit has for success. But both Lal and Collapse walking away with rough lane, that's where, the big question mark ensues of can you actually get a win from that one here? And Vision is another one that we have to talk about here because the draft has been so tough to predict for everyone. Their supports have always been changing it up. Their cores, despite Satanic staying more towards that Nature's Prophet side, it feels like everyone else is able to experiment in some way, shape, or form because of how stable of a pillar Satanic has been.
Yeah, it's just individual excellence across the board. You look at all of their players, and you can argue that all of them are the top player in their role across the whole tournament's field. I think it's very rare you look at a team and you can do that. Oftentimes there's a star player, and then these other guys are fine. They're good players, but they're not quite at the same caliber as this guy. But you look at that team, and they're all incredible. They're all super high on MMR. They're grinders. They have dedicated their lives to this game. They're playing it day in, day out, and you just see them online. You see them in their pubs. I see them more than any other team in my games when I'm playing pubs, and you can feel it. These little small things, the little intricacies, the knowing the matchups, I think that's why we see so many different heroes from them, is because they are so in love and dedicated to the game that they just know all these things intuitively and they can find the right moments for them.
And that's a very valuable thing that you bring up because in the past, Dota could not be won or TI could not be won with just the best players. We've seen all-star rosters be formed in the past and it not being enough. But now it's become so streamlined. The fundamentals are pretty universal amongst most teams. It's agreed upon what the best way to play Dota is in any current patch. What the big difference maker is now in 2026 compared to 10 years ago is how good are your players individually? How much do they study the little things? And can they step up and clutch when they need to? For Vision, they can.
They must be the highest MMR team, right, in the world.
I think so.
I think, like, just thinking about their players, I think all of them are, like, probably in the top 30.
Top 50 at lowest, I think.
Yeah.
Wow. Top 50 at lowest. It's insane to think that the caliber of a team like Vision is even going to potentially falter here, but we'll see if game number 2 is Spirits.
Team Spirit versus Team Vision. Game 2.
It all starts with a draft. Looking towards this second game, we do wonder, is there going to be a reaction to what was let through in terms of bans? Do we have to look at anything new that needs to be taken out of the hero pool here? As this time around, we're going to have Spirit with the opening. Sorry, we're going to have Vision with the opening pick here. Game 1, it was Spirit who had that. So Bane being taken out, Lena being taken out, and the Slaughter for the side of Vision, whereas it is a Tree, Bounty Hunter, and Earth Spirit. And that is a change-up in the bans.
And the Slaughter is a fun one because this is considered one of the counters to Earth Spirit mid, and Team Spirit are like, okay, we're not going to give it to you. We lost to it twice, you bound Slaughter. You don't get to have your Earth Spirit.
They do leave the Nature's Prophet in the pool, though, so they could potentially be taken again. As like, Nature's Prophet owned that game, and he's farmed, and he's doing everything he should do. But at the same time, it didn't feel unbeatable to me. It feels like Spirit has potential answers for it. And I agree with Mira's point that I think the Doom and the fact they lose mid so bad, like, Nature's Prophet is strong, but he's not infallible, is kind of how I feel. And they agree. They don't even take it. They say, maybe we'll look at it later, but not right now.
It is a hero that they do like to have more towards the second phase. They want to see a little bit more. They don't necessarily like to open up with it. But we've seen teams in the group stage try and target Satanic's hero pool. And I promise you, you cannot do that. You could use every single ban against him as a player, and he will still find the best hero in the situation that can possibly be found and play it to an S tier level.
That's just what you get when you have Satanic on your team, right? Yeah. It's the benefit of having him. But so interesting stat that popped up. Willow has had 100% win rate for 9 class. And I think when I think of Vision and their style of drafting, I think they're generally speaking more of like a second pick team. And what they've done here is they've gone with a pretty casual pick. They picked a hero that they know is going to be good for their draft. It doesn't have to be anything special. It's not too defining, and it allows them to get some information leading into the next phase for what type of hero that they want.
Yeah, this is also the second time we've seen this happen where someone first picks a support and there's a winner Wyvern on the second pick after in response. We saw it yesterday against the Bounty Hunter, and I think this is another situation where this doesn't really make a ton of sense.
I think Spirit just really prioritized the Wyvern because in game 1, even though they had first pick, they weren't necessarily willing to pick it for themselves, and they banned it. They used one of their 3 bans to take out the Wyvern. It gets let through here. It's not picked up by Vision, so they clearly place some importance on it. No one else necessarily is, or something we aren't seeing, for them to be able to confidently say, this is what we want in this trade.
I do think an aspect of this Wyvern that we talked about a little bit in game 1 is that Lone Druid is a hero that has to be on the mind for both of these teams. They both played it yesterday on the main stage, had incredible games on Lone Druid, and Wyvern is one of the only supports that you can pick comfortably to play against it. So if you secure it early for yourself within the draft, you've pre-solved an issue. It's not the only solution, but it's one that teams do like.
There you go. Stand out.
It's a very fair point. I do think at the same time it's weird to pick a hero that is really good against physical damage and against heroes that commit, against a hero that kites you, that plays sort of far back and is exclusively magic damage. Like, I think that's like the hero Wyvern has no interaction with Willow that's particularly good other than cursing a guy and taking her out of the Shadow Realm by force.
My take on that is when Team Vision pick Willow, or at least what I've seen is that they pick to lane. Like when 9class is on Willow, he wants to play with Noticed, and that's when we'll see kill threat heroes like Centaur come out. I think Centaur should be on the radar of Team Spirit, and Wyvern, while he doesn't interact with Willow, can counteract a lot of the lane harass that comes out of kill threat lanes with the Cold Embrace. That Cold Embrace early on does a good chunk of healing.
It does do a lot of healing. And to add to what you said, like, Wyvern hates playing against these position 4s that like to pull waves. Like when we saw the Bounty the other day, he can pull the wave, he can make the lane weird. So if you have a hero that wants to lane up against you, you're almost always very happy to play that matchup out.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think Spirit, like, to be honest, they lose last game because they're behind early and they're playing on the back foot and it's just a tough game. Like, you have to play extremely well to close it out. And so maybe their takeaway is, our scaling was fine, scaling wasn't an issue, but we have to actually get to play the game from a reasonable footing. And then so they say, okay, maybe it's slightly worse scaling, but we're prioritizing the laning because we think that's what we need. That's their course correction from a game 1.
Yeah, no early pick Ember. It's good for Laurel, you know, they can do it, but it hurts.
There was this conversation throughout the year. Spirit have undergone a number of roster changes, so keep that in mind when I say this, but they were no longer the Spirit of old. They were no longer that Spirit that could surmount when it comes to late game. They weren't necessarily that different beast they used to be.
I feel like in the last game we saw glimpses of the old Spirit. I feel like what they were trying to accomplish was you could sense Miposhka's impact, right? Because I think that is the type of game that Miposhka shined in. And like, I really feel like the last game, they had opportunities, they did a lot of the right things. It just unfortunately came down to a couple of small moments that completely flipped the game. But this time around, I think like Mira said, they're not putting all their eggs in one basket. They're going with Doom, which is like almost guaranteed a second core in every single game that you pick him. And he has this like, again, inevitable time bomb that's coming in the Shivas and the Axe.
Well, that is a hero that I feel like has been missing for quite some time. I don't know if for the good or the bad here, but it's nice to see some different carries have their moments. But at the end of the day, Drow will always be there if you can get your hands on an Undying as well.
Yeah, it's probably the single best lane you could craft against Doom. Not only do you have Undying, who steals the strength hero, you're stealing his damage as well as his HP, but Drow Ranger is just insanely good against this hero because he does damage through Scorched Earth and through Infernal Blade. Neither of these spells is far ranging, so you just kite him and you slow him, and if he runs at you and he tries to get close to Infernal Blade you just slow him and you walk away. So he has a really hard time really doing damage to you without a pretty good setup, and you've got an Undying up the body in front, so you just get pelted with arrows indefinitely, and then you're slow and you're a hero who needs to farm a lot, so you can end up with sort of dead weight on your team.
Yeah, Spirit's going to need some lane pulling shenanigans to be able to withstand this. Like some melee hero that's going to drag the wave and make Collapse's life a little bit easier.
I feel like that's usually one of the most common approaches against Undying is just you try to avoid the lane. Adding Drow on top of it even makes it more, you make you more inclined to do it. Doom does have a pretty decent recovery though. Like he has a way to farm jungle camps pretty fast. You can stack farm. If you think about how Iron Wing plays with Doom, it tends to not be so focused on the lane, but also like how do we recover this hero quite effectively? And that's usually when you look more towards heroes like Rubik and stuff like the range boys. So they have kind of like a choice to make here.
What on earth?
Wow.
It's been a minute.
Was it Spirit that picked like first phase PL against?
I think that was XG that picked it.
It was the other way around.
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, this hero is great against all three of these heroes. There's very little AoE. It's very little ways to kill the illusions. And Manta is super good, which is what PL wants. He wants a game where Manta makes him invincible. He gets rid of the silence, gets rid of the roots, and can doppel away. The real worry is the heroes that counter PL are offlaners. It's the big chunky guys who sit there and they kick you out of lane and they own you and they make you sad. That's what's good against PL, stuff that clears the illusions. And the offlane has not been picked yet. And so while it's amazing PL game against these three heroes, there's two heroes yet to be picked that can potentially screw him real hard.
I feel like mid heroes also fall into the category of what beats PL. PL isn't so much about the carry matchups per se. Like obviously he's good against Drow, but the heroes that cause issues for him are going to be mid and offlaners.
That's why Doom's kind of cool, though, right? Like, you're picking PL after you've picked Doom for yourself. So things like Ember from the mid lane seem a little bit harder to pick. Things like Tidehunter that could be played from the off lane to itemize against PL. They also don't want to play into Doom. And they just go for a very old school hero in Timbersaw.
I do have a question about the PL Drow, because Drow has a hypothermia with her arrows. It doesn't work on PL. Like, what's that?
There's too many PLs.
Okay, so you're like, it does, but it doesn't matter because of the HP.
I mean, it
and how
works.
many-
Obviously, like it's an effective item, and if you combine it with like some Mjolnir or something, you'd have a way to play against the hero. But there's so many illusions that it's not like necessarily. It's still PL favored.
But you can just disjoint it with Doppelganger, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well then, yeah, that definitely does not make it feel good at all.
She'll still buy it for sure, and it is like the route you have, and it's a great itemization. You know, you do what you can, and you're looking for the other heroes that are upcoming to do the the brunt of it. But Drow Ranger, if she's got help on her team, is not that bad. Like the hypothermia is something you can spot the real PL relatively easily with those stacks, so it's not all bad. But I mean, there's the Timbersaw. It's the hero you're expecting. It's the kind of thing you're looking at. And at the same time, while Spirit does have the double prong scaling, they've got a Doom that goes late, a PL that goes late. They've checked those boxes. But do you get Raffle Stomped? Does Vision just run you over? Because you now got two cores that want to farm for a long time. They're not good at making moves to other cores. They're selfish heroes. They want people to make moves to them. And Vision, we've seen the tempo that they can bring. That's a big question mark now, is how does Spirit actually survive the onslaught that's coming?
Yeah, this Timber pick is very strong in this phase because Winter Wyvern, while she does sustain a lot and help in the laning stage, at some point it's going to be too much damage coming out of Willow and coming out of Timbersaw. And every Cold Embrace is going to have a Bedlam and a Chakram on top of whatever target that it is. And this Timbersaw to me feels like the scariest piece of this draft. I've seen Notice have games on Timbersaw where he's just completely carried.
Yeah.
Like, at this TI, he's been a bit more quiet, where it's just kind of been the satanic show. But only a month ago, he was solo winning games on his Timbersaw.
I do have a question about the clock pick. Like, what does the clock add that other position fours that are being favorable right now? Does
It's the wave dragging, right? The wave dragging for Doom.
They're saying like Mira said, they're gonna decide to not play the lane. They're gonna try to pull the waves, and they're looking for what hero can do this effectively without like too much problems. And
it's
like,
almost always melee.
It's a lot easier because you have the damage blocks, so creeps don't deal as much damage to you. You're also, generally speaking, a harder hero to just kill. And melee heroes tend to be faster. Clockwork's one of the faster heroes, and that gives you an edge in that regard too.
Holy, Night Stalker mid?
It must be.
Yeah,
and that's
it is.
against Puck, right?
Yeah, so we've seen Niku try this a couple times for Navi. It worked to pretty decent effect. We also saw Chira Jr. do it a couple of times, so it is something that people have dabbled with in the past. I think the real weird thing with this hero is always Spirit needed a tempo maker, someone to make moves, to connect to the other heroes. The problem is Night Stalker only exists for half the game. And so there will be big chunks of time where the sun is shining and he doesn't do anything and your other guys are farming. So I'm always a little bit skeptical. If Puck chills, he doesn't feed, and you don't get this snowball rolling from the Night Stalker, then, well, every 5 minutes you don't do anything for 5 minutes.
It's also one of those games where, like, I look at their heroes and they're going to silence them with Night Stalker, but then where's the damage coming from? Like, PL's going to want to farm, Doom is going to want to farm, and we talked about this concept about connecting cores, and when you look at the cores from Team Spirit, and this doesn't really have the best synergies with PL or Doom in that, like, early game section of the game.
Yeah, that's a very valid and concerning point. There's a lot on Laro's shoulders to crush the lane and just make things happen, even without his cores. Just play with his supports for as long as possible. Make the first 20 minutes difficult for the enemy team and hope that your PL gets strong early enough. If anything goes wrong, it's going to be really hard. It's also worth noting that Dark Willow shuts down Night Stalker pretty effectively with her Brambles and her Essence Distillers, and it's not the most comfortable NS game outside of the lane.
I like the fact, though, that Spirit seemingly have that slight edge in the lane, because we saw what they were able to do when they didn't have favorable lanes. So even though it could get potentially tough in the nitty-gritty, Quinn, there is a light for them and a stronger start.
Yeah, I think the lanes will be better. I mean, their offlane's going to be rough, but I think both mid and safe lane will be pretty solid.
Alrighty, we'll see how game 2 plays out, but before we jump into the game, we're going to get some more words on this draft and what this series means with Tsunami and Puppy.
Thank you. I'm standing by with a Puppy of Team Vision. Puppy, you guys had a very clean group stage, and even now in this playoff bracket, you're not dropping many games. How often do you find in tournaments that early losses help you out in figuring out what your team may need to fix as you get deeper into the playoffs?
I mean, there's not enough games actually in this group stage. We only played 4 teams before we went to playoffs. So losses do matter a lot. I think losses actually build a team that actually does win the tournament. But in this case, we're just trying our best to do whatever we like the most.
So then in terms of what you tried to develop after the group stage, since you lost so few games, were there any things that you were like, we need to work on this, we need to improve on this, or were you just doubling down on the things that you already are doing well?
Mostly double downing, but we weren't doing the things correctly anyway, so there's always room for, improvement. So we were just trying to figure out exactly why we weren't perhaps capable of doing it, everything we wanted. So yeah, we're mostly trying to force our playstyle.
And my last question, I heard in the Chinese interview that you did with Dove after game number 1, draft did not go according to plan, and so you had to just start improvising. How often is that happening during this TI where you're like, all right, first 2 picks, not sure what's happening, I need to start figuring out a backup plan quick?
I think I'm aware of craziness, and I do like to do crazy drafts from time to time, so this is not anything, unrealistic for me, so it's fine, I'm aware of craziness, and I do like to do crazy drafts from time to time, so this is not anything, unrealistic for me, so it's fine,
All right, something crazy seems to be happening in the game, so Puppy, I'll let you go as we get into game number 2.
Well, if there's any man who knows what it takes to win, it's that man right there. One of the best Dota players of all time, one of the longest living careers in Dota, and he's been helping Vision quite a lot because they look like a crazy dominant team. They were good last year. In fact, they had podium finishes for 3 of these players, something that is rather unique. Not many players managed to, on their TI debut, managed to get a podium finish. And even rare, of course, is winning your very first TI. But what's also pretty rare is back-to-back podium finishes after your TI debut. And that is on the table for 3 of these players for Team Vision.
Certainly making a run for it here. They are the team to beat right now. They're the team to beat in this series. Spirit have got to step up in this game, too, if they want to take on Vision and the Puppy drafts. Because honestly, I favor them again. I think their draft looks easier to make moves with. The connections seem a little more straightforward. The 2 or 3 man kill squads, the lockdown the puck's going to provide with the damage coming in. My big concern for Spirit here is I see the counterplay they have. I see the counter picks they went for. What is going to deal the damage under the control? I think it takes a long time for these 3 cores to build up and start to connect towards each other.
Be under attack.
And I'm really surprised that they went because to me, this is a hero that it's difficult to execute on any position. And once you don't win with it, it tends to get written off really quickly. So maybe it speaks to the confidence Spirit have in both their drafts and themselves of being able to look past game 1 and still go back to a hero that is very difficult to run right now. On the flip side, could be a little bit of hubris.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I was looking at that Night Stalker and going, okay, did they have a conversation about Team Vision's playstyle, Night Stalker is their solution, and it has to work in a way.
They might have put some extra emphasis on it in this matchup. It is a backline assassin. It is one of those things that can kill unkillable supports quickly, make the game a lot more straightforward to play if you're looking for a numbers advantage. Can also sometimes cause some issues for carries if you can gap close them early and just take the man fight. They also did show the Yatoro hero very early in that second phase with this PL. Gave 2 core counter picks. Also not something that I think Yatoro likes to do that often. He doesn't like to put himself in a position where you can decide how much scale he's allowed to have. And that is the choice that they gave Vision in this game too. So he's really going to have to play this PL into some tough answers, make the hero work in the team fights. One of his signature heroes. If anybody can do it, it's absolutely him.
Yeah, and that's really interesting with moposhka drafting, especially. How often do you feel like Team Spirit did that when moposhka was doing the drafting and playing on Team Spirit?
Maybe not as much, or at least they were better at securing his game, I want to say. I think this version of Spirit is better at some of the random skirmishing. The supports are super mechanically gifted. They can definitely play a little bit of a faster game if things start rolling. However, I feel like the piece that's been missing for them in some of these is getting over that finish line. Actually getting to a point where Yatoro does scale past the point of no return and you just win that game. I think we saw it last game. This Terrorblade's getting fat. Did he ever feel like the true threat he was supposed to? I felt like that game always felt tough going into some of those counters.
Not me. He was wondering where his core is at. He's going for the kill. Kalas wasn't certain about getting this kill. High ground tombstone is going to make things difficult. The zombies are building up, but they get the kill all the same. That's a first blood to Kalas.
Go up high ground and kill the tombstone here. Still a decent time to do it. It's worth a lot of gold.
And they'll have some neutrals that are
look at
low too that they could farm.
Expensive death. Give it to Klaus plus 125. Eats one of the little creeps. You get the extra mana aura. Not a bad sequence here for the Doom. And honestly, that's one of the things in this game. They took the Doom very early after it won that first game. To me, this hero has looked pretty strong on the main stage. It did lose some games earlier today, but I think it was still a force in all of those games.
Ami making some moves here. Unfortunately, does not have the speed to get the Water Rune ahead of no one's puck, but not a bad idea.
Been killed.
Eating away a Yatoro Courier, so he missed out on the Gloves of Haste in a matchup that is already quite difficult. I mean, the Timbersaw. Did you see that coming? When you had all the picks in the world, did you think, okay, Timbersaw's got to be the pick up against Phantom Lancer?
I think it's a totally reasonable one, for sure. One of the better answers. You always have damage. He doesn't threaten you. This is not a mana burn Phantom Lancer anymore, right?
Right.
That version, I think, had more gameplay against Timber. You can take away his mana. This one, you're pretty much just completely impotent. It's also a really good matchup against Wyvern. Wyvern hates playing against Timbersaw. None of your spells do anything to this guy, so you debilitated the entire lane.
The Tombstone, get a blood grenade. If they can land the Bramble, Laurel might just die. In fact, Laurel has to run away from the Brambles and try and fight them, but they just get run over here in this mid lane. The supports not bringing the same kind of firepower.
I get the clockwork here. Dodge the orb.
Trying to dodge the orb.
Radiant's middle.
1-2 more hits. He's going to get run down. No one gets a double kill for that one.
What a nice timing to make this play. Right before the nighttime hits. The two supports on Spirit are not going to offer you a lot in this turnaround play. And you're pretty happy leaving your side lanes. Drow against the Doom is going to free farm. Timber against the PL is going to kick Yatoro out of lane. Top 3 CS all belong to Vision here. They get the double kill mid for the puck. And now if you're Laurel, you have to come back to this lane a little behind in XP. Worried about where their supports are going to stay around here and defend against your move. And that's another concern. If you just defend the Night Stalker gameplay here, who else is creating pressure in the first 15 or 20 minutes? It's not Phantom Lancer. And the Doom is in a lane where you're pulling waves and playing that a little defensively. You might be able to find a Doom connection. It's a long cooldown. So Vision are just going to have to keep checks on Laurel, and I think they're pretty cruising here in the early game. Maybe find a little bit extra here. Bramble connection.
Rude, trying to play the cliff line. Gonna give up on the chase.
Laurel did find a shielder, and honestly, probably the better rune you can get here without the bottle. Just to exist with it mid. Super tanky.
Nice little double mana burn there. Maybe almost a courier. No one gets control of that before it goes too far.
Are you going to try and use this Night Stalker, though? Who are you bringing this Night Stalker to find some extra kills during the nighttime? You got to do something with him, right? This is not a game where you just want Laurel to sit mid and trade farm against Puck.
Yeah, in a way, it feels even harder for this Night Stalker to stabilize the game for Spirit than it
run
did in
top.
game 1.
They don't have any ward vision on this, so in theory, this move can land. But right now, no one. He's hitting an empty lane. He's going to make the call. Hey, this Night Stalker just ran somewhere. We had the ward on the bottom jungle. He didn't go that way.
This is kind of an interesting play. They're going to go through the gate and put the pressure on the Phantom Lancer away from these gankers, but they're also going to go through the gate.
They're getting
and
backstabbed.
they could maybe sandwich here. DeCall's going to drop the tombstone. They're going to choose to fight this one. The Cogs immediately go out. Satanic is spotted. Are they going to run him down, trying to deal with the Undying, with the tombstones first? Notice coming in with his level 6. It's scary hero to fight into. They're going to leave the Clockwork behind. Got the tombstone. Laurel will chase after some of these heroes.
Gotta fight something off
DP
this
away from the
ascension.
Phantom Lancer. He's good. And Night Stalker, none of these heroes are isolated enough that he can get a kill. So Team Vision playing against Night Stalker 2 times in a row. They know what to do. They just clump up. Don't give him the opening.
Ascension runs out. You still have some Knight to play with here.
Well, it's going to be slowed down. Body blocks. Cogs nicely placed by Not Me, pushing back these heroes. And they're the ones, they went for the aggression, and they are the ones who die. It's Rue is the casualty of Satanic. And now that the pressure is relieved from that Night Stalker, he goes back to top.
Maybe the best thing that happened for Spirit there is time for collapse, the free farm top. Honestly, the one guy who didn't go to it got the most out of the play. It's Laurel trying to make something happen on the map, but the play call was too good with the empty lane mid. And I like the idea.
Laurel just going to run the map at the Drow Ranger just non-stop.
Code remains.
If you connect, it's amazing.
It is just not connecting so far, but maybe Satanic will think, okay, they're not going to go this deep, right?
Have to bypass the Watcher here. They can take the long route. He doesn't see this.
Bottom tower be
Don't
under
commit.
attack. Radiant structures be fortified.
One of those moments could have been huge for Laurel.
Laurel is going to be very underleveled at this rate.
He's full committing to the roam. This is
They go for Takalis. They have to get this kill just to get some levels for Laurel. They will get it.
I feel like the last time I saw a roaming mid Night Stalker at TI was TI3, like S4 type of gameplay.
Yeah, I literally thought like to myself, this looks like Cinderin on the main stage. Playing
I don't know about
Night Stalker
Cinderin.
and roaming around, that was 100% what he did.
I don't think this looks like Cinderin. Keep the bar high, but I agree. This is a really old school style of mid roaming gameplay. It can free up some space for your 2 greedy side laners. Like, you're attracting a lot of attention to where's this Night Stalker going? What is he trying to do? Can we counterplay?
But unless he's actually getting the kills, he's just going to fall so far behind by 20 minutes.
You got to be careful with it. Don't want to overdo it here. Not the worst nighttime. You have Dark Ascension available. Collapse in super deep on the map. How do you end up there? Super fast in that river, too. My God. He has the Quicken Stonefeather Satchel, plus Drum, plus Phase Boots, plus Speed Aura. The man be zooming out here.
Percentage-based movement speed from the Aura on all these extra small bonuses.
That's a cool idea here. Gives you a lot more extra gap close in the early game. Notice did take that bottom tower eventually. Automatic kick out on this Phantom Lancer. Nothing Toro can do about it. And he is real fat on this Timber. We've seen him take games over on this hero.
Toro got level 6 at 10 minutes. He's hitting neutrals without Doppelganger. Like, he is very slowed down, even more than Laurel. Yeah, it's looking like Collapse once again has to put Team Spirit on his back, shoulder the burden to try and close this net worth.
Toro bottom.
First crown on the real one here. And no one commits for the kill. They do get him. Punish is going to come through from Laurel. Dark Ascension with the silence. Easily cleans up no one. They didn't even get the last hit on Yatoro. He died to the neutrals. So that actually worked out very well for Team Spirit. In particular, Laurel.
Probably the best trade you could hope for right there.
Yeah.
I don't think Yatoro's happy about it. He has to spend some time on the sideline. That is time he needs to recover in this game. However, it's great for his Night Stalker. A little extra puck kill going Laurel's way.
Yeah, Laurel's actually not that far away from Blink Dagger now, and he's got the chip vest to help him farm.
Is this a kill?
This is just an instant TP. Yeah, they've got tons of slows, no stuns.
Heads up play. They're gonna target
Hook
that
shot,
timber.
really? They're going for notice. They actually got him down to about half, but now his armor is full up. Can Yatoro finish him off here? They do manage to get him with the final nuke from Yatoro. They get that kill.
That's huge. The fact that you bring the Doom, you don't have to use the Doom, and you can keep that spell on the map. You do lose your mid tower. That's costly. Nice rotation from Satanic, making his presence felt again. I guess you did have some mana burn in this lineup. Cog. Bringing that Timber's mana down low. Nice spell against him for sure. The Clockwork matchup quite good. Always has been.
Such a nuisance, man. These cogs are so stupid.
This is another one of those games, like game one. I think it could be going worse for Spirit in some ways, but they're making some nice moves, getting some kills.
100%. They're only down 1,000 net worth.
Oh, yeah.
I expected them
position.
to be much farther behind.
And they have hookshot up in 5. You can go for hookshot cogs into the Doom play. This can catch no one off guard.
Yeah, with an amp damage, it could be
they're
really
going
easy. Even the Timber Saw is an easy kill.
very deep.
It's gonna break. Hookshot lands, managed to clear through the neutrals, and the Doom is dropped.
And he's done. Can you get out though?
Nicely placed. Yeah, that's gonna be a coil drop. All this extra movement speed.
He's so
He's gonna
fast.
fight. He's gonna do with this amp damage. He thinks there's a possibility here. They're gonna deal with the tombstone as quick as they can, trying to keep their distance away from no one. Make sure that they don't die to this puck. They're just taking kills, not losing any lives.
This Doom build looks insane in this game. There's so little control for him. He's just hasted every fight. He's running the map at 525 MS, 13 minutes in. What are you supposed to do against that if you're Vision? You only have Bramble, you only have Coil.
Ooh, hit him with a winner's
Ult
first setup, not me. Now
couple cog hits.
Cogs. That one doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. Got him.
This is just Spirit finding openings where there are none. Like making something happen in a game that is otherwise going to look very Vision favored. And this is all without the Night Stalker playing through nighttime or using that Dark Ascension. So
Well,
that's
using
amazing.
That movement speed was actually going to die to Satanic, but he was so fast he outrun the multi-shot.
He's 550 in Scorched Earth. This is super value in this game. Creating some space, time for Yatoro to recover here.
Laurel can complete his Blink Dagger with this wave and maybe one or two neutrals. You get that alongside the second nighttime. Then they can start cooking a bit.
Yeah.
Easily read, but the extra mobility does give way better opportunity.
Blink Night Stalker plus the Blink Doom coming out, 50-minute nighttime, supports have ults. You have way more play options across the map. And maybe it's Vision who are going to have to be on the defensive a little bit and just try and protect the Drow, protect the Timber Saw until he's tanky enough to weather the storm. Because I don't think you can run this Timber in head first into that Doom.
Another hookshot land, another
cog
round
hits.
of cogs. Do not me does not miss on these cogs. Go for another one. Why not? Oh, the cog expired right as he was about to get that final hit. 9 class will still tick out from the distiller.
Supports are doing work in this game.
As they tend to do. Team Spirit supports this season have been amazing ever since the pickup of Not Me. They got a 3-man smoke up. Time to connect this nighttime. They go for the Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger must be shut down because Satanic is about to get into an Aghanim Scepter. And that's when his farm is really going to start picking up. This move can connect. It'll do a lot for them.
Very deep play. It's hard to find the carries behind this tier 2 unless you already have Vision there. We get one deep ward under a Sentry.
Managed to get the scan. But he's going to run down, and he's actually maybe going to run straight to Laurel. Though the supports are connecting here. They've already dropped the Tombstone. They went for the blink onto the Drow Ranger. Didn't connect. Terrorize pushes Rue back into the rest of the team with a coil locking down Not Me as well.
Too awkward.
The 2 supports to die. And, oh, wait, the hook shot. Not Me can't get away from the decay, though.
And that's Vision just defending the Drow.
Another neutral creep deny, man. Team Spirit have gotten lucky. Indeed, Tukala says lucky. They couldn't, they had some problems with Roshan. Oh, got the silence on no one's puck. But with
not enough
notice
damage.
here, they don't have the damage, yeah.
The Doom is lingering. Has Blink available.
Maybe Vision get baited. Oh, they ran away. They still look for the fight. Trying to get the Doom on him. No one.
Get him here.
Inferno play, that's probably going to take him out. Laurel's getting low. Yatoro meets the sword on the other side. Laurel almost dies there. Satanic chasing after Collapse, but there's that boost to movement speed. Oh, juking left and right. Blinks back to the other side. You can't catch this guy. He's too smooth with it.
This build has done so much work in this game. It is absurd. Just dancing around them. Laurel, he's even going back in.
Yeah, going back in for the support, but they got to be careful of Satanic. Still is a threat to slow down these heroes.
I really wanted something off the back of that.
Well, maybe once it 3 more seconds. Hookshot lands. They're not letting him go. Jakalis has to die, they say.
Oh,
die he will.
Are they going to get out with everybody?
Rambo. Maybe it's going to be the Clockwork.
Yeah, he's no TP.
Yeah, he's no way out. So support for support, but it did force Vision, all of these heroes back to this side of the map. But very importantly, Satanic did not die. And now he's got his Aghanim Scepter.
They did defend the Drow. The Timber was also farming that entire time period. Good space for Yatoro. Spirit are overall happy with that exchange. They get some space for this PL to continue to find some more impact in this game. He's definitely strong. You can't underestimate the damage this Family Lancer can do if he's not the one just getting focused at the start of a fight. He has 2 other cores to go in and start things for him. You also have a Clockwork to go in and start things for him. If you can take out the Timber early with a Doom or something like that, the fight doesn't look that difficult.
Notice wants to go for the Phantom Lancer, but little does he know that Team Spirit is one step ahead of them.
Trap.
They're going to kill the Timber Saw before the supports even get here.
Are they?
Chain trying to get away, but there's the Winner's Curse. They just lined it up. Hits onto 3. The setup, though, with the Tombstone out, they actually can't keep this going. Team Spirit have to retreat. Wait, the Silence back in on a Notice. Now they run him down. The Terrorize finally gets
a dodge.
But notice, man to dodge from Yatoro plus not me with a hook shot. Finish him off.
They're outplaying him.
Down. Now Yatoro's trying to run down 9 class. Doppelganger dodge the puck nukes. They get away from that. Jakalis being kited around. They'll finish him off. Jakalis tries to do what damage he can to Yatoro, but he can't fight him here. A killing spree for Yatoro, and chased away by Laurel.
He's still hunting him. The Doom, he can potentially connect.
The silence. Can he kill him with just him?
Collapse running.
Collapse on his way. Can he get the blink dagger? Doom move the phase shift. A blink away. He's got the orb out. Can he jump far enough away? They're chasing after him. He jumps to the orb as far as way he can. Laurel on the hunt all the way in.
Oh, they got him.
Got the silence. They don't need the Doom. They've got the kill anyway.
Team Spirit, Magic on the main stage.
Under attack.
Absolutely outplaying Vision in this team fight bottom. Finding so much afterwards. So much extra gold going in Yatoro's pocket. Such a clutch Manta dodge. So he can finish some of these heroes off. It takes so much time to bring this Timber Saw down that you need all this outplay to convert that fight into a win. And guess what? The spell's on cooldown. You still have Doom available.
Now the Doom will be dropped on the Timber Saw, who's not going anywhere with the hook shot. They'll collect the kill on the Dark Willow as well. All of a sudden, Team Spirit are moving too fast for Team Vision to keep up.
They have absolutely stepped up in this game too. Just out of nowhere, this game has become a feeding frenzy. Vision need to find a way to stabilize. They need to slow this game down, regroup, control the map, and not continue to bleed more kills. Because this is getting a little out of hand, 18-6.
Bottom tower.
This is the pace. The Team Spirit, they bet on it 2 times in a row. It didn't work the first time around with the Night Stalker, but it's working now in game 2.
The crazy thing is I don't even view their lineup as this fast. You look at these heroes on paper, you kind of have to...
Doom.
Yeah, Phantom Lancer takes time to come online. The Doom and Night Stalker can sometimes be a little cooldown dependent. You're really... looking to land
the biggest playmaker, little skirmishes.
You don't have Enchantress Bane or something setting stuff up. I think Spirit is just the best team perhaps ever at playing slow heroes fast and making the game speed up in a way where it feels uncomfortable for you because you're losing fights while they also have a tremendous amount of scale. It's one of those games that highlights it. I do not know how Not Me ended up here, but he might just get out.
He gets the hook shot, TP way, goodbye.
They're dancing on him. They're absolutely dancing on him here. The chat wheels are flowing. The Ags is almost done for the Phantom Lancer. His damage is going to pick up considerably. You still have Satanic at the top of that net worth chart, but he does not have the carry matchup at all in this game. You cannot rely on him to come in and deal with the Yatoro if the Timbersaw gets doomed, if the puck gets found by the Night Stalker. This is the teamfight advantage that Spirit have in this game, the strength of their draft and their counter picks. You have tools to debilitate the other two cores to free the fight up for the Phantom Lancer. Especially if you can get to BKBs. What is your control for BKB?
Dire's middle tower
Running at you in this game. Your vision.
Here comes that three-man team. Not me. Rue, Laurel.
There's a lot
on
of
the
catch for this
hunt,
puck.
and they're trying to bait out the Phantom Lancer. Yatoro's going to run down the lane.
Dire's middle tower.
Hook shot, cogs into follow-up spells. No one gets out of there. You really have to be careful in this game as puck. If you get cursed, if you get hook shot, there's going to be follow-up chain stun silence from the Night Stalker, the Doom, the other support. All of these spells can be death sentences for no one in this game. We'll likely see him go some early defensive item here. I'd say you generally want the BKB here on the puck against the NS. It's expensive. It's going to take some time.
Now that they're herding Team Vision back into their side of the map. But, I mean, you said it. Like, Team Vision, they needed to slow things down. They're doing just that.
They're getting to some of the items they need.
Yeah. It comes at the cost of map control. Nice hook shot.
That's an amp damage.
He goes back in with an amp damage. Casually shots the Dark Willow. DeGaule's going to be up next. No escape for these supports. Farther and farther back. Team Vision are pushed all the way into their base. And Laurel,
he's still thinking about it.
Every step of the way. He's thinking about that Satanic kill with the amp damage. He blinks away. No one who's kind of pushing out. Thought, okay, maybe they have vision of me. Don't want to be caught in a coil in a bad spot. They deal with the ward. Not me. They can't even go after him.
That's a super nice D ward because the only two wards on the map were kind of double placed bottom. So Vision are just not going to have a lot of ward vision to play around here in the next 5 minutes or so.
It
That's a lot of
does
freedom.
leave us to a daytime period with no Dark Ascent. So
Definitely some downtime.
Yeah, they can definitely. I don't know if they're going to make any moves during this window, or if this is just going to be a time where they could farm more aggressively on the map.
A little awkward. I think you can force Roshan with this cooldown. It's just not that fast right now. Otherwise, I think it's tough to find the play. Spirit are well aware of the downtime here. They're not going to give you some crazy opening. BKB is done for Doom, so Collapse can push waves mid. He's not too afraid. Very difficult to find the Phantom Lancer. Toro, he's actually going to TP top, kind of into where they are.
Shot actually lands here from Nami. He's got a Blink Dagger, so he can still escape if anything comes his way, but the cogs are just too good. He pushes himself inside the tombstone, but the Phantom Lancer deals with that so quickly. DeGaulle has to pop back out. A support for support right up, and they manage to get the coil, and this is the buildup of that Aghanim Scepter. You stumbled into the Drow Ranger, and Satanic delivers.
He took a lot of the pop damage off the Clockwork dying. Satanic had a really good position there. Yatoro overplayed his hand. A costly death. We're going to try and make up for it. The same ward.
They will get the kill on Satanic in return. Wait, the damage. Surely they've got enough. Okay, he's going to die inside the fountain.
Radiant's top tower.
Didn't have the stuns, but they did have the damage.
Not respecting the potential vision on that spot. Kind of a rare misplay from Satanic in terms of his map reach. This guy's usually untouchable.
Radiant's middle tower.
Here we'll find him, even out the score. Look who's about to be top net worth in this game. It's your boy Collapse.
Yep.
Doing it again. 4-0 and 6. A perfect Doom performance here so far.
Yeah, they've just the trio of Team Spirit have given so much space to Collapse and Yatoro. Yatoro may have thrown some of that away. Collapse has not.
That guy's just ridiculous. Every time Spirit need him to step up, he steps up. And they need him in this series.
He's going to try and connect, but they do have a ward to spot this, but it might be too late for Vision. They're going to start getting run down here. TP away from Notice. Good call there. 9 class. No hope for him. And Collapse doesn't need to go through the gate. He can stay on that top side if he wants. Laurel is going to sweep across the map.
This is a scary nighttime period for Vision right now. Really scary.
No one's playing out like this.
He has no defensive item, by the way.
Okay, Collapse is trying to kill DeCause on the top side while they're also going for the kill onto No One with a silence, but No One barely gets away. A TP out from the Doom. Lack of stuns are beginning to hurt Vision, that's for sure.
They were very close to grabbing the puck there. And no objectives being taken. That's the other interesting thing about this game. It's just all brawl. All trying to force heroes out of these jungle areas. Tormentor's available. Roche is available. Surely someone eventually wants to try and do one here.
He's so obnoxious with the cogs. He doesn't care if you know he's there. He's going to burn you out with at least 2 of them every time.
A lot of map control going Spirit's way during this nighttime, especially with the D-wards we mentioned earlier. This is kind of at the end of that 5-minute interval where Vision didn't have another set of obs to get on the map. They're flying blind here in this nighttime. They're very low on information. You don't know if this PL is just trying to do the Roche right now. You don't know if the Night Stalker is running at you. So you're very clumped. You're very grouped. You're playing defensive. Need to get this mid lane out so you can just see something in this game.
And when you stack so much, it usually means you know, maybe you don't die as much, but you fall behind in net worth. They're not down that much. We'll see how that grows over the next 3.5 minutes. This nighttime pulls through. Right now, Spirit only up by 4K. So they are threatening Roshan in a way. Something Vision kind of have to clump up and deal with.
They're definitely getting the clump out of Vision.
And Team Spirit not clumping at all. You've got Collapse from the top side, Yatoro bottom, Laurel sweeping through the map, same as the supports, but in different areas.
Tower be under attack.
It's rare we see Vision put in this situation where they feel they have to just kind of move as a 4 or 5-man ball. They're usually very efficient on the map, always looking for some sort of setup play. 9 class is one of the best killing supports of all time. There's not enough information to look for that type of thing here. You get to see a little something top with this Night Stalker going through the gate. It should let you push out top lane in order to reset the map equilibrium. Still a little worried about the Roche play if Yatoro feels strong enough. Otherwise, you're okay playing a traded map.
I mean, surely Team Spirit trying to Roche during
That's what it feels like.
Period, right? Like, you have so much map control.
I would be really tempted here. And again, if you're not going to do the Roche, you're just conceding an even map state division while they have less information to go off of with. It's not going to feel great 3 or 4 minutes from now.
But Vision, I mean, in a way, it's working out for them because Vision keeps playing to this Roche, and Team Spirit's not doing it. Collapse trying to make the jump with the Congregation to the deep and doesn't land. He's going to have to pop BKB. Immediately Doomsaw, Timbersaw goes to the TP away, but they're going to overwhelm. There's just too much damage. Curse in the back.
A Widowmaker rises!
No, hookshot land onto no one. Here comes that Phantom Lancer.
Right now, brutal stuff. What a way that game to end.
Spirit even up the series against Vision.
An unprecedented, I want to say, early GG out of this game. We don't normally get that at TI. Teams fight till the very end, the bitter end. But on the side of Vision, they say, we realize we don't have any answers to this Phantom Lancer. Had way too much time for himself to be able to get online. And Insania, we heard Cap and SVG mention it. You had a lot of the draft to do it. You had what should have been a slightly better lanes for yourselves to be able to snowball into something, but Spirit really showed up for game 2.
I mean, I think Spirit just completely played like 5 times better. It was just unbelievable. It wasn't close. They out-execute them. I think they have a much harder draft to play. I think if I'm Puppy, I look at these heroes, I'm like, yeah, I like our draft. We have good setups. We have good ways to snowball this game. We have ways to deal with PO later. We have a pretty free puck game, but somehow Spirit finds like these small openings. And I think this is the same thing that I saw in game 1, which is signs of Spirit just outperforming their matchups.
Yeah, that was a masterclass. It was actually beautiful to watch. Some of these team fights and these little executions, the individual play from all the players. Laurel is beyond godlike. Not me is the most annoying player I've ever seen playing a game in this game with the cogs. They all stepped up. Pio with the Manta dodges like he's Arteezy. This game was like, holy crap, that was impressive.
Yeah, I just love to see Laurel not be shafted, to be honest, because people forget Laurel's also a TI veteran. He does have an Aegis under his belt. He has delivered many times for this team, and if you put him in a position where he gets the counter pick and he gets to play the game, you can absolutely depend on him. He's such a dependable player, and the end-all be-all Yatoro strategy, we didn't see it in this game too. It looked infinitely better.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think, honestly, that the fact that they gave Laurel a real game and he wasn't just completely sent to the wolves was a huge and pivotal turning point. Like, Laurel was everywhere. He's a part of every kill. We talked about how their other two cores are greedy. We need someone to connect. Well, Laurel connected to just about everything, and Collapse also bought Drum and Blink, shifted from the normal Doom gameplay we'd see a little bit, and he's fighting too. Even PL is coming to the fights pretty early on. Like, they all recognized, I think, why they lost the last game and changed course quite a bit.
I love that, right? They go, okay, we want to put this all in for Yotaro. Everything felt like we want to wait for him. But at the end of the day, we look at it. You have someone like Nightstalker that can do so much early. We have this Doom that when it comes to that mid part, he's still able to have a great initiation, be able to try and put numbers in your favor, because a Doomed hero feels like pretty much a hero that's dead. You can't really do much more there, Effie. So I just love it. Spirit having so much more for themselves into this. But at the same time, like, you see these cores building up for themselves. The Winter Wyvern is the one, again, for me that I want to go back to, because you like to pick something up, whether it's to dissuade the Lone Druid, which has been favorable for these two teams or not, still ends up having a great impact for them, and not just this dead weight of a support that we picked early and then didn't amount to much.
For sure. I mean, Rue is such an impressive player, and one of the things that goes understated about Rue is that he doesn't need to be the main character. Like, picking up a Wyvern early in the draft just for the sake of the draft and not for his own gameplay, and just kind of being a guy who's just going to be able to help his team with teamfight, he does that very well. He was able to take a step back and allow Not Me to take his role as the position 4. He transitioned to position 5 comfortably, and that's not something, Aiden, that most people can do. Most people don't want to give up the role they've practiced for so long.
It's also, you underestimate how different position 4 and 5 are. I think for many, many years, they were quite interchangeable, but I think the skill set that players have developed over the years as a 5 and a 4 vary greatly. And Rue, honestly, he's not been around for that long.
Yeah.
He's been on the pro scene for 2 or maybe even, is it 3 years? I think it's 2 years.
I want to say 2, because it was that time where we saw a lot of Spirit plays take a break right after the Seattle TI, the Copenhagen TI. That's where he came in. A couple of people took breaks, and then we didn't know how long he was going to stick around, who was going to come back for them, and it was this sort of soft way of them wanting to replace Mira, who used to be their position 4.
Yeah, he joined after TI 13, and it's just been a really incredible journey for him. You always sing his praises about how he's such
I think
a good
when
player.
he first came to Spirit, I honestly thought he was quite a weak player. Like, he came up from the tier 2 scene, he didn't have the experience, and I remember laning against him, it felt like this guy is like, does not know what he's doing, and we used to make jokes about how Collapse misses Mira all the time, but by the end of that same season, it was incredible how fast he learned, and that speaks to his talents. Like, it's very difficult to learn Pro Dota that fast as he did, and now he's transitioned to 5, and I personally think Spirit's support duo is the best support duo in the world.
Yeah, I know when I play pubs with this guy, he's just always in the right place at the right time. Some players you play with, I wish this guy was here, or why isn't this guy doing that? With that guy, it's like, man, he's here. That's awesome. Like, it's the whole feeling is like he just is always in the right place at the right time. When Poshka says he's, trying to teach them and they learn slowly, but they're learning, to me, that's what I think of, this guy, I feel like he just gets better over time. He's like the opposite of Milk. He is just, I don't know, he's just a beast.
Wine is normally the opposite of Milk, by the way, Quinn, in terms of aging.
I'll note that down for future use.
You can have that one for free.
He really is a beast. But I do want to talk about how Team Spirit channeled their TI magic in this game too. We can praise the support duo over and over, but I really do think Yotaro, Laurel, and Collapse delivered. Every single one of them brought their A game, and something that they did this game that I thought was so cool was that they brought all 5 of their heroes to the safe lane early on. They all connected to PL, and they killed the Timbersaw that was diving his tier 1. Usually you don't bring both of your other cores from other lanes to early moves like that.
Yeah, and I think this is a really old concept of Dota that we've talked about earlier on the panels too, but you pick slow heroes and then you play them really fast. You have this PL that's considered a slow hero. You have Doom that's also considered a slow hero. And the way you buy time for yourself is by connecting to these early moves and finding the opportunities where you can outnumber your opponents. Because every time you get kills, essentially what you're doing is buying yourself more time.
Yeah, no, it's super true. And I think also the best place to do that is, like Mira said, at these towers oftentimes. Because if your heroes don't naturally fight and kill stuff, that often means they lack catch. And so you want them to be close to you because that means they're already overextended. So you can kind of just run them down, which allows you to actually get your damage off, which is why in modern Dota, towers are so important because it's a place to fight. It's not so much that you have a place to TP and that it like keeps the map state. There's some truth to that, but a lot of it is it lets lineups that don't have natural ways to fight have a way to fight, especially when you're waiting for that overextension. There's such a fine, delicate delicate balance of where the enemy walks. Are they over the invisible line? And as soon as they cross, bam, Spirit snaps, they jump, and they win fights. And it's so true. It buys you so much time.
I feel like that's also like the Miposhka influence, because like Spirit's way of making moves is through baits. It's been their MO for so long, and I think throughout the season, Spirits look kind of like a different team, but ever since Miposhka has joined, I'm now seeing like his influence seeping into them, and they're finding those opportunities to make those moves that they used to do with him.
He did say as well that in the coach interview after game one, he's like, I'm trying to give them all the lessons I can. And then Neil follows up like, how are the players taking that? He's like, slowly. And look, maybe the game one was the slow idea there, but game number two, it felt like everything really ramped up. And I love that Miposhka not only is offering so much when it comes to guiding these players and how they play, but of course in the draft, right? That's where we really see a lot of impact when it comes to coaches, and not losing the idea or the faith behind the Night Stalker. It was in that off lane, did still do really well for them in game one, but to pick it up, shift it to mid, and give Lal the playstyle, the opportunity to demonstrate why they're so confident in picking it in back-to-back games. Look at this, 12-1 and 7 at the 28-minute mark. That isn't the 28-minute mark of the game. That's the end of the game. That's when GG was called, compared to no one's puck, which was 3-4 and 2.
This just brings me back to, you can count on Laurel. Like, oftentimes he's put in situations where, because he's so able to tank bad lanes and he's so able to be a sacrificial pawn during the drafting stage, we don't really see him have performances like this. But when we see him get heroes like counter picks to a puck with a Night Stalker, when we see those rare Invoker games where he has like an axe set up for him, he can put the game on his shoulders. And the big difference from game one to game two to me is very impressive, because a team to adjust their playstyle entirely in one map, it's hard to do.
I think it speaks to Laurel's skill as well, because like while he's enabled in his like hero to hero matchup mid, he has nothing really to play with. He has like a heal, a doom, a wyvern, and a clock. Like, it's not natural combos that you would think, like, because NS wants to silence the guy and then he just dies. But there's nothing to dump on top of it. And you could see how they were fighting. Like, there was some team fight where they commit on the Timber Saw, and he's like silencing him, and they're hitting him the entire time. Timber's not dying. And then they reset back and wait for the silence to come off cooldown again, and then recommit. And I think these things require so much skill for you to time correctly. Because if you're off by half a millisecond, you're caught and you're done.
Yeah, there was even one moment where we laughed about in the green room, because Yatoro and PL just ran mid because Yatoro didn't have anybody. So like, oh, okay, I guess I'm coming. And he gave them a few right clicks during a crippling fear, and they didn't get the kill. But the fact that they were moving PL to the Night Stalker means that they were aware of this too. But they somehow made it happen.
Yeah, I think it's actually an unbelievably difficult thing to pull off in games. And I think it's one of the most beautiful and high skill parts of the game is whenever you walk into the kitchen and there's no like normal ingredients and you've still got to make something great. Like, it's very hard. And he takes a radish and a knife and a pizza and he ends up with something gorgeous.
A whole pizza already.
That's right. And I think like you see it in this game. Like, how do you combine these heroes? And that's one of, I don't know, that's something you build over time, is these situations. Okay, the draft is the way it is. Now, how do we play good Dota with the weird tools we've been given that worked well together later, but early on it's not as obvious? Like, it's so impressive and difficult. Watching this game backstage, we're all like amazed. It's so fun to watch. We're locked in, like we're watching a Christopher Nolan movie, because it's it's cinema.
If you had to title it, what would you?
Maybe the Odyssey.
I don't know if that's his best one, but I'll give it to that. Yeah. For sure. There's like one extra bit about it as well. It's almost this mental game, because we're talking about, okay, they poke a little bit, they reset, and then they re-engage. There's a lot of times as well where we see them poke, they fully disengage, and they're getting reactions out of Vision. But now they go to re-engage, and Vision go, we don't want to react, because they're probably just doing this whole, oh, they're poking at us, and they're not actually going to commit. They fully commit, and that's it. Now your Timber Soul is gone. They fully commit. Your puck's gone. They do it again. They disengage, and you've reacted to it. So I think also that mental back and forth toying with Vision was something that really treated them well with the heroes and toolkits they had.
That's a great point that you bring, and it begs the question of the early GG. We haven't really talked about it, but it's not something that we see at TI, where teams just give up after a bad fight. Can you guys shed some light on why that happened?
I think it's like Puppy also talked about it in his interview, where he says like you build at TI, you need to have some losses to build like stuff and learn from it. And there's not enough games at this TI. They've won all their games in the groups. They played 4 teams, won all their games, came to playoffs. They lost 1 game, but they won the series. So they haven't had that experience of experiencing defeat. And if you want to be a TI winner, you're going to have to go through that part of it. You're going to run into loss.
Yeah, and it's weird to like have that loss, to be in a rough position to say, you know what, call it quits. Because I think the teams that win TI are the teams that play hard games. I remember playing against Spirit in the finals and being up 15k gold, and they come back and they beat us and they lift the Aegis. And I think at the same time, while that game is hard and I don't think their odds of winning are very high, I also think it's not great practice for the future of the tournament to just be snap calling GG like that. Because to me, the fact that Satanic said it and there's a delay before the others say it, to me it feels like I'm pissed, I'm dead, I'm calling GG as sort of like a I know best type deal. And it can be okay. You can recover from that, people can agree, but at the same time, it's a little contentious.
I do wonder about it because Team Spirit would never call GG in a position like that. They're the team known for playing the hardest games and dragging them out until the very end. And if you mentioned that Satanic did it before everyone else, is that okay? I mean, it's hard for me to understand whether this was good or bad because you can make an argument that they knew it was over and they didn't want to waste time and energy, but you can also make an argument that
I think those situations do exist where like sometimes it's just better to call the game and like let's reset and go ahead over to the next game. But I agree with Quinn that the way it was done here didn't feel like one of those moments where everybody's like, you know what, we messed up so much that we should just drop this game and move on and go to the next one. It more felt like a, whoa, where did that come from? You know, like they just called it. Satanic calls it and nothing happens from a couple of teammates. And then the GG start rolling in. They're like, oh, okay, I guess it's GG.
that was like an Ame style GG.
Yeah, I think we got a new emote.
The Spirit comparison is pretty fair, though. They've said it multiple times in different iterations of Spirit that if as long as one person has one idea to see an avenue back into a game, not even winning it, but back into the game, that's enough for them to not want to call GG, but not to not have a conversation around it. I will also add a grain of salt, or tell everyone to take it with a grain of salt, because you weren't liking the vibes coming out from Spirit after game 1, Quinn. You're like, it seems a little tense in the Spirit camp. I'm not sure if they're going to reset for game 2. You're building up this whole, Vision's got it on luck type of narrative.
Yeah, apparently I'm just bad at reading people. So, take what I say with maybe not a grain, but an entire shaker of salt. But no, I think, I don't know. Like, so you saw Satanic smiling after, and you also have to keep in mind that he's a kid, and some of the players on his team are a lot older and more experienced. You look at No One and Puppy. Like, I think they have the experience and the wherewithal to come out from that, say it's fine. The game was very hard. We're probably going to lose anyway. And you can, like, it's not some, it's not some end-all be-all, some doomsday thing to call GG like that. You can recover from that. It may not be ideal, but it's also okay.
Yeah, for sure. And that's like where I think people like No One or Puppy, where you're going to tell someone like this, like say, we don't know, we're speculating, right? But let's say Satanic is tilted. You tell them like, these opportunities, there's only so many of them that you're going to come across. There's only so many times you're going to be at TI main stage with a good team around you coming in as favorites. And let's not waste this opportunity by being upset in this moment. Let's reset, go into the next game, being fresh. It's 0-0, right? We start over from scratch. There's nothing from the last game actually affects the next game if we don't carry emotional.
Yep. 9 Class is zoned out just thinking about Pudge. It's like, I played a regular hero. That wasn't fun for me.
I missed the Monkey King patch. Pick me, Bounty Hunter. Pick me, Clockwork. Anything.
Yeah, I think, honestly, his progression as a player is so interesting because he was one of the most unique players ever whenever he first entered the scene. The way he played Dota was unlike anything I've ever seen. It was completely bizarre and strange. And to then go from the weirdest player ever to now someone who plays normal heroes and is a cog in a machine rather than some other machine entirely, that's such a wild transition. And I think it makes him such an incredibly interesting player to watch and see how he changes.
You know what I really like about him? He started off being like an old Techies player.
Yeah.
Like the original Techies.
Oh, you should have started with that then.
So he played that. The hero gets reworked, essentially just disappears from the game. And I think at the time he was like a top 100-ish ranked player. His hero disappears. He loses a bunch of MMR and then comes back to becoming a pro player with other heroes.
Hopefully we get to see some more of that old Techies in style come into game 3.
Team Spirit versus Team Vision. Game 3.
Whether you love it or hate it, you have to acknowledge that is a flair of 9 Class, a flair of Vision. We've only gotten to see in dabbles here and there of the last few months, and hopefully they go back to that. It is an elimination for them. We're looking at the upper bracket here, but a win top 3 at the bare minimum. That's something you would love to be able to do, especially Vision. That would be back-to-back TIs of a top 3 finish. For Spirit, it would be getting back into that top 3 form for themselves after missing out on main stage for 2 years in a row. Looking at our bans or our draft in general here, not so much just our bans, we're going to have Vision be our first pick. That's similar to game number 2, how it went in draft order. And looking down the list of the bans, there is a small change up. Vision have left Lena in the pool and decided to ban out Darkseer instead.
Yeah, the Nature's Prophet is also first phase banned. Was it last game?
No, it was not. It was second phase. It was Coddle that was in that place.
Okay. So that is a very potent 9-class hero, but they're just going to rip a Shadow Fiend. Man, it's so hard to predict what this team will do.
It's crazy. I think SF last game was also in the pool, and they didn't pick it. They ended up being a second phase ban for them. So they decided to go a different route here. I find the NP ban so interesting because I feel like for Spirit, that means like we now played against them without NP and they just look like a completely different team. They weren't able to find that tempo. They weren't able to find that ramp. And we had like essentially like the most possible solo losing off lane ever. So playing up against SF, one of the biggest threats is you just get destroyed on your lane. And we're happy to give them that so long as we get our Wyvern.
Yeah, it could be that what they had planned for the NP today was the TV, and it didn't work out for them, and they don't have a plan B against it.
Yeah, it is very possible and very smart, I think. I like the idea if you come in, you have one strategy, the strategy doesn't work, and you're like, okay, let's not disrespect this. And how the bans move and when the draft happens is very interesting from game to game. I totally agree with that read that like, okay, we're going to ban it second phase. Like, we're okay if they first overall it, but then they lose, they get smacked, and they're like, okay, now we're going to move it up a little bit because maybe they want to go back to comfort. Like, a lot of draft is the ideas and the technical aspects of the heroes, how they match up against each other. But there's another level that is reading what they want. What do they actually want to play? What's comfortable for them? Are they, they're on the back foot. When you're the back foot, well, you go to something that's comfortable, that's chill. And so that ban, maybe there's more psychology than actual like practicality to it.
And on top of that, it's like within their comfort, what makes us unable to play our comfort? And it seems to be like the Nature's Prophet, the tempo that it brought, it was too difficult for them to play. And I think this current Spirit, we see it in the last game, and they want to be able to set some degree of pace. They're not as passive as the old Spirit. They're not as okay with being ran out as the old Spirit. So I like the removal of the NP. What's really interesting is that the Coddle gets skipped now by Vision. And do Spirit decide to ban it, or is it left through for another phase?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's very good against Wyvern because you're not trying to pressure the lane, right? He's playing for the heal and harass, like you mentioned last game. Well, Coddle's like, yeah, sure, whatever you want. And he stacks the camps and he gets super farmed. And then you get into this mid game where he's got all the heals of his own and he's got the slow and the magic amp and he plays some very long range. So it's hard for Wyvern to actually get good curses off. So I could definitely see it being a potential hero that the 9 class goes for.
Yeah, I mean, going for Coddle would mean that it's about enabling no one from the mid lane. And something that I did want to bring up was that Noticed was put in a situation where he could shine. He was the solution to PL with his Timbersaw. He got a Dark Willow and he had a very strong waning phase, but he couldn't turn it into anything. And that's very rare from Noticed because he had a fantastic performance 1 month ago at EWC where he looked like the best player on that team. It seems like he's had a bit of a weaker TI showing despite Team Vision doing so well. I've just seen him in a better state.
I think that might be the case, but I also feel like it doesn't matter if you're Miracle or who you are. When you get doomed, you don't get to play the game, right? So, he was getting doomed. He was the target of being silenced. They were not letting him click his buttons. So I think that's just where I credit that to Spirit. I think Notice was put in a rough position in that regard.
On that note, Doom's won both games this series, and it's got to have gone up in value now.
Yeah, you would think so. But it's like, it's funny because last game you picked the Doom blind and then they countered you with the Drow Ranger. It's a slightly different tone in this game in that you would be picking Doom into Shadow Fiend, which is also one of the biggest counters to Doom. And there's a bit different picking hero and saying, counter me, compared to seeing a counter and said, I'm down to be countered, and just walking right into it. Like, there's a different feeling to that.
Yeah. I mean, this pick is really interesting because usually, like, you're on second pick, you pick a support. The next follow-up pick that you want to pick here is a core. Also, we didn't mention it, but the Coddle is banned. So Spirit recognizes the same thing that we talked about, where they are going to be able to dodge the lane that way. And for Wyvern, you absolutely do not want that. So yeah, here you generally try to look for a core hero, but this core hero is very blind. Like, you only see the SF. SF at the moment is a hero that's quite stable in almost every single game. I think it's quite hard hero to counterpick just like 1-to-1. Usually you want to set up a strategy that beats it at the end of the line.
Wow.
Wow, good? Or
wow, good. A bit surprising because I think Spirit's not been a team that's prioritized Invoker a ton, but in the same way that Akata will be good against a Wyvern because you outrange him and you play a slower fight, it's the same way that Invoker is good against Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend wants to sit there and hit people, and he's a stationary dude, and he's getting Tornado, he's getting Deafening Blasted, Cold Snaps, and getting kited, and so we can't actually get all of his immense damage off, and so I think when you combine that with the Winter Wyvern, it's a lineup that makes it very difficult for Shadow Fiend to actually function because he gets kited, and people get Cold Embrace that he goes on.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just psychologically, it also says that Team Spirit, after that game too, they're like, we love you, Laurel. You're good at Dota. Like, let's go back to some of our old school strategies, because while we only saw him play Invoker one time this TI, it is a strategy they used to run often, particularly with Axe on the offlane and like a stunning carry from the safe lane, like a Tiny or a Sven or something, and they would just give him as many Sunstrike kills as possible, then he would run over the map.
I think it's also cool that Invo is one of those heroes that can kind of play a lane and have very low CS and recover his game through kills, through Sunstrikes on the side lanes. So you pick him quite early and you tell Vision that you can counter me and I'm going to be fine with that because I can recover in other ways. But they decide to go with Ember, which is another hero that's a little bit of the same kind of thing. And I guess, Quinn, you can explain it better than anybody.
Yeah, I mean, the hero is just like these two heroes, they lack a lot of solid lockdown. So if you get cursed and then there's an Invoker there, how can they kill you, right? You can just press Slight and Remnant away. And on the inverse, you've got Chains, you've got something that can really hold the Invoker in place, and you've got the Shadow Fiend who's being kited. And so these follow-up picks, you want them to have tools to actually lock these Spirit heroes in place, to let your Shadow Fiend have a way to interact with the enemy heroes. You're enabling this hero that has been countered, and so you need to pick stuff to help him get back into the game as he's been taken out a little bit by the Invoker and Wyvern and Ember, Willow. Now you've got multiple routes, lots of disables, lots of stuff to help your Shadow Fiend. I think these picks with your first pick make a lot of sense.
I also think it's the first time this series that we see an honest matchup mid. We have the Slark against the Ember that is like very one-sided. NS against Puck that to some degree is very one-sided as the NS comes online. But Invoker and Ember are like classic honest mid heroes. It's like skill heroes that don't necessarily screw each other's game over, and they're both gonna have like a decent chance to play the game.
Yeah, it's cool, and I think it's a lane that can swing one way or the other a decent amount pending skill. Like I think it can be a lane that can be 60-40 either side, and there aren't many matchups that actually can be like that. It could even go further than 60-40 depending on skill. So I'm looking forward to see how they lock in for the game 3.
Do you guys think that Largo may be an issue for Team Spirit, because you've got this Ember, like the Ember Largo combination popped off quite a bit? Is it something they're concerned about? Do they want to ban it? Do they want to just let it happen? How do their heroes fare against it?
In my mind, Invoker is quite good against Largo because he has such high single target burst damage when he clicks all his spells on one dude. And they have the Finger of Death, they have the Underlord, they have a lot of like damage that they can just pump onto a target and keep him in place. So I'm not sure. It might still be a good pick for them, just like you said, because of the innate combinations that they have with their own heroes. But I love these heroes from Spirit. They see Ember. Ember likes mobility. He hates playing his instant disables. They go strongest disabling offlaner into strongest disabling +4.
Yeah, it's a great response. Spirit loves making sure that none of your heroes are immortal. They hate when one guy is untouched and has a free game, and they love to respond in ways that we can always kill everyone. We don't want to have a situation where you're immortal. I think that's Spirit's worst nightmare as a team, and so this directly addresses the Ember, but good old Satan's back in the game.
I mean, Doom won both games so far, but I will say it looks like a less scary hero versus Spirit than it did in the game 1, where they had one core in the Terrorblade, and they had an Ember that was shut down, so there wasn't really a means to play against the Doom. This time around, the Underlord's going to be strong. The Invoker is going to have a game regardless of what happens, and there's still the Atoro hero that you don't see. So there's a tri-core that you have to pick one, and the other two can carry the game after that. And when Doom plays against dual-core or tri-core lineups, it's a lot more complicated than it was in game 1.
We're playing Guess Who with that shot, by the way. Do you know whose back of the head that was?
I believe it was Zhao 8.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was curious who's back of the head is so significant. That makes sense. TI winner. Yeah, I think the other element of why it's a trickier Doom game is they've got a lot of ways to disengage.
Yeah.
If he Dooms a guy, suddenly he gets cursed. Yeah. Or if he doesn't pop BKB, he gets pitted, or Lion Stunned, or Tornadoed, and they just run away. Like, that is one of the best ways to deal with Doom is he presses it, and sure, you're stunned for an hour. But if you just run away and you reset that, then that's probably the ideal way to deal with it.
And we haven't seen it come online in the series because the games have been so fast, but this Aghanim's Doom with Shiva's Guard is a really big problem, and Wyvern kind of pre-solves it. because it's one of the few ways that you can peel that doom off of yourself, so you can play that game out. I agree. It doesn't look as quite as scary like end game end boss doom in this game.
You know who's missing though is Yutoro.
I was gonna say it, but he's the overall last pick, so I was like, I kind of want to focus on Vision a little bit more. But gosh, there's always a joy in knowing that Spirit are gonna last pick overall a Yutoro hero. But he is gonna see everything before we even get to that.
This position's kind of interesting when you're Pulse 5 because you're not used to getting last picked, right? When you play your practice games in your pubs, you're almost always first picking your hero, and being in a position where you get to see the entirety of the enemy draft, it kind of can get into your head of like, I need to find something special. I need to find something unique because I can finally last pick my hero with all this information, and I'm going to pick the hero that people always first pick in Mirana.
It's a good combination with Ember's chains. It'll give them a lot of kill threat early on. Like this support duo with Ember is very strong. There's a lot of damage, there's a lot of layering stuns, there's a lot of follow-up. The only thing that Mirana lacks this game is a save. When you play against Lion drafts, it's going to be, oh, we're going to blink Hex, insta-burst you, and you're going to die. There's nothing really offsetting that for Team Vision, so they have to be the aggressors with the way that they've set their draft up.
I think Mirana's only way to become a save in this game is to buy a 4-star. And a really good or a Wind Waker, yeah. But that's very far down.
If it gets there.
Yeah, exactly. So you see on Spirit's side, they have a lot of stuns that they want to throw damage on top of. And 4-star is the best way to like break those kinds of combinations.
I mean, this Sven is just setting up for Laurel's Invoker. Like we mentioned, stuns on side lanes, it's what you need.
Yeah,
How early can Sven end up joining, right? Because that's what we also kind of lacked in certain games that Spirit have won for themselves, is Yutoro being able to do either early rotations mid, going through those twin gates, joining team fights between the 12 and 15-minute mark.
I can definitely see something through the Twin Gates, and I can see people come to him with the Underlord Pit. It is a game where I think they're going to have to get creative again because Invoker super stationary, Sven typically very stationary, and same with Underlord. He wants to gate into things, and so I think it's a game where Spirit, they have to exercise those Dota memories and the muscles of the things you've seen, how you can combine heroes in different ways because it's not overly clear.
I do like it though, conceptually. Like you have the Lion plus Pit set up on the side for Sunstrikes, then you have the Sven and the Wyvern who are also going to be able to give them to Laurel. And the BKB timing will be strong. Like you've got the Warcry armor to fight into a Shadow Fiend. His biggest strength is, minus armor and you're protecting your whole team. The God strength is really good against Doom because if you get doomed and you've ulted, it doesn't matter. You're still going to have impact in the team fight. So it makes sense.
Yeah, and to tie back to Quinn's point earlier, nobody's unkillable when you play against Sun. And nobody's unkillable when you play against Sven Invoker. I feel like Spirit has all the damage in the world, and they're going to have options to play this game out.
You know what I love the most, what you've brought up in the last couple of days in Senior, is having two heroes that can always be together to kill it off. And is that what you see a lot in Spirit's draft, that any combo of two heroes are going to find something successful for themselves to have that aggression, to be able to snowball in what feels like a new Spirit playstyle?
So in this game, like any two heroes, yes, but it's not any two heroes because at all times there's an Underlord Pit and there's a Sunstrike. Right. So even if you're only two, you're actually four. And that is a power in of itself. Supports are going to be very enabled to make moves.
Yeah, I love Spirit's draft this game. I think it's a step in the right direction. I was so impressed by the gameplay last game. I'm Spirit all the way. They're just too cool.
And Mira, very quickly, last one. You're also Spirit all the way. You love their adjustments too?
Yeah, I love the draft. To me, it makes sense on paper, but Vision are a very strong team. They have the means to make a lot of early game moves, and they're going to have to be the ones to set the tempo here.
Well, the fun and the narrative of our Vision up against Spirit matchup here is the King up against the Prince. And we have our own King and Prince. It's Cap at SPG.
Thank you, Nat. That's right. There are some serious legends on the stage here. Some legends to be, in fact, in the case of Satanic. A matchup of Yutoro versus Satanic here at TI on the main stage in a game 3. Who is the best carry, Avery?
The old gods versus the new. So much Dota knowledge between those two coaches as well. That was something I was looking at. This game 3 draft, Puppy against Moposhka.
Yep.
What is that? 30 years of cumulative CIS Dota experience? It's absurd. That might be one of the most goated coach matchups we've ever seen on this stage. Think of how many TI finals those two coaches have been in alone.
Yep.
Let alone these 10 players. So I think this is the closest draft we've had of all 3 games. I think both teams are very happy with what they have. I don't think we're going to see an early GG out. I think these are 2 drafts that can scale really well, play the mid game, connect with some fast moves on the supports. A lot of stuns in this game, a lot of big hitters. This game has everything, Austin. It has everything.
Will it give us everything in the execution?
Five seconds remain.
Lights are the brightest. And it's up to Vision to prove that they can hang with the big dogs now in a very high pressure game 3 for a top 3 at this year's International. It's all on the line. You do not want to leave anything on the table here. Get into a laning phase that has some very interesting matchup. That first pick, SF for Satanic, trying to bully a melee hero. That Ember counter pick to the Invoker. There were other options in the pool, but I think they wanted something just more versatile for the game. See how much Laurel can find with these Sun Strikes as well. A lot of stuns in this laning phase for Spirit he might be able to connect on. And then it's Toro Sven.
Ami getting low there. Early blood grenade thrown out, and then a bit of a pressure thrown down so far. Team Spirit have not given up that first blood to a Shadow Fiend who can be an absolute menace in the laning phase. We've got the Ember Spirit versus the Invoker mid lane matchup. Fire in back, yeah.
Satanic does get Hex Top with the Sunstrike.
Sunstrike, and it lands on a Satanic. Can they finish him off? Not quite. Fairy Fires keep him live. Well, not me. He doesn't have the same luxury. DeCall's gonna hop to the other side. He'll claim the first blood, and maybe he gets away. Raises slowdown collapse. He can't finish the job.
Even with the Sunstrike connection, the extra wand charges plus the Fairy Fires. Satanic stunned, but he's not dead here. Gonna need another connection up top. That was the first blood that Spirit really wanted with this extra Sunstrike capability. So that's a big win for Vision. Can carry out some extra regen, can stay alive up here, continue to CS with that Shadow Fiend soul advantage.
Is top lane where you feel like much of the laning phase is decided? It feels like the most volatile of all the lane matches.
I think this lane has the most potential to be explosive for Vision. Okay, that's what happens when you pick Shadow Fiend against the melee hero. You either start just raising this hero down, you get to that level 3, you pump in the damage, you snowball completely with the extra Necromastery, or you get killed a couple times and it swings the other way. It's looking really solid for Satanic here early, though. You have 3 CS leaders across the board as well. Ember did well on the early waves mid, just what you would expect from a veteran in no one. And this Doom is going to return for game 3. Doom has won every game in this series. Scary hero to give away when it's performed so well here. A bold move by Miposhka.
Okay, how do you address Doom and what has Team Spirit done in this game, Coach?
They have multiple carries. I think that's one thing. You don't want to end up in a 4-protect-1 where the Doom target's super straightforward.
Sure.
Underlord can create a gap against this hero where you get stuck in the pits later on. You can disengage and re-engage. Invoker can do the same thing. Wyvern can also just freeze the Doom on the Blinket and help create that gap. So they have a lot of mechanisms to reset the fight once the Doom goes out, hold Noticed in place, and then either just completely disengage or buy time for the Doom target to look for the second half of the fight. I think that's mainly what you're trying to do here. You can also just try and start things on your terms, jam in damage with Alacrity, Sven blinking, stunning somebody, and just bulldozing through them. Very little BKB control in this Vision lineup for the Sven when your Toro goes in, if he can get big.
Got him on the Bramble. Blood grenade slowing him down. Noticing, though, he, maybe a misclick there. I think he went the wrong way around the trees. He popped Scorched Earth, but didn't really get anything for it. Fortunately, Dark Willow aggression never really going to get punished just because Zero has Shadow Realm. get out if necessary. Rue's going to get a bit low. The Sunstrike's going to land, and Night Class
Beautiful.
gets baited in by Rue.
You have all these stuns. Sometimes you don't need them. Just land a casual Sunstrike, help ruin that trade. Some extra gold for the Invoker. These lanes are really going Vision's way in terms of just the straight up CS. So you gotta nab some extra kills here and there where you can, or at least maybe get some stacks up. That is something else we could see this top lane fall back on if the lane just becomes too overwhelming. Because right now, Satanic is taking control of the CS department.
I mean, no one's doing the same in the mid lane. Laurel is 11-5, lowest CS of all the core.
He's feeling the pressure right now. I think Spirit have had the slower start in lanes all 3 games.
Yes.
And they're not a team that's afraid of taking that route towards victory. They don't need to win lanes. They don't even need to win the early game. They probably don't need to win the mid game. They can probably start losing most of the late game. If they find that one fight, that's all it takes. Runes, make rotations that are not going to be matched. You really have to keep no one in check, keep him in the back of your mind, not overextend, and make sure you don't feed away some double, triple kill to this Ember in the first 50 minutes here.
Back to this bait in the bottom lane. Really need this line rotation to work.
A big committal down here. You're leaving that Underlord alone top, which has been a brutal lane for him.
Oh, and the ward's going to get dropped. They just immediately got to de-ward it. Not me. Spotted by that one. The Underlord Collapse is trying to pull waves, but okay, they say, all right, 2 can play that game. We can also try lane. Try and catch Collapse. Stop him from pulling at least.
I actually really dislike that Line Cloud. Because this is not a lane the Underlord can enter no matter what.
Sure.
You can leave the SF up here solo and the Underlord can't enter. So if anything, you want to bring supports elsewhere in this game. And this is relieving pressure from the Sven, who was the one suffering the most.
Notice is tanky enough to survive, though. Double gauntlets and 2 bracers. He just raw HP is all it takes.
That is a tanky boy early on. They are going to be able to rotate the support into mid, which is a great point of attack. Anytime you kill this Invoker early, just sitting duck, Ember automatically gives you the gap close. It's a 6-minute power rune as well. So there's a lot to fight for here on the side of Vision.
Good use of the Forge Spirits to pull the creeps back. They will not be able to contest the power runes at all. A regen for an Ember Spirit. This is already fantastic for no one.
Dire's middle tower.
Meanwhile,
a lot of time.
51 CS for Satanic.
He's just absolute free farm up there, which, you know, I don't know the exact stat for how often Vision win when Satanic has an MP lane. It's gotta be quite hot. This is what Vision want. They want the attention around mid. They're 2 side laners to just free farm, scale, and let no one control the pace of the game. You're gonna rotate the supports back top. They want this SF kill with the Sunstrike on top.
This would fix so much of the damage. They've got him in place. The Sunstrike's gonna land. They surely have enough damage. They're gonna stop the Requiem. That's good enough.
Wisdom Shrine is getting contested off this kill. That is the bigger prize. Spirit needed that early SF kill. However, they're gonna sacrifice some experience to get the job done. Both shrines are gonna go Vision's way here.
Middle tower.
Level 6's supports on Vision gonna be a whole lot faster than Team Spirit. That's for sure. Unless they can get more core pickoffs, cover that experience.
That was just that kill was almost more important for Collapse than it was shutting down the SF. Thunderlord needed something out of this laning phase. Yeah. That was a big boost. He's gonna get to farm another wave, pull this camp, kind of reset the wave. Satanic, he's got to think twice about stepping up here again if you don't know where these supports are lingering. Nice little rotation. And honestly, Spirit, they relieved a lot of the pressure in this laning phase that was going into the Sven too. With these Vision supports going top, Toro gets to farm bottom. These little things stabilize that game. This was a 2K lead for Vision a minute and a half ago. We weren't able to ball forward. So, right now. Haste and amp damage in the next 2 or 3 here. Really wanted those for the Embers. In fact, Laurel gets to steal one of those waves. Base for the Sven. Spirit just trying to defend right now.
How does this Sven versus SF matchup kind of go as the game moves along?
Radiant's middle tower will be under attack.
Sunstrike damage, is it enough? He's so tanky.
Yeah, he just, again, full bracer build makes him too much for Team Spirit to handle, even with the extra Sunstrike damage.
Oh, Satanic.
Oh, if only they had a Sunstrike.
Yeah, they needed it.
Instead, Collapse almost dies.
They did get double support TP bottom. That's huge for Spirit. Liberty the aggression going to the Ember right now.
Radiant's
finds a courier kill, but that's it.
Rather brutally murdered.
Chase after Yatoro with Moonlight Shadow kind of trailing him as he works his way through.
Oh, not me. Does he have enough here with Sunstrike? Sunstrike's back off cooldown level.
Playing around the neutrals. We'll be able to get the Cold Embrace. Actually, they're going to think about gating in. SF is coming through the gate, but he managed to get stopped by the Lion. But Underlord is not going through that gate to join what is a death sentence in this bottom lane.
Gonna have to concede some early fights here if your Spirit. Just try and find trade. They're getting real aggressive right now. Vessel is around the corner for no one, and that's when the presence around the map is going to vary significantly. Bring SF into any of these engagements, let him hold on the objective. No one's going to want to defend these towers once Satanic goes up. You'd have to really preemptively smoke there to make it happen.
Yeah, you kind of got to jump in first, kill him fast.
And that's a lot of this Sven. I mentioned the carry matchup in this game. Sven can absolutely deal with Shadow. You just jump, EKB, God Strength. SF doesn't fight you, especially in this game with Alacrity on top. It's a huge carry differential. You have to hit some nice timings here if you're Satanic to really get the most out of this matchup. Of course, SF's always going to scale. It can be a massive threat.
So he's going to have a number of timings early on with the Sven is still kind of building up. He'll have another time later on when he gets Butterfly against Sven, right?
Potentially Aegis in line with that. Right. You're going to maybe try and push. I just think Invoker, it's such a tough hero to play against. It's really hard to interact with early, and then he gives your carry so much extra boost in these late game matchups. Just the Alacrity, also the Sunstrike damage on top of initiations. He's a second primary damage dealer in himself. It's tough to initiate on the Invoker. Be a real big thorn for Vision in this game 3. They are up 5k. So this laning stage did pan out for them quite nicely.
No surprise there. Notice so much farm in this game. Like, it's no surprise that Satanic gets big. He kind of gets big no matter what happens in Vision's game. But the fact that their other two cores are keeping up with the Sven.
Bad. Yeah, they're early fighting. Drum done for the Doom. Pure Vessel for no one, and that's kind of the signal to start getting more aggressive with this Ember Spirit. There's the with this shrine, they're not really heading that direction. They're looking for the Sven bottom. Kill on the map right now. Spirit.
Trying to run interference. He's going to break some of the smoke. See some of these heroes. Moonlight Shadow, they're going to chase after him. Manage to get the scan.
Get out.
Look at that.
Oh, he's running right in.
Right there on the other side. Hello. And goodbye, Yatoro. Matched by Satanic.
What a move there. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They broke that gank and he still died because the execution from Vision was so on point.
Very sick play.
And what's your trade-off? Normally, you're trying to get some sort of equivalent exchange. Underlord cannot push out Depop, which means it has to be around this mid lane. And that is just not a target you can kill in this game. Way too tanky with the double bracer build-up. We've absolutely seen the strength of Doom in this series. Still eyeing Yatoro bottom. Vision going to try and continue to put some more pressure into this and not let him push lanes out, not let him sit down here comfortably.
It'll be the Wyvern pick off of the deep ward that they have. Drew probably pings out, not me. Brought Laurel. Joined in the mid lane, smoked him up, made a fast rotation up the top, but Satanic has already cleared this out. Made his way back next to this tier 2.
Dyer's
gonna have to go deep for that kill.
So many of these ganks, time and time again, it'll happen.
Immaculate map read. Spirit having a hard time finding a pressure point right now. Gonna have to settle for some power hammering. Try and open up the map a little bit.
They got to. They're going to have this really awkward window where this Underlord collapse isn't really much of a hero yet until you have that Aghanim Scepter, and it's still a solid 1,500 away.
PC recovered pretty nicely here, and without stacks, you got the job done. Closing in on that ag will make a big difference in this game. You have a lot of global capability. It's going to make your net worth count for a lot more here, even from a behind position.
Ball's getting out of sight with the Night Shadow. Might have been spotted there by the Forge Spirit. Another power rune, this time an amp damage. I think they can to dodge.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You want to defend this mid tower. You also don't want to get caught in a bad fight right now against all the strength on no one. And don't break scenario for them.
Where Rue has to kind of come in clutch, right? He's playing behind these heroes all the time. He's kind of like some of the biggest threat that they have to be able to stop a Vision aggressive play.
Yes. There's a lot of defensive capability in this Spirit lineup. They're set up and ready for the play. You think you're just going to go on Laurel and kill him, and all of a sudden you get stuck in a pit, Firestorm, there's a Wyvern Curse, Fen teases in, he's going to stun someone out of it. Get a lot of chain stun off of any sort of overextension. However, once again, Vision not forcing the issue into the mid invoker, they're hunting the Yatoro Sven. They refuse to let him hit camp taking fire.
And even without the ward, it get dealt with. They're still gonna try and find heroes in this area. Rue kind of spotted Sven a little bit out of sight. Team Spirit are beginning to group up around this tier 2. Thinking maybe this is an opportunity for a fast kill, and they've got it with a Sunstrike. Here comes 9 class though. Trying to keep Rue alive. Throws down a Winter's Curse. Actually backs up and stunning the rest of his team, but it doesn't matter. Team Spirit, their defense, they parry Vision's aggression. Perfect.
It's coming in, and Spirit just set up on it, and that's where that fight is dangerous. You do not want to overcommit around these towers into all of the muck that Spirit can propose. Which is where this game can feel a little awkward for Vision. You have all this strength. How were you able to use it in the last few minutes here? You lost net worthly. You're just watching Invoker recover off the Ancient. You're watching Sven recover off of some of these smaller jungle stacks. Weren't able to kick him out of bottom. The fact that Yatoro can sit down here is really important for Spirit right now if they want to give the Ancient priority to the Invoker. Only one of these cores can take those Ancient stacks. So you need the other core to be able to farm somewhere. And the Invoker cannot go anywhere on this map right now. So it has to be Yatoro finding farm deep on the side of the map. By Vision are hunting him down here. This is very efficient for Spirit in terms of the recovery.
And eventually the Invoker pays that back out to the Sven, right? He gets Boots of Travel, BKB, then he's able to play out on the map with his Shard, with Ghost Walk, pushing waves, and then the Sven gets to farm the nicer parts of them.
It'll switch at some point. And at that point, the threat on the map goes up a lot for Spirit with the gate global capability. For now, you just kind of play through Yatoro. Does have Blink available, is level 13. He's strong. Gotta remember this Sven has the Sunstrike behind his initiation too. There's a lot of burst damage coming out off this jump. Vision just gonna try and dodge this play right now. They're trying to just get to triple BKB in this game. It's gonna take a little bit of time here. However, they get there. They're very strong with that timing. They can absolutely take a team fight into a Roshan.
Kind of a crazy backstab, especially the fact it's just the two of them. They don't have a tier 1 tower to play off. No heroes can take in. Yatoro trying to get the initiation and he missed. A back Shadow Realm from 9 class, and Yatoro's going to be stalled up. This is going to get real rough for him. Terrorize, push him away. Nice arrow. Beautiful stuff from Dekalis to combo with that one. A play call from Yatoro, and Rue goes horrifically wrong. Vision are gifted into a fantastic fight.
So hard for either team to make aggressive plays in this game. Very quick reaction from 9 class. Completely kills this play attempt. and you're able to bring all your heroes into it. And guess what? Tormentor, 20 seconds. If Vision wanted to just man up for an objective here, they were in the area. Opting not to.
Now Vision back up to a 6,000 net worth lead.
Every kill is going to count for a lot when both these teams have so much lane push and farm capability. Maybe they get this mid tower. I really like to cliff this.
Radiant structures be fortified.
It's a very strong objective in this game with the Invoker and all your defensive capability. And really bait Vision onto this objective and try and get some extra kills out of it.
Mid tower is also the one that controls that triangle. Right?
For sure. See that Dark Realm come out just in time, and now all of a sudden, if you're Yotor, you're like, please get me out of here.
That's going to be a problem for him. He may have the matchup against the SF, but you've got some very, very mobile heroes in the supports. The Dark Willow and the Marauder, both difficult to kill. Ember Spirit, obviously highly mobile. Be difficult for Yotor to find opening for fast kills like you want.
Also just needs BKB to deal with a lot of control here. The Brambles, the Moonlight Shadow, Doom's waiting for you. A lot you have to worry about right now.
That's not a problem for Satanic. Mask of Madness, Hurricane Pike, BKB. Gonna start working towards a Silver Edge. 13,000 net worth for him.
Dire's top tower be under attack.
It's a risk, isn't it? Is this a bait? There an opportunity here? He's waiting for some support to come by and he can impale, linger, sunstrike, but instead, Vision are making a move. Finding Rue, who tries with the fly to find an opening to TP out. Not gonna happen.
A big smoke break. This was double BKB timing for Vision on the Ember and the SF, and they get the Wisdom Shrine on the other side with the line. So honestly, Spirit, they dodge that pretty successfully here. Oh, he's out of mana now. Oh, he's gonna head out.
Nope. Okay. Done. TP.
Should be fine.
And doesn't have it.
Big space created. Dodging this BKB window for Vision, which only left them with, you get some deep wards out, and you're getting to the point in this game where you're going to start to threaten a Rorschach for anything. Or kill Laurel trying to make a big play.
BKB inside of this Aghanim Scepter, the combination of the Ice Wall and the Phase just won't go anywhere. It doesn't matter. Before, in the laning phase, right? All that extra HP allowed him to survive through the burst, but that is not really a problem now. Team Spirit have ways to just hold you there and never really run out of damage.
Game's starting to feel a lot more comfortable for Laurel. We're going to see him impact the side lanes a lot more. It's been centered around mid. That mid tower died. He got a lot of time out of that. The farm Ancients recover off of a rough lane. And now he's going to start to do Invoker things with that Ghost Walk. The map's going to become more difficult to play with this Meteor Sunstrike threat with a gate on top of it. That's what makes it extra deadly here for these otherwise survivable heroes. Might have to pop some BKBs just to be able to get the lanes out at some point in this game.
Panel said it's not just one or two heroes, it's potentially 3 or 4 with this global capability, something that they'll have the advantage for. Vision. What a crucial kill that would have been, catching a Toro on the TP.
Spirit are starting to outmaneuver them a little bit.
Be under attack.
Perhaps feeling like game 2, they're starting to flow.
Fortunately, Satanic is still the rock that is keeping that net worth solid for them. They're still holding on to a 5,000 net worth because he's just getting so much gold. Nobody is getting more gold than Satanic.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Insane how much extra he gets compared to everybody else in this event. Every minute he gets left alone, it's a net worth advantage.
Just stop the read. He's able to play aggressively in the right parts of the map.
He has to execute well, though. If he dies in a random fight, it's going to be a massive blow.
Running into the Vision duo once again. Hollis and no one searching
Waste a
for
little
kills.
time.
He's just trying to buy as much time as possible.
We're kind of lingering around here. You don't have PKB though.
What it's looking at.
Just looking for the next mid wave.
You can collect that because Vision back up to be Roach.
I think it's just the correct call. Put an Aegis on this SF. Make sure all this net worth gets guaranteed use on the map. He's closing it on Daedalus as well. Sunstrike will not.
Nice job. They pulled Roshan outside of his default position to make sure there was no Sunstrike steal. Make sure it's a little bit more difficult for crazy Aegis steals.
Always got to worry about that. You're playing it Team Spirit here. They pick up a gem at the exact same time. So this is Vision signaling. We know how strong our SF is. We're going to take over the map in this time period.
Notice runs right into the line. Now there are two cores close by. The Sunstrike, it's not going to land. That is crucial, mixing damage. The Sven still goes for it anyway, and he got him off the cleave. No one pops the BKB with a Terrorize inside of these brambles. These heroes are going to be held here for a while. The calls, especially now, Arrow off of this one. They're going to Firestorm, try and fight, but Satanic is too much to handle. Force now trying to get Yotoro away. High ground hits. They just keep on missing. Yotoro is out. Collapse is making a run for it now with the pit. It's going to hold back the rest of these heroes. Oh, Vision got a bit unlucky there.
I can't believe they couldn't capitalize on that more. A full duration arrow on Yotoro. SF hitting him. And he just walked it off. The armor. Doing a lot of work for Yotoro right there.
And they got the kill. They got all these Vision heroes to one side of the map immediately. Yep. Laurel TP's up to the top lane, shoving that out. The support's pushing in mid. Team Spirit knows that this is one of those windows. We can claw back another 1K net worth, maybe another 2K.
They're really playing the map well. You have so much extra advantage on this SF, and you're not pulling ahead in this game. You're not finding anything with this Ember Spirit. No one's running around with Gem now. It's going to give you some extra map control. Looking for some kills of his own. 9 assists for that Ember, not a kill to his name. Would like some extra gold here.
He actually want to defend this tier 2. They're going to fight this? Phoenix quite alone.
It's really bold to go into the Aegis, though. You don't know where other heroes on the map are. You don't have dodge.
Yeah, I think maybe the only reason they were even considering it was just because they know the BKB got used earlier.
That's true.
There was a real chance they could 100-0 Satanic twice. Especially with no real saves on the side of Vision. But Satanic, once again, great map read, backs out right before danger strikes.
I'm still worried for the SF in this game if Edward gets jumped. There's no save in this lineup. One of the downsides of that Mirana pick, the offensive potential in the early game, maybe the ultra late Mirana scale, super nice, doesn't help the SF. Other than, I guess, Moonlight Shadow maybe giving you a little more entry into the fight. If Satanic gets jumped and blown up in this game, it's going to happen very quickly. But the fight can look very one-sided. Smoke right now for Spirit looking on mid. It's going to take...
Oh, he's fast with it. It won't save him, but that was an impressive bit of reaction time.
They're going to try and get more off this. They'll have God Strength running.
Are you willing to run into the SF, even in a 4 versus 5?
It's tricky. He already has Daedalus done, almost about to hit level 20.
Yeah, you could see Vision feel confident. They're not really hitting for the hills. They're not running away.
They are lingering.
If Spirit run into us, we can take this fight.
Without the smoke break.
Interesting position to be in. Doesn't really have any wards he's working off of here.
Gonna scout the SF.
Down, but yeah, his high ground vision on Satanic.
It's one of those moments. Are you bold enough to go for this play and make the call? It's just such a high risk play. If it goes wrong, it's going to go so wrong while he has this Aegis for another minute. I don't think Spirit are too interested in trying to bring him down.
Surely he's not so alone here.
No, you can't gamble on it.
They'll poke at him, see what kind of response there is from Vision. Vision are going to show very soon. They were away, but now they're smoking straight into them. Collapse going to be the first one jumped here. Winner's Curse, but BKB does go off from Notice, and he's going to ensure they get multiple kills out of this. They'll finish off Collapse, and Rue inside the Cold Embrace, stuck there long enough that the SF shows up. 2 fast kills for Vision, and off this Aegis. Maybe take some objectives as well. This tier 2 bottom right for the taking, but
for Laurel top.
Yeah, Vision want to keep this going.
Really tough to catch. Poker in this game. 9 class is going to try and get it.
Hit him with a Bramble. Does land the Bramble with alongside the Curse round. Force down, pushing him away. That's kill from Yotoro. He pops out with an amp damage. No God Strength needed.
See you later. That is some burst damage right there. Still Vision finding kills across the map, using this Aegis to kind of bait Spirit into a fight.
Fast ward, D-ward can't get spotted by Laurel here. Otherwise, they'll know
saw
on the ward. They
Distiller.
managed to get the Distiller on him, but Titanic's far enough away. They're not actually...
Yeah, no stun setup there. You need a Yule's Marauder or something to make that kind of play. Aegis going to expire here. It was somewhat a successful Aegis period for Vision. Kind of a difficult one to use. You're not going to go high ground with it. You did get that tier 2.
Crazy to me how this SF is here. He's got high ground vision and he's playing right, of course. So, but it's still just kind of crazy to me that he is playing so far forward when the rest of his team is so far back.
You got to extract something off the map with how strong you are.
Yeah.
You can't just sit back and let Poker spend farm up in the game. They're not good matchups. They put this first big SF in a little bit of a bind. He's not going to feel insanely comfortable scaling here on his own. It has to be a team effort as you go into that late game.
It was really surprising to me they placed those double high ground boards into like the most obvious D-ward spots.
They both got
Normally,
killed.
when you do that, it's when you're so much control of the game, you're not leaving the enemy side of the map, right?
I agree. It's too bold for your position. If you're going to place those high ground wards, you need to stay on the side of them. You need to defend those wards. Instead, they conceded both of them. There's a gem running on this Invoker. And now you're flying blind for another 5 or 6 minutes here.
Right.
Which is deadly against lineups that operate off of single target jump first.
Got a good scan. Ember Spirit's gonna jump after it. Spots the Winter Wyvern. Great kill to start this fight out. Curse will not save.
Oh, got doomed.
And he got doomed. Got up to God Strength first, and BKB. He'll go for the TP out.
Okay, he's gonna live.
Line there. Everybody else, BKB, Laurel also TP.
Nightfalls. Get him out of trouble.
Cores get out, the supports do not.
And that's the type of fight that Vision are looking for in terms of just sending the Ember on supports. He already has an Ags done. What are you going to do about that? You pretty much have to land some clutch Hex or something. If no one BKBs early, there's nothing you can really do about it. It's going to create a lot of space in the fight, break the formation early. You're going to get Vision on the Sven, and the second the Sven gets tagged, SF has free entry into the fight. You're not worried about getting jumped on Titanic. No one has a really important role in this game for Vision, maybe the most important on this Ember in terms of just setting the fight up, being a nuisance, giving Vision, letting Satanic have the confidence to go in. The other route is to put an Aegis on the SF and let him hit a building. We'll see if it ever comes to that. AK Goldie now starting to build a little bit here off the back of that as we approach the second Roshan in this game, a minute away. That's where losing some of those wards is going to cost Vision a bit. This next Roshan fight, you're not going to have the extra obs to place in the river. Spirit take advantage of it. Vision counts so much for their lineup. Finding that jump, finding that big Wyvern first, not getting doomed on the right target. Not sure where Vision are right now. Just trying to go push the waves bottom, play off the map mid, try and break some more smokes here.
Line Shadow, but they do have the Sword Sentry combo mid. Vision, if they try and shortcut through, they'll be spotted, and they do get spotted trying to play for the power.
Let's do this ward here as well.
And they'll handle it.
Vision, Spirit also losing some of the vision in this game.
And considering the fact they're the ones trying to dodge, it becomes real spooky when you don't have too many wards out on the map.
At least Invoker can always go shove. Pretty hard to find this hero. Force Spirits get the job done. He's going to show bottom just to try and bait some TPs. Nice little heads up play from Laurel. He's instantly out of there. Gem running on both of these mid heroes that are just untouchable right now. It's going to create a lot of pressure on the enemy team. Still, Jithoro. I'm in that chart. Almost level 25, has the Daedalus and the Harpoon.
Tower be under attack.
He's fat. He does a lot of burst damage with the Invoker backup. Whoever he jumps is just gone. Even if you doom him, he's still just got to sit there and cleave.
Dire's middle tower.
Not me. Straight up an arrow. Blinks back.
It's Scout Jithoro.
Vision gets some information to work with. Roshan spawn time is here, so both teams are going to be playing for that Rosh, trying to get this map control in this area.
Long spawn.
And counting in it.
With Blink for Satanic, he's going to buy out going into this Rosh fight. Farmed all this gold for a reason.
Ahem, internet.
Good time, yes.
That's always on point with the voice line.
All right, items coming up. some additional utility from the Wyvern. We've got the Harpoon Daedalus for Yotaro, and he's level 23. He's getting closer and closer to that 25. We get the God Strength damage. Alongside, as we talked about, all these levels played to Wrath of God, his innate. The hero scales better than maybe he kind of ever has. Invoker looking at a Shiva's next. Got an Aether Lens build up for Not Me. BKB required for Collapse in this game. Vision, meanwhile, Satanic. Trying to go back for a Satanic, replace that Mask of Madness at some point. Notice is just bit, man. He's just full HP. He went all the bracers early. He's going an Aeon Disc, and he wants to go for a heart after that.
The game plan is let him tank some of the Sven hits.
Right.
Create some space for this SF. Because you got to remember, we talked earlier about this SF Sven matchup. You have a butterfly timing. He skipped it entirely. This SF item build is really susceptible to the Sven jump. You have no defensive capability other than a really fast Hurricane Pike. On that instant, it's only going to take 3 hits and you're just gone in this game. So he went Swift Blink. This is an insane amount of offensive potential for Satanic. And it requires the other 2 cores to set the fight up for it. Go on some targets, let the SF Swift Blink in, BKB, start hitting them. His damage is also going to be insane in this game. It's all about the jump. Who gets more information for their team early on? Who's able to set the control up? And this is one of those games where having instant stuns counts for a lot. That Lion, that pesky Lion, if you can find that clutch hex on a core that lets you jump and BKB first, it could be everything. You have to keep buybacks in mind as well. This is one of those games where you commit a lot on the initiations on the side of both teams. You have to keep the buybacks in mind. The second round of that fight can win you a Roshan, can win you some of these later team fights. Especially with how tanky the off laners are.
They're making a move. Woke up across the other side of the map. Vision. Want to get caught by this. The Ember Spirit might show. One with be jumped on here.
Very sneaky move. They're taking the long road around.
Light chain, so he kind of shows Team Spirit drop a very deep lane ward.
That's a great obs.
Dyer's
They're patient on
bottom
this. It
tower
might
will be
pay
under
off. The
attack.
smoke is running out. They see 9 class. Not wanting to. They don't want to force the fight under the tier 2, jumping a hero that likely has buyback in this situation. Would not have ended well, so they give up their obs after the
Dyer's middle tower
Is a
taking
Tormentor
fire.
on the other side.
Yeah, there is.
They would be kind of forfeiting the Radiant side Roshan potentially, which they Sunstrike.
It's
Yet
going to
again.
switch sides now. You're okay playing down here. How many wards do you have left to play for? Oh, they have no obs.
Toro feeling like Vision can't keep here fast enough. Will take that tier 1 tower, but they are going to be here soon. Already catching Not Me. An arrow to the knee. Tries to deal with the ward. He's going to die. No one leaves him for more. Trying to get the BKB out of Yotaro, who Harpoon's pretty far away. He's going to blink. He really wants to hold his BKB intact.
Be able to here. Actually, I don't know. Satanic, he's super fast. I got the BKB now.
Gonna have the BKB TP. He's Toro.
Oh, long.
He's gonna be spotted by the Doom, and now he's just caught and killed.
So greedy there with the camps.
Yeah, no respect whatsoever for Vision potentially scouting him out here.
Maybe just underestimating how much they were going to commit for that kill. It's one of those instances you're thinking to yourself, there's no way they chased me to the corner of the map, right? Well, they did. And that SF is really fast with that Swift Blink. That's Roshan. Didn't even get to fight for it.
Yeah.
Every core pick off in this game is going to count for so much.
No one pushed so far outside of the pit. He's making sure the Winter Wyvern can't get close. Even maybe getting a jump here on Laurel that forces his BKB. He's going to drop the meteors onto Dark Willow, hoping he gets a kill in return of that BKB unit.
Oh, what is happening in this pit?
Taking a room. They actually, yeah, Collapse is going in. Whoa, Collapse. Satanic Hurricane dude piked himself outside of the pit. If Roshan
can't kill it though.
But Collapse can't finish it off. He killed and Roshan. He got it. He gets the steal. A massive pickup by the support. The man with the least net worth makes the biggest move.
What a snatch. Just when you thought there's no way Spirit do it again. They do it again. A sick read in that situation. It does cost them a couple more heroes, but well worth it to take an Aegis out of this SF's hands when Vision needed this to push the net worth advantage on top of Satanic and threaten that high ground. Now you miss that window, and you're left sitting in this game thinking, we want to go high ground,
Radiance,
but can we go high ground without an Aegis? Who's going to tank all these jumps? Who's going to go first against the Invoker, against the Sven, the Lion Hex? Without a save, this is where not having that save for the SF really hurts you. Aegis is supposed to be your save.
Here comes the Chain's arrow. He's got to dodge this one, but he can't dodge the stun. Oh, Satanic wastes no time. BKB, amp damage, goes to work.
That is a big pickoff. Might be able to just run down the mid lane here.
The Rue may have pulled off that great move, but Spirit are still crumbling in the bigger picture here.
Yeah, they're leading a lot of kills right now. They played that 10 to 20 minutes really well around the map.
Radiance middle.
This 25 to 35 has been Vision. Building a significant lead. Getting this SF to the big 25 talent. He really hurts with these raise connections. The big crits, the rated Shiv on top, insane attack speed, 3,500 HP. He got Pendulum as well, so a little survivability here for this SF. If he does not die in the instant burst and he gets to swing back with the Satanic hits, you're going to be in big trouble.
There is so much burst with a Sven. And an Invoker. Next turn back, not me. Nice two-man stun, but
no way to get out of here.
Still be run down all the same.
Power the Ember in this game. No one can just run its supports, make their life miserable. Nothing they can really do about it with so many remnants to play on. He's also almost level 25. It's going to be a big talent in this game. Vision are coming alive here towards the end of this mid-game. Really putting the pressure on Spirit. I don't think we've seen 5 Spirit heroes alive in the last 5 minutes. There's always someone dead. Always someone getting forced off the map.
Oro loses his courier.
Everything
have a Satanic
heart right now
or anything, but there's the heart. Otis is getting bigger and bigger. He's able to play more and more of the front line. The bigger threat he is, because he's kind of like, I mean, this version of Doom, right? It's kind of similar to the Centaurs we see with the Shard.
A little bit,
ignore
yeah.
him, and he does double edge after double edge. In Doom's case, it's this Infernal Blade that has percentage-based damage.
It does a lot. If he just exists, he's killing you. It gets to doom you as well.
He's got that new 66 damage talent at level 20.
Juicy. I was just about to say, can you go higher on this period? Because surely that was second Roche, you got Banner, right?
Yeah.
No, Rue got the Banner too.
He got both?
He took both away. Just extra value on top of that Aegis snatch. That's insane he got both. So I guess when everybody's cursed in that pit, you have some time to click everything, right? So you killed that Banner play as well. Pretty nice here. First Banner's not as strong. However, you'll take anything extra you can get here, down 15K.
Maybe we could see a replay of that play at some point in time. It was so sick.
And honestly, it could have gone better for Spirit if Vision were not very disciplined around the initial lead-in from Collapse. Because if they just kill Roche there, I think there's a very high chance Collapse snatches it with his record.
They definitely did not panic.
No, they just said, okay, we'll leave Roche. We'll just kill you. You don't have the damage to finish it. It was a smart read of the situation as...
Light Shadow, they've got some entrances here. They can go after the Underlord if they want. BKB instantly going out. Rue trying to get away from this Ember Spirit, who just keeps hunting them down time and time again. Good force staff, gets him away from the arrow. Collapse also takes that one up, and no one has to give up on the support. He's been able to get these kills most of the time, thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. Not here.
Big bailout. You don't want to die near your base right here, given easy high ground. Sven did hit 25, by the way, and they did get Conjure Catalyst on the Invoker, so the damage is picking up. They're just parking this Doom on the front line. Aeon Disc, 4,000 HP Doom. This is not a target you can jump lightly if you are Team Spirit here. Gotta find a different angle, a different path into the fight.
Wrapping all the way around the
9 class knows.
9 class is gonna break this beautiful stuff. Instant Shadow Realm, instant Brambles, and now Spirit are in an awkward spot here. They could use the gate to hold back Notice.
That's not the
Actually
target,
went
though.
for the kill, but yeah, he's got that hard. He's so tanky. He's so hard to kill. Ember Spirit jumps right in. Got him inside the pit. There goes the line. Dealt with him rather easily. Satanic is having a free game right now with the Gold Scepter onto the Sven. He's not hitting anything. He's going to try. Oh, now he connects onto no one. Now he fights Satanic. A battle of the carries. Who's going to win? With the help of Laurel, they get it. Yatoro, once again.
There's the buy.
Whoa, the arrow. It's going to land. Now here comes back Satanic. He's going to get his revenge. He's going to get the opportunity to kill Yatoro right back.
The buybacks are too powerful here. And the arrows from
Not the same for Team Spirit because of the net worth advantage from Vision.
He doesn't have it.
Yatoro doesn't have it. Not for 500 gold.
Even if you use it here, you don't have God Strength.
Yeah.
Not the same battle. Vision are going to get some base damage here. You have to defend. You do have a great high ground defense lineup between the Underlord and the Invoker. You have a lot of outspam here. No BKB on Satanic, no buyback. He somehow dies here.
And they slow this down enough to minimize the losses. Will they
available.
Vision into going too deep?
Pressure on top of Laurel. He's going to buy out.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're looking for an opportunity to end the game. They want to see if they can get a fight going while the Sven is dead.
It's too hard to go super deep here, though.
They're going to go for him. XF in some trouble. Drops a meteor.
Great force staff.
Double meteor, but the force staff got him completely out of there. Now the Doom's going to be dropped on Laurel, and Spirit thought they had a chance, but it was a total bait. And Vision, a massive opening now.
No buy on this Invoker.
2 lanes
250
of
gold
barracks,
short.
but they could end the game potentially.
You gotta go more here. You have the momentum. This game is flowing in your direction. You're getting a lot of economic damage.
Now. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
To the bounty runes to try and get buyback.
Radiant's bottom tower be down. Ha! A soldier's fortune. Radiant's bottom tower be under attack.
Rock under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower be under attack.
And come on top in this series in a very close, very clutch game 3.
I love the way they wanted to. The fact that like they didn't have a buyback. Could have been.
They just sent it.
Completely throwing the game, but it didn't matter. They played with aggression still.
No, and that was a very, very fun series to watch with one very quick game. That game two had a real fast GG. I wonder if you could tell me about it.
我们想来问一下 No One 第二场比赛，他们很快的就敲出了 GG。在现在的版本当中，其实不常看到，可以跟我们讲一下发生了什么吗？
I think they surprised us a lot with PL pick and the last pick NS, and I think they just outplayed us in the second game super hard. Like this clocker is so annoying for us. Like props to this guy. I think they just outplayed us super hard.
第二场比赛，我觉得我们感到有一点点惊讶的是，他们选出了猴子，那他们的最后一手选择也让我们感觉有一点难处理。而且在比赛当中，我觉得他们比我们打得好太多了，他们直接是实力上碾压了我们在第二场比赛当中。而且他们的这个发条技师这个英雄也给我们造成了很多很多的困难和阻碍。所以在第二场比赛，我觉得我们没有打过他们，所以我们就敲了。
I saw you did an interview on your team's vlogs where you mentioned that once upon a time, getting the Aegis was your singular focus. Since then, as you've gotten older and wiser, perhaps you realize it's not just about that. It's about having a good time with your team, about making good friends and enjoying the journey. And I was wondering if you could tell me about that journey and how you made that realization.
自己的 vlog 当中 ，No One 曾经提到过，过去的他曾经将举起冠军盾作为自己唯一的目标。现在他可能随着年龄的增长，并且变得更加睿智了之后，他开始享受和他喜欢的人们一起打比赛，和他喜欢的人们一起做队友。那现在 Tsunami 想问他说 ，No One 可不可以跟我们讲一下你现在在这个队伍里面的感受
Well, through the young kid of me, I just dreamed about the wins, about the win of edges and stuff. And like time keep go, and my life getting harder and harder because like you get grown up and you need to do a lot of things to your life, and like you starting to realize that it's not only about the wins, it's actually the journey that's the most important.
在我年轻的时候，我曾经傻傻的、天真的以为胜利是我唯一想要达到的目标。随着我年龄的增长，我在现实生活当中也发现，我的这个生活上可能有很多生活出给我的难题。在这个时候，我意识到，其实最终胜利的那个目标好像变得没有那么重要了，而更加重要的是通向胜利的这条道路，这个旅程它怎么样？
And in that journey, you've been playing Dota for a very long time. And Dove, I was wondering if you could maybe check the crowd to see how many people have been watching this man play Dota for years and years.
那么在 No One 成长的道路上，我相信有很多的观众，有很多的粉丝一路陪伴着他，从他过去的队友到他现在的这支队伍。想问一下，现场有哪些观众朋友们是一路陪伴 No One 看着他成长的呢？
And to all these people who have been following your journey for all of these years, what does it mean to be able to play in front of them yet again and get another top 3 minimum placement after this event or after this game?
在所有支持你的粉丝面前，在现场，在上海，在他们面前赢下这场比赛，锁定了你们 TI 2026前3的名额，对你来说意味着什么呢？
I think to me as a human being, this is everything, to be honest, because like that's what my journey about, you know, like to be here, like, and to end up in this position, if I can, of course. So it's incredible to play in this in front of this crowd. Thank you so much, guys. I love you all.
为人，这就是我刚刚所讲的，这就是我所要体验的旅程。在这里，在大家在现场这么热情的粉丝面前赢下这场比赛，对我来说意义非凡，非常感谢你们，谢谢。最后，让我们把掌声和欢呼声送给 No One， 送给 Nation。
So beautiful from No One there. A top 3, back-to-back top 3s for himself. The team vision here. TI last year, it ended in 3rd place for them, but I feel like the way that they could bounce back and be so candid of, we got simply outplayed in game 2, and we wanted to come back even stronger in game 3. To be able to execute it, to be able to have the game that they did, to now secure minimum top 3, and maybe even make it into the grand final through the upper bracket. I just love this growth of No One, just the journey he's had and just everything that he's giving us this year at this TI.
I mean, watching no one talk, you can't help but feel emotional alongside him. He has been around for so long in Dota, has had so many phases from his dominance on that Virtus Pro roster that was winning every single major for 2 years, to taking a break, to then joining some wishy-washy flip-floppy teams for a bit, and then finally finding a home in Team Vision after all of these years, and still finding a way to keep up with the young kids, be on top of his game, and potentially even be the best in the world here at this international. They could do it. They could just win the whole thing.
Yeah, it's genuinely, I think he's one of one in that I don't think anyone else has been the best in the world, fallen off quite a bit, become, I don't know, sort of a mediocre player for a long time, and then go back up again. Like that arc, I think has never been done in the same way that he has. He stands alone to me as someone that was the best mid player in the world, and then whatever, and then the best mid player in the world again. And so I think he deserves all the praise in the world, not just for like how he's changed, I think emotionally and his maturity over time, but his gameplay. And to do that arc is astounding.
I think also alongside, you mentioned it quickly there, but he's also grown a lot as a human being throughout these years. Like when I think of VP No One, it's like toxic kid, you know, like you would play pubs
Most
with
mid
him.
laners are, right?
Maybe, but I think he stood out even in that regard. You know, he was impressively toxic in pubs back then, I have to say. And the person that he's become today, I feel like it's someone that his teammates can look to for support. He inspires them. And when he talks about his journey, I feel like it's not only as a Dota player, it's also as a human being. And what he's learned about, like, how to be able to appreciate the moments and appreciate his teammates, and even just, you know, have a positive influence on the people around him so that they can also shine.
I think that's one of the things that has probably helped him grow so exponentially as a person is you now have young people looking up to you. You don't get to be that young, cocky mid laner anymore. You have to set an example, and bringing in someone as young as Satanic under your wing, you have to make sure that your head's on your shoulder, because you need to ensure that this player who is going to be such a pivotal role in your team is going to be doing the same thing, that they're going to be able to bounce back. I love just the laughs, the emotions that were happening at the start of Game 3, and you could see it displayed in their gameplay there. It was so good from Vision. They were able to say, Spirit stepped it up in Game 2. They were being the aggressors towards us. Now we're going to make sure our draft is able to do that, and we're not going to give them any space on the map. And so we see it shine in Game 3 here, and that's what ultimately secures them a top 3 at TI 15.
Yeah, you can even see it in his scoreline, 5-1 and 28. That's a scoreline if he's not trying to like solo carry this game. He's there to help people out. He's the supplementary role. That's how it is in the draft. It's how it was in the gameplay, and I think that's how it is in his sort of vibe and the way he carries himself these days. It is a very well-deserved victory, and I would be shocked if we didn't see them go further in this tournament, because they are, I mean, they came into it with the favorites, and I think that pressure can dampen a lot of people and make you play worse and be worrisome, and people focus you and they learn about you, but they've had none of that, and they've continued to stand strong, not dropping a series yet. They are beasts.
Yeah, they've shown us why they're considered the best team in this tournament. Coming into this tournament, everyone was afraid of them. Everyone was studying their replays. They're just so clean with their execution. And you mentioned, Aiden, that this is an honest 1v1, finally, that we're going to see in the mid lane. And no one delivered. He crushed his lane as an Ember Spirit versus an Invoker, which really destroyed the game a little bit, because a lot of what Spirit wanted to do was get those Sunstrike kills, play through their Invoker, have their side lanes maybe be more of an enabling role, but no one said, nope, leave him to me.
Yeah, it was instrumental, and it's not an easy thing to do, and it's a lane that oftentimes goes pretty even, and so to squeeze out that little bit extra to get that gap there, it is huge, and it's so much about individual skill and being in the moment, and it's just, I don't know, it's massive.
I also feel like his supporting cast in this game deserves a lot of credit. Like, there were a lot of clutch moments. And towards the end of this game, we see Ducalis, like, he leaps in, and then Wind Waker's his SF that's about to die to, like, the Invoker combo that's coming from the Refresher Orb. And I honestly think I see a lot of signs that I look for in a TI winning team in them already. They are finding the clutch moments. They're able to win games fast. In this game, they're able to play, like, kind of a slower game and be more clutch. So huge praises to the entire team. I think they're all playing extremely well.
Yeah, that Wind Waker moment that you're talking about was so key in the final fight, especially because what we had seen earlier was when Satanic and Yatoro were almost having this 1v1 in the middle of a fight, right? This took place on the dire side of the map, down mid lane, and Yatoro was able to come out victorious. They had to force a buyback from Satanic. So not only is it imperative that Satanic live through that because he doesn't have buyback anymore, but you're just so mindful on the side of supports that if it comes down to it, your Toro is going to be able to do a lot. And at the end of the game, this is our character comparison, what they're able to do for themselves and the rest of their team.
Absolutely. I mean, we know the meme, we know the joke. You can't beat Satanic, and Satanic proved that in this game. But I do want to mention that out-executing team spirit in late-game team fights, even if you're in a net worth advantage, is an impressive thing to do because this is their bread and butter. This is their forte. And Team Vision did that. They got the jump at the very last fight there, and they won off of getting the jump. And maybe you could say it was a mistake that Winter Wyvern did the D ward and then got jumped and the fight was a mess. Potentially that can be called out, but those are situations that you don't know if the other team is ready to jump you in that moment. Maybe they thought they had a few extra seconds, and that's due to Team Vision and how well they played.
I think that requires something special. To recognize that like Wyvern's just de-warding a ward, which is like perfectly normal for a support to do. But the moment the Wyvern shows, I don't know how many frames it took before Doom blinked in and doomed 2 people. It was so fast, and Notice was so ready to do it. And like, this is a sign of confidence. You know, he jumps up the high ground immediately when he sees the Wyvern, recognizing that this is what we need to do. Next second sees, I think, Laurel, and just dooms him immediately too. And that is just a sign of a team that's playing well.
It's poetic that we see this series between Vision and Spirit go to a game 3. But on top of that, Vision coming out on top, Spirit are going to fall to that lower bracket. But we have to look towards who is going to be facing Vision for that spot in the grand finals. They've secured themselves top 3, but we don't know that other team right now. It's a choice either between Yandex or Enigma Galaxy. And both of these teams have such different paths in which they've made it to the main stage, in which they've made it to a minimum of a top 6. Because as you're seeing here, Yandex, they came in, they toured Liquid. The crazy thing about this is at the end of group stage, they were 2 and 3. They were one of the lowest seeded teams when it came to the elimination round. They come into this, they're one of the lowest seeded teams again that you can pick from, going up against Liquid, who were 4 and 1, and had a blistering 2-0 best of 3 for themselves.
Yeah, they've really gotten it together. I think they use those losses really well. And I think we talk about Sox all the time, but it's hard not to. The maturity that he brings to the team with all these younger players, I think he's such an instrumental role. And I have to give props to them to be able to improve like that. It's not easy to, we talk about how losses are important, but the hard part is actually converting that, because you can say all you want that, yeah, we lost and now we learned from that. But the actual learning and the implementing of that, you don't have a lot of time, and you're also under a lot of pressure. And so to see them go from the shaky state they were in into group stage into what they've become in main stage is very impressive.
Even the way that the series versus Liquid played out for them, I think is very indicative of that, where the first game was very unstable, lots of back and forth, lots of throws, and then eventually you lean on your carry. He pushes you through a really difficult situation. And then the game 2, everyone's feeling themselves, and they stomp Liquid. And I think that maybe that could be symbolic for what we're going to see from Yandex, where it started off shaky and they gained confidence, and maybe they're going to go back to being that top 2 team that we saw before this TI.
I feel like Soxa also, it hasn't been mentioned, but a lot of these top tier teams, like no one has Puppy. There is another experienced guy there with him that can help guide the boys forward, but he's truly like the only really experienced player there. Their coach Excel, I think, has been around for a while, but it's mostly been with like slightly lower tier teams. So Soxa truly is the only person that like can give the team the experience on what it means to be at TI and how to take these losses and convert that into wins. It is super impressive. I have so much respect for this guy.
They've all talked about it time and time again on Yandex, how they started feeling like a proper team, a tier 1 team, a team that can contest for those number 1 spots once Soxa joined them. They ended up getting 3 trophies under their banner for that. And so it is just phenomenal to get to see that it worked for them throughout the season. But is it enough to come up against the Enigma Galaxy, who people still kind of have question marks around Insania?
I mean, yeah, I think we'll see. Enigma, this tournament is a dark horse. I don't think anybody expected them to be here, but I also wanted to add to the fact that like I feel like the coolest thing about Soxa is how he's been able to enable the other players on his team to shine. Like I have never seen a Watson this good.
Yeah. He's owning. And I'm so happy for Maldy and Watson as someone who played with him in the past, but also like they're flourishing and they are shining. And I think part of that is due to Soxa, and part of that is due to their own hard work over years of grinding and building synergy. And I'm excited to see them play again and again on main stage because they deserve it.
Well, you don't have to wait too long, because whilst we're talking about it, they could be moving into that top 3 position for themselves. It's Enigma Galaxy or Yandex. And before we even get to talk about the draft and everything like that, we want to welcome them to the stage.
Team Yandex.
An org that the majority of Dota viewers never heard of 12 months ago. Reform around Tira Jr., their mid laner. Bring in the safe lane duo of Watson and Malady and are able to have success once Suxa joins them. It is even more success once DM Stand-In and officially joins them. But is it enough to be able to make it to a top 3 to have an outshining performance when they come up against Nigma Galaxy?
Galaxy.
They have been pushed to the limit in a game number 3 yesterday in the upper bracket against Falcons. A lot of question marks around what their run has been throughout that group stage and what they're going to bring when it comes to their future here at TI-15 and when it comes to the best of 3s to make it to that top 3 slot for themselves. It's crazy to think that a year ago they ended their TI journey at top 6. They want more than that, and they're able to get it if they can show up against Yandex today. But it is not an easy feat at all in Senior. I don't even know where to begin if you're Enigma and you're trying to prepare for the side of Yandex.
I feel like in the last series, we talked about the king going up against the prince, but the real king has arrived. Sumail is here, and he's ready to own. I feel like the last time I saw him play carry at TI was with OG.
Yeah,
and that TI for them, they lost against Spirit. But I truly believe they were like one of the strongest teams there, and they never were able to show that. So Sumail's back on carry. I feel like he is a big threat, and you have to be ready to face him.
He's been doing really well too. I mean, Sumail, of course, is a very talented player, and it's natural for him to do well, but to switch roles in such a short period of time and expand your hero pool as much as he has in the last 2 months is no easy feat. He went from taking carry Invoker at EWC because he ran out of options to having one of the bigger carry pools in this tournament.
Yeah, he's been honestly super owning, and it's, I don't know, watching them walk out on the stage is so weird for me to see Nigma Galaxy fighting for a top 3 after so many years of not even making the tournament, and then last year getting and falling a little bit short, to now this year being in the best position they've been in years with a roster that if you look a year back, you'd be like, what is this team? It's, I don't know, it's such a crazy story, and it's so cool as someone who's seen this team's trajectory from being the best team in the world to terrible to now being one of the best teams in the world again.
I think it's also so different from last year. I feel like last year they were kind of relying on these like cheesy heroes. They're playing Muerta mid that people didn't know what to do against. They were buying a bunch of Helm of Dominators. Their playstyle was so weird and like people weren't used to playing against it. Whilst this year they feel like a solid team. Their foundations are working. They seem to have good ideas for heroes. I think yesterday GH went like 1-9 and 57 on Mirana. So like it's not just like Sumail, it's also the backup of the rest of the team. They're all performing well. They are an honest team. They're here to show what they go for.
And the foundation that you talk about, it kind of begins with Lorinov, which is their new addition, the player that changed and allowed the team to build around him. And I think it speaks a lot to a player when you have Sumail on your team and the team is still built around you in the draft and in the gameplay. Sumail plays more of an enabling role with his carry. He'll fight aggressively. And yesterday we saw Lorinov just, go on Nature's Prophet mid and be the win condition for his team. And his ability to do that is not only amplified by Sumail, but also the support duo in Ahmed and GH. They really, really cooked yesterday. I know you guys were really excited to talk about it. We had no faith in, how's Mirana going to land arrows? She only has a bounty hunter. They made it work.
Yeah, they really did. GH, I mean, Aiden said it. He looked incredible yesterday. And this duo, they played it twice yesterday. It was the duo they won both their games with. And these heroes have looked incredibly dominant this series. And I think they'll be very important for both teams. We saw Yandex first pick it. Enigma picked it very early in the draft. So it's high priority. These teams have a lot of heroes that they prioritize very similarly between the Nature's Prophet, the IO, Bounty Hunter, Mirana. There's a lot that they agree on. To me, that says, hey, we're on the right track on the meta. If the other team that's in the upper bracket has similar ideas as us. And so to me, this is an execution battle, not so much an ideas battle, because I think they actually agree on a lot of ideas.
For sure. And if we look at the drafts here, what I thought was very, very funny is like if you look at the bans against Nigma, they're very centered around support heroes. Like GH over the years has been getting his IO banned, he's been getting his Coddle banned. fast forward 6 years later, he's also getting his IO banned and his Coddle banned. Now he's getting his Bane banned, his Winter Wyvern. There's so much factored in when playing against him that it's just impressive. You don't see this that often from many support players.
This was the case in their TI7 run, right? GH was the guy that was getting banned. He was playing Wisp, he was playing Shaker, and he was playing Coddle. And then these heroes kept getting banned, and he would play whatever's left over between them, and teams seem to be taking the same approach against them this year as well.
Yeah, he's decided, this is the way I play the game, and you're going to have to deal with that because I ain't changing.
I mean, look at this. Io, Bane, Wyvern within the first 4. Io, Coddle, Wyvern, Coddle, Io, Largo, Io, Coddle, Ember, which is a very lore enough thing, getting Ember banned in the first phase. That's something that many teams don't have happen to them. It's a weapon within your draft to have so many unusual bans, make space for heroes like Lina, heroes like Treant, potentially, to come out in the first phase.
Yeah, and this is also not even a core IO. It's just a support IO, which no one else is playing. He is... I don't know, he's creating a lot of space. It's hard to properly estimate how much impact this has just having bans plays, because it's kind of a boring part of the game and a boring part of the draft. Like bans seems rather inconsequential, but it opens up so much more for your team. Yeah. Not only are you being sacrificial in terms of your gameplay, but you're letting Lornoff play his Nature's Prophet more often, or Sumail play his Wind Ranger, because they're banning these random heroes that no one else bans.
And it's crazy to think about, but like, GH has truly aged like fine wine. His heroes are the exact same heroes that are getting banned. It's still Wisp and Coddle. It's been like 10 years since he won TI, and people are still putting the same amount of respect on his 2 signature heroes.
Now he's going to get his Mirana banned. Now he's going to
I was going to say, you got to look towards his Mirana, right? But I think that one's going to be sitting in the first phase of bans, because the one thing Yandex has that all of those other teams didn't, that we showed there when it comes to banning against Stingba Galaxy, is they have players willing to play IO. Yandex love playing IO on core. And I say core because they played it mid yesterday on Chira Jr. They played it on carry yesterday with Watson, and both of them owned in completely different ways. So not only do they love it, it's a flex, and they can have multiple playstyles with it.
Yeah, it's a great point, and it's going to change how the drafting works, because now Enigma Galaxy may have to consider banning it themselves whenever they're on second pick. That's going to alter how the structure of your bans will work. Maybe you have to play against a hero that you aren't used to playing against. It's going to change things, and these subtle changes in the heroes that are making up a draft, this can have really big impact.
And on the screen, we see Melody. This is his first TI appearance. He was such a rock yesterday on his Hoodwink. In that game of Froze versus Liquid, it felt like he was able to deliver on some clutch bushwhacks, some clutch plays around the Tormentor. It didn't feel like it was his first TI appearance, honestly.
I actually get emotional thinking about it because, you know, just to put it bluntly, he was robbed of a TI appearance last year. So to get to come out on main stage to 2-0 after a shaky groups, to be like, we're fighting for top 3, I genuinely couldn't think of a better story for him or a better way to bounce back after 12 years, after what felt like such a crummy end to their last season.
Yeah, I think Malady and Watson are serially underappreciated players. Watson was constantly, this guy's a choker. Yeah, he doesn't have it when it comes to the main stage. He doesn't have it whenever it's the big games. When, you know, it gets down to brass tacks, you'd rather have somebody else. And he proved indisputably yesterday that that's not the case. He put the team on his shoulders. When other people were having hard games, he said, hop on, guys. I got plenty of space back here. And Malady is a big part of that, setting him up for success. I think that duo, having duos, if you had it with Mickey over the years, building that synergy in a lane and in gameplay over a long period of time is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, I feel like when Watson did it yesterday, he was doing it in a game where the other 4 were kind of struggling, and Mickey was having like TI winning performance. You know, he's a TI winning carry, and he was playing like a TI winning carry, and he still was the better carry in that series.
And I honestly, I'm not exaggerating when I say that I think for me, that was one of the highest value carry performances in all of TI main stage. What he was able to do with the Wind Ranger. Like, sure, okay, there were some moments where he got burst and didn't press his BKB, but that's because he was the only target that they had to go on Liquid. There were so many moments in that game that had he not won the lane as hard, had he not moved to the mid lane, had he not clutched a lot of early game team fights, it would have been Liquid's game from the very start. Like, from start to finish, he was locked in, and had he not been the X factor there, we wouldn't see Yandex today.
A lot of people would crumble in that game. Like, a lot of carries would crumble in that game. We even, like, not to harp on it, but we saw it in the previous series. Satanic just GG'd out. But you know what? Watson decides, I'm going to play to the bitter end. I'm going to keep trying till the bitter end. And despite the game being so tough and us just getting comboed by Tiny over and over again, find that one opening that leads to the game victory in the end.
Yeah, and I think even apart from just the gameplay of Watson, I think he is an amazing teammate. As someone who's been around him, he is super humble. He's very willing to take criticism. He just wants to do what's best for the team. He'll play whatever, do whatever that people think is best. He's great vibes. Like, I think he is genuinely just like a good, kind-hearted guy who's there and fun to be around. And I think that's also so valuable and so important as you go further into the main stage. The pressure is high, the stress is there, and having someone who's like, hey, this guy's reliable, we can count on him, and he's also not getting mad at other people if they have bad games. He gets it, but everyone's been there. Everyone's had the bad games, but he's chill regardless.
This is his player spotlight, the Wind Ranger game that we were talking about yesterday. It was game number 1 up against Liquid, and looking at his stats, reflecting back on it, it feels like it was just insane what he was able to do on the Wind Ranger. The ending for it was also just phenomenal. I don't want to, people can go back and relive that moment when they're ready to, but I'm just hoping that we get a run back of it. I'm hoping that it's going to be a similar thing coming up between Yandex and Enigma Galaxy, because both of these teams love to play a little bit scrappy. That is something I feel like we can be 100% guaranteed in getting in this best of 3.
It's not going to be a boring Iron Wing versus Falcon matchup. This is going to be high octane entertainment.
The only 2 eliminated team.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. I'm not going to lie to the people. This is going to be high octane, fun gameplay. I mean, we saw it yesterday. Yandex have the ability to pressure and play like old gaming gladiators. I feel like despite Lorenov being added, Nigma's shown that they still got that pressure gameplay inside of them, and they can bring that out when it's needed and when the right time for it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they've created a nice balance. Lorenov farms, the rest of them attack, and then Lorenov joins the fights too. They've got a nice mixing of the heroes, combining, making sure no one is too AFK or no one's too involved. Devi, I think, went from being a suicidal maniac in his gameplay to being someone who can join fights, but can also farm and value his own game and getting net worth up.
It reminds me a little bit of when 33 joined us on Liquid when that year, where we were a very pressure-heavy team, and 33 was a very macro-heavy, like more farm-oriented player. And when we found the perfect balance, that is how you win TI. That is what makes a team click. And I feel like Nigma has a little bit of that going on, where Lorenov is kind of more of the macro mind, and the other 4 are like the old school, like pressure players.
I like that it's at least one core that's willing to have a little bit of hands off, but I'm hoping hands are all in for this best of 3, because the winner goes to a top 3, and we've got a game 1 on our hands.
Team Yandex versus Enigma Galaxy. Game 1.
We'll see what these 2 teams want to draft for themselves, where that IO ultimately falls, because despite Enigma Galaxy having that respect band against them so often, Yandex gonna need a similar sort of respect towards it as well. They won't shy away from opening up their draft with it. However, Enigma Galaxy are first pick, so if it's left in the pool, it's very easily going to be taken by them, and they're not going to want to let Yandex look towards it.
And this first phase Ember ban is so funny to see. Every team is doing it, and you'd think Yandex is one of the teams that's willing to play Slark mid against Ember, but that just speaks to how good Lorenov is on this hero and how scary his group stage performances were. He was 1v5ing on some of these games on Ember.
I think there's absolutely some parts of it is purely Lorenov, but a degree of it also has to be the fact that Sumail played it on the safe lane. And when you can no longer cheese the Ember on mid, this hero becomes a completely different beast.
Yeah, it's very true. They've left the IO. So it's the first time someone's done that against them in a long time, and there it is. You've got to take it. That's the thing, whenever somebody calls your bluff like that, you feel very compelled to take it. Sometimes you may not even want to, because you haven't practiced it in so long, because it's banned against you all the time, but you see it, it's GH. Look at him. He's got to play his hero.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I do wonder, though, like, we haven't seen Enigma Galaxy get their hands on IO this whole TI because it's been consistently banned against GH. Have they been watching the meta unfold as well with these mid IOs and carry IOs? And is this going to be like a bait and switch where they also end up running a carry IO?
I think that's a great question. Maybe there's also a little bit extra that we're not seeing when it comes to scrims. Maybe they are also able to get their hands on it in that regard. But do we feel that a support IO is easier to answer, or does it still fall under that category of it's a support, you don't want to put too much emphasis on it in a draft?
Wisp is a very game-defining hero. Regardless of if it's a core IO or if it's a support IO, it defines your entire draft. It changes the way Dota functions. So it doesn't matter. You're forced to address it.
Yeah, I mean, the key functionality of this hero is that he is a battery. He is tethered to someone else and empowers them, especially from a support role. And so you need like it just changes what you need and what you have, because now you need extra damage to kill this guy. You need more stuff so that whenever they run in with all this healing and movement speed, you can actually mow them down, which is why stuff like Drow Ranger, TB, heroes that are ranged turrets and can buy Scotty so that you can deal with a lot of that HP regen or classic counters, or stuff like Disruptor, Silencer, which we may not see here, but they deal with relocate completely and delete some of that global pressure that IO also brings.
There are supports as well that are popular within the meta that are good historically against support IO, who ganks you and surprises you with relocate. Like Winter Wyvern, for example, is one that's been popular. Bane is one that you could play. Willow kind of functions as a soft counter with the Terrorize as well. There are means to address a support IO.
I feel like the big question for me is, does Nigma play it as a core? Because I could see Sumail being the kind of guy where he goes like, yeah, of course I play IO core.
He does, actually.
He does actually?
Yes, I believe during the OG period, IO core was still something that was done a little bit. Or there was, I remember distinctly, there was some team that Sumo was on at a point where he was playing core IO from time to time. And I believe it was when he was playing safe lane.
Okay.
So I think he is capable of doing so.
That was a while ago, though. I'm not saying muscle memory doesn't count for something, but IO's changed.
It absolutely has. But I think Sumail is the kind of player who has the confidence to do something like that.
I will say Sumail has not changed, though.
Yes.
If he believes that he can play it, he will play it.
Yeah.
We saw an Invoker safe lane from him, so like, of course he'll play it.
It would be nice to see the bait and switch, because that could just change the way that Yandex wanted to approach this IO with the knowledge that it's probably a support. I mean, if we talk about the Earth Spirit that's come out, we did mention a little bit that sometimes the Yandex first bans the Earth Spirit when they have first pick, which you don't necessarily want to do as a first pick team, because CJ has played it. He's played it 3 times, I believe, and it hasn't looked amazing in his hands. He has like 1 win, 2 losses. He's not the most comfortable on this hero, but versus the IO, you've got the damage, you've got the early vessel buyer, which is the most important thing, and you've got the pressure.
I think it's also interesting how these 2 heroes, to me, are 2 of the hardest scaling heroes that we've seen here at TI. Like, when I think about it, like, when Wisp reaches 25, the game is just over. Or when Earth Spirit reaches 25, the game is just over. And now we finally get to see them battle it out between each other.
Yeah, with the Largo band as well, it opens up the Vessel for Earth Spirit having a really great timing there, so you don't have this easy Vessel purge super early on in the game. So it makes a lot of sense as a counter. I like it a lot. I find it funny that Yandex bans the Huskar whenever last series we saw Enigma being the ones banning the Huskar. A little bit of a Lauren respect once again, because he is pretty competent on that hero. And I think this Earth Spirit hero, if he gets shut down early, you don't get to that stage where you're snowballing out of control and you're getting like higher and higher in levels, because there's a hero that has some downtime periods. And so you want to make sure the early game is rolling, that you get those kills. And I think the Hoodwink pairs very well with that to keep the steamroll and make sure Earth Spirit continues scaling. It doesn't get halted.
I feel like stylistically, Lorenov should be a pretty good player against Earth Spirit. I think the type of heroes that he likes to play are more of like the carry types, and they tend to be strong laners that like to play against like slightly weaker melee laners in the mid lane. So for that reason, I found it interesting that Nigma left it through. We also saw, like we already mentioned, Yandex were banning this hero yesterday, so question marks about how comfortable Shira is on Earth Spirit. Though we saw him play a Wisp yesterday that wasn't super comfortable, and he still managed to pull it off.
Yeah, this also ties a little bit into the first ban Ember. Ember is one of the best heroes against Earth Spirit because you buy the Vessel and the Mage Slayer yourself, and you can sort of outfight him in the skirmishes. The chains locks him down so he can't roll around like a crazy person. So having that pre-ban in the first phase, sometimes it can actually give you free bans later on because you don't have to ban Ember like you would have. Instead, you get to ban the Huskar, and now maybe you feel like his responses are not really there.
And this hero fell off a bit, but I think Slardar has been kind of underutilized as a mid-hero versus Earth Spirit, where some teams had the idea and they did. I've seen a couple of Slardar bans against Earth Spirits. I've also seen a couple of teams try it early on in the tournament, and it works on the lane, but they just couldn't win. But it does make me feel a little bit sad that it hasn't been experimented with more, because it works really well on the lane.
I agree with you. It is a very strong laning counter. I sadly don't think we're going to see Lorenov play it, because I just don't think it's his type of hero. It's not like the guy that's going to become the carry at the end of the day and win them the game. But maybe Lorenov has more tricks up his sleeve than I know.
Yeah, this is funny because it feels very similar to the way the Game 1 draft of the Yandex series went yesterday, where they picked the IO plus Largo. Now we see the IO plus Necrophos. It's we're the Giga Healers. Respond to us. We've got the Ball of Death coming towards you. You need to deal with that in some way. And so I looked at Yandex for high DPS or something like a Drow Ranger or a Shadow Fiend or some hero that can sit there and pump out the damage, because if you don't have that, then it can look like Nigma series last night and the Necrophos becomes unkillable. He's blinking into your face and you just can't deal with him.
Yeah, I think generally when you play against Wisp, you always need to try to figure out how do we kill one hero? How do we manage to overcome the healing? How do we manage to overcome all of this stuff that they're presenting to us? And going back to like the 25s, I think of Earth Spirit as like infinite damage. That's basically what his 25 is. He just keeps magnetizing forever. And Wisp is like infinite healing. So we're truly going to get like Unstoppable Force meets Unbreakable Wall in this game.
The thing is, though, infinite healing, I mean, up until level 25, after the level 20 magnetize amplification, infinite healing works very well against magnetize. Like, the early levels in magnetize aren't that much damage. It's like for slower, drawn-out fights. And it's not going to be just the healing from Io and his locket. It's the Necrophos as well. It's too much healing for the early magnetizes. So while there is damage between Yandex's first two picks, it's not enough.
Is the only way to look at a healing lineup counter to be we need to burst them down, or are there other avenues that you could go down?
I mean, generally speaking, drafts that have a lot of healing tend to have very low catch. So if you think about Io has absolutely no way to catch you, Necro has very little ways to catch you. Technically, he can scythe you from full HP, but that's not really how you want to use the spell. Yeah. So you can try to abuse the map instead and say that, you know, they can run around as 5 and be an unbreakable ball, but we will just abuse the map and get way more resources out of the map and play the game that way.
Yeah, you're playing for a later, more key timing where you can just run them over and out-damage the healing. And they're prioritizing the carry last pick. Picking Underlord into Necrophos here, it can potentially be a little worrisome. This is a lane, I mean, it's a big high HP melee hero who's running into now Heartstopper Aura. So it's going to take him down, and over a long lane, especially with Io, that's so many resources if they're laning together that you have to get through. This is a potential problem that I am curious to see how Yandex can actually deal with, because they think it's fine, right? They picked the Underlord into the Necrophos.
I mean, Underlord provides a lot of damage, right? That's what they're looking at. They're looking at the Firestorm rather than him being a tanky blob sitting in the front lines. I think that's what they're looking for. And also, it ends up becoming a very good tool for them to kill the Storm Spirit. The root that he has, amazing against Storm. It's one of the fastest casting stuns that you could have, and it will immediately catch Storm when he zips it.
Another aspect to it is just the global presence of Underlord is really valuable versus Io Relocate, especially if it's support Io, who's going to be making aggressive moves early on. You can match that with the Underlord if he has a good lane. You were talking about how you can play the map versus healing lineups. Doesn't that, I mean, isn't Watson the type of guy to call for an overall last pick Naga Siren?
It's an interesting idea, but I feel like Necro is like quite strong against it, and Storm kind of fixes the map issues, right? That's why Storm IO is so strong, is because you can now, you have the healing, and now you shut down the map play with the Storm. You have a hero that can basically catch from anywhere on the map. They've solved that issue, and you know, this is just a prime example of Nigma understand IO better than probably any team in the world.
That's a good point. I do feel like Watson's looking at an illusion hero, though. Like, he's just the type of guy to see it.
I feel like any hero that buys Scotty, and a lot of the illusion heroes do like heavy stat items, and so, you know, Terrorblade potentially could be there.
Yeah, it's very possible. I think one of the, like, whenever you pick Clockwork Storm like this on Nigma Galaxy, you are fixing some of your catch issues, but you are opening a new problem, which is that your damage is, it doesn't come from that many heroes. Storm is not a particularly high damage hero. Neither is Clockwork. Io is not either. And so it's a lot of sort of slower, more low damage. And so if you're not ahead and snowballing, then they can reach a point where now Yandex, even though they don't have healing or stuff that's particularly tanky, you don't have amazing ways to actually deal the damage if you're not able to stick on top of them and man up. And so a lot depends on the early game, and can you get the ball rolling? Can you actually reach the point where we're so tanky we can run into the pit, arrow, Earth or Magnetize, and we're not going to die anyway? Because if you do die, then running in, which is how you do your damage with these heroes, can be very problemsome.
I mean, Io providing that extra mana amplification for Storm Spirit could solve a little bit of the damage issues you talked about. Like, if early game he can go in with 2 more zips, 2 more extra remnants than he can because of the overcharge, could that be the difference maker?
It's definitely part of it, for sure. And Io Storm is a very solid combo. Storm has a good lane against Earth Spirit, one of the few heroes that can actually pressure him a little bit at least. And you don't have to fight into the Underlord early on. That is definitely a great counter to Storm, but it doesn't kick in really until later when you get like Atos or Underlord has the Ags and can pit you easier. If he riffs in, well, you see it coming and you can just zip away. And so they do have the potential to play fast and aggressive and abuse their early laning advantage with Io Necro.
I think the last piece missing for Nigma here is to solve their team fight. when you're trying to create a very strong IO draft, the last hero that you need is something that really enables the team fight, because that's the last aspect of your game that you're looking for. And they went for Kez on SF bans, which I think traditionally are very good at killing the tanky frontline boys. So I'm looking for some sort of team fight solve here for them.
I mean, what's left? It's usually Darkseer as the team fighting offlaner when Centaur's gone and Ginger's gone. Enigma.
It's the king of team fighting at TI.
It is.
It's the black hole.
I feel like if you're going to pick Enigma against TM, you better know what you're doing. This bro loves this hero. He's going to know the ins and outs. He's going to know where you're going to want to farm. He's going to know how to counter you. You need to be confident in the Enigma plays you're bringing.
I saw one of the greatest Enigma players in the world play this hero up against Drow Ranger and really struggle. I feel like there's a lot of value for Drow here. It's very good against IO. It has the healing reduction. It's a hero that could snowball out of control here. I'm looking at the Drow for Watson as a potential hero here.
Yeah, I think he's looking at it too. I think you want something like that. I can tell you, while DM may love Enigma, okay, there's the illusion guy, so it's Scotty Byer.
That's right.
As always, it's one of the classic IO answers whenever we would pick that hero back in the day. Literally every game you play against Drow Ranger or TV. You never play against anything else. It's just one of those two heroes, and I think they knew that was coming, and they are okay with it. Like, the issue with the TB into this is that it's a bit of a slower hero. You don't do anything against the Ghost Shroud. Necropulse versus TB is generally a pretty decent matchup for Necro, so I think they were pretty okay with it. So it's a very back and forth lineup. I think there's timings that change as time passes. It's one of those games where if you've got an advantage, you want to seize it, because you never really have a full understanding of when the timing will switch into the other direction, because there's so many factors at play.
Mm. The only thing I would want to add is that regardless of it not being the perfect TV game, I believe Watson, it's one of his top 3 best carry heroes. He's delivered, he's been stable, he hasn't choked, and he hasn't felt the pressure on this main stage. What I really want to look towards is DJ. And to see if yesterday's game versus Liquid injected him with the confidence to finally pop off on Earthspirit, because if he does, I do feel like Yandex have a fantastic draft. Earthspirit is still a hero that can set all of the tempo. It can take advantage of big cooldowns like Relocate in the early game and Black Hole. So let's see what you're made of, CJ.
Personally, I'm super excited about the Enigma. I feel like it's one of the few games where he can actually get Blink, BKB, and be that end game threat, you know? A single Black Hole could win them this game at any moment. And I feel like that's super exciting to have here at the TI main stage.
More importantly, have Yandex been able to deal with the first pick, IO? That was something every other team that has come up against Enigma Galaxy has been afraid of. A GH IO, an IO lineup in the hands of Enigma Galaxy. Do Yandex have the answer when we look at drafts?
I think they have good answers, yes. But I think IO is the hero that in practice, or in theory rather, you may have counters and these things, but in actuality, when you play against it, he's running around super fast and he's everywhere, and the game is really weird and strange. And so you never really know if you've properly dealt with it until the ending screen says victory. And so until they see those green words, then who knows?
Is that a similar thing for you as well in Stadia, or is it just you're only focusing on the Enigma still?
I mean, I'm very focused on the Enigma. I feel like for Enigma's side, what I see is they have tried to set up a potential we win all the lanes kind of situation, and then we can snowball that to victory. And IO from ahead is one of the scariest heroes that you can go up against. So I'm honestly really excited to see this game. I can't wait.
And any last thoughts as well from you, Mira? Very quickly.
I do think the pressure is on CJ to deliver on the main stage, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
All righty, we'll see if CJ can have a game for himself. But more importantly, before we get into the game, we're going to hear exactly how Yandex's coach feels about that Game 1 draft.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by Excel of Yandex. Bold idea to let IO go through. IO has been one of the centerpieces of all of your drafts recently, and yet you let Enigma get first pick on it. I was wondering if you could tell me your reasoning.
I mean, I think IO is main imbo if it's a core. As a support, it doesn't feel too strong, so we will see.
Were you at all worried that they may flex the IO? Because I saw even your last phase bans, you were only targeting offlaners. You seemed quite confident this was going to be a GH IO and not a Sumail IO.
I mean, we were aware like it can be flexed, but I think it's very high chance it's going to be post-5. So we don't overthink it too much, but we were aware.
Okay. And then your final pick, ending up for the Terrorblade. I was wondering what the options were, because we were thinking maybe Drow Ranger might be another option. Is there any reason why you ended up going with Terrorblade?
I mean, we had options, but I will not speak them, tell them, obviously. TB, I mean, I think it's just a Giga Watson hero. It's also a really good matchup into Enigma. So, yeah.
And then my last question is about your movement throughout the tournament. I know we had spoken yesterday that at the group stage, you guys weren't too confident in yourself. Then you end up doing extremely well yesterday. How are you trying to keep that same carefree attitude as you go further into the bracket?
I mean, first, I didn't say we were not confident. We were confident, but we didn't have any expectations. And it's just it's the attitude, right? Like how we take things. It's not about us not being confident. So, yeah. Now, nothing changed from yesterday. We just here play every game like last, try our best.
Let's see if your best pays off. Excel, good luck in game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Excel and Tsunami, getting ready for what should be a fantastic end to the day here. Yandex versus Enigma Galaxy. Fog, two teams with sort of very different sort of trajectory getting to this point, right? We have Yandex, who's been kind of hot through the season. They came in a little shaky in the group stage, but as we saw yesterday against Liquid, kind of broke Liquid down. They look to be back on form. Enigma Galaxy, ever since we saw them in the qualifiers for International, it was clear that this iteration is better than ever.
There's some magic going with them for sure. I know me and you covered them a bunch during that call.
And it was like, oh,
these guys are doing it. Like this Lorenoff edition, he is incredible.
Samael on the carry, pretty good.
Working. So I'm really looking forward to this one. I think we have, yesterday we did see this kind of similar thing where it's this team of burst damage versus this healing type of strategy. This one, sure, there's some different nuances that come into play, but it could come into that similar factor. Will they have enough damage to burst through the healing? And is it going to come too late at some point for the side of Yandex? Because I do look at the side of Enigma, just like Insania finished the panel with there's definitely the potential for them to win these lanes and kind of snowball that factor. And they have that insurance policy, the BKB Enigma. There's no BKB cancel in this game. They'll have to itemize for it somehow, or the TB just has to be outside and be able to wail on him from the distance. Can't get caught in it. We'll have to see which one ends up working out, which idea ends up being stronger. Let's see what it's going to be. Tons of magic damage, though, is for sure.
For early to mid-game brawls and brawls that, some of the more fragile heroes earlier on, like the Terrorblade, might be tough to get through, but obviously Watson on the Terrorblade, one of his best. He is ready to survive through numerous situations to get to the point where he's going to be ready to carry Team Yandex. Overall as well, interesting thoughts obviously from Axel, and understandable, I guess, or would you say maybe a risk that you actually might regret taking looking back, leaving the IO in, because you know it's not going to be this core IO that's been kind of busted. Sure. It is the support IO, but it is GH IO. It is. And historically, you don't want to play against GHIO because he's kind of good on this.
100%, but they didn't give it for free. They did get the OP Earth Spirit, right? So they do especially have that vessel carrier, that hero that just dictates the pace, that can just be that momentum carrier. The question is he going to be able to carry that early momentum for the team to get to those later stages where the TB is going to be that turret? I'm curious to see how it's going to go because Lorenoff, sure, Storm has had a bit of a difficulty in this tournament. Yeah, this is one of his special heroes. And the lane overall versus the Earth Spirit, it's good for the Storm. So looking forward to see how these lane matchups do end up going. We have 3 bounties going the way of Enigma. So as we said, if they can get the ball rolling early, can be some very good signs.
For sure. But yeah, I think this mid in particular, as you say, Lorenoff on the Storm, the rough games of Storm have been pretty rough. It has looked to be on a completely different level to the Earth Spirit, the wrong way around.
100%.
Earth Spirit's just been dominating. Storm is like, well, I guess there was nothing else left to pick. Let's try the Storm. And then a lot of teams, I feel like they do regret trying the Storm. We'll see if it's going to be different here today for Enigma Galaxy.
And we do have to mention for the Storm, right? Look at the control that there is. There's going to be the Underlord Pit, the Arrow, the Earth Spirit Silences, Bushwhacks, etc. There's going to be a lot of things to trip Lorenoff. But let's see if the heals, right? That's the thing that they do have the answer. So, yeah, really looking forward to see how these lanes go down and see if this Underlord DM actually has a decent lane. This one does feel tough. This Underlord versus the IO Necro, it's kind of like an infinite resource lane.
That's the thing, right? It's, how do you pressure this safe lane Necro when he's, Smail's got the backup of GH on an IO?
The answer is
a few levels in it, even at straight away level 1, right? Yeah, we're unlikely to see Samael die unless big mistakes happen. Maybe they'll have some early rotations coming in to sort of add that extra member into that top lane. Malady wants to make some moves through the twin gates. But even then, it's not going to be easy to pressure this Necrophos in the laning stage.
No, not at all. They're just going to have to... This is more like them just having to withstand it. You pick this Underlord for the overall game to have these buff-ups, to have these auras, and obviously the Aghanims versus the Storm eventually is going to be fantastic. But yeah, the lane, it'll be a slower start for DM, and to be real, DM in a lot of these games for Yandex has been very crucial how its early game can go sometimes. Yesterday, he had an insane game on the Tide. Sure, he was versus side lane Ember, which was great for him, but we'll see how it is when it's slowed down.
And what's the bottom lane going to look like? Is it a situation where Devi, early on, is he going to be able to sort of be left on his own, and is there going to be the freedom for Omar to make moves across the map, or does Omar have to stay down here and kind of keep this Enigma safe?
You want to stay down here with the Enigma. You want to use this as like a pressuring hero with the Eidolons. This hero, sure, you are still about the BKB Black Hole eventually, but laning phase, you want to at least try to play with the level 2 Eidolons. A little difficult versus the Terrorblade and the Mirana because they can hit them pretty decently from that distance, but I don't want to see Omar moving around too far away from him. Definitely want to try to slow down this Terrorblade start, and not even just the Terrorblades, let's be honest here too, right? Just Watson's start. Yesterday was such an absurd performance from Watson in both games.
Kind of solo
carried.
Exactly, especially in that first game.
The first game
turnaround with his performance on that Wind Ranger, absolutely on another level. Top lane, actually going to get a chance to make a bit of an attempt for Samel, and they've got enough damage to bring him down. First blood for Saxa. And sort of a situation where GH might be in trouble on top of that. It will be able to tether over to the creep wave, so it should be okay, but a kill that I don't think Nigma Galaxy was expecting to give up this early in that lane setup.
I don't think almost anybody was going to see that one, right? Sure, Hoodwink does absurd damage as a support, but still getting the connection versus the two of them there. That was really impressive.
On bottom, Omar. Some good cog control there by the way of Malady, but going to be left incredibly low. Will be chased down by this illusion from Watson.
Got Tango regen. Should be okay. Wow, yeah, this top lane, that's something you do not expect to happen. You know, this Underlord, this is a lane where he's supposed to just endure. Getting a kill, that's a really good start there for you.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, looking at the CS as well, again, with this pressure, you know, Samel, he's not having complete free farm up here. Yeah, that's going to come across. He's going to be all right, but again, relatively all right. Left very, very low. DM and Saxa are finding ways to put pressure onto these two in ways that I don't think they were expecting.
Saxa has, honestly, he's one of those that works his magic sometimes. We saw it on his Bounty Hunter yesterday, right? He just killed, what, 6, 7, 8 couriers in the first 10 minutes or so. He doesn't sometimes just win lanes that aren't supposed to win, so really impressive coming out from Saxa here. Keeping that harassment going, getting some good bounces on the GH also.
Good roll here for the water rune. Chira Jr. able to get in time and make sure that Loronoff's not going to be able to get the bottle refill. So
matchup though, we're seeing Loronoff, he is ahead, 28-3 to that 20.
He's doing well.
He's doing very well as we expected him to. This bottom lane though, I kind of thought Devi would get a little more out of this here, but he's getting punished similar to the Underlord, and he doesn't even have a kill to his name. So they're doing a great job down here on the side of Yandex.
Chira Jr. finding a lovely opportunity to get on top of Loronoff. Gank comes in from Saxa. They're going to be able to bring the Storm down. I mean, that whole little move there where Chira Jr. was able to roll in, get that water rune taken away, and make sure that he was in a very healthy position, as opposed to Loronoff, who was sitting pretty low there in that mid, trying to scramble towards that level 6. That death's gonna hurt.
Saxa early game though, immediately he pressures top, gets them a kill, comes mid with the TP, gets a secondary one. As I said, this is the guy to watch in these first 10 minutes. They were talking about it's for, you know, the Earth Spirit for Chira Jr. to enable him as much as possible so he can get that early vessel. That's the way you do it. You go for that early rotation. And I think now at this point, they're happy with top, right? Now they should definitely not get another kill up there. I think now is where they back up. Saxa can make his moves around, and DM is going to get as much as he can, just pulling the lane back. Huge plays. Good look to do it again. I think Loronoff should be able to hit the 6 before that 6-minute rune.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a window, but might be too small for Yandex to try and strike again.
Yep, small stacks also now for DM. Does pull the creeps into this neutral camp, so we'll be able to get a little extra in the lane.
We'll get the 6 safely here from the Mug Golems.
Yeah, just playing it safe.
Very close to it.
I like this. Rather than playing on the top side where you expect the Hoodwink to be annoying you, right? You play on the bottom side where you don't have to be at risk. Try to secure that rune on the Storm Spirit. Still not quite the 6. He is 3 experience away, but to be able to get him. Illusion for Chira. He could make a rotation with this. He is 6, has the Magnetize.
I mean, yeah, him and Saxa, if they want to try and hit the top, it's going to be pretty nice.
Yep.
We'll be under the ward though, so Zaxa will get the D ward. Might make things a little tricky to sort of catch GH and Samel by surprise now. So GH Junior is going to opt to swing back towards the mid.
of Chira Jr. now in that work zone. It's
Yeah,
very impressive.
Absolutely. We do not see Storms do this. So Lorinov is quietly working some magic after dying 4 times back-to-back throughout that early laning stage.
I like his build a lot, right? As you said, the Greaves absolutely making sense in this game with his combination of his heroes and Versatile Silence. Small little Essence Ring is going to be nice to save him. Fighting back here. How's the pipe looking for GH? Another timing that they can play around with the auras that are going to have that advantage over Yandex not having auras. Chira, though, now has BKB. Much more difficult to keep locked down.
Oh, the response there. Make sure that he doesn't get set up upon by Sakta.
Taking fire.
Junior was ready to connect to look for the kill.
Aksa deviating with the build a bit here. Looking like he's going for the Yules instead. I was going to mention before the Black Hole happened, you don't need a BKB cancel Black Hole sometimes in Dota now if you get Wind Wakers. So you can sometimes just save some of your allies as well too, which could be the plan later down the lines. Sumail, very isolated.
Backup's coming in, but it's not going to be there in time to save him at all.
People with your energy.
Level 12 Hoodwink. High burst damage from that level 2 sharpshooter. More than enough to kill him.
Under attack.
Wasn't finding the freedom to hit the tier 2 tower top here, 21 minutes in.
Chira, sneaky plays, more enough, will be able to get out. An early tier 2, they're pressuring.
Super early.
They're not popping Glyph. They didn't pop Glyph. All right, a tower for free and no tier 2 Glyph used.
Yeah, they'll take that, Yandex,
that
especially with Watson getting to be involved and taking the last hit on it.
That was surprising. Rarely see teams forget to use that tier 2.
I mean, every second counts in Dota 2.
Second absolutely does. Losing tier 2 access like that around Roche timings is very dangerous as well. 7K lead. Even though Enigma did strike back a bit there, the goal just continues to climb for Watson in all this downtime. 2 components. He's got the ulti orb. Just needs a secondary one for that Scotty versus all this healing.
Black Hole's back up. See what Device got in store for us this time round.
He's just not farming very fast at all on this Enigma. BKB is going to come quite slow. Might be more and more answers for it. All right, GH, pipe timing. Pipe, Greaves, soon Manton, Sumail. They're starting to get quite a bit of things together.
They're on to Omar. That's going to allow for a very easy kill for Chira Jr.
Kick.
Radiant structures be fortified.
Supports are just so high level on the side of Yannick is something I keep looking at, right? Malady level 12, Soxa level 13. GH is level 12, don't get me wrong, but Omar level 10, Vi only 12. These supports on the side of Yandex from some of these Shrine steals, the XP really does matter. Being able to burst some of these heroes that are more fragile when you're a Mirana that gets this type of scaling, a Hoodwink who gets this type of scaling, these are high damage supports if they do get away with this type of timing too. And Aghanims on the Mirana eventually also can be pretty devastating. I am seeing Malady. He is queuing up that Wind Waker to be anticipated since they don't have the BKB Black Hole cancel eventually. It can just be that save.
Yeah, no, a very important one. Because it does feel like, the win condition for Enigma Galaxy is, can we kill the Terrorblade during the Black Hole?
Yep.
If the answer's no, then I don't sort of know what the backup kind of solution is to the Terrorblade. At least for a long time, it's hard to sort of see if the fights do fall into that sort of situation where this Terrorblade Watson is surviving through the threat of the Black Hole.
A little bit of a pause here again.
Reason?
Reason?
Got a reason. I'm looking at the boost right now. What's going on in there? Like, getting
pretty chill.
Stuff sorted out. Should be all good.
Should be fine. 19th to 5. Yandex, as we said, they're the ones just really truly setting the pace this entire game. Just beautiful rotations. Yeah, quiet game really from Enigma this time around. I thought we'd have a bit more of a back and forth kind of clash going on here, but so far not to be the case. Yandex, just as I said, one step ahead, and Chira getting super enabled this game on his Earth Spirit.
And they look to be one of those Earth Spirit things. It's not a surprise, especially in the hands of Chira Jr. Bringing us quite the Earth Spirit performances for quite some time as well.
Yeah.
Even
before the school.
Absolutely. He
was
really
one of the
has.
first. Look at these neutral items. Beautiful. Triple mana draft. Triple Tumblr's toys on the side of Enigma. No crippling crossbow on the side of Yandex. They don't care about that anti-heal. Whatever. In game state, map positioning, losing that tier 2 top. I'm gonna reiterate that one, right? Like not having that glyph or not popping it. Definitely going to be problematic in terms of map control. Roche, still not something that Yandex wants to fully commit for here at this point. The map control, definitely in Yandex's favorite. See from the vision there. Thank you, beautiful observer.
I mean, they could if they wanted to, right, go for Roche. I mean,
It's unnecessary, right? You don't want to waste time. I think a lot of I've been seeing more and more of these teams being hesitant about wasting your time going for Tormentors or Roshans. It's just so efficient to play
I
the
guess
map.
that's true. That is lost gold, lost
gold,
XP.
right? Like
yeah, if you're
Vision-
not all split up hitting creeps, then the payoff better be good. And I guess Roshan or the Tormentor isn't always a good enough payoff.
I want to say that I'm not sure if it's Yandex, but I know Vision, they almost never do Tormentor. I'm pretty sure Yandex is the other team that I was looking at that does the least Tormentors out of anybody. So it is some type of maximizing thing. Perhaps just it is out of the way. They don't like to have to bring multiple heroes over there. And nowadays, there's not really that many that just solo the Tormentor that are popular, right?
I like that as well. You know, then I feel a bit more vindicated in my pubs when the supports are like, let's do the Tormentor. I'm
I
like,
hate you.
guys, I got to hit some more creeps. You know, I'm
Damn core players.
I'm just trying to play like Vision and Yandex, you know?
These damn core players, they never look out. You're sitting there for 3 minutes.
Just wait.
Please, someone, come to the Tormentor.
As all us core players will now know that it's the correct way to play.
Yep.
Thank you, Vision. Thank you, Yandex.
Not nice. Bit of a back in it.
We've got the black hole back up. The Vi, see where he wants to go. He's pretty low on the mana at the moment.
Getting
BKB,
closer.
I guess at this point, you're waiting until the BKB is done before you go for the next big black
I would
hole
imagine
play.
so,
It's
yep.
that close. 900 gold away from having the BKB on the Enigma.
So something important also for Enigma, we can probably discuss it later on, is, the refresher build. Nowadays, it's just not really that great. It doesn't refresh your BKB, so you just go for the other build. You go for the Aghanims, probably go for the Shivas, then eventually you can build Dort that way. So we'll see what Divide does want to do after this one. But yeah, he has to get the Terrorblade in the black hole. Especially now at this point, Watson will just kill him, so end all be all. Divide has to get that connection.
And obviously, he can go for it on other heroes, but he will die.
He will die.
And then the risk and chance of winning the team fight is not going to be great for Enigma Galaxy.
No, because their control, when you look at their whole draft, we didn't really mention that too much, right? It's not the best overall stuns. They have lots of individual single target stuns, but in comparison to Yandex, who has a pit, a bushwhack, an Earth Spirit, it's just not the same until later stages. BKB for Lorinov.
Okay, here we go.
Not out just yet. They're going to smoke a bit before it here, trying to catch them off guard here.
Honestly, I'd say a little surprising that
I'm
they
a bit
don't wait
surprised too.
200 gold and they could have a BKB black hole. They don't want it. They're going to try and do it without it.
Saksa jukes that. Won't get caught. Again and again, Saksa. Impressing.
Let's see. BKB's on the way out now.
Okay, Watson, though, he's about to have Scotty. A clear separation between him and the Necro. 3,000 ahead. Necro, if you're behind versus Terrorblade, you want to be playing from ahead. It feels pretty bad. Running in versus that Scotty, you're just going to get slowed. All that heal reduction. And it's just so much extra slow, of course, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, does Watson buy the Nullifier next, or does he not need to?
I feel like he can
Someone else?
I feel like he can just go BKB if he wants to be safe.
Okay.
Because it's so much magic damage.
Just live through it.
Yeah.
Kill everyone else.
Pike
and then-
in between is
Yep.
also very strong. I like this as well.
Regeneration.
Actors gonna have eyes on GH, who's trying to scout things out up here, but he's kind of on his own, and he's not getting out. So that's gonna be GH going down.
More kills. Saksa setting them up again and again. BKB for DM. Moonlight Shadow. They're looking for more aggression. As I said, Watson, the Scotty is done.
Kira Jr., he is making moves right towards Samael.
Wait for that for a second here.
He's gonna have the eyes on him.
Here comes Watson connecting as well.
And with the Phoenix Gate, they're ready to go. We'll be able to dodge the roll. Can't get out of the radius of the pit. Has got the ghost form, but he'll still die through it.
No response there. No tier 2 available, right? The fact that it dropped so early.
I mean, that would
really be there to react.
Just a move that they weren't ready for, and a move that Yandex was able to make very quickly after finding the chance to kill off GH, who, of course, is pretty much the main chance of saving Samael.
It's rare, also something I was going to point out just now, besides the Scotty being so good versus all the healing, right? It's rare to see Scotty versus triple ranged cores as well. So that's slow. It's double as effective on those ranged heroes. So it's going to be even more problematic versus them.
There we go. They're coming out
They're coming
as
out.
a unit.
BKBs are done.
Ready to go for some black hole action.
He needs some big ones. It's a 10k lead. Another dodge. Saksa. What a beast.
Shira Jr. Finds Devi. Devi's going to be able to blink out to the side. They will summon the Vortex. Devi, he'll go to the black hole. The BKB was off in time. He's surviving through it. And now Watson's turned up, ready to kill them all. He's going to be able to bring down Omar, bring down GH. See Laurenov have to zip away. Devi has the BKB and blink out of the fight.
At least they get Shira. It's expensive. They had to use a lot for him. But they'll at least get him, and Laurenov does survive. A little bit of something.
It's small things here for Enigma Galaxy.
But you're not getting an objective. You're not getting anything.
It's not big enough.
It's just these kills, and immediately, Yandex, they're the one that can actually get onto the push, even take out this outpost and potentially start to threaten this Roche.
And in any of these situations, right, if it is Kira Jr. dying and Watson living,
kind of the dream.
They don't mind, because it's not like Kira Jr. after fight is going to be taking objectives. That's the Terrorblade's job. So as long as Watson lives, it doesn't really matter whatever cause die.
100%. Again, now another shrine being taken away. Saksa yet to die. Gets the grab. GH comes in for the steal. Might just pay with his life. There he is.
They've got the damage easily now to just destroy the IO anytime they catch him.
Really starting to run away with this one. And Malady, he already's going to have the Wind Waker, Owen. So even if they do catch Watson in it, they've got to have that big bailout, even if it isn't a KB cancel.
Yeah, I mean, it was already sort of hard to see the chances that may present themselves to allow Devi to get these black holes, and those chances are getting slimmer and slimmer as these moments pass and these items fly out.
And that's the first BKB reveal, too, from Nigma, right? So first BKB reveal, it gets them a kill, but it's not quite enough. And as these BKBs get lower for them, I feel like the game gets much harder for them, too, because of the control that's just there from the Underlord. These pits will be there for Laurenov, and it's one of the most devastating flavors as a Storm. Once your BKB does start to take down.
Middle tower.
About these extra ways to fire them up. You know, Watson, he's got this full Orchid now ready to play with.
Switched it up. Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Dragon Lance into the Orchid.
Oh, I like that, actually. Versus, right, the Storm and the Necro, it's fantastic. Yes, you've got a Manta to dispel, but once that BKB runs low, it's a similar type of thing that I was talking about before. It's an even better answer. I like this pick.
Dire's middle tower be taking fire.
Is spotted.
And sacks up. Makes the jump. Orchid's there. He's got the pipe. They're being careful about how they go for him.
Sure.
Able to kill him in a fashion that they're able to do so safely, just from a distance, and ensuring that they don't sort of step into any situation where Enigma Galaxy is going to be able to come in with a counterplay.
Saksa is, like, I feel like I've said his name 500 times this game, but Saksa.
He's been everywhere.
He is literally everywhere, enabling Shira to have this pop-off game. 7-11 on the Earth Spirit, 5-0-15, so yet to die on Saksa.
Yeah, he did the highest skill participation here on the team by far. And 20 of the 25 kills he's not only been involved in, he's pretty much been responsible for.
100%. 30 minutes in, it's early days, but Yandex having a clear way to take advantage of the entire map at this point, and now start to threaten the Roach. Now they absolutely can open this into a shift up, and another catch, Omar.
Backs out. He's finding them all.
And these supports are just, they're not getting to do anything on this side. Doxson, he just knows exactly where they are. Omar in particular having a really rough one in this game. 0-7-3. Not able to connect much of anything. Yeah, Roche, now that threat. Start to go for this pretty soon on the side of Yandex if they'd like to. They've got the ward positioned on the high ground. They've claimed tier 2. They've claimed outposts. Actually, outposts got reclaimed, but it is on the top side for that Roche. Watson, he'll start committing for it.
Unlikely that Enigma Galaxy is going to be able to get over towards this, even though they do have Black Hole and the BKB up on Devi.
It's too dangerous for them to go toward that area. They know there's going to be more connection. And Yandex, they have so many ways to catch it at this radius. Bloodthorn.
I mean, if anything as well, I feel this is sort of a testament to sort of how rough life is for Storm Spirit enjoys at the moment. Because at the moment, he's higher net worth, he's higher levels, but you look at this Earth Spirit, you look at the Storm Spirit, and the impact you can sort of envision, it's just so unbelievably different, Fog.
Yeah, can we get damage numbers if we do it for a second before this smoke? I'm not sure if we can, but I feel like we're going to see that telling the tale a lot of this Earth Spirit, of how much he can actually do in this game. Yeah, 14K to the 9.7.
On the hunt. Talking about the Storm, looking for Laurenov.
Has to zip all the way out. They're still going to lose one, though. GH.
Get him again.
And now, it's not inefficient to do Tormentor, right? Surely they do it this time.
I mean, that certainly says something, that they're all there, as
That's
I say.
actually crazy. They really hate it. They just absolutely hate Tormentor. Wow. I thought because there was 4 of them there. That the core has bought it already. The 2 important ones. Like, yeah, you support them. Sorry, guys. That's it. Connection.
Counter play come in.
They get out safely. Omar is not getting out.
He is gone.
Warnoff, he'll be able to chip away.
Dire's bottom tower will be under attack.
When they're finding something, they're still losing something themselves. Just 1 for 1.
Global threat. Like, this Underlord is playing incredible in this game. Thought he would have a more difficult entry into this game, but 5-0-15. This offlane. Like, well, Map really starting to strengthen out at this point from the side of Enigma Sumail.
It's a lot of damage. Yeah, my goodness. A couple of hits from Watson at this point. Understandably so. He's so incredibly farmed on this Terrorblade right now. This last pick looking pretty hot here for the carry.
It's one of Watson, if not his best hero, and we're absolutely seeing the display of it in this game. Even showing up to some early fights that we saw earlier. It just continues to grow, Owen. It just doesn't slow down in this game. Really putting all the pressure on Enigma to try to make a move, but none of these moves are connecting.
Allies disappear.
Another Moonlight Shadow, they're looking for the play. Warnoff. Be super careful here. They're ready for him. Stun, Igrat from him, dead in an instant.
Immediately killing him off. Omar, another whiffed hook shot. And it's going to be, maybe with the cogs, survival for him. Looks like he does get back to the base. Chira Jr. talking about the base. He just rolls straight into the base. He's on top of Divide. Divide's going to pop the BKB and try and turn with the black hole. Has got the lockdown here onto Chira Jr. It's going to be enough to bring him down. They take Chira Jr. out. They need to try and find something more.
They get Saxa.
Reaper sights there. Yes, they can.
Nice kills. Something. Can you get more?
They know where Malady is. The pings are coming out. No, he's in the tree line.
Oh, they see him.
They have seen him.
Malady. Get caught.
All right, costs a buyback.
It's an expensive one.
But they do, well, they got 2 of them. Maybe they'll work at the 3 of them. Malady with the leaps.
No way, he actually gets him out. How? I thought Lornoff was going to be able to chase more. Okay, they get him.
All right, Enigma Galaxy with a little bit of a pushback, but a costly one. Buyback from Lornoff for this.
Shira handing that to them a bit there too, right? Rolling into the base, trying to get on top of Divide, does get punished from that immediate black hole. But yeah, a buyback from Lornoff. An expensive one, but at least they get some good gold and good experience. At this point, honestly, you might have to do these when you're at this level.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you cannot sit back and let that sort of dive go unpunished. You've got to be ready with those buyback buttons.
Yeah, you can't just, Yandex do whatever they want in this game. They did get a base ward down. That was placed quite a bit earlier, so that's why Chira did dive. I'm surprised they didn't go for the D ward around here. He did just roll into the high ground. Lornoff also will be able to get himself a shrine, some extra XP, and he is hanging on to a big Lotus. Could save his life in the next play.
What? Time to move in again, yeah. Just under a minute left on this Aegis, Watson.
No black hole for 70 seconds. Could consider at least poking for a small moment here. Got double siege wave coming in as well. This could be an option for them to poke onto this mid tower here.
Dire's middle tower take fire.
Got black hole. How do you fight?
Structure
very complicated. They'll have to use the glyph. Tower is almost completely dead though. And Watson still continuing. He still has meta as well. He'll pop it.
Saxa's in. Catch. They get the jump straight away on the wall. They're going to get the kickback on the Divide. Divide's gone. Out for 50.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Buyback ready, but even with that, 30 seconds until he'd have the black hole.
Tower be under attack.
The barracks now under heavy fire from Watson.
I wanted to fully finish it off, just letting the illusion do so. One hit with another one. Again, Lornoff will deny it at least there. Watson continues to push. We'll set a Rax. Chira's like, that's the plan.
Oh, Sax is in.
Oh,
Radiance.
Gonna try and get the jump, and we'll be able to break him away. That's gonna be fine.
And overall, right, Chira's play now actually looks, it's pretty clever the way he does. Sure, he dies, he gets BKB black hole, forced to buy back from Lornoff. They don't have black hole now for the defense, and it ends up looking really good. Yeah, next, even though he didn't die. X now picked up for DM. The items just keep flurrying in. Bloodstone, I believe, also was finished for Chira.
Yep. And Watson's got over 5k gold ready to spend towards the next item. He's looking at the Hydra's breath next.
And damage is going to be absurd from him at that point. Already has the majority of this game. It's not going to be a single hero black hole at this point. Now he needs to get the big one, right? He needs to get multiple cores. It's starting to get to that point where their damage is going to be limited inside of it as well, too. So it's going to have to be a big one. It does have Chasm Stone, does have Aghanims, more of that increase in size. See what neutral items they do start to get as well. Erasma is there for Lorinov. He did not get the RNG, I don't believe, with the Conjurer's Catalyst. He only got the Bauble. Watson got a good one, though. Did get the players, both big damage going to be coming out from him. 9, 1, and 8. Nearly flawless performance from him. Majority of them, in fact.
All eyes on Devi.
All eyes on
to
him.
make the comeback play. Can he do it?
They're smoking up. They're looking for it.
Let's have a look.
Lorinov, when of course goes all in, since he doesn't have that buyback, goes for this Parasma as we see. Could be the extra damage that they need to be able to burst that target. Eyes on Malady also, right? The Wind Waker, the saves, the potential is there. Even if they do get the big catch onto Watson.
There it goes.
All right, now for Sumail. Some extra timings now coming together here for Nigma.
And with that heart, though, surviving through the right clicks of Watson is going to be pretty much impossible. He's pretty outside of the Ghost Shroud.
He's pretty low on the armor on Sumail. Only 15. Omar, he's caught.
Lorinov thinking about helping out. And they're going to get caught in the pit himself, though, in that attempt to try and save him.
Another pit.
Ace comes out. The Black Hole will catch the two of them. Is it enough to kill Watson? He's going to survive. He's fine. He goes down. They have killed him. It cost them 2 lives. Can they make sure they get more out of this trade? They can. Lorinov zips over to get DM.
Nice hole.
It's good enough.
Another catch.
Nice little kick there to make sure the TP has a success. Lorinov's going to try and see if he can chase down Chira Jr.
Relocate.
Trying to block him off.
More chase. Lorinov trying.
A little bit more mana. He has got it with a Vortex. Double roll from Chira, but
got him.
Lorinov's got him.
Level 25 now hit for Lorinov.
I mean, they'll take that any day of the week. Enigma Galaxy.
Top tower be under
Pretty
attack.
beautiful. They get that connection.
Yeah, take it